Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, The Night of Red Shadows. Author's note, there is no female lead. This story is not for the faint of heart. The three great families. In a world where cursed energy reigns supreme and cursed spirits run rampant, these three clans possess a glorious history spanning over 1,000 years. The Gojo Clan, the Kamui Clan, and the Zenin Clan. December 12, 2006. 1 a.m. The night was suffocating. Thick, inky clouds obscured the moon, drowning the world below in darkness. Inside the sprawling, luxurious estate of the Zenin Clan, silence reigned, until it was broken by the softest of footsteps. A boy, no older than 10, walked down the long wooden corridor. He wore a simple black robe, the collar hanging loose enough to reveal a chest covered in a dense, spiderweb network of scars. With his choppy black hair and a face that still held the softness of youth, he would have been considered a handsome child, perhaps second only to the readers of this story. But his eyes ruined the image. They were deep, abyssal pools of calm. That, and the fact that half of his black robe was soaked in heavy, wet crimson stains. The boy stopped in front of a sliding wooden door. He pushed it open a crack, silent as a ghost, stepped onto the tatami mats, and gently closed the door behind him. He stared coldly at the men sleeping soundly on the floor. His hands moved, slowly forming the shadow puppet of a wolf. Divine dog, black. The air in the room grew heavy instantly. Shadows didn't just pool, they boiled. From the darkness, a monstrosity emerged. It was not the standard Shikigami wolf most young sorcerers struggled to summon. This beast, jet black and rippling with condensed cursed energy, stood nearly 5 meters tall. Its head scraped the ceiling beams, its growl a low vibration that rattled the bones. It was a creature that should have been impossible for a child to tame, let alone summon. Crunch. The divine dog's massive jaws snapped shut around the sleeping man's entire upper body. GH. The man jolted awake, but the sound died in his throat. There was no room to scream. His ribs shattered under the pressure, his lungs collapsed instantly. Sensing the target was awake, the divine dog gave a sharp, violent shake of its head. Ryup. The sound of tearing meat filled the room. Blood sprayed across the tatami, the windowsill, the wooden beams, and the boy's robes, adding a fresh layer of crimson to the fabric. The Zenin estate, my own home. The dying man's consciousness faded rapidly. This is supposed to be the safest place in the world. How am I dying here? Before the light vanished from his eyes, his horrified gaze drifted from the nightmare beast to the indifferent boy standing nearby. Recognition struck him. Zenin Mirai. That trash. The stain on the Zenin name. How is he using the 10 shadows? And that divine dog, it's enormous. Darkness swallowed his vision before he could comprehend the monster standing before him. The 9th one. Looking at the mangled corpse lying in a growing pool of blood, the boy's lips curled into a slight, triumphant smile. He quickly suppressed it, his face returning to a mask of apathy. Let's go. Next. Upon hearing its master's command, the massive black wolf released the corpse and melted back into the boy's shadow, waiting for the next order. Zenin Mirai moved like a grim reaper through the night, reaping the lives of his family one silent room at a time. Divine dog. New. Great serpent. Blood bloomed in the shadows like roses, dangerous and alluring. With every life extinguished, the boy's smile grew just a fraction wider. Half an hour later. Under the dim moonlight, the boy's black robes were completely saturated with blood. Even his pale face was streaked with red. He casually wiped the warmth from his cheek with a sleeve, his cold gaze fixing on the main courtyard. 27, he murmured softly. It's about time I went to see father. Mirai began the slow walk toward the quarters of Zenin Oji. As he walked, memories of the last 10 years played in his mind, and the murderous intent in his eyes solidified into something tangible. Mirai was a transmigrator. He remembered his previous life on Earth clearly. He had been lying in his room, reading the latest chapter of Jujutsu Kaisen. He had witnessed the Gojo Satoru incident, the birth of the sliced-in-half meme. He had been so furious at the author regarding the fate of his favorite character that he smashed his keyboard, punched his computer monitor, and was promptly electrocuted to death. When he opened his eyes, he was in the world of sorcery. The good news, he was reborn into the Zenin Clan, a prestigious powerhouse. The bad news, he was born with heavenly restriction levels of low cursed energy. A dud. While he was still in his mother's womb, his father, Zenin Oji, who was frantically vying for the position of clan head, named him Mirai, future. It was a name that symbolized the bright future of the Zenin clan. Oji fantasized that his son would be a genius on par with Gojo Satoru, the final piece he needed to seize control of the family. But when the future was actually born, the disappointment Oji felt was like falling from heaven straight into hell. The tragedy of Zenin Maki from the manga had befallen Mirai. In this world, a cursed technique is engraved on the body at birth. Talent is everything. Mirai had almost no cursed energy. Even if he understood the theory of a technique, his body was too weak to fuel the powerful hereditary spells. Or so they thought. Those who are not sorcerers are not human. This was the philosophy the Zenin clan had upheld for 1,000 years. And Zenin Oji embodied it perfectly. The way he treated Mirai's mother, his swift remarriage, and his absolute neglect of his son proved the cruelty of that statement. In the Zenin clan, if you have no talent, you have no value. Just like Maki. Just like Mai. Just like Mirai. The wooden door to Oji's room slid open silently. Zenin Oji, fully dressed in his ceremonial robes and clutching his katana, turned sharply. He had been awake, alerted by the pervasive smell of copper and blood drifting through the air. But when he saw who had entered, his eyes widened in surprise, followed immediately by a surge of killing intent. Useless trash, Oji spat instinctively. This is not a place for you. Then, he paused. He saw the scarlet soaking Mirai's robes. He smelled the stench of death clinging to the boy. The surprise on Oji's face deepened into genuine shock. He looked into his unfilial son's eyes and saw no fear, only naked, undisguised murderous intent. It seems you aren't as useless as I thought, Oji said, his hand tightening on his sword hilt, sensing a dangerous pressure radiating from the boy that shouldn't exist. At least you have the guts to hold a blade. Yes, father. Hearing Oji's twisted praise, the 10-year-old boy's smile stretched into something morbid and terrifying. This is the last time I will greet you. Please, remember it well. Chapter 2, The Face of a Father. What a touching display of filial piety and parental love. However, neither party seemed surprised by the other's attitude. Oji wasn't angered by his son's sarcasm, nor did he care about the boy's undisguised murderous intent. The man stood before his son, katana drawn, his face a mask of cold indifference. Do you know why the former clan head chose Nabito as his successor instead of me? Oji asked, his voice low. It's because you are an animal, not a human being. Is that so? Mirai responded, a playful glint in his eyes. Or maybe you're just weak. Upon hearing this, a murderous light flashed in Oji's eyes. He silently channeled his cursed energy into his blade, preparing his Aido stance. Falling blossom emotion. In the dark, cramped room, a brilliant flash of cursed energy vanished in an instant. Even when facing his own flesh and blood, Zenin Oji showed no mercy. He moved faster than the eye could track. Appearing in the corridor behind Mirai, Oji slowly began to sheath his sword. I failed to become the clan head because of you, Oji said to the boy's back. And those twins, Maki and Mai, are worthless trash too. As a sorcerer, the only thing where I fall short compared to Nabito is in the quality of my children. Click. The katana locked into its sheath. Children shouldn't hold their parents back, Oji finished, letting out the bitterness that had weighed on his heart for a decade. He turned around, expecting to see his son's body slump to the floor. But the body did not fall. How? Oji stared at Mirai's back. The boy stood perfectly still, his body completely intact. There was no blood. No wound. Oji's expression shifted from cold arrogance to utter astonishment. He knew he hadn't missed. In the dim light, he had clearly seen his blade slice through Mirai's abdomen. He had felt the resistance of flesh. Mirai turned to face his father. Seeing his unfilial son's eyes in that moment, Oji frowned in confusion. Crimson pupils. Intricate, indistinguishable geometric patterns. 3 blade-like shapes slowly rotating around the iris. If Oji didn't spend all his time training with the Hei unit, he might have run into this rebellious son more often. He might have noticed the change sooner. Those eerie eyes, and the vile, sinister cursed energy surging from the boy. For a moment, Oji almost thought the boy standing in front of him wasn't human at all, but a special grade cursed spirit wearing his son's skin. Clang. Oji drew his katana again, his gaze turning icy and sharp. It seems you've awakened some unknown cursed technique, Oji sneered, trying to mask his unease. That's what has emboldened you, isn't it? You piece of trash. Mirai slowly formed a hand seal. The wicked smile on his face intensified. Don't worry, father. I have another surprise for you. Oji stared directly into the crimson spinning in the boy's eyes. Arrogant and ignorant. Laughable. You overestimate your own abilities. Great serpent. Boom. The floorboards shattered. An enormous white serpent erupted from the shadows beneath Oji's feet, smashing the narrow room to pieces in the blink of an eye. Before Oji could react, the great serpent's gaping maw snapped shut around him. Oji was a beat too slow. He couldn't dodge in time. He could only flare his cursed energy, reinforcing his legs to press firmly against the crushing walls of the snake's throat, struggling to keep the jaws from snapping him in half. Divine Dog, Black. Another shadow surged. Roar. A beast's howl tore through the night, deafening in the darkness. The same monstrosity from the Branch family massacre burst from the shadows. Standing nearly 5 meters tall, its fur was pitch black, blending perfectly with the night. Its claws gleamed like steel in the moonlight. Its eyes burned with the same scarlet pattern as Mirai's. Having declared its presence, the giant black divine dog leaped onto the roof, its massive claws tearing through tiles as it sprinted toward Oji, who was still trapped in the snake's mouth. The 10 Shadows technique. Oji gasped, his pupils trembling. 2 Shikigami at once. How could this be? How did that rebellious son suddenly awaken the clan's most prized ability? And the size of that divine dog, it's a monster. The sheer scale of the Shikigami, far exceeding the standard 10 shadows, was silent proof of his master's unfathomable power. Trapped in the serpent's mouth, Oji watched the black wolf descend. He twisted his body desperately, narrowly avoiding the claws aimed at his head. Slash. Pain flared in his shoulder as blood sprayed into the air. The reality of the wound snapped Oji back to his senses. He gripped his katana tightly, channeling a surge of cursed energy into the blade. He prepared to slash upward, to kill the wolf. But then, realization struck him like a bucket of ice water. Wait. Although I hate him, although he is trash, he has the 10 shadows. The 10 shadows is the only technique capable of rivaling the Gojo clan's limitless and 6 eyes. If my son possesses this, I can use him. I can finally become the clan head. With this realization, Zenin Oji, facing imminent death, quickly flipped his blade, choosing to strike with the dull spine instead. He performed a feat worthy of a Sichuan opera face changer. His expression shifted instantly from murderous rage to desperate paternal affection. Mirai. My son. My good son. Oji screamed, his voice cracking. Stop right now. If I accidentally kill your Shikigami, the loss will be too great. My good son, please stop. This was the real reason Oji had turned his blade. If a Shikigami of the 10 Shadows technique is destroyed, it is gone forever. It cannot be summoned again. Oji couldn't bear to destroy such a valuable asset, an asset that was his ticket to the throne. Oji's fervent shouts echoed through the night. Hearing them, Mirai's smile abruptly vanished. His expression twisted into a look of pure revulsion. Disgusting, Mirai muttered. It wasn't just the fake concern. It was the sickening shift in attitude. Good son. Mirai vaguely remembered hearing Oji call him disgusting while he was still in his mother's womb. Since birth, the only words Oji had for him were waste, trash, and failure. Sensing its master's disgust, the great serpent increased its crushing force exponentially. The black divine dog's attacks became even more ferocious, tearing at the roof to get to Oji. Oji, still refusing to use the sharp edge of his sword for fear of killing the Shikigami, felt the pressure mount. He was being overwhelmed. Boom. Boom. The enormous snake thrashed, leveling another section of the house. The divine dog stomped on the rooftops, kicking up clouds of dust and debris. The commotion finally drew the attention of the heavy hitters. Bang. A sudden, immense force struck the great serpent's lower jaw. The blow was so fast and heavy that the massive Shikigami was knocked sideways, its mouth forced open for a split second. Oji scrambled out, gasping for air. Standing amidst the billowing dust was a burly old man. He had long, white hair slicked back past his shoulders, thin eyebrows, and a distinctive mustache. He wore a simple dark yukata with wooden clogs, and a sake gourd hung lazily at his waist. Zenin Nabito. The 26th head of the Zenin Clan. Known as the fastest sorcerer, second only to Gojo Satoru, Nabito glanced around the scene with a bored expression. He looked at the 2 massive Shikigami, Orochi and the giant divine dog, Black. He looked at the battered Zenin Oji. And finally, his eyes landed on Zenin Mirai. Nabito's eyes narrowed, filled with complicated emotions. Without needing a single word of explanation, Nabito understood the situation. The blood seeping from the collapsed houses. The pervasive stench of death. The massacre of the branch members. None of that mattered to Nabito. The only thing that mattered was what stood before him. The Zenin clan finally had a user of the 10 Shadows technique. This was a fait accompli. It couldn't be changed. The priority now, Nabito thought, taking a swig from his gourd, is to save Oji's pathetic life, quell the boy's anger, and ensure his loyalty to the clan. Even if that boy looks like he wants to kill us all. Chapter 3, The Shell of the Ten Tails. My good son. My future. You've really given your father a wonderful surprise today. Ignoring the wreckage around him, Zenin Oji approached with utmost sincerity. His voice wasn't mocking, it was filled with genuine, fervent delight. He ignored Nabito standing nearby. Oji's eyes were locked onto Mirai, burning with a greed that looked almost like love. But it wasn't love for his son. It was the look of a man staring at a winning lottery ticket he thought he had thrown away. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Hearing Oji's words, the 10-year-old Mirai threw his head back and laughed. His voice, cracking with mania, echoed through the ruins of the branch compound. It seems I underestimated you, father, Mirai gasped, wiping a tear of blood from his cheek. Just when I think you can't get any more disgusting, you find a new bottom. Nabito, watching from the sidelines, didn't intervene. He just took another sip from his gourd, his eyes calculating. Oji stopped 5 meters away from the boy. He sheathed his katana completely, a gesture of trust, and spoke in a gentle, coaxing tone. Mirai. I know you haven't been happy for the past 10 years. I admit, I may have lacked care for you. But from this day forward, everything will change. Oji took a step forward, his hands open. From this moment on, I, your father, and the entire Zenin clan, will do everything in our power to fulfill your every desire. The 10 Shadows Technique. The strongest technique passed down through 1,000 years of our history. With this power, my good son, you are the undisputed heir. You will become the clan head, and I will be right there beside you. Oji's face was flushed with excitement. The problem of my succession is solved, Oji thought wildly. If I defeat Nabito in a public duel now, with my son's power backing me, I can take the throne. Or perhaps, we just assassinate Nabito right here. It doesn't matter. He is my biological son. He is my tool. In the dim moonlight, the scene was grotesque. A father radiating twisted hope, facing a son radiating pure, concentrated murder. Mirai stopped laughing. The silence that followed was heavy, suffocating even the night breeze. Oji, thinking his son was moved by the promise of power, added sincerely, son, don't worry. Those servants who insulted you. The sorcerers who mocked you. I will make them pay. I will execute every single one of them for you. Oji racked his brain, trying to think of any other grievances his son might have. Heh. Mirai finally broke the silence. Where is my mother? Oji blinked. What? My mother, Mirai repeated, his voice devoid of emotion. The poor woman you personally threw into the curse warehouse when I was 6 years old. What happened to her? Oji's expression froze. Confusion washed over him. Ridiculous. Absurd. Mirai started laughing again, but this time, fresh tears welled up in his eyes, mixing with the dried blood on his face. I actually dared to hope. Mirai whispered, his voice trembling. I actually dared to hope that a beast like you might feel a shred of guilt. Your mother. Oji frowned, genuinely puzzled. She was just a non-sorcerer. An ordinary human. A piece of trash who couldn't even control cursed energy. Giving birth to you was the only contribution she ever made to this family. Oji recalled the woman. He recalled throwing her into the disciplinary pit, a warehouse filled with low-grade curses used to punish servants. A flash of anger crossed Oji's face. That bitch, she deserved to die. Do you know what she tried to do? She tried to steal you. She wanted to take you away from the Zenin clan. Oji shuddered at the memory. If that woman had succeeded in taking my son, my precious 10 Shadows user, away, I would have lost everything. She tried to ruin my future. Is that so? Mirai looked down at his hands. So, she wanted to take me away from this hell. 4 years. It had taken 4 years to confirm the truth. His mother hadn't abandoned him. She had died trying to save him. She was the only person who had ever loved him, and this man, this thing in front of him, had fed her to curses. Forget it, Mirai whispered. He looked up. The geometric pattern in his eyes began to spin violently. Looking at you any longer, it just makes me sick. The space behind Mirai's shoulder warped. A rift in reality tore open. From the void, a pair of gigantic, withered hands slammed down onto the earth. Boom. The entire estate shook as if hit by a magnitude 7 earthquake. The shockwave alone flattened the surrounding walls. Ruahar. A roar that sounded like the screams of 1,000 souls erupted from the void. A monster crawled out of the dimensional rift behind Mirai. It was colossal, its upper body alone was over 100 meters tall. It looked like a dried, wooden husk of a demon, blindfolded, with 9 dragon-like protrusions on its back. The Gedo Mazo. Demonic statue of the outer path. The oppressive aura it released was suffocating. It felt heavier than any special grade cursed spirit Nabito had ever encountered. A special grade? Nabito leaped back, his eyes bulging. No, that pressure, it's beyond special grade. What the hell is that? Nabito's mind raced. I thought the boy had the 10 shadows. Since when does the 10 shadows summon a wooden giant the size of a skyscraper? Mirai didn't look back at the monster. He just walked toward Oji. Oji had been too close. When the Gedo Mazo slammed its hands down, the impact had buried him. Cough. Cough. Oji dragged himself out of a crater. He was covered in dirt and blood, his ceremonial robes tattered. He looked pathetic. He looked up and saw his son approaching. Behind the boy, the wooden titan loomed against the moon, radiating pure malice. For the first time in his life, Zenin Oji felt fear. He looked into Mirai's eyes and saw nothing human. Son. Oji stammered, trembling. Wait. Non-sorcerers are not human, Mirai quoted softly. That is the Zenin way, isn't it? Mirai's right eye focused on Oji's neck. Kamui. Space twisted. There was no sound of a blade. No splash of blood. One moment, Zenin Oji was speaking. The next, his head was simply gone. Space spiraled into a singularity at his neck, twisting and warping until his head was sucked into another dimension entirely. Thud. Oji's headless body remained kneeling for a second, then slumped forward into the dirt. Wait. Nabito shouted, stepping forward too late. He stared at the headless corpse, his breath hitching in his throat. What was that? He didn't touch him. He didn't use a shikigami. He just looked at him. Nabito looked from the corpse to the 10-year-old boy. Mirai stood calmly, blood dripping from his chin, the massive Gedo Mazo towering behind him like a guardian deity from hell. For the first time in decades, Zenin Nabito felt a chill run down his spine. This boy is a monster. Chapter 4, A Funeral for a Beast. Ignoring the old man beside him, Mirai bent down and picked up the head that had rolled onto the ground. This was his good father. How could he just leave him lying in the dirt? Boom. Suddenly, a deafening explosion tore through the air, descending from the sky. Nabito, who was watching closely, didn't hesitate for a fraction of a second. He unleashed his projection sorcery, retreating 100 meters in the blink of an eye. With a loud bang, the ground where Oji's body had fallen erupted. The Gedo Mazo, still looming over the estate, had stomped down one final time. Nabito looked at the spot where his brother's body had been. There was nothing left but a fine red mist. Nabito looked a little embarrassed. He had thought the boy was attacking him. Instead, Mirai had simply obliterated Oji's corpse. Looking at the blood mist hanging in the air, a hint of satisfaction appeared on Mirai's face. There, Mirai murmured. Now father won't have to lie in this filthy place anymore. He turned his head toward Nabito, holding Oji's severed head by the hair like a lantern. Old man. Inform the elders. There will be a clan meeting tomorrow morning. I have an announcement to make. Without waiting for a reply, Mirai turned and walked across the ravaged earth, heading back toward his small cabin. The series of earth-shattering explosions, a special wake-up service from the boy, had already roused the entire estate. Servants, too weak to fight, huddled in the open courtyards. Wives and daughters of the high-ranking sorcerers watched from the shadows, terrified. Meanwhile, the Zenin Clan's 2 special armed forces had arrived at the perimeter. The elite unit. Composed of sorcerers at semi-grade 1 or higher. The strongest combat force of the clan. The Kukuru, the pacifying unit. The unit Oji had commanded. An armed force composed of male family members who had no curse technique. They trained their bodies day and night to become weapons. The scars on Mirai's chest were proof of the training he had endured in the Kukuru unit since the age of 5. Scram. Mirai stopped and looked coldly at the 2 troops blocking his path. The captain of the Hei looked at Nabito, who was walking silently behind the boy. Seeing the clan head offer no objection, the captain signaled his men to retreat immediately. But Zenin Noburo, the captain of the Kukuru unit, hesitated. He was 2 seconds too slow. After all, his direct superior was Zenin Oji. And Oji's head was currently dangling from Mirai's hand. Ah! A sudden, agonizing scream froze the retreating troops. Cold sweat trickled down their foreheads. Zenin Noburo, who had been blocking the path, suddenly collapsed. Half of his body, including 1 arm and 1 leg, had vanished. Swallowed by a twisting distortion in space. Blood splattered across the pavement. Fragments of intestines and unidentified organs pulsed on the ground. Zenin Noburo lay in a growing pool of crimson, convulsing, his cries growing weaker with every second. Mirai didn't even break stride. He had defeated a captain-level figure with a single glance. Without a reverse curse technique user nearby, those screams would be Noburo's last words. Mirai stepped over the pool of blood, ignoring the dying men, and walked into the darkness. As he turned the corner of the corridor leading to his quarters, Mirai paused. Standing in the open space opposite his house were 3 figures. A woman bowing respectfully, and 2 terrified little girls clinging to her legs. The woman's robes were disheveled, her hair messy from the evacuation. The little girls, twins, looked up at him with wide, fearful eyes. Mirai looked at the twins, and a faint, almost imperceptible smile touched his lips. He adjusted his grip on Oji's head and continued walking. Regardless of blood ties, these twins were the only ones besides his mother who had ever shown him kindness. Evil. Evil spirit. Seeing the boy's blood-soaked form and the severed head in his hand, Zenin Mirai trembled. Her legs gave out, and she fell to the ground in terror. Her older sister, Zenin Maki, stood her ground, though her teeth chattered violently. For a 5-year-old girl, she was remarkably brave. "Shut up, Mai." The woman, Zenin Oji's wife, pulled her daughter up from the ground roughly. "What are you calling a demon?" she hissed, her voice trembling but stern. "That is your brother. When you see your brother Mirai in the future, you must be as respectful to him as you are to the clan head. Do you understand?" Technically, she was right. Mirai was the half-brother of the twins. This woman had married Oji 5 years ago, the same year Mirai's mother had been thrown into the pit. She had learned quickly how to survive in this corrupt, rotting family. She had seen the battle. She knew the truth, Mirai had killed his father. And instead of being punished, he was walking freely with the clan head behind him. In the Zenin clan, power is law. Mirai was now the law. It's laughable, isn't it? You beast. Back in his room, Mirai lifted Oji's head and sighed softly. You committed so many sins. He had heard the woman's shout outside. How ironic. The wife. The daughters. The son. All of them saw Oji's head. And not a single one of them felt sadness. With his Mangekyō Sharingan, Mirai could see the flow of their emotions. The woman's expression was solemn and respectful on the surface. But deep in her eyes, there was relief. The twins were only 5, but they were already servants. They were beaten daily. Called good-for-nothings by their own father. To them, the monster wasn't the boy covered in blood, the monster was the man whose head he was holding. Mirai walked to the small altar in the corner of his room. He placed Oji's head on the floor. The coldness on his face finally faded. His eyes softened as he looked at the wooden memorial tablet on the shelf. Suki. Moon. There was no surname on the tablet. His mother had hated the name Zenin. Mirai wanted to reach out and touch the wood, but he stopped when he saw the blood coating his fingers. He pulled his hand back. Divine dog. With a soft murmur, a shadow rippled on the floor. A smaller wolf head popped out of the darkness. It opened its jaws and swallowed Oji's head in one gulp, then vanished silently back into the shadows. There, Mirai whispered to the tablet. Now, both you and father can rest in peace. The body turned to mist. The head eaten by a dog. A fitting funeral for a beast. Mirai walked to the bathroom. He washed the blood from his face and hands, watching the red water swirl down the drain. He looked up at the mirror. His black pupils bled into crimson once more. The intricate pattern spun slowly, fed by the cursed energy of the night and the intense emotions of his vengeance. The Mangekyō Sharingan. It awakened through tragedy. It evolved through hatred. And tonight, it had feasted well. Chapter 5, The Boy King. Upon receiving the devastating news of his mother's death 4 years ago. In that instant, a desire arose in Mirai. A desire to escape everything. A desire to destroy everything. The Mangekyō Sharingan answered that desire. It granted him Kamui intangibility, a defensive technique that allows him to ignore all attacks by shifting his body into another dimension. And it granted him a spatial distortion capability that could annihilate anything he looked at. That was why Oji's sword, wrapped in cursed energy, had passed harmlessly through him. That was why Zenin Noburo, the Kokuru captain, had been obliterated instantly. It was similar to Obito Uchiha's technique from Naruto, but with a crucial difference: in this world, the eyes were fueled not by chakra, but by cursed energy. Mirai didn't have to worry about the blindness that usually plagued Uchiha users. The cursed energy of this world was potent and abundant. But where did Mirai get his cursed energy? He was born with a heavenly restriction, he should have had none. The answer lay in the Kamui dimension. When he awakened his eyes, he realized 2 items had transmigrated with him, hidden inside his personal dimension. The Gedo Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path under the rules of this world, the statue had transformed into a special grade cursed spirit of unfathomable power. It acted as a battery, absorbing atmospheric cursed energy constantly. The gun by Uchiha and a special grade curse tool capable of reflecting attacks. For years, these items sat in his dimension, unconsciously absorbing the negative energy of the Zenin estate. Now that Mirai had awakened, he could siphon that endless reserve of power for himself. Because his cursed energy reserves were now overflowing thanks to the statue, the Zenin clan's hereditary technique, the 10 shadows, had naturally awakened within him. Mirai lay on the wooden corridor of his cabin, staring up at the dim starry sky. The Gedo Mazo. He murmured, recalling the massive wooden titan he had summoned earlier. I'm quite satisfied with it. Even in its initial stage, its presence far surpassed any normal special grade. He had awakened his eyes at 6. He spent 4 years mastering the 10 shadows in secret, taming 9 of the Shikigami in the dark. But it was only last night that he fully synchronized with the Gedo Mazo. And with that power secured, he had finally decided to start his greetings. Originally, I planned to join Jujutsu High, Mirai thought, closing his eyes. I thought I'd rely on the protagonist group. Survive until the end. But after living in this hellhole for 10 years, I realized something. Relying on others is foolish. Even Gojo Satoru, the honored one, ended up cut in half. Why should I wait for him? Why can't I be the strongest? The next day. Early morning. A nervous servant stood at the edge of the corridor, looking at the boy sleeping on the floor. He swallowed hard. My lord. My lord. Lord Mirai, please wake up. The clan head and the elders are waiting for you in the conference room. Mirai opened one eye. He glanced at the trembling servant and uttered a single word. Wait. He stood up, stretched, and slowly walked back into his room to wash and change. 10 minutes later. Mirai walked through the long corridors of the main house. The ruins from last night had already been cleared. The bodies buried under the rubble were gone. Even the stench of blood had been purified by the clan's sorcerers. It was as if the massacre had never happened. But the fear remained. Whether they were servants or sorcerers, everyone bowed low as Mirai passed. They didn't dare look him in the eye. The main conference room. The room was large, but only 2 elders were present. There should have been 3, but Oji had resigned from his position permanently last night. Zenin Nabito, the clan head, leaned against the table, chugging sake from a gourd. Beside him stood a burly man with a full beard and messy, hedgehog-like hair. A hideous cross-shaped scar marred his forehead, making him look wild and dangerous. Zenin Jinichi. He controlled the Zenin family's external businesses and intelligence. He was a special grade 1 sorcerer, one of the strongest in the clan. Nabito looked at Mirai as he entered. He seemed dazed. Compared to the blood-soaked god of death from last night, the boy standing there now, dressed in a clean white kimono with a handsome, calm face, looked completely harmless. Jinichi, however, was skeptical. He had been away on business last night. He hadn't seen the massacre. Even after Nabito explained it, Jinichi found it hard to believe that this 10-year-old brat had killed Oji. Let's test him, Jinichi thought. As Mirai walked closer, Jinichi flared his cursed energy. Boom. An invisible pressure, unique to a grade 1 sorcerer, slammed down on the boy. Mirai paused. A cold smile played on his lips. It seems the demonstration last night wasn't enough. His black pupils instantly bled into crimson. The 3 blades of the Mangekyō began to spin. Jinichi. Nabito sensed the shift in the air instantly. The cursed energy radiating from Mirai wasn't just strong, it was cataclysmic. This kid is going to kill him. Nabito moved. Using his projection sorcery, he blurred into motion. In a fraction of a second, he grabbed Jinichi by the waist and tackled him out of the room. Crash. Jinichi barely registered the sonic boom in his ear before he was flying through the air. He hit the courtyard ground hard, with splinters raining down around him. Do you want to die? Nabito roared, standing over him. Jinichi sat up, dazed. What? Mirai. Nabito shouted, turning back to the destroyed conference room. Forgive this ignorant fool. He was away last night. He didn't know. Mirai stood in the broken doorway. He looked down at Jinichi. Even though Mirai was a child, barely 1.5 meters tall, he seemed to tower over the burly men on the ground. Jinichi looked into those blood-red eyes and felt a chill freeze his marrow. That wasn't normal killing intent. Mirai stared at him for a moment longer, then turned his gaze to Nabito. Old man, Mirai said calmly. I'm giving you face this one time. Next time a fool tries to test me, I won't hold back. The cleanup last night caused enough damage, Mirai thought. If I kill the external manager, the clan's money flow might stop. I need resources. Understood, Nabito nodded, a bitter taste in his mouth. Being the clan head had never felt so humiliating. The high-ranking members are here, Nabito said, trying to regain some dignity. So, what was the announcement you wanted to make? Mirai looked at him. You should step down. Junichi, who was halfway to his feet, froze. He looked at the 10-year-old boy in disbelief. Mirai didn't blink. It's more appropriate for me to take the position of clan head. Nabito's lips twitched. He was speechless. Good lord. You're even more direct than your deadbeat father. Nabito looked into those earnest, spinning red eyes. He had a strong premonition. If he said no, he would die. Chapter 6, The King's First Decree. Time passed, second by agonizing second. As Nabito remained silent, Mirai's expression grew increasingly impatient. The overwhelming power of the Gedo Mazo began to ripple outward from his shadow, suffocating the air in the room. I deliberately displayed the 10 shadows last night so this old man would step down naturally, Mirai thought. But if the Zenin Clan cannot be used as a tool, then it is better to destroy it. With the Mangekyō Sharingan, Mirai possessed Kamui intangibility, a defense in no way weaker than Gojo Satoru's limitless. And with his offensive Kamui distortion, he had the power to bypass any defense. He had the qualifications to be the strongest. But he wasn't invincible yet. He lacked information. He lacked cursed tools. And most importantly, he needed a steady stream of food for the Gedo Mazo to accelerate his growth. That was the only reason he hadn't slaughtered the entire clan last night. He needed their wealth. He needed their labor. But if they couldn't be controlled. The shadow at Mirai's feet began to spread, darkening the tatami mats. A terrifying, dense killing intent swept through the room. Zenin Junichi, who only now realized something was terribly wrong, twitched his eyebrows and hurriedly assumed a fighting stance. Noticing this, Nabito's expression changed. He saw the shadow reaching for Junichi. I agree, Nabito said quickly. The pressure in the room vanished instantly. Nabito sighed, lowering his sake gourd. I will announce the news after the meeting. You are the new clan head. Nabito was not a power-hungry man. His hesitation stemmed only from fear of Mirai's instability. Was the death of Captain Noburo last night simply because he hesitated to move out of the way? A captain-level sorcerer, killed for a traffic violation. If Nabito abdicated now, would Mirai torment the clan to death? But seeing the boy's eyes, Nabito realized he had no choice. The existence of the 10 shadows made Mirai the rightful heir anyway. Nabito had planned to teach the boy for a few years, to soothe his resentment. But Mirai wouldn't wait. Good, Mirai said, his expression unchanged. He immediately issued his second request. Send half of the family sorcerers out on missions. Their only objective is to capture cursed spirits alive and bring them back. Imprison them deep in the disciplinary pit. After a pause, Mirai's voice grew colder. Old man. I am the clan head now. You only need to obey my orders. The sudden shift in power dynamics was jarring for Nabito. But facing the threat of extermination, he could only nod. Give me the key to the warehouse, Mirai demanded. Nabito didn't hesitate. He pulled a heavy key, imbued with cursed energy, from his robe and tossed it. Snatch. A shadow hand emerged from the floor, caught the key in midair, and sank back into the darkness. Mirai glanced coldly at Junichi, then turned and headed toward the forbidden area of the estate. Before leaving, he spoke without turning his head. I will be staying in the warehouse for the next few days. Organize all intelligence on special-grade cursed spirits and send it to me immediately. Mirai vanished around the corner. Nabito watched the departing figure, and his dejected posture suddenly straightened. A strange light shone in his eyes. Okay. I'll have someone prepare it. Old man. Zenin Junichi blinked in confusion. What is going on? Why did you agree so easily? Nabito ignored him. He sat down on the edge of the corridor and took a long swig of sake. He glanced at the spot in the room where Junichi had been sitting moments ago. I thought the child was just drunk on power, Nabito muttered. I thought he was just venting his frustration. But he actively asked for intelligence. He wants to capture cursed spirits alive. He has a plan. Nabito wiped his mouth. He isn't just a reckless monster. He has a goal. You're happy about this? Junichi asked, incredulous. Don't you have even the slightest resentment? That brat forced you to relinquish your position. Junichi, Nabito said softly. Look behind you. Junichi turned. He froze. His face went pale. He finally understood why Nabito had tackled him out of the room. Directly behind where Junichi had been sitting, there was a massive, perfectly circular hole in the wall. It wasn't broken or smashed. The matter was simply gone. If he had stayed seated for 1 second longer, his head would have vanished into that hole. Junichi swallowed hard, cold sweat drenching his back. Old man, Junichi stammered, his voice sharp with fear. Didn't the patriarch order half the sorcerers to capture cursed spirits? Why aren't we moving yet? Nabito chuckled, his mustache trembling. Now you understand. The Forbidden Warehouse. Deep inside the hollowed-out mountain behind the estate lay the Zenin clan's treasury. Mirai pushed open the heavy sealed doors. Rows of cursed tools were displayed on wooden shelves. Hundreds of weapons, worth billions of yen, sat collecting dust. It was a silent testament to the clan's wealth. Mirai glanced at them briefly, then lost interest. Inferior, he thought. Compared to the gun-by fan, these are toothpicks. He headed deeper, toward the sounds of roaring coming from the basement levels. The disciplinary pit. As he descended the stairs, the darkness swallowed him. The shadow beneath his feet began to boil. The void beside his shoulder began to ripple. 20 minutes later. Not enough. Still not enough. Mirai's laughter echoed off the cave walls. These cursed spirits, these negative emotions, it's all insufficient. He was bathed in a rain of blood. His pristine white robes were now stained crimson, making him look like a demon. The massive divine dog, Totality and the great serpent moved nimbly through the pit, tearing apart the distorted monsters stored there. Every time a spirit was weakened, a giant, withered hand emerged from the dimensional rift at Mirai's shoulder. It grabbed the spirit, dragged it into the void, and fed it directly to the Gedo Mazo. Crunch. Gulp. Mirai could feel the surge of cursed energy flooding back into him. It was intoxicating. Mirai himself was part of the slaughter. He lunged forward, grabbing a grade 2 cursed spirit that was twice his size. With his bare hands, he tore it limb from limb. Rumble. The turmoil emanating from the depths of the mountain sent chills down the spines of the sorcerers guarding the entrance. They stood outside, holding stacks of intelligence files Nabito had ordered them to bring. They wanted to enter. But hearing the maniacal laughter and the screams of dying curses from below, they hesitated, their hands trembling uncontrollably. The new clan head was feeding. Chapter 7, The Gap Between the Strongest. August 2007. The sun was scorching. The sound of cicadas was deafening, a relentless buzzing that grated on the nerves. Tokyo Jujutsu High. Since the life-or-death battle with Toji Fushiguro, Gojo Satoru had solidified his position. He was no longer just strong, he was becoming a god. In response, the cursed spirits of the world seemed to be undergoing a terrifying evolution, as if to balance the scales. Gojo Satoru. Gedo Suguru. Yeri Shoko. It was rare to see the three classmates sitting together these days. Gojo and Ghetto were constantly busy, either exorcising curses or on their way to the next mission. Shoko, on the other hand, was now treasured by the higher-ups. Her ability to use the reverse curse technique on others was a talent even Gojo couldn't replicate, so she was kept safe at the school, exempt from combat. Hey, Shoko mumbled, the lollipop stick bobbing in her mouth. She looked at Gojo, who was sitting cross-legged, floating a few inches off the chair. Aren't you even a little bit interested in the new Zenin Clan head? The 10-year-old. That kid's bounty on the black market is skyrocketing. It's several times higher than yours now. Gojo paused, twirling his sunglasses. He was slightly taken aback by Shoko's sudden curiosity. Interested? Maybe a little, Gojo admitted truthfully. But the kid stays locked up in the Zenin estate. He never shows his face outside. As for the bounty. Gojo smirked, his tone playful. A full billion yen. There must be a rival family or a curse user group funneling money into that. It's inflated. Gojo suddenly spun in midair to face Shoko, feigning horror. Wait. Shoko. Why are you suddenly interested in a brat? You wouldn't have awakened some kind of special fetish, would you? A Shotokan. Gojo gasped, raising his hands dramatically. That kid is only 11 years old. You beast. No wonder you never confessed to the two handsome guys sitting next to you. So, Shoko, you like them young and innocent, huh? Shoko rolled her eyes. She removed the lollipop and spat out one word. Scumbag. She looked at her two friends. Gojo Satoru, that scumbag, was immersed in the precise, automatic control of his limitless technique. He was constantly running it now, 24/7. And Gedo Suguru. For some reason, Gedo was becoming more taciturn with each passing day. The dark circles under his eyes were heavy, looking like bruises against his pale skin. As the mediator between the two strongest, Shoko had noticed the drift. She had brought up the Zenin topic to break the dull, suffocating atmosphere. Zenin Mirai. The boy who seized the clan head position at age 10. He had been the hot topic of the Jujutsu world for 6 months. A child ruling a clan of wolves. Suguru, Gojo said, dropping the act. Have you lost weight lately? After teasing Shoko, Gojo was about to show some rare concern for his best friend. Ring, ring. The sudden shrill of a phone cut him off. Gojo answered. Moshi moshi. He listened for a second, then hung up. He looked at his two friends and waved with a grin. Got a mission. Solo. See you guys later. Gojo stood up, pushed his sunglasses onto the bridge of his nose, and walked away. He left them with a nonchalant wave, his back turned. Gedo Suguru sat in the shadows of the classroom, avoiding the harsh summer sunlight. He watched Gojo leave. The strongest. Cursed spirits were like maggots. Endless. Exorcise. Absorb. Exorcise. Absorb. The cycle repeated, ad infinitum. To Gedo, the taste of a cursed spirit never changed. It tasted like a rag that had been used to wipe up vomit and vomit. Swallowing that filth every day, it was eroding him. Watching Gojo's departing figure, a complex expression flashed across Gedo's face. We used to be the strongest together. Now, Satoru has become the strongest alone. Gedo closed his eyes. The cicadas buzzed on, louder than before. The Zenin estate. In front of the massive steel doors of the disciplinary pit. The Zenin sisters, Maki and Mai, stepped into the darkness behind the door. They each carried a heavy wooden lunchbox. Roar. Hearing the inhuman screams coming from deep within the earth, Mai flinched. She leaned against her sister's back, trembling. It's been more than 6 months, Maki said, glancing back at her little sister. Her voice was steady, but her grip on the lunchbox was tight. Haven't you gotten used to it yet? For the past half-year, the nominal head of the Zenin clan had lived deep in this forbidden warehouse. The task of delivering meals to Mirai was forced upon the twins by their mother. Born into the Zenin family, even at 5 years old, the sisters understood their mother's desperate strategy: get close to the king. Make him tolerate you. It is the only way you will survive. So, whenever it was time for Mirai to eat, the twins descended into hell. A grade 2 sorcerer. A cold voice echoed up the stairs. And you only managed to capture one grade 2 cursed spirit alive. Maki and Mai froze on the landing. I didn't expect you trash to capture a special grade, the voice continued, dripping with disappointment. But you can't even catch a few of the same level. Is the Hei unit entirely composed of incompetence? Clan head, I. A man's voice, filled with terror, began to speak, and then abruptly stopped with a wet crunch. Maki and Mai held their breath. They quietly walked down the remaining stairs. After a moment of darkness, the basement opened up. Maki's eyes adjusted to the gloom. When she saw the scene, her pupils shrank. The Hei, elite unit. The strongest sorcerers of the Zenin clan. Men who used to walk with their heads held high, looking at Maki like she was dirt. Now, they stood in a line, hands behind their backs, heads bowed so low their chins touched their chests. They looked like naughty children being scolded by a teacher. And at Mirai's feet, 2 distinct pieces of a corpse lay in a pool of expanding blood. Maki recognized the face. It was a grade 2 sorcerer she had seen at the training grounds just yesterday. Mirai stood in the blood, expressionless. He looked bored. Maki felt a tug on her shirt. She turned to see Mai burying her face in Maki's back, shaking violently. Maki gently put down her lunchbox and hugged Mai. Of course, Maki realized. I can only see the corpse. Mai can see the rest. To Maki, the basement looked spacious. But to Mai's eyes, the room was a claustrophobic nightmare. The walls, the ceiling, the floor, everything was crawling with cursed spirits. Grotesque remains of curses, brains, internal organs, severed limbs, were piled high in the corners. It was a slaughterhouse of monsters. And the sorcerers of the Hei unit saw it too. They didn't feel sorry for their companion lying in the blood. Over the last 6 months, they had learned the new clan head's temperament well. Success means survival. Failure means death. Mirai raised a hand. The space beside his shoulder warped. A dimensional rift opened. From the void, a pair of gigantic, withered hands, like the roots of an ancient dead tree, reached out. The hands scooped up the piles of dismembered cursed spirits from the floor. Then, 2 massive, wooden fingernails pierced the corpse of the sorcerer at Mirai's feet. The hands dragged everything, curses and human meat alike, back into the void. Crunch. Gulp. Snap. The sound of chewing echoed from the dimensional rift. It was wet, loud, and jarring in the silent basement. Even the Hei sorcerers, hardened killers, shuddered at the sound. My pet. Mirai said, wiping a speck of blood from his cheek. It doesn't just like cursed spirits. It enjoys the taste of powerful sorcerers, too. Mirai's gaze swept over the remaining elites. Next time you don't bring enough food, Mirai whispered, we can use your flesh to make up the difference. The grade 1 sorcerers trembled. Not one of them dared to look him in the eye. Get lost. Mirai waved his hand dismissively. A bunch of useless trash. Don't spoil my meal. To the Hey unit, that insult was the sweetest sound in the world. It meant they could leave. They bowed hastily, suppressing their relief, and retreated up the stairs as if walking on thin ice, passing the 2 terrified little girls on their way out. Chapter 8, The Notebook and the Billion-Yen Bounty. Once the figures of the terrified sorcerers had dispersed, the coldness on Mirai's face dissipated considerably. Sit down. Mirai reached into his Kamui dimension. Space swirled, and he pulled out 2 expensive silk cushions, placing them on the cleaner part of the stone floor. Looking at the cushion, Mai's heart warmed a little. She suppressed the lingering fear of the corpse she had just seen, looked up, and called out in a clear voice, Brother Mirai. Mirai took the wooden lunchbox from Maki and nodded. Has anyone in the family been bullying you lately? The 2 little girls sat opposite him and shook their heads. Since they had taken on the exclusive role of delivering meals to the clan head, the entire estate, from servants to high-ranking sorcerers, had changed their attitude. Outwardly, at least, no one dared to touch them. Though the disdainful looks remained, the physical abuse had stopped. Without thinking twice, the twins skillfully opened the second lunchbox Mai was holding. It was a feast fit for royalty. Kobe beef, lobster sashimi, fugu, pufferfish, grilled matsutake mushrooms, and black-skinned watermelon cut into perfect, bite-sized cubes. The 4-tiered food box was crammed full of high-end ingredients that the twins had never even seen before, let alone tasted. Mirai had hired a double-digit number of dedicated nutritionists solely for his own dietary health. After all, he was 11 years old, his body was growing, and the Mangekyō Sharingan consumed massive amounts of energy. Eat, Mirai said, picking up his chopsticks. Only after he took the first bite did the 2 little girls begin to eat. Over the past 6 months, thanks to eating with Mirai, the once malnourished twins had finally started to gain some healthy weight. Brother Mirai, Maki said suddenly, raising her head. Her expression was firm. I want to join the Kukuri unit. Mai froze. She looked at her sister in disbelief, her cheeks bulging with unchewed lobster. She couldn't understand it. Their life had finally improved. They had food. They had protection. Why would her sister choose to walk voluntarily into hell? The Kukuri unit, the pacifying unit, was the bottom rung of the Zenin military. It was comprised of male family members who had no curse technique. They were treated like trash, forced to endure brutal physical conditioning day and night. For a woman, and a child, to join them. It was unheard of. Mirai smiled. He didn't mock her. He readily agreed. Good, he said. It seems the scene just now made you understand the importance of strength. I want to go too. Mai swallowed the rice in her mouth in a desperate gulp. She clutched Maki's sleeve tightly. Mai didn't want to get strong. She hated fighting. But at that moment, she had only one thought, I will not let my sister go alone. Even if it was to hell. Maki opened her mouth to dissuade her, but she hesitated. She looked at Mai's trembling hand and closed her mouth. She was the one who had chosen this path, she couldn't tell Mai to stay behind. All right. Training is a good thing, Mirai said, taking a piece of watermelon. Once you've completed your basic studies, I'll give you the key to the cursed warehouse. You can choose any cursed tool you like. Mirai smiled genuinely. Perhaps it was because, before his awakening, these 2 children were the only ones who had shown him kindness. Or perhaps it was because their childhoods mirrored his own, hated for things they couldn't control. To Mirai, these 2 little girls represented the last shred of humanity left in the Zenin clan. The rest are just monkeys. After the meal, the twins stayed to clean up. Mirai leaned back against the stone wall and pulled an old, battered notebook from his Kamui dimension. Maki, what month is it now? The past 6 months had been a blur of bloodshed and training. Growing the 10 shadows Shikigami. Feeding the Gedo Mazo with cursed spirits, and the occasional sorcerer. Precise cursed energy manipulation. Researching reverse curse technique and simple domain. Mirai had raided the Zenin archives. The accumulated wisdom of a 1,000-year-old clan was now his. It saved him years of trial and error. It's August 2007, Maki answered without hesitation. The twins peeked at the notebook open on the table. They frowned. They couldn't decipher a single word. The notebook was filled with dense, chaotic text. It was the plot of Jujutsu Kaisen, written by Mirai in his previous life's language, Chinese. To ensure secrecy, he had written it in wild cursive style. To the twins, it looked like chicken scratch. To a doctor, it looked like a prescription. To Mirai, it was a prophecy. Mirai turned the pages, scanning for the date Maki had mentioned. The first few lines were already crossed out with black ink. Events that had come to pass. 2006, the Star Plasma Vessel event. 2006, Gojo Satoru's ascension. 2006, the death of Toji Fushiguro. Mirai's finger stopped at the bottom of the page. A slight, cruel smile played on his lips. August 2007, Gedo Sugi returns to the dark side. It's starting, he whispered. Meanwhile, the clan head's courtyard. Nabito sat on the veranda, his face darkening as he read the latest report. Another one, he groaned. Another sorcerer died in the pit. In the last 8 months, the number of family sorcerers who had accidentally died while serving Mirai could fill 4 mahjong tables. Plus 2 clueless servants who asked the wrong question. Even hell wasn't this efficient at processing souls. What? Can't hold back anymore, old man. Zenin Junichi sat across from him, sipping sake. He gave Nabito a mocking smile. I told you. You want to make a move. Keep your little schemes to yourself, Nabito snapped, glancing sideways at the burly men. You want me to fight the kid? What, so I can die and make room for you to be promoted? Junichi stiffened. Nabito chuckled bitterly. The blood ties of the Zenin family, truly laughable. Then, his tone dropped, becoming sharp and warning. It's fine to joke with me, Junichi. But don't let him hear you. If you try any tricks on that kid, I don't think you'll survive 3 seconds. Nabito had saved Junichi once. He couldn't do it again. Junichi frowned, confused. If you're so afraid of him, why did you do that? Why did you ask me to send an agent disguised as a Kamui clan member to the black market? Why did we increase the bounty on the clan head's head? Junichi slammed his cup down. You threw away 800 million yen. The bounty on Mirai is now 1 billion yen. That's 10 times higher than young Gojo Satoru's was. Can you honestly tell me you aren't trying to get him killed? Hiring assassins to do what we can't. Do you think I wanted to do that? Nabito exploded. He threw his fan at Junichi. Use your shrunken little brain. Think. That kid has the 10 shadows. He has a spatial barrier that makes him invincible. He has a wooden monster that eats people. Do you really think I would waste 1 billion yen trying to assassinate a monster who rivals Gojo Satoru? Your shoulders are for supporting a head, Junichi, not just a decoration. Nabito huffed, trying to calm his heart rate. Junichi sat there, stunned by the barrage of insults. It took him a long time to process. Wait, Junichi whispered, his lips twitching. You mean, the person who ordered you to raise the bounty was the clan head himself? Nabito sighed, pouring another drink. Do you think that kid explains his plans to me? Junichi looked blank. But, why? Why put 1 billion yen bounty on your own head? Nabito looked at Junichi like he was an idiot. Because he's bored, Nabito muttered. Or he's hungry. Or he just wants the assassins to come to him so he doesn't have to go looking for them. Either way. God help the poor bastards who try to collect that money. Chapter 9, The Second Evolution. Half a month later. In the blink of an eye, 2 weeks had passed. The basement of the Zenin estate, shrouded in darkness, was filled with an ominous, suffocating pressure. In the 4 corners of the massive pit, cursed spirits of various shapes and sizes were piled on top of each other. They struggled desperately against the chains binding them, their roars echoing off the reinforced concrete walls. Over 1,000 cursed spirits. The strongest was grade 1. The weakest was grade 3. This was the result of the Zenin clan's collective efforts over the past 2 weeks. The entire clan had been mobilized to capture food for their new master. On a viewing platform 10 meters above the pit floor, the Hei unit and the Kokura unit stood at attention. They gripped the release chains tightly, waiting for the order. Nabito stood at the front, his expression serious. This was going to be the largest feeding event since Mirai took power. In the center of the pit, Mirai stood alone. His upper body was naked, revealing the web of scars on his chest. His scarlet pupils glowed in the dark, spinning like hungry vortices. He glanced at the 2 Shikigami flanking him. Release them, Mirai ordered coldly. Clank. Clank. The sorcerers above pulled the levers. The chains dropped. Roar. Like a dam breaking, 1,000 cursed spirits surged forward. A tidal wave of distorted flesh and gnashing teeth crashed toward the lone boy in the center. Go. Piercing ox. Boom. A jet black bull shot out like a cannonball. The piercing ox could only move in a straight line, but the longer it ran, the more powerful it became. It tore through the horde of spirits, leaving a blank, empty line of gore in its wake. Mangled remains and foul blood sprayed into the air. But the gap was quickly filled. The horde was endless. 4 Grade 1 Cursed Spirits broke through the line, rushing Mirai from different angles. Round deer. A massive white deer with long, branching antlers materialized. It lowered its head and swooped down, its antlers smashing 3 of the Grade 1 spirits away with surprising force. But the 4th one, a green-skinned monstrosity with a pig's body and wolf claws, slipped through. Its razor-sharp claws lunged for Mirai's chest. Mirai watched it come. He didn't dodge. He didn't summon a defense. Instead, he looked at the claw with anticipation and deactivated his Kamui intangibility. Puffed. Blood sprayed. The claw plunged deep into Mirai's chest, tearing through muscle and piercing his lung. Mirai. Nabito gasped, gripping the railing. He couldn't understand. Why didn't he dodge? Why did he turn off his invincibility? Nabito prepared to jump down to save him. Stop. Mirai shouted, blood dripping from his mouth. No one moves. The sorcerers froze. They knew the price of disobedience. Below, the round deer, the healer of the 10 shadows, was swarmed by spirits. It couldn't reach its master. Mirai fell to one knee. His chest was a bloody mess. His heart was exposed, throbbing weakly. Nabito watched in horror. He's going to die. The future of the Zenin clan is going to die because of arrogance. Nabito couldn't take it. He flared his cursed energy, ready to intervene. But then, his movement froze. His eyes bulged. Below, the mangled flesh on Mirai's chest began to steam. Muscle fibers knitted together. Bones snapped back into place. Skin closed over the wound. In seconds, the fatal injury was gone. Reverse curse technique. Nabito growled in disbelief. He did it on purpose. He put himself on the brink of death to force his body to understand the core of cursed energy. He grasped the sensation of negative energy multiplied by negative energy to create positive energy. A 10-year-old boy learned RCT in the middle of a swarm of curses. He is a monster even greater than Gojo Satoru. Mirai touched his healed chest. A look of pure excitement flashed across his face. Great terror brings great opportunity, he whispered. He had succeeded. The risk had paid off. Now, the main course. Mirai stood up. He looked at the sorcerers above. Keep your distance, he warned. And brace yourselves. Mirai formed a complex hand seal. Nabito recognized the seal instantly. His face went pale. Everyone. Step back. Deploy defensive barriers. Now. Non-sorcerers, cover your heads and get down. The moment Nabito finished shouting, the ceiling of the underground cavern cracked. Max elephant. Boom. The ceiling shattered. A colossal pink elephant, wreathed in water and cursed energy, descended from the sky like a meteor. It slammed into the pit floor with the weight of a mountain. A deafening roar erupted. A shockwave of water and force pulverized everything in the pit. The remaining hundreds of cursed spirits were reduced to dust in the blink of an eye. Even the viewing platform collapsed, sending debris flying. Mirai stood in the center of the destruction, untouched. He spread his arms, closing his eyes as he felt the massive influx of cursed energy flood into his dimension. For 2 weeks, the Gedo Mazo had been feasting. And now, with this final offering, it was evolving. Inside the Kamui dimension, the withered, wooden statue shuddered. Slowly, painfully, it grew thin, wooden legs. It stood up in the void. The single eye on its forehead snapped open. 9 scarlet tomo spun within it. And on its back, the 10 giant protrusions began to bloom. From the tips of the tails, white, humanoid shapes began to form. They looked like humans made of white clay. White Setsu. Mirai smiled. An army. An infinite army. Cough. Cough. Back in the real world, the sorcerers pushed aside the rubble. They were bruised and battered by the shockwave. Sunlight streamed into the basement through the hole the Max elephant had created. Nabito dusted off his yukata. He looked down at the boy standing amidst the ruins of the basement. He wanted to curse. He wanted to scream. But looking at the pristine, healed skin of the boy, and feeling the terrifying new pressure radiating from him, Nabito swallowed his words. Resentment soared to the heavens. But fear kept them silent. Chapter 10, The Bait and the Defector. Don't make me repeat myself. Suguru, he killed everyone in the village. Tokyo Jujutsu High. Principal Yaga Mazamichi stood in his office, his voice heavy with grief. He was the teacher of the strongest generation, Gojo Satoru, Gedo Suguru, and Yeri Shoko. When confronted by Gojo seeking confirmation, Yaga calmly recounted the horror. Not just the village, Yaga continued, looking out the window. He also went to his parents' home. Judging from the bloodstains and the residual cursed energy, Suguru killed his own parents. How is that possible? Gojo Satoru shouted, his voice cracking with disbelief. Suguru wouldn't do that. There must be a mistake. But seeing the deep pain and helplessness in Yaga's eyes, Gojo's shout died in his throat. Gojo gripped the report in his hand. His knuckles turned white. His fingernails dug into his palm, drawing blood. The scarlet text on the paper burned into his retinas. Investigation: 112 villagers confirmed dead. Cause of death: cursed spirit manipulation. Perpetrator: special grade sorcerer Gedo Suguru. Status: defected. Motive: unknown. Action: execution order issued. Gojo stared at the word execution. The world seemed to tilt on its axis. Zenin Estate. The conference room. One of the advantages of being a great family is intelligence. The Zenin clan received the report on Gedo Suguru at the same time as Jujutsu High. Mirai glanced at the paper. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly. So, the butterfly effect hasn't changed the main plot, he thought. Gedo Suguru has fallen. Go and get ready, Mirai said, tossing the report onto the table. I'm going out. Nabito blinked. Going out? Now. But clan head, the bounty on your head is at its peak. There are curse users watching the estate gates day and night. Exactly, Mirai said, standing up. I'm bored of the basement. I want to go shopping. Nabito hesitated for a moment, then looked at the boy's calm, confident eyes. He sighed. He wants to test his new power. By the way, Mirai added, pausing at the door. Make sure my first trip outside is grand. I want everyone to know I'm leaving. Nabito smirked. Understood. First, he raises the bounty on his own head. Now, he makes a big show of leaving the safety of the estate. It's a classic bait and switch. Or rather, a fishing trip. The gate of the Zenin estate. Curse users are not typically organized criminals. They are closer to rabid dogs. They ignore laws, kill for money, and do whatever they want. And right now, a 1 billion yen bone was dangling in front of them. Outside the massive gates of the Zenin estate, hidden in the trees and shadows, dozens of eyes watched. Clang. The heavy iron gates groaned open. The spies perked up. Phones were dialed. Weapons were checked. V-room. A convoy of 10 expensive black sports cars rolled out, moving in perfect formation. But it was the car in the center that drew every eye. A bright red, 4-seater convertible supercar. Top down. The driver was a non-sorcerer servant. And in the passenger seat, wearing loose black robes, sat a boy with choppy black hair. Zenin Mirai. The 1 billion yen boy. He looked around with genuine curiosity. Since his rebirth 10 years ago, he had never stepped foot outside the Zenin estate. Brother Mirai. In the back seat, Maki pursed her lips. She looked nervous. Maybe you shouldn't have taken us with you. Beside her, Mai clenched her fists on her lap. Her face was a mix of longing and fear. She wanted to see the world, but she didn't want to be a burden. Mirai glanced back at them. Don't worry. No one in the Zenin family dares to question my decision. If they do, Mirai said lightly, let them die. He smiled at the twins. Your mother is in the car behind us. Once we get to Shinjuku, she can take you shopping. Buy whatever you want. Let's go, Mirai ordered the driver. The convoy accelerated, heading toward the city. In the shadows of the forest, the spies grinned. The target is moving. The hunt is on. Shinjuku. August 2007. It was a sunny, pleasant day. On a busy street corner, a man and a woman stood leaning against the railing. The man was tall, wearing casual black clothes and baggy pants. His hair was tied up in a half bun. The woman wore a school uniform and smoked a cigarette, looking bored. Gedo Suguru and Yeri Shoko. Let me ask you this, Shoko said, taking a drag. Did you really do it? The village? Your parents? Gedo chuckled softly. He shrugged. Unfortunately, the school didn't wrong me. I did it. Yeah. Shoko exhaled a plume of smoke. One more question. Why? Gedo squinted at the crowd of monkeys surging past them. I want to create a world where only sorcerers exist. Shoko stared at him. Then she laughed. It was a dry, humorless laugh. I don't expect you to understand, Gedo said calmly. I just want to create the ideal world. So you felt misunderstood, and now you're going to commit genocide. Shoko scoffed. How childish. She pulled out her flip phone. Moshi Moshi, Gojo. Yeah. Suguru is with me. Shinjuku. Gedo didn't stop her. He just watched the crowd. Humans are the darkest species on Earth, he thought. Their negative emotions create cursed spirits. Sorcerers clean up their mess, die for them, and get nothing in return. It's an endless cycle. Unless the source is removed. Gedo suddenly looked up. The crowd on the street was parting, moving aside for vehicles. A long convoy of black cars was driving slowly down the street, heading straight toward them. Zenin Clan. Shoko frowned, recognizing the crest on the cars. Then she saw the red convertible in the center. And the boy in the passenger seat. That kid. Shoko muttered. He looks familiar. The 11-year-old head of the Zenin Clan, Gedo murmured, his eyes narrowing. Zenin Mirai. Right, Shoko realized. The kid with the highest bounty on the black market. Gedo watched the car approach. A child ruling a great family, Gedo mused. A strong sorcerer. Someone who belongs in my new world. Chapter 11, The Monster and the Visionary. Wow. Look at that. Which conglomerate's young master is out for a stroll? He's so cute. If I were 10 years younger, I'd ask to be his sugar mommy. Passers-by on the bustling Shinjuku street stopped and stared. The bright red convertible supercar was impossible to miss. Attractive young women pulled out their phones, snapping photos and searching for the identity of the boy in the passenger seat. However, the crowd instinctively kept their distance from the convoy of black escort vehicles. They knew that even a small scratch on that paint job would bankrupt them for 3 lifetimes. In the passenger seat, Mirai looked at the 2 people on the sidewalk with great interest. Gedo Suguru in his youth. And Yeri Shoko. Unlike the paper figures in the manga he had read in his past life, they felt real. The exhaustion on Gedo's face. The smell of smoke clinging to Shoko. It was all vivid. Shoko and Gedo frowned, staring back at the boy. We've arrived, Mirai said calmly. Proceed as planned. The driver nodded and tapped his earpiece. The door of the car behind them opened. A woman stepped out, Maki and Mai's mother. A Zenin sorcerer dressed in a black suit bowed to her. Take the girls shopping, Mirai instructed, his voice carrying over the street noise. Buy whatever they like. The Zenin clan isn't short of money. He looked at the bodyguard. Protect them. You know the consequences if even a hair on their heads is harmed. The bodyguard trembled visibly. Yes, clan head. I will risk my life. Maki and Mai got out of the car. They were sensible children, they didn't ask questions. They took their mother's hands and quickly moved into one of the black sedans. Suguru, Shoko whispered, shielding her mouth. Aren't you going to run? You're a wanted criminal now. The Zenin clan might be here to arrest you. Gedo smiled faintly. Let's wait and see. Gedo wasn't afraid. Apart from Gojo Satoru, he feared no one. Not even the Zenin clan. He was a special grade sorcerer. He had thousands of curses at his command. If they want to fight, Gedo thought, I'll give them one. But then, something unexpected happened. Under the astonished gazes of Shoko and Gedo, the convoy of black escort vehicles drove away. They left the red supercar behind. Only the boy and his non-sorcerer driver remained. What? Gedo blinked. They left him alone. Mirai turned his head. He looked directly at Gedo and smiled. Wait a little longer, Mirai said. I hate it when mosquitoes buzz around me while I'm trying to talk. Mosquitoes. Shoko frowned. Gedo's eyes narrowed. He looked up at the rooftops. On a nearby rooftop. A masked curse user stared down at the red car. 1 billion yen, he whispered, licking his lips. He had planned to follow the convoy and look for an opening. But the main force had just left. The target was sitting there, exposed, with no guards. It looked like a trap. But for 1 billion yen. It was worth the gamble. Whoosh. The masked man leaped from the roof. Die. Several throwing knives, imbued with cursed energy, shot toward the car like bullets. They aimed straight for Mirai's head and heart. This attack was the signal. From the alleys, the sewers, the crowds, dozens of curse users rushed out. The head is mine. Get out of the way. Fireballs. Air cannons. Cursed bullets. A barrage of lethal techniques converged on the red convertible. Gedo kept his hands in his pockets. He watched with interest. How will the boy handle this? Mirai didn't even lift a finger. Bang. The air around the car suddenly distorted. Space warped. From the void beside Mirai, a giant, withered wooden tail erupted. It moved faster than sound. Thwack. 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 The tail swept through the air like a whip. It shattered the knives. It crushed the fireballs. And then, it pierced the attackers. Godash. The screams were cut short. 10 curse users were impaled instantly on the wooden spikes of the tail. They looked like insects caught on a thorn bush. Then, the tail retracted into the void, dragging the bodies with it. Crunch. Crunch. The sound of chewing echoed briefly, then vanished. The street was silent. The pedestrians looked up, confused. They had seen a blur, heard a noise, but now there was nothing. No bodies. No blood. Just the blue sky. Illusion, someone muttered, shaking their head and walking on. But Shoko and Ghetto stood frozen. Shoko's cigarette fell from her mouth. She had seen it. The massive wooden tail. The overwhelming, ancient evil radiating from the boy's shadow. That cursed energy. Shoko thought, her hands trembling as she reached for her phone. It's endless. It feels like an ocean of malice. We need Satoru. This thing might actually kill Suguru. Ghetto stared at Mirai. His contempt was gone. Replaced by shock. That wasn't a Shikigami, Ghetto realized. That was something else entirely. And the boy controlled it effortlessly. Mirai leaned back in his seat. The driver adjusted the recline for him. Don't worry, Mirai said, smiling at Ghetto through the window. I have no intention of harming you. I'm very interested in what you said to Shoko earlier. Ghetto stiffened. You heard that? About creating a world of only sorcerers, Mirai continued. About cleaning up the mess of the monkeys. Those idiots at the college can't understand you. But I do. Mirai looked Ghetto in the eye. You should try cooperating with the Zenin Clan. Ghetto was surprised. You agree with me? Why not? Mirai shrugged. Power should rule. Weakness should serve. It's the natural order. Ghetto laughed softly. Interesting. But, Ghetto said, his eyes sharpening. If we want to realize that vision, what about the obstacle? What about Gojo Satoru? Even if you are strong, do you really think you can defeat him? Mirai nodded. Not yet. I am still lacking in some areas. I need time to develop. That is why I need allies. Allies who understand the truth. Mirai extended a hand toward Ghetto. If you are tired of running, if you are tired of eating rags to save monkeys, come to the Zenin estate. Ghetto looked at the boy. He looked at the empty space where the mosquitoes had been eaten. After a long silence, Ghetto smiled. It was a genuine smile. Okay, Ghetto said. If I find myself in need, I'll knock on your door. Beside them, Shoko held her phone to her ear, listening to the dial tone. Neither Mirai nor Ghetto paid her any attention. They had already begun to shape a new future. Chapter 12, The Arrogance of the Strongest. Well then. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Gedo Suguru waved to Mirai, who was lounging in the red supercar. Shoko. See you again someday. Gedo smiled at his old friend, a sad, final smile, and stepped into the surging crowd without hesitation. He didn't look back. Shoko watched him disappear, her expression dimming. Miss Shoko, Mirai's voice cut through her gloom. Are you waiting for your other friend, or are you preparing to return to Jujutsu High? Shoko gave Mirai a meaningful look. Just get the message through to Satoru. I don't want to wait for that idiot in the sun anymore. What? Are you planning to take me home? Mirai smiled. I'd be more than happy to. The driver immediately got out and opened the back door for her. The drive back. The convertible top was down. The summer breeze blew through Shoko's hair as they drove through Tokyo. She brushed a strand behind her ear and looked at the back of Mirai's head. Does the Zenin clan head always have such a flamboyant personality? She asked. It's practical, Mirai replied without turning around. His voice was clear despite the wind. A convertible makes it easier to use cursed techniques without wrecking the roof. Besides, even if ordinary humans can't see the cursed spirit tail, they'd definitely freak out if a giant hole suddenly appeared in my car. Shoko nodded slightly. So, was today's meeting really a chance encounter? Mirai smiled. No. I sent people to follow you from the moment you left Jujutsu High. Oh. Shoko raised an eyebrow. She had suspected it, but she didn't expect him to be so candid. I didn't feel it, she admitted. And the auxiliary manager should have checked for residuals. It's normal that you didn't sense it, Mirai chuckled. The people tracking you weren't sorcerers. They were ordinary humans on my payroll. It seems Jujutsu High hasn't learned its lesson, Mirai continued. You still judge threats solely by cursed energy. Shoko's face hardened. Indeed. The star plasma vessel. Toji Fushiguro. And now this. The leadership hasn't changed at all. They still think non-sorcerers are harmless. Shoko didn't seem angry about being followed. She was too tired for anger. So what is your purpose? She asked bluntly. Did you follow me just to find Suguru? To deal with the rats targeting you? Or, do you really intend to cooperate with him? Shoko analyzed the situation. The trap, Mirai used himself as bait to lure out the assassins. The show of force, he used an unknown, special-grade entity to crush them instantly. The message, he showed Ghetto that he has power and shares a similar disdain for the current order. This boy was dangerous. Far more dangerous than his age suggested. Don't worry, Mirai said, sensing her wariness. I don't share Suguru's desire to kill all non-sorcerers. This was the truth. Non-sorcerers produce negative emotions. Negative emotions create cursed spirits. Cursed spirits feed the Gedo Mazo. To Mirai, killing all humans would be destroying his farm. No. Shoko asked. Then why propose cooperation? Cooperation doesn't mean we agree on everything, Mirai said softly. We just have a common enemy. The stagnation of the Jujutsu world. Shoko narrowed her eyes. She stopped asking questions. She knew he wouldn't give her a straight answer anymore. Shinjuku. Sunset. The sky burned with a mesmerizing orange-red hue. Whoosh. Gojo Satoru, panting heavily, skidded to a halt on the busy street. He hadn't mastered long-distance teleportation yet, so he had run all the way from the school. He scanned the crowd with his 6 eyes. Suguru. 10 meters away, walking against the flow of people, Ghetto paused. Shoko told you, didn't she? Ghetto's voice, amplified by a sliver of cursed energy, cut through the noise of the crowd. Gojo ripped off his sunglasses. His blue eyes were wide with shock and betrayal. Kill all non-sorcerers, he shouted. Including your own parents? Ghetto didn't turn around. He kept his hands in his pockets. Even if they are parents. I can't make exceptions. I have chosen my side. Create a world of only sorcerers. That's impossible. Gojo waved his arms, roaring over the crowd. Passers-by stared at him, but he didn't care. Suguru. You used to say the strong exist to protect the weak. Why? Impossible. Ghetto finally turned around. He looked Gojo in the eye. If it were you, you could do it, couldn't you? Satoru, you are the strongest. If you wanted to kill every non-sorcerer in Japan, you could do it in a week. Just because you can do it easily, does that mean I shouldn't try? Ghetto's eyes were cold. You really are arrogant. I have decided on my path. I will do my best to realize what you consider a foolish ideal. Ghetto turned to leave, then paused. By the way, he added softly. The Zenin Clan head showed up today. An 11-year-old boy. And even he seems to understand me better than you do. With a sigh, Ghetto walked into the crowd, leaving only a lonely, receding back. Gojo stood there. His fists clenched so tight his bones cracked. He raised a hand to fire blue. To stop him. To kill him. But he couldn't do it. He lowered his hand. Jujutsu high. The front gate. The red supercar pulled up to the entrance. Miss Shoko. It seems we've arrived. Shoko opened the door. She looked back at the boy in the passenger seat. Goodbye, she said tiredly. If fate allows. She walked toward the school, her shoulders slumped. Mirai watched her go. Don't worry, he murmured to himself. We'll see each other again soon. Very soon. Perhaps next time, our relationship will take a step forward. The driver glanced sideways but wisely kept his mouth shut. Let's go, Mirai ordered. Back to the mansion. I have a new bounty to manage. Chapter 13, The Subjugation Ritual. Night. The streets of Tokyo. Maki and Mai held their mother's hand, walking down the bustling sidewalk. The gentle night breeze carried them away from the tension of the supercar. Passing by a toy store, Mai's eyes lingered on a display of plush animals. She stared for a second too long, her longing evident, but she sensibly remained silent. Buy them all. The woman's sudden words startled Mai. Mai waved her hands frantically. No, no. Mai doesn't need toys. Really. Lies. Hypocrisy. Survival. This was the first lesson Mai had learned at the Zenin estate. Never ask for anything. Never show desire. I didn't buy it because you like it, the woman explained calmly, looking down at her daughter. I bought it because the clan had ordered it. He said, buy whatever they like. We must obey his orders. Do you understand? Mai looked at her mother. She saw the strict adherence to rules, but beneath it, she saw a flicker of relief. Mai nodded. I understand, mother. Zenin Estate. The conference room. The surveillance on Shoko can be withdrawn. Have you found the curse user I told you to find? Mirai sat at the head of the table, resting his chin on his hand. The playful demeanor he had shown Shoko was gone, replaced by a cold, imperious weight. Just as Shoko had predicted, the fishing trip had been a success. But Mirai was looking for specific targets. Reporting to the clan head. A sorcerer stood before him, his head bowed low. His left arm was missing, the stump wrapped in bloody bandages. We haven't found anything yet. Silence. The huge conference room was deathly silent. Large beads of sweat slid down the sorcerer's forehead. His back was soaked. Reporting. The man stammered, gritting his teeth against the pain of his severed arm. For 3 months, we have found no trace. Mirai stared at him. His eyes were devoid of emotion. 3 months ago, I gave you the portrait. I told you his technique. And for 3 whole months, the Zenin intelligence network has found nothing. Next time I ask, Mirai whispered, if you still don't have news, just kill yourself. Yes. Zenin Hisashi, the one-armed sorcerer, bowed deeply. He didn't dare to wipe the sweat from his eyes. He was just grateful he still had his head. Nabito watched from the side, sipping his sake. He was actually surprised Mirai had shown mercy. Losing an arm was a light punishment compared to the alternative. Mirai waved Hisashi away. He flipped open his old notebook. Target 1, monitor underage children with potential, Megumi Fushiguro. Target 2, search for Sukuna's fingers. Target 3, find a woman with sutures on her forehead, Kenjaku/Kaori Itadori. These commands baffled the clan elders. Why search for fingers? Why look for a random woman? But no one dared to question him. All right, Mirai said, standing up. Clear the room. He stretched his neck. Drive away all living things within a 500-meter radius. Now. The sorcerers didn't need to be told twice. They scrambled for the exits. 5 minutes later. The Zenin estate was silent. The air was heavy, like the calm before a storm. Mirai stood alone in the center of the ruined conference room. Furub. Yura Yura. Mirai whispered the chant. The shadows beneath his feet boiled. The lamplight flickered and died. Maharaga. 500 meters away, Nabito froze. His face went pale. Maharaga. Nabito roared, clutching the railing of the observation tower. He's doing the ritual. Now. The 8-handled sword divergent Sila Divine General Maharaga. The strongest Shikigami of the 10 shadows. The one no 10 shadows user in history had ever tamed. Boom. The floor of the conference room exploded. From the shadows, a nightmare emerged. It was a humanoid titan, muscles bulging like cords of steel. A golden will floated above its head, spinning slowly. Attached to its right arm was a blade, the sword of extermination. And protruding from its face were wing-like appendages. The Divine General had arrived. 8-handled sword divergent Sila Divine General Maharaga, Mirai recited, smiling up at the monster. Whoosh. Maharaga didn't wait for introductions. It swung its right arm. The sword of extermination, wrapped in positive energy, slashed through Mirai's body. But it hit nothing. Mirai stood unharmed. The blade passed through him as if he were a ghost. Kamui intangibility. The shockwave behind Mirai cleaved the entire building in half. The conference room collapsed into rubble. Good. Very good. Mirai stood on top of the debris, laughing. Show me your power. Maharaga paused. The wheel above its head turned. Click. It leaped. Boom. 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 A storm of punches and slashes rained down on Mirai. The ground shattered. The estate shook like a leaf in a hurricane. But every attack passed through Mirai. He was untouchable. Everyone back off. Nabito screamed over the radio. Evacuate to 1 kilometer. Now. Nabito watched the dust cloud rising from the estate. He felt a mixture of terror and awe. If he tames it. Nabito thought. If he actually tames Maharaga, the Zenin clan will be invincible. The battle. The conference room was gone. It was just a crater now. At the bottom of the pit, Mirai stood still, watching the wheel above Maharaga's head. He wasn't fighting back. He was counting. Click. The wheel turned again. Ding dong, Mirai whispered, mocking the sound. Whoosh. Maharaga swung its blade again. This time, Mirai didn't smile. He twisted his body violently to the left. Slash. Pain. A deep gash opened on his chest. Blood sprayed into the air. 2.5 minutes. Mirai gasped, clutching his wound. He looked at the blood on his hand. It adapted. In just 2.5 minutes, Mahoraga had adapted to Kamui. It had found a way to hit him despite his intangibility. Mirai grinned, blood staining his teeth. You really are the strongest, Mirai whispered. Adaptation to all phenomena. But now. Mirai's eyes spun. The Gedo Mazo's aura flared behind him. It's my turn. Chapter 14, The Wheel Falls. The subjugation ritual continues. The blood splattered on Mirai's chest vanished in an instant, healed by his newly mastered reverse curse technique. Mirai looked at Mahoraga with burning eyes. It's not just a tool, Mirai thought. It's a god. In the canon manga, Ryomen Sukuna's Mahoraga was destroyed quickly by Gojo Satoru. But that was because it hadn't had enough time to grow. It hadn't adapted to purple fast enough. But this Mahoraga, under Mirai's control, it had infinite potential. Swoosh. Mirai dodged another strike from the sword of extermination. The blade shaved a few hairs from his head. Let's play, Mirai whispered. His hands formed a seal. Toad. Smack. A long, pink tongue shot out from the shadows, wrapping tightly around Mahoraga's waist, momentarily restricting its movement. New. Sizzle. Orange lightning illuminated the pit. The owl-like Shikigami burst from the shadows, its wings crackling with electricity. Mirai adjusted its size to fit the narrow space. He leaped onto Nu's back. The Shikigami soared straight up, carrying him toward the moonlit sky. Mahoraga roared. It flexed its massive muscles, shattering the toad's tongue like wet paper. Boom. Mahoraga crouched and leaped. The ground cracked under the force. It shot up like a cannonball, closing the distance to Mirai in a heartbeat. Its sword of extermination was raised high, ready to cleave Nu in two. Mirai looked down. He smiled. Too slow. Poof. The moment Mahoraga swung its sword, Nu vanished into black ink. And in its place. Max Elephant. Boom. The sky went dark. A colossal pink elephant, the size of a 5-story building and weighing 1,000 tons, materialized in midair directly above Mahoraga. Mahoraga looked up. Its vision was filled with pink skin. Gravity took over. Crash. Max Elephant slammed Mahoraga back down to earth. The impact was cataclysmic. The Zenin estate shook as if a meteor had hit. Dust and debris shot 50 meters into the air. 500 meters away, Nabito felt the ground jump beneath his feet. He swallowed hard. Is it over? Inside the crater, Max Elephant sat on the hole it had created. But then, the elephant shifted. Slice. A clean cut appeared on the elephant's side. Mahoraga, missing its lower half, crawled out from beneath the weight. The golden wheel spun. Ding-dong. In seconds, Mahoraga's legs regenerated. It stood up, stronger and faster than before. It swung its sword. A slash of pure energy tore a trench through the earth, cutting through several buildings in the distance. It adapted to the weight, Mirai noted, landing softly on the edge of the crater. 10 shadows alone isn't enough. Mahoraga lunged. It moved so fast it blurred. Mirai dodged, relying on his Sharingan's kinetic vision. He slipped past the blade and delivered a cursed energy-enhanced kick to Mahoraga's spine. Crack. Mahoraga flew through several walls, buried under rubble. Click. The wheel spun again. Mahoraga burst from the ruins, completely healed. It charged again. Rabbit escape. Suddenly, the crater was flooded with white fur. Thousands of Shikigami rabbits poured out of the shadows, swarming Mahoraga like a tidal wave. They bit, scratched, and blocked its vision completely. Mahoraga slashed wildly, killing hundreds of rabbits, but thousands more took their place. For a moment, the divine general was blind. And that was all Mirai needed. The rabbits vanished instantly. Mahoraga blinked. And there, standing less than a meter away, was Mirai. His right eye was wide open. The geometric pattern spun violently. Kamui. Mahoraga raised its sword, but then stumbled. Its left leg was gone. Erased from existence. Click. The wheel spun to adapt, but it was too slow. Disappear, Mirai whispered. Kamui. Space distorted around the divine general. The right arm holding the sword vanished. The torso vanished. The chest vanished. Mahoraga roared, but its voice was cut off as its head spiraled into the void. The regeneration couldn't keep up with the erasure. The adaptation couldn't trigger fast enough. Finally, there was nothing left. Clang. Clang. The golden wool fell to the ground, spinning on its side for a moment before settling in the dust. Silence returned to the Zenin estate. Mirai stood alone in the moonlight. He felt a new, terrifying weight in his shadow. A power that bowed to no one but him. Ha 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 ha. Mirai threw his head back and laughed. It was a sound of pure, unadulterated triumph. The Gedo Mazo. The army of White Zetsu. Divine General Maharaga. He had them all. A kilometer away, the sorcerers shivered at the sound of that laughter. On the rooftop, Nabito unclenched his fists. He let out a breath he didn't know he was holding. He did it, Nabito whispered, his voice trembling with excitement. The subjugation is complete. The Zenin Clan is now the strongest. Chapter 15, The New Teacher. 2007, Jujutsu High. Half an hour after Shoko returned. Shoko walked through the long corridor toward her room. She spotted two men sitting on the steps near the entrance. Gojo Satoru and Yaga Mazamichi. Shoko hesitated for a moment, then stepped forward. She subconsciously reached for a cigarette, but seeing Yaga's back, she switched to a lollipop instead. What? Still feeling nostalgic about our defected friend? Shoko asked, sitting on the step above them. Gojo looked back. It's you, Shoko. He rested his chin on his hand, his expression more mature than before. The loss of Ghetto had changed him. I'm thinking, Gojo said quietly. Being the strongest alone isn't enough. Shoko rolled the lollipop in her mouth. Speak human, Satoru. I've made up my mind, Gojo declared, standing up. After graduation, I'm staying at Jujutsu High. I'm going to become a teacher. You. Shoko raised an eyebrow. You want to mislead the youth? Hey. Gojo pointed a finger at her. I'll be a perfect teacher. I need to raise a generation of strong allies. So no one has to be alone again. Yaga looked at his student deeply. What about the Gojo clan? Is he stupid? Gojo waved his hand dismissively. As long as I'm here, the Gojo clan will be fine. They can handle their own paperwork. Oh, right. Shoko. Gojo turned his blindfold toward her. What did you think of the Zenin kid? Yaga perked up. Even the principal was curious about the 11-year-old who had baited assassins with 1 billion yen. Shoko paused. She recalled the massive wooden tail. The ocean of malice. Very strong, she said softly. In terms of total cursed energy reserves, he might be stronger than you, Satoru. Gojo's eyebrows shot up. Seriously? And the cursed spirits he controls? Shoko shuddered. They aren't recorded in the archives. They are ancient. Primal. Don't the three great families share info? Yaga asked Gojo. Not really, Gojo shrugged. The Zenin clan is a fortress. And since the kid took over, it's a black box. But, Gojo's voice dropped, becoming serious. I did hear one thing from the servants. The night before Nabito abdicated, that brat killed his own father. With his own hands. Yaga and Shoko fell silent. A patricide. A child ruler. A monster. 2017, 10 years later. The Zenin estate. The young patriarch, who was once an immature boy, was now 20 years old. Mirai stood on the veranda, leaning against the doorframe. He wore a simple, pure black yukata. His messy black hair fell to his shoulders, covering his forehead. Only his deep, dark eyes were visible. He flipped through a battered notebook in his hands. Hey Mirai. A figure bounced up to him. It was a humanoid creature with pale, chalk-white skin. It wore a black cloak embroidered with red clouds, the Akatsuki robe. When are we going out for fun? The creature whined. I'm so tired of this lousy place. It's boring. I want to poop, but I don't have an anus. Mirai smiled slightly. White Zetsu. Don't worry. We're leaving soon. Really? White Zetsu jumped up and down. Yahoo freedom. A sorcerer approached, bowing respectfully. He ignored the dancing white monster, he was used to the clan head's eccentric shikigami. Clan head. The intelligence you requested. Mirai took the file. He glanced at it, then at his notebook. Target, Okatsu Yuta. Status, cursed by Rika Orimoto. Location, Tokyo Jujutsu High. Timeline, Jujutsu Kaisen 0, The Cursed Child Arc. It's time, Mirai whispered. Where are we going? White Zetsu asked, tilting his head. How about I take you to school? School. White Zetsu blinked. Do cursed spirits go to school? Mirai smirked. I'll take you to Maki's school. Maki. White Zetsu clapped his hands. Yay. I haven't seen Maki-chan in forever. I wonder if she's still scary. Tokyo Jujutsu High. The first-year classroom. Where is he? Zenin Maki rested her chin on her hand, looking annoyed. She was now 16, wearing the standard Jujutsu High uniform with glasses. That idiot blindfold guy is so unreliable, she grumbled. He said 8 a.m. It's 9 a.m. Sitting next to her was a boy with white clothes and dark circles under his eyes, Okatsu Yuta. He nodded silently, looking terrified of everything. Salmon, said Inumaki Toge, pulling up his collar to agree. Don't worry, said Panda. I heard the higher-ups are announcing something big today. From what I heard eavesdropping on the principal, the school is opening a special class. A new class? Maki frowned. Why? We barely have enough students for one. Bang. The classroom door slammed open. Sorry. Gojo Satoru strode in, grinning. He showed absolutely no remorse for being late. Sensei, Panda asked. Is the school really opening another class? Oh. You heard. Gojo chuckled. Eavesdropping again, Panda. He looked at his students. That's right. Due to certain political pressures and the abundance of talent this year, we are inviting a guest teacher to lead a special curriculum. A new teacher? Maki asked. Yep. Gojo nodded. He looked directly at Maki, his grin widening behind his blindfold. And the new teacher? Is someone you know very well, Maki. Chapter 16, The Monk and the Uncle. The next day. Early morning. Inumaki, Maki, Yuta, and Panda walked side by side down the main path of Jujutsu High, discussing the mysterious new teacher. Maki, you really can't guess? Panda asked, leaning in. Gojo-sensei said it's someone you know well. Maki pushed up her glasses. Her expression turned cold. If we're talking about acquaintances, it can only be someone from the Zenin Clan. And none of them are worth knowing. The group fell silent. Yuta leaned toward Panda and whispered, "What's wrong with Maki-san?" Panda covered his mouth with a paw. The Zenin Clan is one of the three great families. They value cursed energy above all else. Since Maki has none, she was treated poorly. Oh, wait, Panda corrected himself. Not all of them. Rumor has it the clan head is actually quite good to her. Oh. Yuta nodded. Third floor hallway. Gojo Satoru and Principal Yaga watched the four students from the window. First, Suguru resurfaces after 10 years, Yaga sighed, stroking his stubble. And now the Zenin Clan head is coming to teach. These are turbulent times. I wanted to meet him back then, Yaga continued. I never expected we'd become colleagues a decade later. Life is interesting, isn't it? Gojo grinned, hands in his pockets. Suddenly, Gojo's smile vanished. He looked up at the sky. TCH. Yaga sensed it too. A massive cursed energy signature was descending rapidly. All sorcerers grade 1 and above. Assemble at the front gate. Yaga shouted, sprinting for the stairs. The school grounds. Maki and the others stopped walking. A shadow fell over them. A colossal pelican-like cursed spirit with 4 wings plummeted from the sky. It's rare for a cursed spirit to attack the school directly, Panda muttered, slipping on his cursed tool knuckles. Thud. The giant bird landed, kicking up a cloud of dust and leaves. After all this time, a voice sighed. Nothing has changed here. A man with long black hair, wearing a Buddhist kasaya, monk's robe, stepped off the bird. Gedo Suguru. Behind him, 2 girls in sailor uniforms crawled out of the bird's beak. Mimiko and Nanako. Behind them were his commanders, Laru, the shirtless man with heart tattoos, and Manami Suda. Maki gripped her spear. You aren't authorized personnel. Get out. Inumaki unzipped his collar. Salmon. Whoosh. Before they could blink, Gedo appeared right in front of Yuta. It's a pleasure to meet you, Okatsu Yuta. Gedo took Yuta's hands in his, smiling like a benevolent saint. You possess great power. Rika-chan is truly magnificent. I sincerely invite you to join us. Let's create a perfect world together. Can you do me this favor, Yuta? Yuta blinked, bewildered. What kind of help? Gedo leaned in. Kill all the non-sorcerers in the world. Create a paradise just for us. Yuta stared at him. Kill everyone. Is he joking? Is he a comedian? Panda and Maki looked at Gedo like he was insane. Stay away from my students. A voice, cold and familiar, cut through the air. Gedo turned around, smiling brightly. Satoru. Long time no see. Gojo stood 10 meters away, radiating menace. I said, get away from my students, Suguru. Geto's smile faded slightly. He stepped back. No wonder the first years are so strong. They're your students. Special grade sorcerer, Okatsu Yuta. Mutated cursed corpse, Panda. Cursed speech user, Inumaki Toge. Geto's eyes landed on Maki. His lip curled in disgust. And finally, the failure of the Zenin clan. Zenin Maki. There is no place for a monkey like you in my world. You bastard. Maki shouted, stepping forward. But before she could strike, a loud, mocking voice interrupted them. Hey! You. The long-haired monk in the dress. What nonsense are you spouting? Everyone froze. They turned toward the school gate. A sleek black sports car rolled in. Standing in the passenger seat, leaning over the windshield, was a creature with chalk-white skin and green hair, wearing a black cloak with red clouds. White Zetsu. A cursed spirit. Yuta and the others were shocked. But not because of its power. Grade 4. Maybe grade 3. It was weak. Incredibly weak. Any of them could crush it with one finger. But it was talking. Fluently. Arrogantly. Hey! I'm talking to you, monk. White Zetsu shouted, putting a foot on the car door. Why are you staring at me? Are you impressed by my handsome face? Sorry, I'm not into men. Then, White Zetsu saw Maki. Maki-chan. His tone shifted instantly to pure delight. It's been so long. You haven't come back to visit your uncle White Zetsu. White Zetsu leaped out of the moving car and ran toward her with open arms. Don't be afraid, little Maki. Uncle is here to protect you. This monk is bullying you, right? I'll tell Mirai boy to wipe him out. Uncle. Yuta, Panda, and Inumaki stared at Maki. Their jaws dropped. Is this grade 4 cursed spirit? Maki's uncle. Is Maki actually part cursed spirit? White Zetsu. Maki shoved the hugging creature away, her face turning red with embarrassment and rage. That's enough. Stop calling yourself my uncle. It was an old grudge. Years ago, when Maki first got her glasses, Mirai had introduced her to White Zetsu. Being 8 years old, and trusting Mirai, she believed him when he said Zetsu was her distant uncle. By the time she realized he was a cursed spirit, the nickname had stuck. Ah, don't be like that. White Zetsu pouted. As the chaos unfolded, the back door of the sports car opened. A young man stepped out. He wore a high-collared black uniform similar to Jujutsu High's, but richer in quality. His presence instantly silenced the courtyard. He looked at Gedo Suguru. He looked at Gojo Satoru. And finally, he smiled. Well, Zenin Mirai said smoothly. It seems the reunion is in full swing. Chapter 17, The Tyrant's Lesson. Satoru. Principal Yaga stood on the steps, watching the scene unfold. Aren't you aware of your students' outrageous family connections? Yaga's lips twitched. He looked at Maki, then at the Zenin clan head emerging from the car. Compared to 10 years ago, Gojo Satoru had matured. He wore white bandages over his eyes, hiding the overwhelming power of the 6 eyes. If this were high school, Gojo would have already attacked the strange cursed spirit, White Zetsu, out of curiosity. But now, he simply smirked. Principal, Gojo said lightly. Maki is a Zenin. You know how the 3 great families are. Why would I pry into my students' messy family drama? Besides, this is getting interesting. Mirai's perspective. Mirai stepped out of the car. He ignored the farce between White Zetsu and Geto's group. His eyes scanned the Jujutsu High sorcerers. Yaga Mazamichi, sharp-featured, serious. The principal. Mei, 2 long braids, curvaceous figure, purple dress. Radiating the aura of a money-loving mercenary. Mirai gave her a second look. She was charming, in a dangerous way. Nanami Kento, beige suit, yellow polka dot tie. Serious expression. The reliable Nanami-senpai mentioned by Yuji Itadori in the manga. And finally. The strongest. Gojo Satoru stood at 1.9 meters tall, towering over everyone. He had striking white hair and a faint smile. Mirai's Mangekyō Sharingan spun. Gojo's 6 eyes flared behind his bandages. For a split second, their gazes met. Crimson crossed with azure. Infinite cursed energy, Mirai thought. Damn cursed spirit. How dare you speak to Lord Suguru like that? Nanako recovered from her shock. She pulled out her phone, ready to manipulate the camera to attack the rude White Zetsu. Stop. Gedo Suguru raised a hand. He looked at Mirai with uncertainty. Mysterious. Troublesome. That was Geto's assessment. Mirai tapped his finger against the car door. The driver, a grade 1 sorcerer of the Zenin Clan, immediately rushed to open the door wider for him. He moved like a servant, completely devoid of the arrogance usually found in high-grade sorcerers. "Suguru," Mirai said, walking closer. A gentle smile played on his lips. "Didn't we agree? If you needed anything, you would come to me. It seems that promise from 10 years ago was just talk." Ghetto narrowed his eyes. "How could that be? For the past 10 years, I've been traveling abroad to avoid detection by the higher-ups. I plan to visit you quietly later." Ghetto smiled, matching Mirai's energy. They spoke like old friends reuniting. On the sideline. "Hey, White Zetsu," Maki whispered, nudging the creature. "What's going on? How does Brother Mirai know a lunatic like that?" "Lunatic?" White Zetsu turned to Maki, looking genuinely astonished. "You don't actually think Mirai boy is a normal person, do you?" Maki was speechless. White Zetsu grinned. He turned back to Nanako, who was glaring at him. "Hey, Blondie." White Zetsu put his hands on his hips and spat a glob of phlegm onto the ground near her feet. "Yellow-haired brat. You." Nanako shrieked, trembling with rage. She didn't move because of Ghetto's order. But the shirtless man beside her, LaRue's subordinate, couldn't take it. "Filthy curse. Die." The muscular sorcerer, a grade 1 combatant, vanished from his spot. He moved with blinding speed, fist raised to smash White Zetsu into pulp. Maki gasped, raising her spear. But White Zetsu didn't flinch. He just winked. Bang. Blood exploded like fireworks. The sorcerer didn't reach White Zetsu. In midair, his body twisted violently. His head, chest, and limbs were sucked into a spiraling void. Splat. A pool of blood and gore landed at White Zetsu's feet. "See." White Zetsu whispered to Maki. "I wasn't wrong. Mirai boy is way crazier than the long-haired monk." Maki stared at the blood. She realized. White Zetsu had provoked the men on purpose. Just to prove a point. Silence. Ghetto's outstretched hand froze in midair. His face darkened. Nanako and Mimiko stepped back, terror in their eyes. A grade 1 sorcerer, instant kill. No hand signs. No incantation. Gojo Satoru's smile vanished. Space manipulation, Gojo analyzed instantly. Triggered by visual contact with his eyes. Similar to Limitless, but different. I'm sorry. Mirai's voice broke the silence. He looked apologetic, but his eyes were mocking. "I took it upon myself to deal with a rude guest. You aren't angry with me, are you, Suguru? It's just. I've been at the Zenin estate too long. I can't tolerate disobedience." "You told them to stop," Mirai pointed at Ghetto. "But your subordinate didn't listen. How can you keep a dog that doesn't listen to its owner?" Ghetto stayed silent, staring at the puddle of what used to be his ally. Mirai turned to his driver. "Come here." The driver stepped forward and bowed. "Cut off your left arm," Mirai said casually. "Show my friend what obedience looks like." The students gasped. Yuta looked horrified. A grade 1 sorcerer, surely he won't. Snap. The driver didn't hesitate for a microsecond. He drew his knife and severed his own arm at the elbow. The limb hit the pavement with a wet thud. Blood sprayed onto the school grounds. The driver didn't scream. He clamped his hand over the stump, bowed deeply, and stepped back into line. His face was pale, sweat pouring down his forehead, but his eyes showed absolutely no resentment. Only fear. A gentle breeze swept through the courtyard. Panda shivered. Maki looked away. Even Nanami adjusted his glasses nervously. Mirai smiled at Ghetto. "See?" Mirai said softly. "That is how a subordinate should behave. Now, shall we talk business?" Chapter 18, Notice. Chapter 19, Chapter 18, The Night Parade and the Phantom Handshake. Satoru. Aren't you going to do anything? Masamichi Yaga frowned, his voice low and tense. Satoru Gojo stood still, his hands in his pockets, white bandages covering his eyes. He watched Suguru Ghetto with an unreadable expression. Ghetto looked at Mirai, then at the students surrounding him. He realized the board was set against him. Taking action now would be suicide, Ghetto calculated. Satoru is here. And this Zenin kid, he's an unknown variable. Ghetto smiled brightly, breaking the tension. It seems the Zenin clan head really knows how to train dogs. Zenin Mirai waved his hand from the car, his smile unchanged. Want to learn? I can teach you. Mirai's gaze flicked to Nanako and Mimiko standing behind Ghetto. Ghetto's smile froze. He stepped sideways, blocking the girls from Mirai's line of sight. The giant pelican cursed spirit behind him opened its beak and swallowed the two terrified girls to protect them. Clan head, Gedo said, his voice dropping an octave. Would you mind if I spoke with my old friends first? Mirai shrugged and stepped aside. Go ahead. I'm just here to watch the show. Gedo strode forward. He looked at the students, Maki Zenin, Toji Inumaki, Panda, and Yuta Okatsu, before settling his gaze on Gojo. I am here to declare war. The atmosphere in the courtyard plummeted. We had planned to catch up, Gedo said, his voice ringing out. But I don't want to waste time on small talk. December 24th, sunset. The night parade of 100 demons. The location, Shinjuku, Tokyo. And Kyoto. I will unleash thousands of cursed spirits. Their orders will be to kill every non-sorcerer in sight. Gedo spread his arms wide, looking like a dark messiah. Whether you believe it or not. Whether you come to stop me or not. The choice is yours. He turned to leave. Suguru, Gojo said quietly. Do you think I'd just let you go like that? Gedo didn't answer. He simply waved his hand. Swoosh. In an instant, hundreds of low-grade cursed spirits erupted from the ground, surrounding the students. It was a hostage situation. If Gojo moved, the students would be swarmed. Hey! 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 White Zetsu screamed, trembling violently. He squeezed himself into the center of the student group, using Yuta as a human shield. Mirai boy. Save me. Kill that pretentious monk. I'm too young to die. I haven't even pooped yet. Despite White Zetsu's cowardice, Maki, Panda, and Yuta instinctively formed a protective circle around him. A sorcerer protecting a cursed spirit. Gedo sneered from the back of his giant bird. It seems Jujutsu High has fallen even further. Satoru, your students are practically family with cursed spirits now. Aren't you going to correct them? Gojo glanced at Maki, then at the terrified White Zetsu. Just a grade 4 cursed spirit, Gojo said lightly. Since he is my student's uncle, what's wrong with him staying here? Besides, do you think I care what the higher-ups think? He looked at Mirai one last time. Clan head. Remember to participate in the night parade. Don't worry, Mirai smiled. I never miss a good party. After I win, Gedo said softly, I will visit the Zenin estate again. I'll be waiting. Flap. The giant bird took flight, carrying Gedo and his family into the sky. High above, Gedo looked down at the tiny figures. His eyes blazed with killing intent. He lured me out, Gedo thought. That kid showed me the wooden monster on purpose. He knows my technique. He wants me to come for it. Fine. I'll play along. First, I'll take Rika Orimoto from that Okatsu boy. Once I have the Queen of Curses, I will march on the Zenin Clan and take his wooden monster too. Then, even Satoru won't be able to stop me. The school grounds. Mirai watched the bird disappear. A mocking smile touched his lips. A chess piece thinks it's a player, Mirai thought. How cute. He turned his attention to the white-haired giant in front of him. You're the new teacher parachuted in from the higher-ups? Gojo Satoru asked, stepping closer. That's right, Mirai nodded. Using the authority of the Zenin Clan head. The two stared at each other. The air grew heavy. The students held their breath. Satoru. Yaga shouted warningly. Brother Mirai. Maki stepped forward nervously. Don't be nervous, Gojo said, a bright smile appearing on his face. Hello, new colleague. He extended his right hand for a handshake. Yaga froze. He saw the faint distortion of air around Gojo's hand. Infinity, Mugen. Gojo hadn't turned off his technique. The space between his hand and the world was divided infinitely. Northwest matter how close Mirai got, he would never be able to touch Gojo's skin. It was a test. A subtle insult. Satoru, stop, Yaga began. But Mirai didn't hesitate. He reached out. Phase. Mirai's hand didn't stop at the infinity barrier. It didn't collide with it. It passed through it. Like a ghost, Mirai's hand phased through the infinite space, occupying the same coordinates as Gojo's hand for a split second, before partially solidifying just enough to grasp the air inside Gojo's guard. The visual distortion of infinity clashed with the spatial warping of Kamui. Hello, Mr. Gojo. Gojo's smile froze. His 6 eyes widened behind the blindfold. He bypassed infinity. No. He isn't traveling through space. He's existing in a different dimension entirely. Mirai smiled, his crimson eyes spinning lazily. You reject everything from touching you. I reject the reality of being touched. Let's see whose eyes are stronger. Chapter 20, Chapter 19, The Mercenary and the Panda. Satoru. Are you done testing? Principal Yaga's lips twitched. He looked at the devastation around them. The handshake had lasted only a few seconds. But in those seconds, Gojo Satoru had ripped off his blindfold. His 6 eyes flared. Azure cursed energy erupted. Cursed technique lapse, blue. A terrifying gravitational force exploded from Gojo's palm, trying to crush Mirai's hand into a singularity. Yaga reacted instantly, grabbing Maki and leaping away. Crack. The concrete ground shattered. The guardrails twisted like pretzels. Leaves were pulverized into dust. But Mirai stood there, his hand still phasing through Gojo's, completely unaffected by the gravity. Interesting, Gojo grinned, his eyes gleaming with arrogance. Gravity doesn't work. What about this? Cursed technique reversal, red. Boom. A shockwave of pure repulsion blasted outward. The air screamed. The debris was launched into the distance like shrapnel. But Mirai didn't move an inch. The shockwave passed through him as if he were a hologram. He's not here, Gojo analyzed instantly. His body is projected here, but his mass exists in another dimension. To hit him, I need something that disrupts space itself. Or a domain expansion. Satoru Gojo. Yaga roared, stepping into the fray. He shoved Gojo aside. This brat does this whenever he sees a technique he doesn't understand. Yaga bowed deeply to Mirai. I am so sorry, Zenin-sensei. Mirai withdrew his hand. He dusted off his shoulder, unbothered. Don't worry, Principal, Mirai smiled faintly. It's just curiosity. I don't mind. After all, Mr. Gojo is young. We all have our impetuous phases. Heh. Gojo rewrapped his bandages, a crazy smile lingering on his lips. Young. You're 10 years younger than me, brat. Mei. Yaga shouted, grabbing Gojo by the collar. Take Zenin-sensei to the faculty room. Satoru and I have urgent business. Panda. Take the students back to class. Now. Yaga dragged Gojo away before the strongest sorcerer could start a war. The faculty hallway. Mei, the curvaceous sorcerer with the braided hair, led Mirai and White Zetsu down the hall. She walked with a swaying gait, her purple dress rustling. Miss Mei, Mirai said softly. Let's exchange contact information. Mei paused. She turned around, surprised. Holy crap. You're moving fast. White Zetsu jumped up from behind. You're way too direct, Mirai boy. Where did you learn these pickup lines? At least tell her she looks like a movie star first. Mirai's eye twitched. Get out of here, Zetsu. Or I'll sew your mouth shut. White Zetsu yelped. Okay. I'm going to check on my niece. Good luck with your girl chasing. He bolted down the hallway. Mirai ignored him. He pulled out his phone. I have a few business deals that I think you would be interested in, Miss Mei. Oh. Mei brushed her hair back. A glint of greed flashed in her eyes. Business with the Zenin Clan head? I'm listening. They exchanged numbers. Simple, Mirai said. I need food for my collection. 10 million yen for capturing a grade 1 cursed spirit alive. Special grade. 100 million. Mei's crimson lips parted in a smile. I'm quite satisfied with the payment. But capturing spirits alive is difficult. Transporting them is harder. Mirai smiled faintly. If cursed spirits are inconvenient, curse users will do. Sorcerers have richer energy anyway. Mei's smile widened. She didn't blink at the implication of human trafficking. Deal. The first-year classroom. Maki. Your brother is insane. Panda lay on his desk, gossiping loudly. He tanked Gojo-sensei's red. And he instantly killed a grade 1 sorcerer. And what's with your uncle? Panda asked. Is he, you know? Panda. Maki slammed her spear onto the desk. If you ever call that idiot my uncle again, I'll turn you into a rug. Bang. The door flew open. Little Maki. Uncle is here to see why. White Zetsu froze. He saw the spear. He saw the murder in Maki's eyes. Uncle is here to, inspect the class. He quickly pivoted and jumped onto Panda. Panda. You're so fluffy. White Zetsu buried his face in Panda's fur. Let me huff you. Sniff. Sniff. Get off me. Panda shouted, trying to peel the cursed spirit off. You feel weird. Cold and slimy. White Zetsu ignored him. He hopped off Panda and walked toward Yuta. Hello, classmate. White Zetsu grabbed Yuta's hand and shook it vigorously. Nice to meet you. Can I touch your shoulder? Just a little bit. Yuta blushed, confused. Sure. White Zetsu touched Yuta's shoulder. His hidden eyes widened. Infinite cursed energy, White Zetsu thought. This kid is a battery. No wonder Gedo wants him. Why is Brother Mirai teaching here? Maki asked, standing up. White Zetsu shrugged. Do you think the kid explains things to me? But. White Zetsu leaned in, whispering loudly. I think he's bored. And he wants to keep an eye on him. He pointed at Yuta. Why me? Yuta squeaked. Aren't you going back to the mansion? Maki frowned. It's dangerous here. Someone might exorcise you. Nah, White Zetsu grinned. I'm the assistant teacher now. Mirai boy said so. Besides, I want to see the night parade. Chapter 21, Chapter 20, The Cursed Student. Rest assured. White Zetsu plopped down on Maki's desk, looking incredibly smug. I don't need to do anything. Mirai boy will take care of everything. Heh. The students looked at him, speechless. If they hadn't seen him screaming for his life earlier, they might have believed his tough act. The so-called higher-ups are just old fossils sent by the three families to annoy us. White Zetsu waved a dismissive hand. If they disagree, we'll just slaughter them. White Zetsu. Maki slammed her hand on the desk. Forget about the Zenin scumbags. But listen to me carefully, do not lay a hand on ordinary humans. Even if Brother Mirai protects you, if you kill an innocent human, Satoru Gojo won't let you off the hook. Maki's expression was grave. She knew Mirai was strong. But Gojo Satoru was invincible. She didn't want a war between her brother and her teacher over an idiot cursed spirit. All right, Maki-chan. White Zetsu rolled his eyes. You worry too much. Mirai boy already briefed me. Besides, White Zetsu grinned. Since he's a teacher now, I can't stay in that boring mansion alone, right? Maki frowned. What do you mean? White Zetsu spread his hands. A teacher needs students. And since I'm his assistant. Wait. Panda stood up, looking horrified. You aren't planning to? Yep. White Zetsu cheered. I'm enrolling. We're classmates now, Panda. No. Panda buried his face in his paws. Night. The faculty dormitory. Mirai sat on the sofa of his new apartment, typing on his phone. White Zetsu lay on the floor, watching a food channel. It doesn't matter about the others, Mirai said softly, not looking up. But be careful with Gojo Satoru. Don't provoke him too much. I don't want to expose your true nature yet. Don't you trust my acting skills? White Zetsu grinned, revealing his sharp teeth. Hiding in the shadows, that's a cursed spirit's specialty. Besides, I'm looking forward to school life. A cursed spirit exorcising cursed spirits alongside sorcerers, it's ironic, isn't it? Mirai hit send on his message. Whatever makes you happy. Just remember, the real work doesn't begin until their suspicion of you fades. Aye. White Zetsu waved at the TV. He paused the show and rolled over to look at Mirai. Hey. I'm curious. Back at the Zenin estate, you were a tyrant. You barely smiled. You treated everyone like dirt. But since we got here, White Zetsu pointed a pale finger. You've been smiling non-stop. Your face must be hurting. Mirai finally looked up from his phone. His expression was cold, devoid of the warmth he showed his colleagues. To me, the Zenin clan aren't even pets, Mirai said flatly. At best, they are tools. Have you ever seen anyone smile at a hammer? I see, White Zetsu chuckled. Equivalent exchange, huh? You give them power, they give you obedience. So. White Zetsu's grin widened. What about Gojo Satoru? Between you and him, who is stronger now? Mirai stood up and walked to the window, looking out at the moonlit campus. Who knows? He smiled. A real, dangerous smile. The third-floor hallway. Masamichi Yaga walked beside Gojo Satoru. Satoru. Rein in your temper. You aren't a student anymore. You're a teacher. Yaga sighed. I know you're interested in the Zenin head, but consider the consequences. He represents the Zenin clan. You represent the Gojo clan. If you fight, it's civil war. Gojo leaned against the railing, looking at the faculty dorms. I'm not that impulsive, Gojo muttered. I haven't beaten up a clan head on their doorstep in years. I promise, Gojo raised a hand. Yaga relaxed slightly. Good. Let's put Zenin-sensei aside for now. What about the cursed spirit? White Zetsu. Yaga frowned. I couldn't sense anything special about him. He seems like a standard low-grade curse. But he's too intelligent. Did your six eyes see anything? Gojo rubbed his chin. His strength isn't hidden. He really is weak. Grade 4 at best. But. Gojo's face turned serious. The feedback from the six eyes was strange. He doesn't feel like a cursed spirit. He feels more like a walking corpse. A corpse? Yaga blinked. Like organic matter that's been animated, Gojo explained. Not pure negative energy. It's weird. If even your six eyes can't figure it out. Yaga looked worried. We need to keep a close watch on him. Agreed, Gojo nodded. Yaga looked up at the full moon. His expression turned grim. Now. I should tell you the other news. The higher-ups have formulated a plan. The execution of Suguru Ghetto. Chapter 22, Chapter 21, The Night Parade begins. December 24th, sunset. Tokyo, Shinjuku. The last rays of the setting sun were swallowed by a massive black barrier, a veil. From the sky and the shadows, thousands of cursed spirits descended upon the city. The night parade of 100 demons had begun. Protect the civilians. Minimize damage to public facilities. Move. Masamichi Yaga shouted orders, his voice booming over the chaos. Sorcerers from all over Japan, including the grade ones like Nanami and Meimei, rushed to intercept the horde. Amidst the screaming and the fighting, Satoru Gojo stood in the center of the street. He sensed something amiss. Suguru isn't here, he realized. He sent his army, but where is the general? Oh. Isn't this old man Nabito? A mocking voice came from behind Gojo. Gojo turned. Standing there, holding a sake gourd, was the former Zenin Clan head, Nabito Zenin. Did you need something? Gojo asked, annoyed. Nabito stiffened. He hated Gojo's attitude. But he cut straight to the chase. Toji-san, Nabito said, stroking his mustache. Shouldn't you return him to us? That is Zenin blood. We even received a transfer of 1 billion yen from you back then to buy his freedom. But the deal was never finalized. TCH. Troublesome old man. Gojo scowled. Megumi Fushiguro. The son of Toji Fushiguro. Years ago, Gojo had intercepted the deal between the Zenin clan and Toji, taking custody of Megumi to protect him from the toxic clan politics. Now, Megumi was about to enter Jujutsu High. Old man, name your price, Gojo said, raising an eyebrow. How much to make you go away? Megumi is my student now. Besides, Gojo sneered. Didn't your new clan head awaken the 10 shadows long ago? You already have one. Don't be greedy. Nabito's expression darkened. You brat, this isn't something you can resolve with money or tantrums. For the sake of stability in the Jujutsu world, and for the sake of that child's life, hand him over. Stability. Gojo laughed. Are you threatening me? I'm stating facts. Nabito snapped. I was surprised Toji's kid awakened the 10 shadows too. But a mere 10 shadows user can't compare to our clan head. I don't care about the boy, Nabito lowered his voice. The only reason I'm here is because it was an order from the clan head. He ordered us to retrieve Megumi Fushiguro. At all costs. Gojo pursed his lips. Mirai. Listen to me, Satoru Gojo. Nabito stepped closer, his voice urgent. If you refuse, the clan head will take action. He will attack the Gojo clan. He will attack Jujutsu High. He will kill the boy rather than let you keep him. He is crazy enough to sacrifice every sorcerer in the Zenin clan just to make a point. Gojo looked at Nabito's trembling hands. His six eyes analyzed the old man's cursed energy. He's terrified. He's telling the truth. Mirai would start a civil war over a middle schooler. Trouble, Gojo muttered. Sizzle. A thunderous roar echoed through the sky. Lightning tore the night apart. Everyone looked up. A massive, all-like Shikigami, new, descended, its wingspan covering the steel buildings. Lightning crackled around it. Standing atop the Shikigami's head, looking down at the chaos like a god, was Zenin Mirai. That's quite the entrance, Gojo murmured. On the edge of the barrier. Miguel, a foreign sorcerer recruited by Gedo, watched Mirai arrive. He adjusted his white beret. Zenin Mirai, and Gojo Satoru, Miguel muttered in broken Japanese. Suguru said to be careful of them. He gripped his special grade curse tool, the black rope. His job was to stall Gojo. Meanwhile, Jujutsu High. Maki, Yuta, and White Zetsu were in the classroom. White Zetsu was mid-sentence, teaching Yuta advanced pickup lines, when the sky outside turned dark. A veil. Maki stood up, grabbing her spear. They're here. White Zetsu, stay here. Yuta, let's go. Yes, Maki-san. Yuta grabbed his katana bag. They ran out. White Zetsu leaned back in his chair, putting his feet on the desk. He grinned at the window. Just as Mirai Boy predicted, Zetsu chuckled. Gedo lured the heavy hitters to Shinjuku, so he could attack the school. I feel sorry for Maki in advance. 2 seconds is enough. Shinjuku. Inside the veil. Mirai sat on the edge of a skyscraper, legs dangling over the battle. Below him, sorcerers and curses tore each other apart. The Kamui dimension behind his shoulder was open, invisible to the naked eye. It was acting like a vacuum, sucking in the cursed energy released by the dying spirits. It's a buffet, Mirai thought, watching the carnage. The Gedo Mazo inside his dimension purred with delight. He glanced down. Gojo was being engaged by Miguel. Mei was slaughtering curses with her axe, earning her paycheck. It's almost time, Mirai checked his watch. Panda and Inumaki were sent back to the school 10 minutes ago. Gedo should be arriving at Jujutsu High right about now. Mirai stood up. Let's have one last bite, and then go crash the real party. Chapter 23, Chapter 22, Pure Love and Righteousness. Shinjuku. The rooftop. Mirai weighed a giant axe in his hand, a cursed tool he had picked up from a dead sorcerer. Looking down at the crowded streets, he spotted Mei. She was standing atop a pile of cursed spirit corpses, looking bored. Grade 2 spirits are for pocket money, Mei muttered, wiping blood off her cheek. Grade 1s are for the scholarship fund. Swoosh. Mirai leaped from the sky. He landed beside her with a heavy thud, cracking the pavement. Miss Mei, Mirai smiled. Mei tensed, gripping her axe. But then she saw the Kamui dimension swirling open beside Mirai. From the void, a massive, withered wooden tail shot out. Thwack. It pierced the pile of cursed spirit corpses Mei had collected. Oh dear, Mirai chuckled. I seem to have damaged your merchandise. Don't worry, he added, seeing her frown. I'll pay for them. 100 million yen for the lot. Mei's expression instantly brightened. Deal. The clan head is generous. I have urgent business elsewhere, Mirai said, stepping back onto his Shikigami Nu. If you find any more, special specimens, send them to the Zenin estate. Understood. Mirai took off. Nu shrieked, lightning crackling around its wings as it shot toward the edge of the barrier. Mei watched him go. If that attack had been aimed at me. She shivered. Interesting boy. The void. Nu crashed through the barrier and flew straight into the Kamui dimension. Endless darkness. A road with no end. In the distance, a faint white light flickered. It was a beacon. White Zetsu. Mirai couldn't teleport long distances without a marker. White Zetsu, being born from the Gedo Mazo, acted as a GPS tracker. Found you, Mirai whispered. He sensed the massive cursed energy clash happening at Jujutsu High. Tokyo Jujutsu High. The campus was a ruin. Maki, Panda, and Inumaki lay on the ground, battered and bloody. They had tried to stop Gedo, but they were overwhelmed. Tap. Tap. Footsteps approached. The 3 students tensed, ready to fight. But it wasn't an enemy. A white deer with large antlers and 4 eyes stepped out of the shadows. Round deer. Don't panic, Maki wheezed. That's Brother Mirai's Shikigami. The deer lowered its head. A warm light enveloped them. Reverse curse technique. In seconds, their broken bones knit together. Their cuts closed. Their pain vanished. The round deer dissolved into ink and sank into the ground. He's here, Panda said, looking up at the school building. Mirai-sensei is here. They rushed to the window to watch the final showdown. The courtyard. Yuta Okatsu stood facing Sugura Gedo. Behind Yuta, the Queen of Curses, Rika Orimoto, screamed. Her restrictions were fully lifted. I love you. I love you. Yuta. You womanizer. Gedo screamed, his face contorted with rage and jealousy. He unleashed his ultimate technique. Maximum, Uzumaki. Thousands of cursed spirits condensed into a swirling vortex of black energy. Beside him, the special grade imaginary vengeful spirit Tamamonome added its power. How rude, Yuta said softly. He raised his sword, bathed in Rika's overwhelming energy. This is pure love. Then I represent justice. Gedo roared. Boom. The 2 blasts collided. The explosion was like a nuclear bomb. A pillar of purple light pierced the sky. The school buildings crumbled. The barrier shattered. The aftermath. Silence returned to the ruins. In a dark alleyway near the school, a figure limped along the wall. Gedo Suguru. His right arm was gone. His body was broken. He was bleeding heavily. Hey, hee. Gedo laughed, coughing up blood. She's really strong. Rika or Emoto. Next time. Gedo muttered, his eyes burning with madness. Next time, I'll definitely get her. Once I have Rika, I can slaughter the Zenin Clan. I can kill the monkeys. I can create my world. He stumbled, leaning against the wall for support. Satoru won't be able to stop me next time. Suddenly, Gedo froze. A shadow fell over him. We meet again, Suguru. Gedo looked up. Standing at the end of the alley, pristine and untouched by the battle, was Zenin Mirai. And behind him, peering out from the shadows with a wicked grin, was White Zetsu. Hello, monk. White Zetsu waved. Did you lose something? Like an arm. Mirai smiled. You look like you need a hand. Chapter 24, Chapter 23, The Last Smile. Yes. We meet again. I never imagined I'd end up dying at your hands. Suguru Gedo slumped against the alley wall, sliding down until he was sitting in a pool of his own blood. I didn't expect you to possess long-distance teleportation, Gedo wheezed, a wry smile on his lips. I had Miguel stall Satoru, but I didn't account for you. It really was a miscalculation. Mirai stood half a meter away, looking down at the fallen special grade. If you were so fixated on Yuda's cursed spirit, Mirai asked softly, why didn't you come to me in the past 10 years? Hee. Gedo coughed, crimson blood spilling from his mouth. Although we are both special grade, not all special grades are equal to Satoru. The Zenin Clan is a fortress. I wasn't going to deliver myself to your doorstep without being fully prepared. Mirai frowned. But we had an agreement. You could have contacted me. Contact you. Gedo's expression froze. You would have met me. Alone. Of course. Heh. I really missed a huge opportunity, didn't I? Gedo wiped the blood from his chin with his remaining hand. He looked up at Mirai's spinning red eyes. When we first met, I had a premonition. Your eyes back then looked exactly like mine did when I first consumed a special grade curse. I am all too familiar with that greed. That hunger hidden deep inside. Mirai crossed his arms. It seems I really don't have much talent for acting. Satoru says the same thing, Gedo chuckled weakly. He always said my smile was too fake. Buzz. Mirai's phone lit up in his pocket. Maki and Inumaki are coming, Mirai said, glancing at the screen. They're coming to finish you off. Do you have any last wishes? Something simple. Mirai summoned a long, sharp blade from his Kamui dimension. After all, Mirai whispered, your body will be a great help to me. I see. Gedo closed his eyes. You really are a monster. If possible, please don't cause trouble for my family. Nanako. Mimiko. The others. Mirai nodded. I agree. They are insignificant ants. I have no reason to crush them. Thank you, Gedo whispered. He looked at the setting sun one last time. I hate the monkeys. But I never hated Jujutsu High. Thwack. Mirai thrust the blade. It pierced Gedo's heart instantly. Gedo Suguru let out a final breath. A relieved smile remained frozen on his face. Mirai looked at the corpse. A complex expression flashed across his face. He treats ordinary humans like monkeys. He killed his own parents. But he was warm and tolerant toward sorcerers. Righteousness is truly subjective. Mirai waved his hand. Warp. Gedo's body spiraled into the Kamui dimension. Brother. Maki and Inumaki rounded the corner, weapons drawn. They saw Mirai standing alone in the alley. Where is he? Maki shouted. Where is Gedo? Mirai turned around. The coldness in his eyes vanished, replaced by his usual gentle smile. It's all right, Mirai said. Gedo Suguru is dead. I killed him. Maki breathed a sigh of relief, slumping against the wall. Good. That bastard almost killed us. Let's go. Yuta needs help. The school courtyard. Yuta Okatsu opened his eyes. Maki, Panda, and Inumaki were hovering over him. Thank goodness, Yuta gasped. You're all right. Don't worry, Panda grinned. Mirai-sensei healed us. Yuta sat up. He looked at the massive cursed spirit hovering behind him. Rika. Yuta. You were too reckless. Too reckless. Rika wailed. Sorry to keep you waiting, Yuta whispered. It's time. Suddenly, Rika's monstrous body began to dissolve. Countless particles of golden light drifted into the air. Underneath the monster was the spirit of a young girl. Rika. Yuta wept. The curse was broken. Rika Orimoto was free. Mirai watched from the side, his eyes sparkling with hidden hunger. The Queen of Curses. Infinite cursed energy. If I ate her now, my Gedo Mazo would evolve instantly. Mirai clenched his fist inside his sleeve. No. Not yet. It would ruin the plot. I need Yuta on my side for now. Suppressing the urge to eat is truly agonizing. Flash. A figure teleported into the courtyard. Gojo Satoru. He looked at the ruins. He looked at the golden light fading into the sky. He sensed the residuals. Suguru was here. He fought Yuta. But there was another signature mixed in. A dark, spatial distortion. Gojo walked up to Mirai. Zenin-sensei, Gojo said, his voice void of emotion. His blindfold was gone, revealing icy blue eyes. Can you tell me what happened? Where is Suguru? Mirai smiled gently. It's nothing serious, Mr. Gojo. Don't worry about that troublemaker. Mirai leaned in closer. I killed him. Gojo froze. Chapter 25, Chapter 24, The Dissection and the Domain. The night of December 24th. Inside the faculty dorm, White Zetsu flipped through Mirai's notebook, looking dissatisfied. What? You told me to stay away from Gojo Satoru, but you went and provoked him instead. Mirai leaned back on the sofa, scrolling through his phone. This is different. Suguru was a death row inmate. He attacked the school. Satoru won't lay a hand on me, a fellow teacher and clan head, without absolute proof. White Zetsu scratched his head. Though he calls himself the strongest, he's still bound by worldly rules. That's his weakness, Mirai said, taking the notebook back. His bond with his students, his colleagues, it's his chain. Most importantly, Satoru had already prepared himself for Suguru's death. If Suguru hadn't betrayed us. Mirai murmured, closing his eyes. Even if he destroyed the world, Satoru wouldn't have stopped him like he did today. Human emotions are complex, White Zetsu shrugged. He opened his mouth, and a hideous, caterpillar-like cursed spirit crawled out. Anyway. At least the harvest was good. Zetsu grinned, petting the spirit. The next day. Gojo Satoru walked toward the main building. He was surprised to see Shoko Yeri walking beside him. Shoko. It's rare to see you outside the morgue. Shoko lit a cigarette. I came to find the Zenin Clan head. Gojo frowned. Why? You don't have feelings for that brat, do you? Even I have standards, Shoko deadpanned. If I find a chance to sew your mouth shut, half the school will thank me. Ouch, Gojo pouted. Anyway, I'm going to see him too. Let's go. Shoko paused. Is it about Suguru? No, Gojo said calmly. Even without Mirai. I would have done it myself. Shoko looked at him. It seems the reckless fool has matured. The faculty office. Miss Shoko. Long time no see. Mirai smiled as they entered. Even under the harsh office lights, his smile looked perfect, too perfect. Like a textbook illustration. Shoko ignored the pleasantries. Where is the talking cursed spirit? She asked bluntly. Is it convenient for me to dissect him? Just a little look inside. Puffed. Gojo burst out laughing. Mirai's smile froze. Dissect. Don't worry, Shoko waved her cigarette. Cursed spirits don't die from dissection. Their core is intact. I can just cut him open, look around, and sew him back up. Mirai's eye twitched. I have no problem with that, but you should ask Zetsu. Where is he? Hanging out with Maki in the first years. Shoko rolled her eyes at Gojo, who clearly knew where Zetsu was but didn't say anything, and walked out. Pigs grow fat by eating, Shoko muttered as she left. You cut them piece by piece, let them grow back, repeat until they die of old age. Mirai shuddered. Remind me never to get sick around her. Your expression doesn't seem fake now, Gojo chuckled, sitting on the desk. Mirai pulled out his phone and texted White Zetsu, run. Then he looked at Gojo. The warmth vanished from his eyes. What do you want, Satoru? Megumi Fushiguro, Gojo said, his voice serious. Why are you so fixated on him? He has Zenin blood. He has the 10 shadows. Why shouldn't he return to his family? Name your price, Gojo said. What do you want in exchange for giving up custody? Mirai looked at Gojo. A genuine smile crept onto his lips. I see. You really care about that kid? Fine. I happen to need your help with something. If you agree, I will drop the claim on Megumi. I will even give you the Zenin Clan's secret manuals on the 10 Shadows technique. Gojo frowned. What do you want? The manuals were valuable. They contained centuries of data on Shikigami combinations and taming rituals. Giving them up was a huge concession. It's simple, Mirai said. I want to experience your domain expansion. Gojo blinked. Ha. 1 minute, Mirai said, holding up a finger. Put me inside unlimited void for 1 minute. As long as you guarantee my safety, just let me stay inside. Gojo leaned forward. His 6 eyes scanned Mirai. He's trading a 10 Shadows user for a look inside my domain. Is he trying to find a weakness? Or does he just want to learn? It was suspicious. But Gojo was confident. No one could adapt to the information overload of unlimited void in just 1 minute without frying their brain. No problem, Gojo nodded. But first you ask for safety, then you offer the manuals later. Gojo smirked. Zenin-sensei. You really value your life, don't you? Mirai ignored the taunt. He smiled brightly. Deal. Gojo felt a strange unease settle in his gut. That smile was real. Chapter 26, Chapter 25, The Inventory and the Void. The next day. Jujutsu High Training Ground. Maki, Inumaki, Panda, White Zetsu, and Yuta stood together. Yuta looked slightly melancholy, still processing Rika's departure. Everyone. Look at me. White Zetsu ripped open his Akatsuki cloak, exposing his pale chest. Behold. My newest underling. You can call him Caterpillar-chan. Wrapped around Zetsu's waist was a hideous, purple, worm-like cursed spirit. It had a disturbingly human face. White Zetsu. Maki strode forward, brandishing her training staff. What is wrong with you? The barrier detects cursed spirits. If you bring unauthorized curses onto campus, the alarm will trigger. Are you trying to get exorcised? Panda stepped in to stop Maki from beating her uncle. Relax, Maki, Panda said. Zetsu isn't dumb. He wouldn't do this without permission. Exactly. White Zetsu grinned. This is part of the loot Mirai boy got from killing Ghetto. The higher-ups already approved it yesterday. Zetsu patted the worm's head. This little guy is weak. Grade 4 at best. Even a toddler could squash him. But his stomach is a masterpiece. Zetsu reached his hand into the worm's mouth. His arm disappeared up to the elbow. Clang. He pulled out a 3-section staff linked by chains. It radiated intense cursed energy. Special grade curse tool, Playful Cloud. See. Zetsu bragged. Ghetto's weapon. My little brother can store anything. He can even shrink himself to fit in my pocket. The worm shrank down to the size of a tennis ball. Zetsu popped it into his mouth and swallowed it whole. Storage is key. Zetsu winked. How about it? Isn't my brother awesome? Whoosh. Maki snatched Playful Cloud from Zetsu's hand before he could finish posing. Mine, she said, swinging the heavy staff with delight. This weapon suits me perfectly. Hey. You bandit. Zetsu screamed. Give that back. Panda, help me. Sorry, Zetsu, Panda laughed, patting Zetsu's shoulder. You can't use cursed tools anyway. Let Maki have it. While they bickered, Zetsu's phone buzzed in his discarded uniform pocket. He didn't notice. The faculty dorms. Gojo Satoru stood in Mirai's living room. Zenin-sensei, are you really that afraid of death? Gojo laughed. Not only did you demand a safety guarantee, you even forced me into a binding vow. Of course, Mirai stood up, straightening his black robe. I don't trust you, Satoru. What if you decide to leave me in there for an hour? Or fry my brain permanently? With a binding vow, if you violate the terms, the backlash will strip you of your cursed techniques. Even the strongest can't ignore a vow. Mirai smiled. This way, you get Megumi. I get experience. And we both walk away alive. Gojo smirked. Fine. You really are petty. He pulled off his bandages, revealing the brilliance of the 6 eyes. Mirai's smile vanished. His pupils bled into the crimson Mangekyō Sharingan. Ready? Gojo asked. He crossed his fingers. Domain expansion, unlimited void. Boom. A surge of immense cursed energy exploded outward. A black sphere expanded instantly, swallowing the entire apartment building. The walls turned to dust. The furniture vanished. Inside the domain, Mirai was floating in space. Piano keys. A shattered light bulb. A speeding train. A burning forest. A supernova. An infinite stream of information flooded into his brain. I see everything. I feel everything. The concept of infinity poured directly into his consciousness. It was agonizing. It was ecstasy. Mirai couldn't move. He couldn't blink. His brain was processing information faster than time itself. His Mangekyō spun violently, trying to adapt. Trying to copy. Trying to survive. This is the power of a god. The training ground. What was that? Panda's ears perked up. A massive boom echoed from the faculty dorms. That cursed energy. Panda's face went pale. It's Gojo-sensei. He expanded his domain. Domain expansion. Yuta gasped. That direction. Maki gripped Playful Cloud. Brother Mirai's apartment. Is Mirai-sensei fighting Gojo-sensei? Panda panicked. If he gets caught in unlimited void, he'll be brain dead in seconds. Maki. Can Mirai-sensei use a domain? Maki hesitated. She didn't want to reveal clan secrets. But seeing Panda's fear, she spoke. Years ago. I saw something. A colossal, ancient tree appeared in the estate. It connected heaven and earth. But it vanished in seconds. That might have been his domain. Let's go. Panda shouted. They sprinted toward the dorms. White Zetsu scrambled to pick up his clothes. Wait for me. He ran after them, putting on his pants. Just as he stepped out of the training ground gate. Buzz. His phone vibrated again. White Zetsu's vision suddenly went black. His connection to the Gedo Mazo flickered. Chapter 27, Notice Patreon suspended. Chapter 28, Chapter 26, The Husk and the Infinite. Inside the domain, unlimited void. The realm was boundless emptiness. From the outside, it was a black sphere. Inside, it was a universe of white light and chaotic data. Perception. Communication. Life. Death. An infinite stream of information flooded into Mirai's brain. Normally, this would fry a sorcerer's mind in 0.2 seconds. Even Gojo Satoru, the caster, didn't think anyone could withstand a full minute. The plan. According to their binding vow, Gojo had to guarantee Mirai's safety. His plan was to touch Mirai every 10 seconds to pause the effect, letting him catch his breath, then release him to continue the experience until the minute was up. 5 seconds passed. Gojo floated forward, his 6 eyes analyzing Mirai with intense curiosity. Let's see what those eyes are made of, Gojo thought. He reached out to touch Mirai's shoulder, preparing to save him from brain death. But then, Mirai's lips curled into a smile. Gojo froze. He's smiling. It worked. The moment the domain expanded, Mirai activated his Mangekyō Sharingan and opened a mental link to the Kamui dimension. He channeled the flood of information directly into the Gedo Mazo. The Gedo Mazo, the husk of the Ten Tails, possessed infinite cursed energy but zero intelligence. It was a brainless machine. Just as a hacker can't crash a computer that isn't turned on, unlimited void couldn't overload a mind that didn't exist. The statue absorbed the infinite data like a black hole absorbing light. It felt nothing. It understood nothing. It simply existed. Mirai acted as the conduit. The information passed through him and into the statue, leaving his own mind clear. Mr. Gojo, Mirai said, tilting his head. I don't need your help. Gojo's eyes widened behind his blindfold. He's conscious. How? Gojo reached out and touched Mirai's shoulder. Solid. The sure hit effect of the domain was active. Mirai's Kamui intangibility was bypassed. His body was physically there. So why isn't his brain melting? Smack. Mirai slapped Gojo's hand away. He looked annoyed. Teacher Gojo. Please maintain the domain properly. We have a contract. Gojo stepped back, rubbing his hand. A rare look of confusion crossed his face. He's using me, Gojo realized. He's not just experiencing it. He's farming it. Mirai closed his eyes again. He had 4 objectives for entering this domain. Test the Gedo Mazo's capacity, success. It could tank the infinite void. Adaptation, in the shadows of his soul, a golden wheel spun. Click. Maharaga was analyzing the concept of infinity. With every second Mirai spent in the void, the divine general moved closer to adapting to Gojo's technique. Evolution of the eyes, the pressure was forcing his Sharingan to mature. Understanding cursed energy, the void revealed the core of the universe. 30 seconds passed. 40 seconds. 50 seconds. Click. The wheel spun again. Outside the domain. What on earth happened? Masamichi Yaga stared at the black sphere floating above the ruins of the faculty dorm. Maki, Panda, and Inumaki arrived, breathless. Mei appeared behind them, holding her axe. That's Gojo's domain, Yaga shouted, sweat beading on his forehead. If Zenin-sensei is inside, he's dead. Mei. Panda. Get ready to break the barrier from the outside. Concentrate your attacks. Now. Yaga raised his fist, charging cursed energy. He knew it was futile to break a domain from the outside, but he had to try. If Gojo killed the Zenin head, it was war. 3, 2, 1. Snap. Before they could strike, the black sphere shattered like glass. The shards of cursed energy dissolved into the air. In the center of the ruins, Mirai knelt on one knee, panting heavily. Sweat dripped from his chin. Gojo Satoru stood opposite him, looking deep in thought, his blindfold hanging around his neck. Brother Mirai. Maki screamed, rushing to him. She helped him up. Mirai leaned on her, looking exhausted. I'm fine, Mirai whispered, wiping his face. Don't worry. He looked at Gojo. A tired but genuine smile appeared on his face. Thank you, Satoru. That was enlightening. Objective 2, Maharaga's adaptation. 30% complete. Chapter 29, Chapter 27, The Corpse and the Scalpel. The ruins of the faculty dorm. Zenin-sensei. Gojo Satoru dodged a furious punch from Principal Yaga. He tilted his head and grinned at Mirai. I'm done here. I'll leave the rest to you. Vwarp. Gojo vanished, teleporting away before Yaga could land a hit. Mirai-sensei. Are you all right? Yaga rushed to Mirai, his face a mix of relief and anxiety. If the Zenin head had been brain damaged, it would be war. That guy Satoru isn't right in the head, Yaga apologized profusely. Don't take it to heart. I'm going to kill him. Maki shouted, shaking her fist. That damn blindfold idiot. Principal. Maki. Mirai raised a hand, stopping them. He was leaning on Maki for support, but his voice was steady. Don't blame Mr. Gojo. I asked him to expand his domain. Yaga and Maki froze. They blinked. You asked for it. Couldn't you find a better place? Yaga exploded. You destroyed a residential building. What if students were nearby? Mirai shrugged weakly. I suggested the playground. Gojo refused. Yaga gritted his teeth. 5,000 words, reflection paper. He stomped off toward the main building to find Gojo. Mei lingered for a moment, watching Mirai. He recovered fast, she noted. Gojo's domain damages the brain. Healing the brain with reverse curse technique is extremely difficult. Yet he's standing. She shrugged and followed Yaga. Not my problem. As long as I get paid. The training ground. Brother Mirai. Maki began, looking at the ruins. Why did you need to experience his domain? Never mind that, Mirai interrupted. Where is White Zetsu? Maki paused. She looked around. Panda, Inumaki, and Yuta had caught up. But the loud, annoying cursed spirit was missing. Could a passing sorcerer have exorcised him? Panda suggested nervously. Menteko. Inumaki looked worried. Let's go look for him. Yuta said. Brother Mirai, you rest here, Maki said, her face pale. I'll find that idiot. They ran off. Mirai watched them go. He sighed. If she knew what Zetsu really is, she'd be the one smashing his brain. Mirai touched his temple. His brain throbbed. The information overload from Unlimited Void had damaged his neural pathways. Healing the brain with reverse cursed technique. It's risky. One slip and you lobotomize yourself. Success rate, about 70%, Mirai whispered. He channeled positive energy into his head. The pain faded. Objective 3, Mastering Brain Refresh. Complete. The school infirmary. Shoko Yeri put on her surgical gloves. She trembled slightly with excitement. On the operating table lay White Zetsu. He was unconscious, knocked out by the domain's aftershock. His Akatsuki cloak was folded neatly on a chair. His pale, chalk-white skin shone under the harsh lights. Just a peek, Shoko muttered. As long as I don't destroy the core, he won't mind. She raised the scalpel. Slice. She cut into his chest. Huh. Shoko frowned. Instead of disappearing into purple smoke or leaking cursed energy, a thick, black liquid oozed out. Black blood. Cursed spirits usually bled purple or red. This blood was viscous, dark, and slow-moving. It looked like coagulated blood from a corpse. Sniff. Shoko gagged. A putrid stench filled the room. It smelled like rotting meat that had been left in the sun for weeks. Ugh. Shoko stepped back, grabbing a mask. She put on 5 layers. This isn't a cursed spirit, she whispered, looking at the black blood. It's a corpse. Half an hour later. Bang. The infirmary door flew open. It stinks. Panda, Maki, Yuta, and Inumaki rushed in, covering their noses. They froze. The room smelled like death. On the table lay White Zetsu. His chest was cut open. His limbs were detached. Black blood covered the table. Shoko sat nearby, smoking a cigarette, looking fascinatingly disgusted. Zetsu! Maki screamed. Yaga rushed in behind them. He saw the scene and almost fainted. White Zetsu, the Zenin Clan's family member. Maki's uncle. And Shoko just dissected him. Shoko! Yaga roared. What have you done? Yaga felt a headache coming on. I thought I could finally relax with Mirai-sensei. Now the school doctor has dismembered his assistant. Being a principal is hell. Chapter 30, Chapter 28, The Silent Patient. The Infirmary. The Zenin Clan is going to kill us. Masamichi Yaga, gritting his teeth, looked ready to have a stroke. Shoko waved her hand dismissively, still holding the bloody scalpel. Don't get so angry. I asked Zetsu beforehand. Yaga paused. And? He agreed. Shoko shrugged. No. He told me to ask him directly. Yaga's eye twitched. So? Did he agree? Shoko hesitated. I guess he should have agreed. Should. Maki, Panda, and Yuta stared at her. If Shoko hadn't saved Maki's life multiple times, Maki would have already started swinging playful cloud. Explain, Yaga hissed through clenched teeth. What does should have agreed mean? Shoko avoided his gaze. When I got to the playground, Zetsu was already unconscious from the domain aftershock. I asked him before I made the first cut. Can I dissect you? Shoko took a drag of her cigarette. Since he didn't say no, I took that as tacit agreement. Shoko. Yaga rolled up his sleeves. He looked ready to deliver a loving punch of correction. Panda quickly grabbed him. Principal. Calm down. The students are watching. Let's notify Zenin-sensei first. Yaga struggled, then sighed. He glared at Shoko, then pulled out his phone. Shoko looked at the dissected body on the table. The smoke from her cigarette curled in the air. Her gaze was heavy. That black blood, it wasn't cursed energy. It was biological. 10 minutes later. Principal Yaga. Miss Shoko. Mirai entered the infirmary, smiling pleasantly. Brother Mirai. Zetsu is. Maki pointed at the table. Mirai waved a hand. I know. It's okay. He looked at the dismembered pieces of White Zetsu. Principal, don't mind it, Mirai said smoothly. Just think of the anesthesia Zetsu received, the knockout, as Miss Shoko's kindness. Shoko's wish was fulfilled, and Zetsu didn't feel any pain. It's a win-win. Yaga stepped forward, patting Mirai's shoulder. He looked moved. Mirai-sensei, you are so understanding. Mirai smiled gently. He walked to the table. Warp. With a wave of his hand, the pieces of White Zetsu spiraled into the Kamui dimension. Principal, I need to request a leave of absence, Mirai said. I need to take Zetsu back to the estate for repairs. Of course. Yaga nodded vigorously. Take as long as you need. I'll handle the higher-ups. Well then. I'll take my leave. Mirai nodded to the students. Maki, behave yourself. He turned and walked out. As soon as his back was turned to them, the smile vanished instantly. His face became a mask of cold indifference. Shoko stared at his retreating back, her brow furrowed. He didn't care, she realized. He didn't care that his family member was cut into pieces. He just wanted the body back. Night. The Zenin estate. The disciplinary pit had been expanded. It was now a fortress beneath the mountain. The first floor held the cursed tools and captured spirits. The second and third floors were secrets even Nabito didn't know about. Mirai walked down the stairs, followed by Nabito and Zenin Hisashi, the one-armed sorcerer. Hisashi bowed. He was the only one allowed in the lower levels. The fact that he was still alive after 10 years proved his competence. Nabito, Mirai said, not looking back. You've been worried about the clan's numbers. Nabito sighed. The mortality rate is high, clan head. We are burning through sorcerers. Sacrifice is necessary for evolution, Mirai replied coldly. They reached the barrier of the second floor. Mirai's Mangekyō Sharingan spun. He sensed the cursed energy inside. Open. The barrier dissolved. Hisashi, Mirai ordered. Tomorrow, deliver the 10 Shadows manual to Gojo Satoru personally. And take 60 million yen in cash to Mei. Yes. Hisashi bowed. Giving clan secrets to the Gojo family was treason, but Hisashi didn't hesitate. Mirai's word was law. Hisashi left to gather the money. Old man, Mirai said to Nabito. Come with me. From now on, you will oversee the work on the second level. Nabito frowned. What work? Mirai knocked on the heavy steel door. Hi. A cheerful, effeminate voice came from inside. Is it here? Did the cursed spirits arrive so quickly this time? The door creaked open. A young man with a blonde ponytail and purple triangle markings under his eyes peered out. He held a sword whose hilt was a severed hand. Haruta Shigemo. The miracle user. Warden, Mirai said. Bring the prisoner. Chapter 31, Patreon is back. Hey guys. Celebrate the victory upon the worst monster of all, support of $1 billion company. Chapter 32, Chapter 29, The Corpse in the Farm. Jujutsu High. Faculty Office. The full moon hung high in the sky. A candle flickered on the desk, casting long shadows. Masamichi Yaga sat amidst a pile of felt dolls, knitting with a serious expression. Shoko Yeri checked her watch, looking annoyed. I told you, Shoko muttered. You should have notified that scum an hour earlier. I gave him half an hour's notice, Yaga replied without looking up. His habit of being late is terminal. Creak. The door opened. Gojo Satoru strolled in, bathed in moonlight. Sorry. He grinned, hands in his pockets. I didn't expect someone as busy as Shoko to be here. Too slow, Satoru. Yaga put down his knitting. I haven't settled the score for the faculty dorms yet. Just deduct it from my salary, Gojo waved his hand dismissively. He turned to Shoko. So. Did something happen? Shoko lit a cigarette. Principal Yaga told me about your analysis of White Zetsu. Your 6 eyes were right. He isn't a cursed spirit. Oh. Gojo raised an eyebrow. Dissection results. Shoko nodded. He's more like a walking corpse wrapped in cursed energy. Interesting, Gojo stroked his chin. Not a puppet. Not a spirit. A new breed. Or, resurrection. Don't be ridiculous. Yaga snapped. If ghosts existed, the world would have ended long ago. Shoko, you don't actually believe that, do you? Shoko took a deep drag. Her expression was grave. Actually, she exhaled smoke. When Mirai brought him in, Zetsu was already dead. What? Yaga stood up so fast his sunglasses fell off. He was dead. Do you know what you're saying? If a cursed spirit dies, it disintegrates. That is the fundamental law of Jujutsu. It has no exceptions. Shoko, are you sure? Gojo asked, his smile fading. Shoko glared at him. Who do you think you're talking to? With the first incision, I knew. His blood was black and coagulated. It smelled like rot. I cut his brain. I cut his heart. Even a special grade couldn't survive that. But his body didn't disappear. The room fell silent. Then. Yaga picked up his sunglasses. What Mirai-sensei said was true. He took the body back for repairs. Who knows? Shoko murmured. Zenin Estate. The second underground level. Nabito Zenin walked down the dark corridor, followed by Mirai. Standing guard at the barrier was a young man with a blonde ponytail and purple triangle markings under his eyes. Haruta Shigemo. He was usually a bully. A sadist who preyed on the weak. But seeing Mirai, he froze. He quickly hid the dagger he had been holding behind his back and forced a stiff smile. Clan head. What brings you here today? I heard magpies chirping in the cave. Haruta giggled nervously. I knew a VIP was coming. Nabito scoffed. Magpies underground. This idiot is desperate. Mirai glanced at Haruta with his crimson eyes. He didn't say a word. He just walked past him. Haruta trembled. He had been imprisoned here for years. He knew the consequences of offending the tyrant. The farm. They passed through the barrier. Yahoo! Chirp chirp. Strange, distorted cries echoed from the darkness. They entered the main chamber. Nabito frowned. The sight was horrific. Hundreds of cursed spirits, ranging from grade 4 to grade 1, were hung upside down from the ceiling by cursed chains. Their bodies were covered in cuts. Thick, purple blood dripped from their wounds into large vats below. It was a slaughterhouse. A farm. Mirai was harvesting their cursed energy. Haruta, Mirai said softly, practicing his genuine smile. Continue your work. Yes. Haruta shrieked. He saw the smile. The devil's smile. Haruta remembered. The last time Mirai smiled like that, he had broken Haruta's fingers one by one. Haruta scrambled toward a hanging cursed spirit. He raised his sword, a cursed tool made from a severed hand. Slash. He hacked at the spirit. Screech. The spirit screamed in agony. Purple blood gushed into the vat. Nabito watched in silence. Usually, cursed spirits were monsters that mocked humans. But here. This was hell. And Mirai was the devil running it. Chapter 33, Chapter 30, The Bath and the Butcher. Zenin Estate. Second underground level. Bang. Mirai waved his hand. A thin, withered branch shot out from the Kamui dimension and pierced the pool of blood. Splash. Dark purple ripples spread across the surface. A corpse, pale and bloated, slowly rose from the depths, dragged by the branch. The branch pulsed with white light, infusing cursed energy into the body. 1 second. 2 seconds. Thump thump. Nabito's eyes widened. A heartbeat. The corpse's skin shifted, turning chalk white. Its features dissolved and reshaped until they matched the face of the creature Shoko had dissected. Are you awake? Mirai asked softly. He tossed a folded Akatsuki cloak onto the ground. You. The corpse sat up. Its eyes snapped open. What the hell, Mirai boy? White Zetsu shouted, his voice identical to before. I was just about to watch the climax of the show. Why did I black out? Zetsu stood up, completely naked, and started putting on the cloak. Poor me. That was body number 9527. I finally got used to the fit, and you ruined it. Zetsu patted his new head. By the way, what did you dump into the Gedo Mazo? My brain feels like it went through a blender. Mirai pursed his lips. Blame Gojo Satoru. He didn't give me time to warn you. When Mirai transferred the infinite information of Unlimited Void into the statue, the feedback overloaded the hive mind. Every white Zetsu connected to the statue crashed instantly. You did this. Zetsu gritted his teeth. I knew it. The bath. Zetsu finished dressing and looked around. Hey, Blondie. You've got work to do. Haruta Shigemo, who was happily hacking away at a cursed spirit, turned around. Boss Zetsu. Long time no see. Zetsu ignored him and turned to Nabito. Hey, old man. Stop staring at my junk. Zetsu struck a pose. Impressed by my captivating figure? I learned these moves from late-night TV. Nabito looked away, disgusted. This thing watches porn. Alright, Zetsu, Mirai interrupted. How is the connection? Any lag? Zetsu closed his eyes. Nope. Don't worry. This body is pristine. The bath did its job. The original soul is completely gone. Mirai looked into the depths of the pool. The bath. Modeled after the ritual Ryomen Sukuna used to sink Megumi Fushigiro's soul. The pool was filled with a solution of crushed curse spirits and liquefied curse users. This soup of malice was used to marinate corpses, suppressing the original soul so deep that it vanished. This allowed white Zetsu to possess the bodies without resistance. Originally, Mirai tried using fresh corpses. But the residual souls fought back, causing Zetsu to glitch. So, he built this hell. Mirai glanced at Haruta. Where is the tanner? Ah. Juzo-san is in his workshop, Haruta bowed. He's making a new rack. Good. Continue your work. Mirai walked past the pool, heading deeper into the facility. Haruta wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Another peaceful day. Lucky. He turned back to the screaming cursed spirit. Now, where were we, cutie? Slash. The workshop. Mirai, Nabito, and White Zetsu walked down a dimly lit tunnel. The smell of sawdust and iron filled the air. At the end of the hall, a bald man with an apron made of human skin was hammering a piece of bone. Juzo Kamiya. The curse user famous for making furniture out of people. Yo, Juzo grunted, not looking up. The clan head is here. I need a new sword, Mirai said. Something durable. And I have a new material for you. He tossed Playful Cloud onto the workbench. Can you modify this? Juzo's eyes lit up. Special grade. Heh. This will be fun. Chapter 34, Chapter 31, The Tanner and the Pink Gun. The second underground level. Brother Yellow Hair really likes torture, huh? White Zetsu sighed, listening to Haruta's giggles fading behind them. Hey, Mirai boy. When are you gonna let me have him? Mirai raised an eyebrow. You want to avenge the cursed spirits? TCH. Zetsu put his hands behind his head. We might be the same species, but I'm superior to those trash mobs. But. Zetsu licked his lips. That kid's technique is interesting. Miracles, right? Sounds tasty. Nabito shuddered. Tasty? Does he mean eating him to steal the technique? Not yet, Mirai said. I still have use for him. Be patient. Ah, Zetsu grumbled. They walked deeper into the tunnel. The screams of cursed spirits faded, replaced by the rhythmic clang-clang of metal on metal. At the end of the hall, a bald man with an apron made of human skin was hammering a glowing piece of steel. Juzo Kamiya. The butcher. Juzo. Zetsu shouted, kicking the door open. Are you done yet? Juzo paused, wiping sweat from his brow. The black paint across his eyes made his glare even more menacing. Clan head, Juzo grunted, ignoring Zetsu. The order is almost complete. Give me 7 more days. Mirai's crimson eyes scanned the workshop. 7 days. You know the consequences of failure. Rest assured. Juzo grinned, showing his teeth. If I fail, I'll turn myself into a coat rack. Good, Mirai nodded. Hey. Iron Man. Zetsu jumped onto the workbench. What about my order? The gifts for the nieces. Juzo sighed. He reached under the table and pulled out 2 items. Item 1, a massive, jagged cleaver. Dragonbone, Juzo introduced. The blade absorbs kinetic energy and impact force. The user can release that energy from the back jets to boost the next swing. Perfect for a brute with 0 cursed energy. Maki. Item 2, a pink revolver. Juzo held it with visible distaste. And this, abomination. Crimson Lotus. It stores cursed energy in the cylinder. When fired, it releases the energy as concentrated bullets. The barrel is modified for explosive impact. It can hold the reserves of 5 grade 1 sorcerers. Why pink? Juzo muttered. It ruins the aesthetic. Shut up. Zetsu snatched the gun. Pink is cool. Mai-chan will love it. Nabito watched in silence. Weapons for Maki and Mai. Dragonbone for Maki's physical strength. A storage gun for Mai's lack of energy. He really is taking care of them, in his own twisted way. The test. Alright. Watch this. White Zetsu grabbed the meter-long dragonbone. He opened his mouth unnaturally wide. Gag. Gulp. He shoved the entire sword down his throat. The inventory curse inside his stomach absorbed it. Slice. The blade nicked the corner of his mouth. Black blood trickled out, extending his smile into a gruesome clown grin. Tada. Zetsu posed. Mirai stared at him. You look like an idiot. Whatever. Zetsu tossed the pink revolver to Mirai. Your turn. Charge it up. Mirai didn't even touch the gun. A withered branch shot out from his shoulder, connecting to the handle. Hum. Immense cursed energy flooded the weapon. The cylinder glowed bright red. In 1 second, the gun was fully charged with enough power to level a building. Done, Mirai said, disconnecting the branch. Bring these to the girls tomorrow. Aye aye, Captain. Zetsu saluted, wiping the black blood from his cheek. Now, let's go check on the 3rd floor. Juzo froze. Even Haruta stopped giggling in the distance. The 3rd floor. Where the real monsters lived. Chapter 35, Chapter 32, The Bait in the Coffin. Zenin Estate. The 1st floor of the warehouse. So? Nabito asked, standing at the entrance. Is my job to supervise the curse users downstairs? Just in case, Mirai nodded. I have to stay here for a while. If something happens, Hisashi might not be able to handle it alone. What if they cause trouble? Nabito frowned. Those 2 seem unstable. Beat them, Mirai said coldly. If they try to run, kill them. Except for Juzo. We need his craftsmanship. White Zetsu raised his hand. What about me? Can I go back to school? Sure, Mirai said. Zen and Hisashi will escort you tomorrow. I'll have the curse tools sent over when they're ready. Zetsu looked surprised. Wait. Shoko already dissected me. She knows I'm a corpse. If I go back, won't she just cut me up again? Surveillance is unavoidable, Mirai replied calmly. But they won't attack you directly. Why? Because you are an ant, Mirai said flatly. Even a talking ant is just a curiosity, not a threat. As long as you maintain your harmless, Chinibi persona, the higher-ups won't risk a war with the Zenin clan over a grade 4 curse. Nabito nodded. Mirai is right. You have the Zenin clan behind you. And Gojo Satoru has protected weirder things, Panda. Zetsu scratched his head. What if they ask about the body? It's different from the last one. Just say it's the corpse of a Zenin sorcerer who died from overtraining, Mirai said. Legal grounds. We can forge as many as we want. Laws only bind the weak. All right then. Zetsu grinned, showing his serrated teeth. School life, here I come. Oh, and Zetsu. Mirai pointed at the corner of Zetsu's mouth, which was still bleeding black blood from the sword-swallowing incident. Fix your face. The next morning. Zenin Hisashi escorted White Zetsu to Jujutsu High. Mirai remained at the Zenin estate. He sat in a newly renovated pavilion at the entrance of the warehouse. On the stone table sat hot tea and intelligence files. Behind him stood a coffin. Inside the coffin was the body of Suguru Gedo. Mirai took a sip of tea. I agreed to your request, Suguru, Mirai muttered to the coffin. I spared your family. So I suppose you wouldn't mind if I used your body to go fishing. Target, Kenjaku. The brain-hopping sorcerer needed Gedo's body for his plans. Since Gojo didn't cremate Gedo in this timeline, because Mirai took the body, Kenjaku would have to come here to retrieve it. The bait is set, Mirai whispered. Jujutsu High. The entrance. Maki, Inumaki, Yuta, and Panda walked silently. The mood was heavy. They all remembered the stench of the infirmary yesterday. Minna. Konnichiwa. A familiar, annoying voice rang out. They turned around. White Zetsu was waving at them, grinning like an idiot. Maki marched up to him. She ignored Hisashi and punched Zetsu in the chest. Thud. Zetsu stumbled. Ow. Maki-chan. That hurts. Are you all right, you idiot? Maki asked, her voice tight with worry. Zetsu flashed a clown smile. He lifted his robe, revealing his pale chest. Uncle is perfectly fine. See. No scars. You. Maki's worry turned to rage. She spin-kicked him, launching him several meters into the air. The third-floor hallway. Gojo Satoru, Yaga, Shoko, and Mei watched from the window. Gojo pulled down his blindfold, his 6 eyes scanning the scene. Interesting, Gojo laughed. If it weren't for the 6 eyes, I wouldn't be able to tell. Cursed energy signature is identical. But the body. Height decreased by 0.7 centimeters, left shoulder sagged by 0.3 centimeters, bone density in the legs is higher. Without special eyes, no one would notice. Shoko lit a cigarette, her eyes cold. So, it really is a new corpse. He hops bodies like changing clothes, Yaga muttered, disgusted. Mei ignored them. She was staring at the metal briefcase Zenin Hisashi was holding. 60 million yen, she thought, licking her lips. My bonus has arrived. Chapter 36, Chapter 33, The Monster from 1,000 Years Ago. Jujutsu High. The third floor. Zenin Hisashi approached the group. He placed the black suitcase on the windowsill and entered the passcode. Inside lay stacks of cash and a thick, sealed document. Hisashi handed the document to Gojo Satoru. This is the complete manual of the 10 Shadows technique, passed down through generations of the Zenin clan. Please accept it. Gojo took it casually, flipping through the pages. Heh. Top secret clan information, handed over to a rival just like that. Gojo looked at the one-armed sorcerer with a mocking gaze. You've become a grade 1 sorcerer. Yet that guy treats you like disposable trash. He cut off your arm. Do you really have no complaints? Gojo was trying to stir the pot. He wanted to see if Mirai's control was absolute. Hisashi didn't flinch. The clan head treats his subordinates very well. I have no complaints. Gojo was speechless. Brainwashed. Or terrified. Miss Mei, Hisashi turned to the mercenary. This is the reward for the last mission. The extra is a bonus. Also, the clan head requests your discretion. Certainly. Mei took the suitcase. She smiled charmingly as she counted the bills. As expected of the Zenin clan head. Generous. Miss Mei, Gojo asked. Are you taking their side? Side. Mei snapped the suitcase shut. Don't make a mistake, Gojo-sensei. Where the money is, that's where I am. She flipped her silver ponytail and walked away, heels clicking on the floor. 3 days later. Night. The Zenin estate. The moonlight was gentle, but the estate was silent. Mirai sat alone in the pavilion at the entrance of the warehouse. Behind him stood the coffin containing Susanoo Gedo. He had been waiting for 3 days. His Mangekyō Sharingan had been active the entire time. Tap. Tap. Footsteps echoed from the shadows. Mirai looked up. A woman walked into the light. She was tall and slender, with short black hair and a fair face. She wore a simple black dress. But across her forehead ran a line of stitches. Kenjaku, possessing the body of Kaori Itadori. I have long admired the Zenin Clan head, the woman said, her voice smooth and polite. She sat down opposite him. Mirai touched the teapot. Cursed energy warmed the cold tea instantly. Likewise, Mirai said, pouring a cup. The name Kamo Noritoshi is widely known. The woman's smile faltered for a microsecond. Kamo Noritoshi. The most evil sorcerer in history. The stain on the Kamo family. One of Kenjaku's previous vessels. No wonder I felt Zenin spies watching me, Kenjaku said, sipping the tea. I'm curious. Where did a modern child hear that name? And how did you figure out my identity? Mirai smiled. He didn't answer immediately. Kenjaku observed him. He knows too much. He knows about Kamo Noritoshi. He knows about Susanoo Geto's body. He knows about the prison realm. He has techniques that defy modern jujutsu, space manipulation, would release. He rules his clan with the ruthlessness of a tyrant. A mere 20-year-old boy couldn't do this. Kenjaku's eyes narrowed. I see. You aren't Zenin Mirai, are you? From which era did you emerge? The Meiji period? The Edo period? Or? Kenjaku leaned forward. Are you from the Heian era? 1,000 years ago. Mirai blinked. Then he laughed. Oh. He thinks I'm a reincarnated sorcerer. Like Sukuna. This was perfect. It explained everything without Mirai having to explain anything. You're quite clever, Mirai said, leaning back. 1,000 years. Mirai murmured, playing along. It feels like yesterday. Kenjaku nodded, satisfied with his deduction. I knew it. Only an incarnated sorcerer could possess such knowledge. So. Kenjaku looked at the coffin behind Mirai. What is your purpose in luring me out, Ancient One? We are both monsters from the Golden Age. Surely we can come to an arrangement. Mirai grinned. His crimson eyes spun. An arrangement. Sure. But first, you have to pay the entrance fee. Chapter 37, Chapter 34, The Gravity Trap. Cursed Spirit Manipulation. No wonder you've set your sights on this body. Mirai put down his teacup. He stood up and placed a hand on the coffin lid. Before Yuta Okatsu appeared, there were only 3 special-grade sorcerers. Now, maybe we should add me to the list. But the easiest one to target is Susanoo Geto. Kenjaku watched him, his eyes filled with calculated awe. You really don't take non-sorcerers seriously at all. Mirai sat back down. After all, you're an old monster who's lived for 1,000 years. But using residuals to judge my surveillance, you'd better change that habit. Humans have evolved. Technology is dangerous. Microcameras. Drones. Satellites. Even a 1,000-year-old sorcerer can be caught on 4K video. Kenjaku smiled. Indeed. I underestimated the monkey's toys. But speaking of underestimating. Kenjaku's smile widened. Anti-gravity system, reversal. Boom. The gravity in the pavilion suddenly inverted and multiplied by 100-fold. The floor shattered. The stone table turned to dust. A massive, bottomless pit opened up beneath them, swallowing the entire structure. The dense cursed energy transformed into a crushing tide of black gravity, pulling everything into the abyss. The underground. The impact shook the entire estate. In the second basement level, Nabito and Hisashi exchanged terrified glances. In the workshop, Juzo stopped hammering. In the farm, Haruta accidentally killed a cursed spirit in surprise. Creak. The wooden door opposite the workshop opened a crack. Something inside was waking up. The pit. I really don't take you seriously, Kenjaku murmured, looking down at the darkness. Especially someone like you, a so-called special grade. How could I walk into a trap without knowing your weakness? Information from the Kamo clan. Data from the higher-ups. Zenin Mirai. 10 shadows. Space manipulation. Would release. There is no such thing as a perfect technique, Kenjaku whispered. Your intangibility isn't active 24/7. When you attack, when you walk, when you pick up a teacup, you are solid. I waited for the moment you touched the cup. That was your opening. Even a special grade would be crushed into meat paste by this gravity. Except Gojo Satoru. Kenjaku peered into the dust. So impatient. A mocking voice echoed from the abyss. Rumble. A terrifying surge of cursed energy erupted like a volcano. Countless withered branches shot out of the pit, piercing the gravity field like spears. Wood release, tree throne. A massive throne made of twisted roots rose from the darkness. Mirai sat upon it, unharmed. His legs were crossed, his chin resting on his hand. His crimson eyes glowed in the dust. Since you plan to change bodies anyway, getting a little injured shouldn't matter, right? Mirai raised a finger. Technique expansion, shock. Boom. An invisible shockwave blasted outward. Wait. Kenjaku's eyes widened. Crack. Kenjaku's legs exploded. Muscle, bone, and blood turned into mist. Gah. Kenjaku collapsed, his lower half gone. He fell onto the rubble, looking up at Mirai with shock and fear. You really shouldn't be underestimated, Ancient One, Mirai said coldly. If it weren't for these eyes, I might have been tricked. Can't we just talk things out? Mirai shook his head, looking disappointed. This was a gift I prepared for you. Why make such a fuss? The negotiation. Sizzle. Steam rose from Kenjaku's stumps. Reverse curse technique. Flesh knitted together. Bones regrow. Skin formed. In seconds, a pair of long, pale legs were reconstructed. Kenjaku stood up, naked from the waist down, but unbothered. He glared at Mirai. Speak your terms. See. It would have been so much better if we did this sooner. Mirai waved his hand. Withered branches twisted out of the ground, forming 2 new sofas and a table. He even placed a fresh pot of tea on the table. Mirai sat down. Now, let's get back to business. You want Suguru Ghetto's body. Name your price. Chapter 38, Chapter 35, The Brain and the Rebellion. The Abyss. Mirai sat on his wooden throne, sipping tea. Kenjaku, healed but naked from the waist down, sat opposite him on a conjured sofa. I need your knowledge, Mirai said calmly. You possess barrier techniques comparable to Master Tengen. I want everything you know about barriers. Curtains, domain amplification, screening. Everything. Kenjaku raised an eyebrow. Is that all? Secondly, Mirai continued. I want a copy of your research on your latest experimental subject. Itadori Yuji. Kenjaku's eyes narrowed. You know about him too. You really are well informed, Ancient One. Don't go too far, Kenjaku warned. I'm not the type to enjoy fighting, but killing a special grade isn't impossible for me. Don't be nervous, Mirai smiled. I'm not asking for your soul. Just information. And in exchange, you get Suguru Ghetto's body. Fair, isn't it? Kenjaku considered it. He needed Ghetto's cursed spirit manipulation to seal Gojo Satoru. If he refused, he'd have to fight Mirai here, and he might lose. Fine, Kenjaku nodded. But let's add a condition. We form an alliance. The goal is to seal Satoru Gojo. Mirai tapped his fingers on the table, pretending to hesitate. Deal. The surgery. Let's sign the binding vow, Kenjaku said, extending a hand. Not yet, Mirai smirked. Change bodies first. I prefer dealing with the monk. Kenjaku sighed. You have strange tastes. He stood over the coffin. Pop. Kenjaku grabbed his own head. With a sickening sound, he unscrewed the top of his skull. Mirai watched with interest as Kenjaku lifted his own brain out of Kaori Itadori's body. It was a milky white brain with a mouth and teeth. It looked grotesque. No cursed spirit aura. But not human either, Mirai analyzed with his Mangekyō Sharingan. A cursed mutation. Or something else. Kenjaku placed his brain into Suguru Ghetto's empty skull. Squish. Cursed energy flared. The body twitched. Half an hour later. Suguru Ghetto opened his eyes. He sat up in the coffin, stretching his neck. The stitches on his forehead were fresh. Ah, Ghetto, Kenjaku sighed. This body is excellent. Much better than the woman's. He flexed his fingers. And the cursed spirit manipulation, it's intact. He checked the body for traps. Mirai watched him silently. Don't worry, Mirai said. I didn't plant a bomb in him. I honor my deals. Good, Kenjaku smiled, showing Ghetto's face. Let's sign. They formed a binding vow. Kenjaku gives Mirai barrier data plus Itadori data. Mirai gives Kenjaku the body. They form a non-aggression pact until Gojo is sealed. Pleasure doing business, Kenjaku said, standing up. I'll be in touch. He walked away into the shadows. Mirai watched him go. His smile vanished. The seeds are sown. Meanwhile, the underground, second level. While Mirai was busy, chaos erupted below. That guy seems busy upstairs. Haruta Shigemo giggled, holding his hand sword. Is it really okay for us not to run? Shut up and fight. Juzo Kamiya roared, swinging his hammer. They were rebelling. Nabito Zenin blocked Haruta's dagger with his projection sorcery. He moved like a blur, slashing at Haruta. Slash. Haruta screamed. It hurts. It hurts. But the wound healed instantly. The markings under his eyes faded. Miracles. Juzo. Help me. This old man is fast. I'm busy. Juzo yelled, blocking a wave of earth sent by Zenin Hisashi. Hisashi, despite having one arm, was holding his own. He slammed his hand on the ground, creating rock spikes. Hey! Juzo shouted at the figure hiding behind him. Are you gonna help or what? Do you want to rot here? A short, hunched figure stepped out of the shadows. Hang in there, it rasped. I'm casting a spell. Suddenly. Click-clack. Footsteps echoed from the stairs. A burst of light flooded the dark tunnel. It's quite lively down here, isn't it? A familiar, gentle voice rang out. Haruta froze. Juzo dropped his hammer. Ogami stopped her chant. They looked up. Standing on the stairs, holding a teacup, was Mirai. He was smiling. Haruta stared blankly at that smile. A chill rushed from his heels to the top of his head. His whole body trembled uncontrollably. The devil is back. Chapter 39, Chapter 36, The Miracle and the Repeater. Zenin Estate. Second underground level. Why won't you listen? Mirai walked slowly toward Haruta Shigemo, who was prostrate on the ground, sobbing. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Haruta cried, tears streaming down his face. Mirai crouched down, smiling curiously. Don't you like torture? I gave you a playground. I gave you food and shelter. Why run away? Master. Please. Haruta pointed at Zenin Hisashi. That guy's hand isn't as fast as mine. I can work 23 hours a day. No, 24 hours. Mirai chuckled. 24 hours. Isn't that tiring? He reached out a hand. Haruta watched helplessly as Mirai's intangible hand phased through his chest. He dared not move. No, please. Solidify. Mirai's hand became tangible inside Haruta's chest. Squelch. Mirai crushed Haruta's heart. Gah. Haruta's eyes widened. The light faded from them. He slumped forward, dead. Mirai pulled his hand out, wiping the blood with a conjured handkerchief. If White Zetsu hadn't taken a liking to your body, I might have let you live a bit longer to test your miracles. In the corner, Juzo Kamiya dropped to his knees. He was shaking. Clan head. Juzo stammered. The cursed tool for Zetsu, it's done. It can defend against grade 2 attacks. It conceals presence. Mirai looked at the red cloud cloak in Juzo's hands. Good. Clean it up. And you. Mirai looked at the short figure hiding in the shadows. Go back to your cell. This is the last warning. The figure scurried away, chains rattling. 7 days later. Jujutsu High. White Zetsu, Panda asked. Where is Mirai-sensei? He's been in his dorm reading books, White Zetsu shrugged. He acts more like a student than I do. Maki scoffed. At least he studies. You're a grade 4 who just brags all day. What? Zetsu jumped up. Don't insult grade 4. Yuta is grade 4 right now too. Yuta had lost his special grade status after Rika passed on, resetting his rank. Just you wait. Zetsu grinned. I'll be a special grade in no time. Stop bragging, Maki pushed up her glasses. If you keep goofing off, you'll be the first cursed spirit in history to repeat a year. Repeat. Zetsu gasped. Never. I'll skip grades. I have connections. I'll tell Mirai boy to promote me. The student sighed. Hopeless. 6 months later. June 2018. A new school year. White Zetsu sat in the first-year classroom, legs crossed on the desk. He was, indeed, repeating the year. The door opened. A boy with pink hair and a sunny disposition walked in. Hello, everyone. I'm Itadori Yuji. Nice to meet you. White Zetsu stared at him. The vessel. Sukuna's cage. Zetsu grinned. Yo, newbie. I'm your senior, White Zetsu. Do you want to see a magic trick? I can detach my arm. Chapter 40, Chapter 37, The Pink Gorilla and the Plan. June 2018. Jujutsu High. White Zetsu, stop spacing out. This is the transfer student. Megumi Fushiguro, looking bored as usual, introduced the boy with spiky pink hair standing next to him. Hello. I'm Itadori Yuji. White Zetsu, currently inhabiting Haruta Shigemo's body, stared at him blankly. Hello, Zetsu muttered, shaking Yuji's hand limply. 6 months later, the plot begins. At the other end of the corridor, Gojo Satoru clapped his hands. All right. The first years have met. Megumi and White Zetsu will show Yuji around today. Tomorrow, we go pick up the fourth student. Wait. Zetsu objected. Why do I have to go? I'm a senior. I'm repeating the year. Why should I greet a brat? Besides, shouldn't Mirai boy be teaching class too? Why are you always bossing me around? Fushiguro. Yuji whispered, covering his mouth. Does this guy have a disease? His skin is chalk white. Should we call a doctor? Hey. Pink gorilla. Zetsu spun around. Talking bad about me behind my back. You want to die? Yuji blinked. He pointed at himself. Pink. Gorilla. You're the only one with pink hair. Zetsu snapped. Chimpanzee. Gojo stroked his chin. Yuji's physical stats are pretty ape-like. It fits. Gojo grinned at Zetsu. Why don't you just transfer to our class permanently? Zenin-sensei has been ignoring you for 6 months. Maybe he forgot you exists. TCH. Zetsu waved his hand. Mirai boy is irresponsible, but I'm loyal. When you're in the game, you stick to the code. I like your personality, Gojo laughed. Remember to come tomorrow. Or you'll learn how painful the real world is. Gojo waved and walked away. That white-haired monster. Zetsu gritted his teeth. Always threatening me. Megumi sighed. Even if this guy gets exorcised, his mouth will keep talking from the grave. The training ground. Zetsu led Yuji and Megumi toward the detached faculty cabin. My buddy. Yuji whispered to Megumi. You're saying that clown face guy is a cursed spirit? It's totally different from the curse we fought at the school. He talks. I thought he was just a weird human. Zetsu's current body still had the scars on the corners of his mouth from swallowing the dragon bone sword. It gave him a permanent Glasgow smile. Shoo. Megumi warned. He can hear you. Pink gorilla. Take this. Zetsu spun around and punched Yuji in the chest with full force. Thud. The force was equal to a grown man's punch. Maybe a bit more. But to Yuji, the tiger of West Junior High, it felt like a mosquito bite. Yuji stared at the fist on his chest. He blinked. Zetsu stayed in the punching pose. Silence stretched. 1 second. 2 seconds. Behind Zetsu, Megumi was frantically gesturing, fake it. Fake it or he won't shut up. Oh. Yuji grabbed his chest and fell to the ground, writhing dramatically. It hurts. The pain. My ribs. Humph. Zetsu crossed his arms smugly. Consider that a lesson. Don't mess with senior White Zetsu. He turned and walked toward the cabin, leaving Yuji dying on the grass. The faculty cabin. Zetsu told the boys to wait outside and went in. Megumi looked at the door. That's where Zenin Mirai lives. The Zenin Clan head. Maki-san's brother. And a 10 Shadows user like me. But in 6 months. I've never seen him. Inside. Mirai sat on the sofa, surrounded by piles of ancient books. His Mangekyō Sharingan was active, scanning pages at high speed. Hey, kid, Zetsu complained. Aren't you bored? You've been reading those lousy books for 6 months. This is the condensed knowledge of a 1,000-year-old sorcerer, Mirai said without looking up. Finishing it in 6 months is fast. These were the barrier technique manuals from Kenjaku. Mirai was mastering them. He glanced at the door with his crimson eyes. He saw the 2 boys outside. The vessel and the shadow. Speak, Mirai said to Zetsu. What is it? Hee hee. Zetsu grinned. The caterpillar around his waist spat out a pink revolver. Recharge me. That bastard Gojo is making me go on a mission tomorrow. Mirai caught the crimson lotus. A withered branch shot from his shoulder, connecting to the gun. Red energy flooded the weapon. Click. Fully charged. Mirai tossed it back. By the time you come back from this mission, Mirai said softly, my research will be complete. What does that mean? Zetsu's eyes lit up. Is the plan starting? Mirai smiled. Cherish your school life, Zetsu. It won't last much longer. Go have fun. Chapter 41, Chapter 38, The Yakuza and the Country Girl. Harajuku Station, Tokyo. Orange eyes. Short orange hair. She wore the Jujutsu high uniform, customized with a dark blue coat and pleated skirt. Nobara Kujisaki. The last of the first years. She looked at the two boys standing opposite her. One looked dull, Yuji. The other looked indifferent, Megumi. With one hand on her hip, Kujisaki introduced herself. Rejoice, boys. The rose is here. I'm Nobara Kujisaki. Itadori pointed to himself, grinning. I'm Itadori Yuji, from Sendai. Fushiguro looked bored. Fushiguro Megumi. Roppongi, Tokyo. An abandoned building next to a large cemetery. A black sedan was parked on the street. In the driver's seat sat Kiyotaka Ijichi, the assistant director, looking stressed. In the back seat sat White Zetsu. He was puffing on a thick cigar, checking the time on his phone. What's taking that white-haired guy so long? Zetsu exhaled a cloud of smoke. Picking up one girl takes forever. White Zetsu-san, Ijichi pushed up his glasses. It's not good to talk about your teacher behind his back. TCH. Zetsu waved his hand. Relax, Ijichi. That idiot won't teleport here suddenly. What are you afraid of? Ijichi checked the rearview mirror, the side mirrors, and the windshield. Confirming Gojo Satoru wasn't there, he sighed in relief. You better watch out, Ijichi whispered. Gojo-san's anger is terrifying. Zetsu took another drag of the cigar. His clown-scarred face looked genuinely menacing in the smoke. Don't worry. I've got your back. We're partners in crime. Hee hee. Ijichi laughed awkwardly. Partners? I'm just the driver. And you're a cursed spirit smoking a cigar in my back seat. Suddenly, a commotion erupted down the street. The arrival. You big liar. Nobara screamed at Gojo Satoru. You said we were going to Roppongi. Where are the malls? Where is the nightlife? She pointed at the dilapidated building oozing cursed energy. This is a dump. Damn it. Yuji fell to his knees. My Chinatown feast. My steak. You heartless, deceitful teacher. Fushiguro sighed. I knew it. Gojo-sensei never does anything normal. Hey. Pink gorilla. Delinquent girl. A car door opened. Billowing white smoke rolled out. An arrogant, raspy voice echoed from the fog. Satoru. You're late. Nobara frowned. What the hell? Is the car on fire? Yuji sniffed the air. Wait, that voice. Clown face. Gojo smiled, hands in his pockets. He stepped back to watch the show. The smoke cleared. Leaning against the black sedan was a humanoid figure in a red cloud black cloak. Chalk-white skin. Green hair. Serrated teeth. He held a cigar in his left hand. A pink revolver was tucked into his belt. Nobara's eyes widened. She gripped her hammer. An entrance exam. A cursed spirit. Humanoid. Intelligent. It looks dangerous. Die. Clang. 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 Nobara fired 3 cursed energy-infused nails. They flew like bullets. But when they hit Zetsu's cloak, sparks flew. The nails bounced off harmlessly. Juzo Kamiya's masterpiece, a cloak that defends against grade 2 attacks. Heh. Zetsu flicked the ash from his cigar. A mere grade 3 sorcerer dares to challenge me. You've got guts, kid. But no brains. What? Nobara's vein popped. This thing talks. And it has a foul mouth. Big city spirits really are different. She reached into her pouch, grabbing a handful of nails. Her cursed energy flared. Straw doll technique. Wait. Nobara-chan. Yuji tackled her, pinning her arms. Let me go. Nobara screamed, kicking. It's a curse. Get off me, Pinky. He is a curse. But he's also a student. Yuji yelled. Don't kill him. Nobara froze. She looked at Fushiguro. Fushiguro nodded wearily. Ha. Nobara roared. You're telling me, this gangster-looking thing is a student? That's right. Zetsu walked over, exhaling smoke. He struck a pose. To protect the world from devastation. To unite all peoples within our nation. Stop. Yuji jumped up, covering Zetsu's mouth. Stop. You'll get sued for plagiarism. Zetsu blinked. He removed Yuji's hand. TCH, copyright laws are a pain. But, Zetsu grinned. Pink gorilla. You recognize the reference. You have good taste. Yuji scratched his head. I watch a lot of TV. I approve. Zetsu pulled a fresh cigar from his pocket and handed it to Yuji. Here. A token of respect from your senior. Yuji waved his hands. Ah, no thanks. I don't smoke. I'm underage. Take it. Zetsu shoved it into Yuji's pocket. In the game, you never refuse a gift from the boss. It's about respect. Gojo walked over, fanning the smoke away. Ijichi, Gojo asked. What movies has he been watching lately? Ijichi sighed. Yakuza films. Spaghetti westerns. And The Godfather. I see, Gojo laughed. That explains the cigar and the attitude. He looked at the chaotic group. Nobara was yelling at Fushiguro. Yuji was trying to return the cigar to Zetsu. Zetsu was posing like a mob boss. Gojo smiled. They remind me of the second years. All right, kids. Gojo clapped his hands. Enough bonding. Time for your field test. Chapter 42, Chapter 39, The Stake and the Ambush. Roppongi. Outside the cursed building. Take this, underling. A caterpillar emerged from White Zetsu's collar. It spat out a massive, jagged cleaver. Dragonbone. This sword can shred a grade 2 spirit, Zetsu bragged. I'm gifting it to you, Pink Gorilla. Gojo hates tools. He says they make you weak. But I say, use whatever works. Itadori Yuji took the heavy sword. Whoa. Thanks, Senior Zetsu. You have cursed energy inside you, Sukuna's finger, but you can't control it yet, Zetsu explained like a wise mentor. This sword will help. So tacky, Nobara Kujisaki scoffed. She marched toward the building. I don't need handouts from a gangster spirit. Hey. Country girl. Zetsu grinned. Jealous? Call me big brother and I might give you a gun. In your dreams. Nobara yelled back. Alright, Zetsu patted Yuji's back. Go get Tiger. I'll stay here and supervise. Steak dinner on me afterwards. Yuji nodded and ran after Nobara. Gojo leaned against the car. Remember, Yuji. Don't let Sukuna out. Or he might kill everyone. Got it. Inside the car. Gojo leaned in the window. Zetsu, are you still holed up in Mirai's room all day? Zetsu rolled down the window. Yeah. Mirai boy finished his reading. He says he'll start teaching again soon. Good, Gojo grinned. Megumi, when that fake smiling guy comes out, ask him for advice. His 10 shadows is stronger than yours. Megumi Fushiguro, sitting on the curb, looked confused. Mirai-sensei, is stronger than me. From inside the car, the sound of a Yakuza movie played loudly. Rule number 1. Zetsu recited along with the movie. Be ruthless. Be loyal. Have lots of underlings. Megumi sighed. He's hopeless. Inside the building. Splash. Purple blood splattered the wall. Yuji backflipped, dodging a claw. He swung Dragonbone. Slash. The cursed spirit's arm flew off. This sword is awesome. Yuji cheered. 3rd floor. Nobara glared at the cursed spirit holding a child hostage. Damn it, she muttered. It's smart. She dropped her hammer. Fine. Let the kid go. The spirit grinned. Boom. A fist punched through the wall behind the spirit. Yuji burst in. With one swing of Dragonbone, he severed the spirit's arm and saved the kid. Don't let it escape. Yuji yelled. The spirit tried to flee out the window. Outside. Zetsu leaned out of the car window, aiming the pink revolver. TCH, useless underlings. Big brother has to clean up. Wait. Megumi yelled. Don't shoot. That gun will blow up the whole building. Before Zetsu could pull the trigger, Nobara's straw doll technique activated. Straw doll technique, resonance. The spirit exploded into dust. Nice, Zetsu lowered the gun. She's got skills. Night. 10 p.m. They ate steak and sushi in Shinjuku. Zetsu and Ijichi ate takeout in the car because Zetsu couldn't be seen in public. Floating chopsticks would scare people. Now, they were driving back to Jujutsu High. Gojo stayed behind. I'll walk back. You guys go ahead. The car was packed. Ijichi driving. Nobara in passenger. Yuji, Megumi, and Zetsu in the back. Hey, Zetsu, Yuji asked. Why don't you eat with us? Normal people can't see you. Mortals can't handle my aura, Zetsu scoffed. Plus, floating food scares them. Zetsu pulled out his phone. I better call Mirai boy. Tell him I'll be late. Ha. Nobara laughed. Clown face is a mama's boy. Calling home. Megumi frowned. Zetsu wasn't responding to the insults. He was staring out the window. Something's wrong, Megumi whispered. Boom. A massive explosion erupted on the road ahead. Flames engulfed the highway. The car screeched to a halt. Chapter 43, Chapter 40, The Volcano and the Night Lesson. Tokyo. The Mountain Pass. The path between Shinjuku and Jujutsu High passed through a desolate mountain range. A figure stood in the middle of the road, surrounded by raging flames. Beige shawl. Volcano head. Single eye. Black teeth. Jogo. The special grade disaster curse. The pressure he emitted froze the 4 passengers in the car. Can't even withstand my aura. Jogo sneered, walking toward them. Humans really are imposters. Inside the car, Nobara Kujisaki bit her lip until it bled. The pain snapped her out of the paralysis. This is the curse of big cities, she choked out. Get out. Ijichi screamed, kicking the door open. Run. They scrambled out of the car. Flames engulfed the vehicle behind them. A last-ditch effort, Jogo scoffed. He looked at them like ants. Megumi Fushiguro scanned the area. Retreat is cut off. We're trapped. Yuji, Megumi whispered. If I release that guy, Maharaga, he'll kill us first. We just have to hold out until Gojo-sensei notices, Yuji said, gripping his dragonbone sword. Nobara clutched her hammer. Before I die. I'm taking a piece of this volcano with me. Boom. A beam of pink light shot from the burning car. White Zetsu leaned out the window, firing the Crimson Lotus. Don't be afraid, underlings. Big brother is here. Smoke billowed. Yuji teared up. Zetsu-senpai. But then. A cursed spirit siding with humans. Foolish. The smoke cleared. Jogo stood there, unharmed. His cloak wasn't even singed. The difference in strength is heaven and earth, Jogo sneered. He waved his hand. 3 thumb-sized fireflies appeared. Ember insects. You 3 are trash. Die. The insects shot toward Ijichi, Megumi, and Nobara. I'm going to die, Ijichi thought, picturing Shoko's rare smile. I never got to see Saori, Nobara thought. I should have summoned Maharaga sooner, Megumi thought. Boom. 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 3 explosions rocked the night. The students flinched, waiting for death. But the pain never came. They opened their eyes. An invisible barrier had blocked the explosions. I told you, White Zetsu's smug voice rang out. My number 1 henchman can handle this trashy volcano. Standing in front of them, one hand raised, was Zenin Mirai. Mirai glanced coldly at White Zetsu, who was crouching behind him, but didn't contradict him. If I hadn't arrived, Megumi would have died. The plan would be ruined. Mirai-sensei. Ijichi cried, nearly collapsing with relief. Mirai-sensei. Megumi gasped. The mama's boy's protector. Nobara thought. Mirai looked at Jogo. The plot has shifted. Jogo wasn't supposed to be here. Kenjaku must be testing me. Oh. Jogo twisted the cork in his ear. Finally. Someone worth killing. Pink gorilla. Country girl. Hide behind my little brother. Zetsu waved at them. You'll get caught in the shockwaves. The student scurried behind Mirai. Can we win? Nobara whispered to Megumi. I don't know, Megumi admitted. I've never seen him fight. Mirai turned around. He gave the students a gentle smile. Since all the first years are here, I'll give you a lesson in advance. Zetsu popped up over Mirai's shoulder. Pay attention, rookies. This is a night lesson on the pinnacle of Jujutsu. Chapter 44, Chapter 41, The Rabbit and the Volcano. The Mountain Pass. How? Jogo sneered. You plan to fight me while protecting these burdens. Humans these days are arrogant. If Sukuna's vessel, Yuji, and the target, White Zetsu, weren't standing behind him, Jogo would have incinerated them instantly. Don't worry, Mirai smiled gently. Do whatever you want. Because you are weak. Boom. The ground exploded beneath Jogo's feet. You brat. You're asking for it. Jogo punched Mirai. His fist went straight through Mirai's head. No impact. Jogo blinked. I blew his head off, but there's no blood. Yuji Itadori, Mirai said calmly, his head perfectly intact. He caught Jogo's wrist. White Zetsu told me about you. No curse technique, but excellent physique. Wham. Mirai drove his knee into Jogo's stomach. Gah. Jogo's single eye bulged. Purple blood sprayed from his mouth. He curled up like a shrimp. Basic cursed energy reinforcement, Mirai lectured as he punched Jogo's face. Focus your energy. Strike with intent. Smash. 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 Purple blood flew everywhere. Mirai beat Jogo like a drum. The students stared, dumbfounded. Strong. Yuji whispered. Super strong, Nobara gasped. If they hadn't felt Jogo's terrifying aura earlier, they would have thought Mirai was bullying a grade 4 curse. Focus. Absolute focus. Mirai grabbed Jogo by the arm and spun him around. Crack. A whip kick broke the sound barrier. Red and black lightning flashed. Boom. Jogo was launched into the mountainside. The impact created a massive crater. Mirai looked at the severed arm he was still holding. He tossed it into his Kamui dimension. Discard unnecessary emotions, Mirai said, wiping his hands. Maintain a pure offensive mindset. Thank you, sensei. Yuji shouted, taking notes mentally. As for you, Megumi, Mirai turned to Fushiguro. Your control over the 10 shadows. Rumble. The crater exploded. Lava erupted into the sky like fireworks. Ah. You brat. Jogo roared, flying down from the mountain on a wave of magma. I'm going to tear that fake smile off your face. He was furious. He had been humiliated. Sensei. Lava. Yuji screamed, pointing at the tsunami of molten rock heading toward them. Megumi, Mirai continued calmly. Don't rush to tame new Shikigami. Explore the potential of the ones you have. He formed a hand seal. Rabbit escape. Shadows boiled. 10. 100. 1,000. 10,000. An army of rabbit escape Shikigami surged from the ground. They weren't just cute bunnies, they were a tidal wave of shadows. Crash. The sea of rabbits collided with the sea of lava. They piled up, body over body, creating a wall that stopped the magma dead in its tracks. Megumi stared blankly. Rabbit escape, can do that. Not over yet. Jogo screamed. He summoned hundreds of ember insects. They buzzed like angry hornets, aiming for the students. Nu, Mirai whispered. Screech. Lightning tore the sky. A massive Nu, far larger than Megumi's, swept down, frying the insects instantly. Jogo landed, panting. He looked at Mirai with fear. His attacks are heavy. My attacks phase through him. His Shikigami are monsters. I can't win like this. Die. Jogo unleashed a massive blast of fire, engulfing Mirai. But Mirai walked out of the flames unscathed, the fire parting around him like water. How? Crack. Mirai shattered Jogo's right arm again. Jogo scrambled back. He healed his arm instantly. I have to end this now. Jogo clasped his hands together. Cursed energy flared. Domain expansion, Coffin of the Iron Mountain. Chapter 45, Chapter 42, The Glazed Moon. Inside Jogo's domain, Coffin of the Iron Mountain. Boom. Darkness fell. Then, intense heat erupted. The mountain road vanished, replaced by a cavern of active volcanoes. Magma bubbled from the walls. The air was poisonous. A domain expansion. Ijichi whispered, terrified. Guaranteed hit. Environmental buff. We're dead. Hey, mama's boy, Nobara whispered, gripping her hammer until her knuckles turned white. Is your backer reliable? Should we attack together? Don't worry, country girl, White Zetsu started to brag, but Mirai cut him off. Nobara Kujisaki, right? Mirai smiled gently. I'm not familiar with your technique, so I can't guide you today. Ah, okay. Nobara blushed slightly. He's surprisingly calm. Jogo stood atop a volcano, laughing. You brats. Go to hell and repent. Rumble. Hundreds of magma pillars shot toward them from all directions. Mirai closed his eyes. For 6 months, he had studied Kenjaku's barrier techniques. He had mastered the core of cursed energy. In Naruto, the Sharingan's most dangerous ability wasn't copying, it was Genjutsu. Until he mastered domain expansion, he couldn't fully utilize it in this world. But now. Mirai's eyes snapped open. The Mangekyō spun violently. He crossed his fingers. Domain expansion, final scenery. Glazed moon. Shatter. The magma froze. The heat vanished. The volcano cracked like glass. The world turned dark. An endless, claustrophobic void. Then, a light appeared. Everyone looked up. Hanging in the sky was a massive, crystal-clear moon. It shimmered with psychedelic colors. On its surface were 9 blood-red tomo. What is this? Yuji gasped. It's beautiful. This is my domain, Mirai explained softly. It materializes the imagination. It turns fantasy into reality. Teacher. Look at Volcano Head. Nobara shouted. They looked at Jogo. The special grade spirit was standing there, frozen. But he wasn't angry. He was smiling. A smug, victorious smile. Why is he smiling? Megumi asked. Isn't he trapped? He's in an illusion, Mirai said. Anyone with cursed energy who enters the moonlight sinks into a dream. He thinks he's already won. He thinks he killed us. White Zetsu walked up to the frozen Jogo. Watch closely, underlings. Smack. Zetsu slapped Jogo's rock-hard face with full force. Crack. OWWW. Zetsu screamed, clutching his broken hand. Damn it. His face is made of stone. The student stared at him speechlessly. Idiot. So? Yuji asked. He can't see us. Correct, Mirai nodded. His mind is in a fantasy. His body is defenseless. Scary, Megumi muttered. If Gojo-sensei's domain fries the brain. Mirai-sensei's domain traps the soul. Time to wake up, Mirai said. Shatter. The glass moon broke into 1,000,000 shards. The illusion dissolved. Tick-tock. They were back on the mountain road. The fire was gone. What happened? A weak voice croaked. Jogo was kneeling on the ground. His head was half destroyed. Purple blood pooled around him. While he was dreaming of victory, Mirai had nearly killed him. Chapter 46, Chapter 43, The King of Curses and the Rescue. The Mountain Pass. Ah, haha. Unbelievable. A low, sinister laugh echoed from Yuji's cheek. Smack. Yuji slapped himself in the face. Sorry, sensei. This guy named Sukuna pops up sometimes. It's alright, Mirai chuckled, looking at the mouth and eye that had formed on Yuji's face. Ryomen Sukuna. The King of Curses. It's a miracle you can contain him. Kid, Sukuna's eye swiveled toward Mirai. You seem to know a lot. If you submit now, I'll spare your life when I take over this brat's body. Your fake smile is more pleasing than that blindfolded sorcerer's. Fuck you. Smack. White Zetsu slapped Yuji across the face. Where did this punk come from? Hiding inside my little brother and acting tough. Come out and fight me 1v1. Zetsu roared. I'll give you a handicap. 2 legs and 9 fingers. I could kill you with a sneeze, clown, Sukuna sneered. AHDA. Zetsu tried to punch Yuji again. Senior Zetsu. Stop hitting me. Yuji cried, covering his face. You're hitting me, not him. Very good, Sukuna muttered, retreating into Yuji. Trashy spirit. I expect you to live until I come out. Sensei. Volcano Head is gone. Nobara shouted. They looked at the spot where Jogo had fallen. The charred ground was empty. Ijichi examined the soil. He pulled out a handful of white roots. Roots. Ijichi frowned. He has an accomplice. Mirai's eyes shifted from crimson back to black. He sighed theatrically. A special grade capable of erasing its presence. I was careless. He. Inside Yuji, Sukuna laughed softly. He saw through the act. Mirai had let them go. The next day. First-year classroom. Yuji and Nobara were discussing the battle. Megumi sat quietly, reflecting on Mirai's 10 shadows. Megumi, Yuji asked. Who is stronger? Gojo-sensei or Mirai-sensei? Megumi frowned. Mirai-sensei beat a special grade effortlessly. He has a domain. But Gojo-sensei. Bang. The door flew open. Of course I'm stronger. Gojo Satoru strode in, grinning. White Zetsu followed him, rubbing his sleepy eyes. I heard about the volcano, Gojo bragged. I could crush that trash in a minute without a domain. Mirai needed a domain. Weak. Do you know why Fake Smile hasn't been teaching for 6 months? Gojo leaned in. He got injured by my domain. He's been recovering. Bingo. Zetsu yawned. Mirai boy was bedridden. Gojo fried his brain. What? Yuji and Nobara gasped. Gojo smirked. He turned to Zetsu. Zetsu. Don't you remember that volcano? Intelligent. Humanoid. Just like you. Gojo's eyes narrowed behind his blindfold. Are you sure you don't know him? Gojo suspects, Mirai thought, listening through Zetsu. He thinks Jogo might be another one of my experiments, like Zetsu. Nope. Zetsu picked his nose. Never seen him. He's trash. I'm elite. Gojo chuckled. I see. So, where is Fake Smile now? Chapter 47, Chapter 44, The Warning in the Hot Spring. Jujutsu High. First year classroom. White Zetsu, where is Fake Smile? Gojo asked. He went back to the Zenin estate, White Zetsu replied listlessly. Said he had troublesome issues to resolve. I see. Gojo nodded. Sensei. Yuji raised his hand. What are we learning today? Nothing. Gojo grinned. I have an urgent mission overseas. I'm leaving now. Yuji and Nobara gaped. So, Gojo pointed at Zetsu. You can learn from Zetsu-sensei for a few days. What? Him. TCH. Zetsu crossed his legs on the desk, looking smug. Beg me, and I might teach you. Megumi sighed. He's actually capable. He's been on missions with the second years. Gojo waved and left. Bye-bye. Yuji slapped his forehead. Unreliable teacher. Zetsu cleared his throat. Cough, cough. I'm waiting for you to bow, underlings. Zenin estate. Second underground level. Mirai stood on the steps of the dark warehouse. Retrieve all the corpses from the bath, he ordered. We're moving the base. Jogo's attack yesterday proved that Kenjaku was watching him too closely. He needed to hide his assets, White Zetsu's spare bodies. Nabito and the servants pulled nearly 100 bloated corpses from the blood pool. Sorcerers. Non-sorcerers. Curse users. Among them was Haruta Shigemo, his blonde hair stained purple. Juzo Kamiya, the tanner, watched, shivering. 6 months ago, Mirai ordered him to cripple a limb as punishment. Since Juzo needed his hands for crafting and his legs for walking, he cut off his 5th limb. Mirai admired the sheer insanity of the choice. Master, Juzo bowed, sweating. I will serve you forever. Please don't kill me. Move them upstairs, Mirai said coldly. If anyone tries to run, kill them. Mirai walked to the hanging cursed spirits. 10 blood-red vessels shot out from his Kamui dimension, absorbing the remaining spirits. Half an hour later. Mirai sat in the pavilion, brewing tea. He dialed a number. How is he? Mirai asked softly. Jogo's injury isn't fatal, right? Silence on the other end. Then, Suguru Geto's voice, Kenjaku. How did you know it was me? Don't play dumb, Mirai sipped his tea. You sent him to test me. To see my domain. Don't try to find out my weaknesses again. This is your only warning. Next time. I'll rip off the heads of those 4 trash curses you're collecting. And yours too. Do you understand? Silence. The call disconnected. Tokyo. A hidden hot spring. Steam rose from the water. Hanami stood by the rocks. Jogo soaked in the water, only half his head visible, the rest was still regenerating. And a young man with a stitched-up face swam lazily. Mahito. Jogo, Mahito asked, smiling. Is that guy really as strong as you say? Strong. Jogo shuddered. He's a monster. I don't even know how I lost. 1 second I was winning, the next I was dying on the ground. If Hanami hadn't saved me, I'd be dust. Jogo glared at Mahito. Be careful, Mahito. If you see Zenin Mirai, run. Relax, Mahito stood up, naked and grinning. I won't pick a fight I can't win. But humans are so fragile. I wonder what his soul looks like. Chapter 48, Chapter 45, The Scheme in the Juvenile Center. Tokyo. The hidden hot spring. Jogo-san. Suguru Ghetto, Kenjaku, emerged from the steam, smiling. Damn you, Ghetto. Jogo raged, his one eye bulging. Did you know he would be that strong? You asked me to deal with a grade 4 cursed spirit, Zetsu. But I ran into a monster. Kenjaku raised his hands. Spare me. I didn't know he was that strong. All is well. Jogo pointed to his missing lower body. Does this look well to you? Kenjaku narrowed his eyes. Jogo. Did you tell him your name? Jogo shook his head. Interesting, Kenjaku muttered. He knew your name. He knew Hanami was hiding. He knew everything. Zenin Mirai. The Ancient One. His network is terrifying. So, Kenjaku smiled. Now you understand why we need to seal Gojo Satoru. And why we need the prison realm. October 31st, Shibuya. That will be the day the era changes. Mahito swam over. Shouldn't we kill Mirai too? Not yet, Kenjaku said. He isn't our enemy, for now. We have a deal. Jujutsu High. Faculty cabin. Night. White Zetsu was curled up on the sofa, chuckling. Teaching those kids is fun. The exorcist teaching sorcerers. Hey, Mirai boy, Zetsu asked. Why did you let Volcano Head go? You could have killed him. I felt the divine tree hungering for him. Why waste a special grade? Mirai smiled. Because he is trash, Mirai said. Killing him now would alert Kenjaku too early. Let them feel safe. Buzz. Mirai's phone lit up. A text message. Zetsu. Leave the caterpillar, inventory curse, and all curse tools here. Zetsu blinked. He read the text. Special grade mission, overseas. Immediate departure. They're trying to separate us, Mirai murmured. Just like they did with Gojo. Fine. I'll play along. Principal's office. Principal Yaga frowned at the photos on his desk. Photos of white Zetsu. Ijichi, Yaga said. Zetsu knew about the ambush. He called for help before the attack started. He sensed a special grade before anyone else. He's hiding his strength. And so is Mirai. Yaga sighed. This is trouble. July 2018. Nishitokyo City. Aishu Juvenile Detention Center. Dark clouds hung low over the facility. The air was thick with tension. Police cordoned off the area. Standing at the gate were the 3 first years, Itadori Yuji, Fushiguro Megumi, Nobara Kujisaki. And white Zetsu without his cursed tools. Listen, Ijichi said gravely. A cursed womb has appeared. It's a potential special grade. Your mission is rescue only. Confirm survivors. Do not fight. If you see the curse, run. Special grade. Yuji gulped. He remembered Jogo. Ah. Tadashi. A woman was crying near the police line. My son isn't there. Is Tadashi okay? Yuji looked at the mother. His fear vanished, replaced by resolve. Guys, Yuji said, clenching his fists. Let's go save them. Chapter 49, Chapter 46, The Womb and the Argument. Aishu Juvenile Detention Center. The entrance. Born of darkness, blacker than darkness. Purify that which is impure. Ijichi cast the curtain. The sky turned black. A special grade. White Zetsu scoffed, putting his hands behind his head. The higher-ups really overestimate these weaklings. Mama's boy, Nobara retorted. If you're so tough, why don't you go in alone? Scared. Scared. Zetsu snorted. Back in the day, I fought from Hong Kong to Portland Street. I've killed 800 special grades. Sure you have, Nobara rolled her eyes. Senior Zetsu, Megumi asked seriously. Where are your cursed tools? Taken away, Zetsu shrugged. Mirai boy took the Dragon Bone and Crimson Lotus back before he left for his overseas mission. Said Gojo didn't want us relying on them. Megumi frowned. Gojo-sensei is gone. Mirai-sensei is gone. And Zetsu is disarmed. This feels like a setup. Let's go, Yuji said, pushing open the door. People are waiting. Inside. What is this? Yuji gasped. The hallway was twisted. Stairs led nowhere. The door they entered was gone. Where's the exit? Nobara panicked. Cough. Zetsu put on a pair of sunglasses. Relax, rookies. This is an incomplete domain. The curse is using its energy to warp space. But compared to Mirai Boy's domain, this is trash. Yuji and Nobara breathed a sigh of relief. If it's not as scary as Mirai-sensei's infinite Tsukuyomi, maybe we have a chance. Jade dog. Megumi summoned his white wolf. Find the survivors. The third floor. They found 3 corpses. Mutilated. Yuji checked the name tag on one. Tadashi. The son of the crying woman outside. Megumi, Yuji said. Let's take his body back. His mom needs closure. Leave it, Megumi said coldly. We need to find the living. He's dead. What? Yuji grabbed Megumi's collar. How can you be so cold? He was a criminal. Megumi shouted back. He killed a little girl while driving without a license. If I save him, and he kills again, that's on me. I save people unequally. You too. Nobara yelled. Stop fighting. This isn't the time. Zetsu watched from the back, smiling faintly. The saint versus the pragmatist. Interesting. Hey, Nobara, Zetsu walked toward her. Let's break them up. Squelch. A black hole opened in the floor beneath them. Ah. Nobara and Zetsu fell through the floor and vanished. Nobara. Zetsu. Yuji screamed. Splat. Megumi looked at the wall. His jade dog was embedded in the concrete. Dead. Yuji. Run. Megumi roared. He grabbed Yuji and turned to flee. But he stopped. Cold sweat poured down his face. Standing right in front of them, less than 30 centimeters away, was the special grade finger bearer. It grinned. Chapter 50, Chapter 47, The Sacrifice of the Mama's Boy. The finger bearer's room. The special grade cursed spirit giggled. Its cursed energy was overwhelming. Yuji Itadori reached for his dragon bone sword. Clang. A flash of light. Yuji's left hand, the one holding the sword, fell to the floor. Blood sprayed everywhere. Ah. Yuji stared at his stump. The finger bearer clapped its hands, laughing hysterically. It's too fast, Yuji gasped, tying his belt around his arm as a tourniquet. Sukuna. Yuji yelled internally. Help me. If I die, you die. I refuse, Sukuna's mouth opened on Yuji's cheek. I have 18 other fingers. I don't need you. But I'm warning you, brat. If you switch with me, I'll kill Fushiguro. Then I'll kill the woman. And finally, I'll tear that foul-mouthed spirit, Zetsu, to pieces. Boom. The finger bearer fired a blast of pure cursed energy. Yuji and Megumi barely dodged. The wall exploded. Megumi. Yuji shouted. Find Nobara. Take her and run. Give me a signal when you're out. Then I'll release Sukuna. Megumi gritted his teeth. Don't die, Yuji. He summoned Nu and flew into the darkness to find the others. The underground. Nobara Kujisaki stood atop a pile of dead cursed spirits. She was panting. Mama's boy, she yelled at White Zetsu, who was hiding under a corpse. Do something. We're gonna die. Now is not the time for the big brother to step in, Zetsu trembled. I'm protecting your back. Useless. Above them, dozens of flying cursed spirits swarmed. Nobara threw her last nail. Straw doll technique, hairpin. Boom. Blue flames erupted, clearing the sky. But Nobara collapsed. She was out of cursed energy. Her nails were gone. Her hammer was broken. At least you did something, she muttered, leaning against Zetsu. But on the ground, 2 grade 2 curses, mushroom heads, approached. I can't believe I'm going to die with a mama's boy, Nobara sighed. She couldn't move. Nobara. Zetsu. Megumi's voice echoed from the distance. Nobara's eyes lit up. Megumi. Swish. A cursed spirit lunged at her. Its claws aimed for her throat. Too late. She couldn't dodge. Bam. Someone shoved her hard. The big brother said. Zetsu's voice rang out. He'd never let a cursed spirit touch his underling. Splat. Zetsu's head flew off his shoulders. It rolled across the floor, stopping at Nobara's feet. His headless body stood there for a second, then collapsed. Nobara stared at the head. Zetsu's eyes were open, frozen in a goofy expression. White. Zetsu. Senior Zetsu. Megumi arrived, his eyes widening in horror. He sacrificed himself. That coward, that boastful idiot, saved her. Tears welled in Nobara's eyes. Oh. You bastards. That mama's boy. Was my partner. Roar. Blue cursed energy exploded from Nobara. Rage refilled her reserves. She didn't have a hammer. She didn't have nails. She clenched her fists. Die. Nobara charged at the cursed spirits, screaming. Chapter 51, Chapter 48, The Resurrection and the King. The Underground Battle. Nobara Kujisaki stared at the headless body of White Zetsu. That mama's boy actually saved me. She gritted her teeth. Her cursed energy flared. She charged at the cursed spirits with bare fists. The rooftop. Crack. On the roof of the detention center, a corpse stood up. It was one of the spare bodies Mirai had brought. Blonde hair, now white. Purple markings under the eyes. Haruta Shigemo's body. Oof, the corpse stretched. Can't hide these markings, huh? White Zetsu, now in Haruta's body, touched his face. It doesn't matter, Mirai said, standing on the edge of the roof. No one at the school recognizes Haruta's markings. Zetsu grabbed his caterpillar, inventory curse, from the void. Those old geezers deserve to die. Zetsu complained. Targeting Yuji is one thing, but targeting me. The great White Zetsu. The conservative faction, Mirai said, his Sharingan piercing the concrete to watch Yuji below. They want to kill Yuji to spite Gojo. And they want to kill you to spite me. A bunch of clowns. Let's wait. It's not time to settle accounts yet. Fine, Zetsu rolled his eyes. But when the time comes, I'm killing them myself. Go, Mirai nodded. Your underling is crying for you. Hee hee. Zetsu grinned. That delinquent girl must be heartbroken. I bet she's totally charmed by my heroic sacrifice. Zetsu put on a new pair of sunglasses and jumped off the roof. Mirai watched him go. Then he activated Kamui and sank into the building. The finger-bearer's room. Bang. Yuji punched the finger-bearer. His fist glowed with cursed energy. Hee hee. The curse laughed, catching Yuji's fist effortlessly. Damn it. Yuji grit his teeth. A whoa. A wolf's howl echoed from outside. Megumi's signal. They were out. Finally. Yuji relaxed his control. Sukuna. You're up. The switch. Splash. The tattoos appeared on Yuji's body. His eyes opened, red and malicious. He brushed his hair back. Ryomen Sukuna. TCH, Sukuna scoffed. That brat underestimated me. He patted the finger-bearer's shoulder. Wait a minute. Let me think. The special grade curse trembled. It backed away in fear. Sukuna looked up at the ceiling. Who's there? Swish. A figure dropped from the shadows, landing softly. Zenin Mirai. He looked at Sukuna with a feigned worried expression. Itadori-kun. Are you all right? The finger-bearer stood between them, shaking like a leaf. On one side, the king of curses. On the other, the modern monster. Sukuna put his hands in his pockets. Your acting only fools the brats. Kid, Sukuna said to Yuji Soul. Switch back. Silence. 1 second. 2 seconds. Sukuna's grin widened. Looks like the brat is unconscious. He looked at Mirai. The malice in his eyes exploded. He can't switch back. Isn't that wonderful? Chapter 52, Chapter 49, The Shrine and the Experiment. Aishu Juvenile Detention Center. The Reservoir. Not bad. Ryomen Sukuna flashed forward. He passed through the terrified finger-bearer in milliseconds. He raised his hand. Slash. An invisible blade shot from his fingertips. Boom. The wall behind Mirai collapsed. But Mirai stood unharmed. The slash had phased through his head. Spending time with kids has made you soft, Mirai whispered. Wham. Mirai kicked Sukuna in the gut. A deafening sonic boom exploded. Sukuna folded in half. Crack. Mirai stepped down, using gravity to smash Sukuna through the bridge and into the water below. He landed softly on a piece of floating debris. Interesting technique, Sukuna grinned, regenerating his arm instantly. He charged again. Slash. Slash. Invisible blades. Cursed energy fists. Mirai stood with his hands in his pockets, dodging or phasing through everything. His gaze was indifferent. Boring. To be honest. Mirai sighed. You, at 2 fingers, are utterly boring. How about I let you have your way? Mirai deactivated his intangibility. Bang. Mirai moved faster than Sukuna could react. He kicked Sukuna's arm, shattering the bone. He stepped on Sukuna's shoulder, forcing the king of curses to kneel on the water. Here. Mirai pulled a cursed object from his pocket, the finger from the special grade they just killed. He tossed it to Sukuna like feeding a dog. Eat up. While Sukuna was distracted, the shockwave from their clash shredded the finger-bearer into dust. Sukuna caught the finger. He swallowed it. Gulp. 3 fingers. Cursed energy exploded from Sukuna. Kid, you're more infuriating than Gojo Satoru. How? Mirai smiled. Didn't you say not to hold back? Wham. Mirai kicked Sukuna into the wall again. Hands still in pockets. Silent contempt. Sukuna pulled himself from the wall. He saw it now. Beneath Mirai's fake smile lay a soul etched with indifference. Mirai didn't care about anything. He looked down on the king of curses. Fine. Sukuna roared. He ripped off his damaged arms and regenerated them. He clasped his hands together. Domain expansion, malevolent shrine. Rumble. A shrine of bones rose from the water. It had no barrier. It was an open domain. A divine technique that painted slashes onto reality itself. Mirai smiled. Finally. He took his hands out of his pockets. Come on. Show me the king's power. Clang. Hundreds of invisible blades swept toward him. Splat. Mirai didn't dodge. His body was shredded. Blood sprayed like a fountain. He looked like a gourd skewered with knives. What are you doing? Sukuna frowned. He's taking it. Why? Is this all 3 fingers can do? Mirai sighed. FZZT. Reverse curse technique. The wounds healed instantly. In the shadows. Maharaga's wheel turned. Click. More, Mirai taunted. Can you make it stronger? Boom. 2,600 slashes hit Mirai at once. Brain. Neck. Chest. Limbs. Mirai activated his Mangekyō Sharingan. He tried to dodge. Splat. His eyeball was sliced in half. Experiment failed, Mirai muttered, blood streaming down his face. Even with the Sharingan, you can't dodge a sure hit. It teleports to the target. But it didn't matter. Mirai laughed in the rain of blood. His goal wasn't to dodge. His goal was to adapt. Click. The wheel turned again. Adapting to open barrier domains. Adapting to slashing attacks. This was the ultimate purpose of this trip. Chapter 53, Notice. Hey guys. Not a fan of monthly subscriptions? You can now send a one-time tip via Gumroad. It helps me keep this FIC a priority and ensures the updates stay consistent, link on my bio. Chapter 54, Chapter 50, The Heart and the Wrath. The Reservoir. The rain of blood stopped. The open domain vanished. Mirai stood on the water's surface, his wounds fully healed. Are you done? Mirai asked, his voice flat. Useless again. Sukuna fell silent. The gap in power between 3 fingers and this man was too wide. Hee hee. A sinister smile crept across Sukuna's lips. I'll remember you, Zenin Mirai. Wait for me. Once I deal with this brat, you'll be begging for mercy on your knees. Squelch. Sukuna plunged his right hand into Yuji's chest. He ripped out the boy's heart. Blood splashed into the dark water. The heart beat rhythmically in Sukuna's clawed hand. I can live without a heart, Sukuna sneered. But the brat can't. Splat. He crushed the heart into pulp. Now, Sukuna tossed the gore aside. It's time to have a talk with the brat in the afterlife. He released his control over the body. Yuji's eyes rolled back. His tattoos faded. The body, heartless and dead, collapsed. Plop. It sank into the cold water. Mirai watched silently. He made no move to save him. This is necessary. For the binding vow. For the vessel's growth. Mirai's indifferent mask slipped back into a gentle, fake smile. See you soon, Yuji. The gate. A light drizzle fell from the gloomy sky. Nobara Kujisaki sat in a puddle, leaning against the car wheel. She was exhausted, staring blankly at the ground. Megumi. She whispered. Is Zetsu really dead? Megumi Fushiguro stood by the car, looking at the back seat. There lay the 2 severed halves of white Zetsu's body. Cursed spirits usually disappear when they die, Megumi frowned. But this. Suddenly, the corpse began to change. The pale white skin faded. The face shifted. The body transformed into a complete stranger, a middle-aged man with a scarred face, a random curse user Mirai had killed previously. A stench of rot filled the air. What the hell? Megumi gasped. Who is this? Yo. A familiar, irritating voice came from behind them. They turned around. Standing there was a man in a red cloud cloak, holding a rainbow umbrella, wearing sunglasses. Blonde hair, dyed white. Purple triangle markings under the eyes. White Zetsu, in Haruta Shigemo's body, waved cheekily. "Hey, delinquent girl. Were you moved to tears by my heroic sacrifice?" Nobara froze. She looked at the rotting stranger in the car. She looked at the grinning idiot with the rainbow umbrella. Her brain short-circuited. Thud. She fainted face first into the puddle. Zetsu blinked. Dazzled by my handsomeness. Senior Zetsu. Megumi gaped. You're alive. Details later, Ijichi walked over, putting away his phone. He looked relieved but exhausted. Fushiguro-kun, put the corpse in the trunk. Shoko will want to examine it. I'll take Kujisaki to the hospital. You wait here for Mirai-sensei and Itadori. The car drove off, leaving Megumi and Zetsu in the rain. Abroad. Unnamed valley. Crack. Ui swung a giant axe, cleaving a cursed spirit in two. Sister. That man is lazy. He makes us do his mission while he stays in Japan. Mei smiled, checking her bank account on her phone. That man pays very well, ui. She took a photo of the dead special grade and hit send. Recipient, Zenin Mirai. I love him, she purred. For his money. Abroad. Unnamed cemetery. Mosi. Gojo Satoru held his phone to his ear. Boom. A special grade cursed spirit exploded from behind a tombstone, blasting Gojo with cursed energy. Hee. The spirit laughed. I got him. The smoke cleared. Gojo stood there, unharmed. His infinity blocked every speck of dust. He didn't even look at the spirit. Zap. He raised one finger. Blue. The spirit's torso vanished. It dissolved into ash without a sound. I see. Gojo listened to Ijichi's report on the phone. Mission report, Aisha Juvenile Detention Center. Status, Itadori Yuji confirmed dead. Gojo's playful smile vanished. The air in the cemetery grew heavy. The ground cracked under his pressure. His blue eyes, usually bright, turned cold and terrifying. Not a fan of monthly subscriptions. You can now send a one-time tip via Gumroad. It helps me keep this FIC a priority and ensures the updates stay consistent. Link on my bio. Chapter 55, Chapter 51, The Resurrection and the Sister. Jujutsu High. The morgue. Yuji Itadori lay cold on the metal table, covered by a white sheet. Gojo Satoru stood over him, his expression dark. Facing a special grade, and they sent first years. They knew I couldn't be touched, so they targeted Yuji to get to me. Gojo grinned, a hint of madness in his blue eyes. Maybe I should just kill all those old geezers at the top. Ijichi trembled beside him. Gojo-san. Where is fake smile? Gojo asked, looking at Megumi. Mirai-sensei went to the Kamui clan, Megumi replied. He said he was going to demand an explanation. Hee. Gojo chuckled. That guy hates the old geezers too. Kamui clan estate. Main hall. Zenin Mirai was led into the sealed room. Sitting in the clan head seat was Suguru Gedo, Kenjaku. I'm curious, Kenjaku smiled, the stitches on his forehead stretching. How did you know I was controlling the Kamui clan? Mirai sat down. Noritoshi Kamui is notorious. It wasn't hard to guess. Let's cut the chase, Mirai said. You owe me. I won't expose your infiltration of the school. I won't expose the prison realm. In exchange. Kenjaku narrowed his eyes. You know about the prison realm. This man knows too much. Fine, Kenjaku agreed. Time has no meaning to me. I can wait. Good, Mirai stood up. Consider this a favor between old friends. Innate domain. Sukuna's throne of skulls. Ryomen Sukuna sat on his throne of bones. Yuji stood before him in the blood-red water. Let's make a deal, Sukuna said. I'll revive you. But you must agree to my conditions. If I win a fight, you agree unconditionally. If you win, I revive you for free. Deal. Yuji shouted, raising his fists. I'll beat you. Slash. Before Yuji could blink, the top of his head was sliced off. He fell into the bloody water. Binding vow, established. The morgue. Are you just going to watch me dissect him? Shoko Yeri asked, pulling on her gloves. Suddenly, the corpse sat up. Whoa. Yuji gasped, looking around. I'm naked. Gojo, Ijichi, and Shoko stared. Humph, Gojo chuckled. Welcome back, Yuji. Ring ring. Gojo's phone rang. Caller ID, fake smile. Speak of the devil, Gojo grinned. Are you calling to apologize? The infirmary. Nobara Kujisaki lay in bed, pretending to be asleep. She was fully healed, but she didn't want to wake up. Because White Zetsu was sitting next to her, watching a loud movie on his phone. Good job cutting him. Zetsu cheered at the screen. This violent woman is just like Sister 13 from the movie. Nobara's eyebrow twitched. Sister 13. Violent woman. From now on, Nobara's nickname is Sister 13. Zetsu cackled. Wonderful. Mama's boy. Nobara snapped. She sat up, glaring at him. Zetsu grinned, showing his serrated teeth. You're finally awake, Sister 13. It's me. Your grandpa. Bam. Nobara kicked him squarely in the face. Who's your Sister 13? She jumped out of bed and sprinted out the door. I can't deal with this. I cried over him. So embarrassing. Damn it. Zetsu yelled, clutching his nose. I curse you. My speech was ruined again. Not a fan of monthly subscriptions. You can now send a one-time tip via Gumroad. It helps me keep this FIC a priority and ensures the updates stay consistent. Link on my bio. Chapter 56, Chapter 52, The Secret and the Exchange Event. Jujutsu High. The morgue. That was close. Nobara Kujisaki walked in, still shaken by Zetsu's resurrection. Between spiritual death and physical death. I choose physical. Suddenly, an arm pulled her into the room. Hedgehog. Pink gorilla. Nobara blinked. Yuji Itadori was sitting on the autopsy table, naked, grinning. Megumi Fushiguro and Gojo Satoru stood beside him. What? Nobara screamed. You're alive. Even pink gorillas play with resurrection. She poked Yuji. He was real. Shoko. Ijichi. She looked at the adults. They nodded. We brought you here because. Gojo lowered his voice. He explained the plan. The higher-ups wanted Yuji dead. To protect him, he had to stay dead until the time was right. It is necessary, Gojo said solemnly. Nobara sighed. Fine. But you owe me big time. Dusk. Official notification. Mission log, Aisha Juvenile Detention Center. Result, top-tier vengeful spirit encountered. Casualty, Itadori Yuji, student. Confirmed dead. As for White Zetsu, the higher-ups ignored his survival. It was too complicated to explain how a cursed spirit survived getting ripped in half. The next day. 9 a.m. Megumi and Nobara sat on the training ground steps, silent. They knew Yuji was alive. But they had to act sad. Megumi. You look grumpier than usual. A girl with a ponytail and glasses walked up, carrying a polearm. Maki Zenin. Zenin senpai. Megumi looked up. Don't call me by that name, Maki scowled. Maki. Maki. A panda and a boy with snake eyes markings, Toge Inumaki, hid behind a tree. Don't you know? A first year died yesterday. Bonito flakes, Inumaki warned. Maki froze. Who died? Who are they? Nobara asked. Second years, Megumi introduced. Maki Zenin, cursed tools. Toge Inumaki, cursed speech. Panda, panda. There's one more, Yudo Katsu, but he's overseas. Sorry, Panda apologized. We didn't know about your loss. We're here to invite you to the Kyoto Sister School Exchange event. We'll do it, Nobara said instantly. We need to get stronger. By the way, Panda asked. Where is White Zetsu? Probably sleeping, Maki scoffed. That grade 4 spirit has no ambition. Oh. Nobara's eyes widened. So you're the mama's boy's niece. Silence. Maki's vein popped. Mama's boy. Niece. Zetsu calls himself grandpa. I'm a Zenin. So I'm his niece. Hey, freshman, Maki cracked her knuckles. Since you're joining, you won't mind some intensive training, right? Bring it on. Nobara stood up. The harder the better. I never want to be saved by that idiot again. Megumi stood up too. Me neither. The secret training room. Yuji sat in a room full of DVDs and plushies. Gojo-sensei. I know this. Yuji raised his hand. Zetsu-sensei taught me this. Watching movies to control cursed energy. Gojo smiled. He did, huh? But you need to master it. I'll be your partner for the next month. Make me stronger, Yuji said, clenching his fists. Make me invincible. So I can save people. Gojo patted his head. Good attitude. Faculty cabin. 2 p.m. White Zetsu yawned, walking into the living room with messy hair. How's the training going? Mirai asked from the sofa. At most 2, Zetsu held up 2 fingers. And one has to be stronger than the other. My brain feels like it's going to explode. 2 is enough, Mirai noted in his journal. You can participate in the exchange event too. With 2 bodies. Chapter 57, Chapter 53, The Niece and the Salaryman. Jujutsu High. Training ground. Dusk dyed the sky blood red. Nobara and Megumi lay on the grass, exhausted. Maki-senpai is a monster, Nobara panted. Hey! Weaklings. Maki Zenin stood over them, twirling her polearm. Done already. Bonito flakes, Toge Inumaki nodded. Panda sighed. Give them a break, Maki. Niece. Sister 13. A voice shouted from the edge of the field. White Zetsu, in Haruta's body, ran over and jumped onto Panda's back. So soft. Zetsu snuggled into the fur. Get off. Maki glared. And stop calling me niece. But I'm grandpa, Zetsu argued. So you're my niece. Maki pointed her weapon at him. You're participating in the exchange event too, right? Don't embarrass us. Relax, Zetsu picked his nose. It's just the Kyoto kids. I'll wipe them out. Maki squinted at Zetsu's face. What's that purple mark under your eyes? Zetsu touched the triangle markings. This is a miracle. Miracle. Maki snorted. Whack. She hit him with her polearm. Ow. Niece. You have no martial ethics. Zetsu scrambled away, using the King of Chin walks around the pillar move, running around Panda, to dodge. Help. Panda. Sister 13. Panda sighed, caught in the middle. The hot spring. Kenjaku sat on a rock, holding a cursed object, a finger. Jogo sat beside him, smoking his pipe. Is this the plan? Jogo asked. Planting Sukuna's fingers. Yes, Kenjaku smiled. To lure out the enemies. And to test the vessel. Hanami spoke in their mind. Is it wise to antagonize Zenin Mirai now? We have a deal. Don't worry, Kenjaku said. Whether Mirai wins or Gojo wins, chaos benefits us. Hanami. Be careful. Jogo warned. You're the best at stealth. Don't get caught. Where is Mahito? Playing with humans, Kenjaku chuckled. In a cinema. Kinema cinema. A man in a beige suit and polka dot tie inspected the crime scene. Kento Nanami. The salaryman sorcerer. Beside him stood Yuji Itadori, wearing a hood to hide his identity. Itadori-kun, Nanami pointed at the seats. Can you see it? Yuji focused his cursed energy. He saw residuals. Black handprints. Footprints leading to the exit. Yes, Yuji nodded. Cursed energy remnants. Good, Nanami adjusted his glasses. We track the curse. We exorcise it. Then I go home. I hate overtime. OSU. Yuji followed him. Jujutsu High. Senior Zetsu, Megumi waved at Zetsu. My 10 shadows improved. Can you give me advice? Zetsu yawned, scratching his head. Sure. I taught Mirai everything he knows about shadows. Zetsu walked over arrogantly, hands behind his back. Watch and learn, kid. The essence of the shadow is... Splat. Zetsu stepped into Megumi's shadow and sank straight down. Grass. Damn it. Zetsu's head disappeared into the darkness. Megumi stared blankly. Chapter 58, Chapter 54, The Shadow, The Mark, and the Old Mother. Jujutsu High. Training ground. Grass. Damn it. Hedgehog brat. Are you trying to murder me? White Zetsu scrambled out of Megumi Fushigiro's shadow, gasping for air. There are so many sharp cursed tools piled up inside. I almost died. Sorry. Sorry. Megumi apologized profusely. I only learned this skill recently. I can't fully control where things go. Maki Zenin sat nearby, rolling her eyes. Forget it, Zetsu. He didn't do it on purpose. You accomplice. How dare you speak? Zetsu pointed an accusing finger at Maki. It was your spear inside his shadow that almost skewered my heart. Falling into the shadow felt like skydiving without a parachute. When he landed, he was surrounded by the weapons Maki had stored there. If he hadn't been lucky. You're all right, aren't you? Maki scoffed. She didn't notice, or perhaps she didn't care, that one of the purple triangle markings under Zetsu's eye had mysteriously disappeared. The miracle technique had activated to save him from the fall. Nobara, sitting nearby, noticed the mark vanish. She lowered her head, her expression complex. TCH. Zetsu dusted himself off. Fine. I'm magnanimous. I forgive you this once. Kyoto Jujutsu High. Time passed. 5 days remained until the Goodwill event. Yo, long time no see, Yutaheim. Gojo Satoru greeted her with a blinding smile. Yutaheim Iori, the songstress, wore her Miko outfit, a scar across her nose. She frowned at the men she hated most. What are you doing here again? Didn't you just drop off the souvenirs? I'm not here for you, Gojo grinned, ignoring her disgust. Where's Grandpa Gakaganji? I need to have a chat. Principal's office, Yutaheim waved him away impatiently. Thanks. Gojo started walking, then turned back with a wave. By the way, Yutaheim. Please thank your student for me. The information they gave us was quite useful. It really helped a lot. Yutaheim frowned. Student. What information? Jujutsu High. Faculty cabin. 2 p.m. White Zetsu, in Haruta's body, yawned, finally getting out of bed. He donned his red cloud cloak and admired himself in the mirror. Not bad. Master Zetsu is still handsome today. He walked into the living room. Mirai was curled up on the sofa, reading a book. Hey, Mirai boy, Zetsu muttered. You make it sound like you're studying for college entrance exams. Reading every day. Mirai calmly tossed the book into his Kamui dimension. I finished reading the parts needed for the plan. He pulled out a brand new notebook. But reading isn't mastering. We just need to wait for the brain, Kenjaku, to act. The more transparent the plan, the more stable it is. You really can endure loneliness, Zetsu curled his lip. It's just that you're too active, Mirai flipped through his notes. Instead of wasting time playing with the students, you should train more. You make it sound easy. Zetsu stretched. There are limits. Growing a soul in a short time is hard. Mirai threw another notebook onto the table. I told you to read this. These records are useful for you. Zetsu picked it up. It was the detailed manual on soul manipulation and body fabrication. For Zetsu, it was like a martial arts Bible. This stuff makes me sleepy. It's hypnosis. Mirai shook his head. He really has ADHD. Good at causing trouble, terrible at studying. If the pink gorilla knew the truth about souls, Zetsu laughed, flipping pages. His brain would explode. Speaking of which, Gojo and the others are trying so hard to hide that Yuji is alive. But I already saw through their tricks. Be careful, Mirai warned. Don't gossip and spill the beans. There are a few months left. Plenty of room for you to cause trouble. Don't worry. Grandpa never makes mistakes. Zetsu checked the time on his phone. Gotta go. Hedgehog boy is waiting for my pointers. He tossed the notebook back to Mirai. Keep this safe. I can't carry something this important. My current body is weak, if I die and drop it, it'll be a hassle. Zetsu strode out of the room, eager to play mentor. The old mother. Mirai watched Zetsu leave. He felt a wave of frustration, but also indulgence. To Mirai, this world was filled with humans, spirits, and sorcerers. But to him, they were all like pieces of paper. Disposable. Tools. If they were useful, he used them. If they were useless, they were garbage. It didn't matter if they lived or died. It didn't matter what they experienced. But White Zetsu. The newly born Zetsu was like an innocent infant raised by Mirai. He controlled Zetsu's life and death, yes. But in his heart, he regarded Zetsu as family. His mindset toward Zetsu could be described in 3 words. Old mother. Only a spendthrift idiot like White Zetsu could be so good. Chapter 59, Chapter 55, The Ten-Tails and the Muscular Baboon. Sato Zakura High School. The barrier blocked the sunlight. The gymnasium was dark. Junpei Yoshino was Yuji's first friend in the sorcery world. They liked the same weird movies. They had the same bad taste. But now. Yuji stood frozen, tears in his eyes. The ugly, distorted cursed spirit clutching his leg was Junpei. Transformed by idol transfiguration. Yuji. Junpei's voice was garbled, full of confusion and sadness. Why? Why was I bullied? Why was my mother killed? Why do good people die? Junpei's hand went limp. The breath of life vanished. Ha ha ha. Harsh laughter echoed through the hallway. Is it that easy to die? Mahito, the patchwork cursed spirit, bent over, smiling at Yuji. My sculpting was a bit rough. He popped too fast. Yuji looked up. For the first time in his life, he didn't just want to win. He didn't just want to save someone. He wanted to kill. Rah. Boom. Yuji's fist, heavy with cursed energy and rage, smashed into Mahito's smiling face. Jujutsu high. The sky was clear. Cicadas chirped. Nobara and Megumi stood by the machines, holding drinks. The atmosphere was heavy. Megumi, Nobara whispered. About White Zetsu, does he really? Don't ask, Megumi interrupted. I don't know. Their expressions darkened. Gojo Satoru had called them. He gave them a secret order, monitor White Zetsu. He might be connected to the enemy. If not for that order, they wouldn't doubt him. Zetsu was annoying, arrogant, and weird. But he had saved Nobara. He was training Megumi. Suspecting their savior felt like betrayal. After this is over, Nobara crushed her soda can. Let's apologize to him. Yeah, Megumi nodded. I believe in him. The blindfolded bastard is just paranoid. The training grounds. Hey, niece. White Zetsu sat on top of a tree, looking into the distance with binoculars, made of his hands. I see your sister. Zetsu shouted down to Maki. And she's with a burly man. Let's go look. Zetsu jumped down, his face full of gossip. Is that her boyfriend? Maki frowned, gripping her staff. The burly man must be Aoi to do. This is bad, Panda sighed. A meeting of the top brass, but the two biggest troublemakers are here. Salmon, Inumaki agreed. Maki walked faster. If To-Do is here, he's going to harass my errand boy, Megumi. Fushiguro Megumi, right? Aoi To-Do stood shirtless. His muscles were like rocks. A scar ran down his face. He looked at Megumi with cold, judging eyes. Let me see if you're qualified to replace Yudo Katsu. Whoosh. To-Do moved faster than a heavy tank should. His fist, the size of a casserole pot, aimed for Megumi's head. Toad. Megumi summoned his Shikigami to block. Smash. To-Do tore through the toad. He grabbed Megumi's waist like a pair of iron pliers. Show me some spirit, Fushiguro. Slam. To-Do suplexed Megumi into the concrete. Gravel flew. Megumi coughed up blood. Is that all? To-Do looked down, disappointed. Boring. You ask me what kind of woman I like, then you attack. Megumi wiped the blood from his mouth. Anger rose in his eyes. Since you want to play, fine. Megumi formed a hand seal. Bang. A pink beam of cursed energy shot from the tree line. It trailed a long flame, crossing 100 meters in a blink. To-Do reacted instantly. He crossed his arms, reinforcing them with cursed energy. Boom. Smoke exploded. To-Do skidded back, his arms smoking. Disrespectful. A voice echoed. Beating up Master Zetsu's disciple. You got a death wish, baboon. White Zetsu walked out of the smoke, holding his pink revolver. Senior Zetsu. Megumi gasped. To-Do shook his arms. Not bad. A cursed spirit. He looked at Zetsu. I don't care about your background. Before we fight, I have one question. To-Do leaned forward, his eyes intense. Cursed spirit. What kind of woman, or curse, do you like? Zetsu blinked. He put a hand on his hip, tapping the revolver against his chin. My type. He thought about his mother, Kagaya. He thought about his true form. First of all, Zetsu said seriously. She needs to be 1,000 meters tall. To-Do froze. Ha. And she needs 10 tails, Zetsu continued, gesturing widely. And a single red eye in the center of her forehead. Oh. And her legs should be short and stubby compared to her body. Megumi stared at Zetsu. 1,000 meters. 10 tails. Short legs. What kind of monster is that? To-Do stared at the ground. He began to cry. Wrong. To-Do whispered. Then, he erupted. Wrong. To-Do ripped his shirt off completely. His aura exploded. It's indeed a cursed spirit's taste. Completely alien to human aesthetics. But. To-Do roared. You like short legs? That is boring. Boom. The ground shattered. To-Do launched himself at Zetsu. I hate short legs. Megumi watched in horror. The focus is on the legs. This guy is sick in the head. Chapter 60, Chapter 56, The Idol, the Gun, and the Savior. Do not move. Toji Inumaki arrived just in time, pulling down his collar. The snake and fang seal on his mouth flashed. Cursed speech. Aoi to do, mid-charge, froze instantly in place. Boom. Panda dropped from the sky, his iron fist smashing into the side of Todu's face. Pooh. Todu spat out a mouthful of blood and phlegm. He wiped his mouth, grinning. Just a little test for the new student replacing Okatsu. No need to get so excited. There are only a few days left before the exchange event. Panda stood protectively in front of Megumi and Zetsu. If you cause trouble now, you'll be disqualified. Go quickly, Panda waved his paws coyly. Or I'll report you for molestation. Todu dusted himself off. I've seen enough anyway. I'm leaving. Hey. Muscle baboon. White Zetsu peeked out from behind Panda. You offended Master Zetsu and you think you can just leave? Todu sneered, glancing at the white head hiding like a coward. Boring. We'll settle this at the event. Todu. Zetsu. A girl with short, dark green hair walked onto the field. She held Todu's uniform jacket. My Zenin. Todu, Mai said lazily. Aren't you going to the Takada-chan handshake event? Todu froze. His eyes widened. Takada-chan. The tall idol with the twin tails. His goddess. Oh. Todu snatched his jacket. I'm late. He sprinted away so fast he left a cartoonish dust cloud behind him. Phew. Panda stopped covering Zetsu's mouth. If I didn't stop you, you would have caused a diplomatic incident. If you hadn't stopped me, Zetsu bragged, adjusting his sunglasses. I would have killed that baboon with one shot. He immediately changed his face and pounced on Mai. Niece Mai. I haven't seen you in 2 years. Let Master Zetsu take a look. Smack. Mai slapped him on the head. Don't call me niece. The only one you deceived was that stupid woman Maki. Zetsu took a step back, grinning. You're twins. Since I'm her uncle, I'm naturally your uncle. Still taking advantage. Mai raised an eyebrow. If I hadn't stepped in, that guy would have beaten you to death. Just the muscle baboon. Zetsu scoffed. Mai glanced at the pink revolver, Crimson Lotus, in Zetsu's hand. That cursed tool, it's powerful. But Todu is a grade 1 sorcerer. You wouldn't last seconds. Hee hee. Zetsu shook his head, looking mysterious. Even without cursed tools, if I fired my hidden ultimate move, the baboon wouldn't last a second. He tossed the Crimson Lotus to Mai. Mai caught it, surprised. The ultimate move. Zetsu turned around, leaving a lonely, cool silhouette. He pulled out a cigarette, unlit, and posed. Summoning Jutsu, Mirai. Mai. I knew it. She looked at the pink revolver. It was a gift from Zenin Mirai. She hadn't seen him since leaving the clan. Yo. A mocking voice broke the moment. Nobara Kujisaki walked over, her uniform torn and dirty. You yin-yang woman, Nobara sneered. You have quite the double standard. You despise Yuji for being a vessel, yet you care so much about a cursed spirit like Zetsu. You really are a crazy woman. Ha. Mai smiled dangerously. She raised her own silver revolver in her left hand. She raised the pink Crimson Lotus in her right hand. Click. Both guns aimed directly at Nobara's head. Freshman, Mai whispered. I have advice for you. If you want to be a sorcerer, don't provoke those stronger than you. Mai. Maki stepped forward with her staff. Put the red lotus away. Panda and Inumaki tensed up. Get away, Mai glared at her sister. You failure of the Zenin family. Failure. Maki's gaze turned cold. Look in the mirror. The air crackled with tension. Sister against sister. Stop it. Zetsu waved his hands frantically. Don't fight. No one listened. The disgust in the air was palpable. Mai. Put the gun down. A familiar, gentle voice echoed. Mai froze. She lowered her hands instinctively. She looked behind Zetsu. Standing there was a man in a loose white robe, with black hair and a spotless appearance. He wore a gentle smile that felt terrifyingly out of place. Zenin Mirai. Brother Mirai. Mai whispered, disbelief in her voice. To the Zenin twins, Mirai was a god of fear. Those who follow prosper, those who oppose perish. Round deer. Mirai formed a hand seal. Shadows spread beneath his feet. A massive deer shikigami emerged, radiating positive energy, RCT. Warmth washed over the students. Megumi's head wound healed. Nobara's bruises vanished. Thank you. Mirai-sensei, Megumi, and Nobara bowed their heads. They didn't look him in the eye. A trace of guilt flashed in their gaze. He saved us again. And here we are, spying on him for Gojo. It's okay, Mirai said softly, seemingly unaware of their inner conflict. Don't worry about it. Chapter 61, Chapter 57, The Dinner and the Question. Jujutsu High. Mirai's cabin. Dusk. The Zenin servants cleared the table and left immediately. They were not staff, they were Zenin shadows. Mirai, White Zetsu, Maki, and Mai sat together. A reunion after 2 years. Zetsu picked at his food like a child. You sisters are really dishonest, he complained. He tossed a piece of beef into his caterpillar's mouth. Maki is too strong-willed. You care so much about proving yourself to the clan idiots that you overlook how much Mai depends on you. And Mai, Zetsu pointed his chopsticks at her. You're overly sensitive. Just because Maki left without you, you thought you were abandoned and ran to Kyoto out of spite. You clearly care about each other, but you insist on acting like enemies. White Zetsu. Mai slammed the table, her face flushing red with shame and anger. If Mirai wasn't there, she would have pulled her gun. Maki frowned. Eat your food. Stop talking nonsense. I'm a curse, Zetsu shrugged. Why would I eat? Knowing you're a curse, Mai gritted her teeth. How dare you judge human emotions? I don't understand human emotions, Zetsu laughed. But these aren't my words. He pointed a thumb at Mirai. Mirai boy told me all this. Silence. Maki and Mai froze. They looked at Mirai. They could argue with Zetsu. But if Brother Mirai said it, it was the truth. They didn't have the courage to refute him. Eat, Mirai said softly. The gentle smile from the training grounds was gone. He was just calm. The sisters ate in silence, stealing glances at each other. After the meal. I'm going to train with Panda, Maki stood up, nodding to Mirai. She glanced at Mai, then left. I have to go too, Mai said softly. Kyoto has a meeting. Mai, Zetsu suddenly asked. Why don't you drop out of Kyoto and come back to the Zenin clan? Mai stopped at the door. She looked at Zetsu, then at Mirai reading on the sofa. Is that his order? Or yours? Zetsu pointed to himself. Mine. Nerve, Mai scoffed, but her voice was soft. Call me if you miss me. Or I'll come see you. She walked out, breathing a sigh of relief. Thank God it wasn't Brother Mirai asking. If Mirai asked, she couldn't refuse. But she didn't want to abandon her Kyoto friends. Looks like you care about that girl more than I do, Mirai commented without looking up from his book. Is that not allowed? Zetsu flopped onto the sofa. I watched them grow up. Can't a curse have feelings? Get this straight, Mirai turned a page. It should be, they watched you grow up. Same difference, Zetsu grinned. By the way, why were you late today? To-do almost killed me. Don't forget your miracle technique, Mirai said. You're not that easy to kill. Mirai pulled a box from his Kamui dimension and tossed it to Zetsu. Inside was a long nail wrapped in a talisman. A high-grade cursed object made by Juzo Kamiya. The exchange event starts in a few days, Mirai said. When the chaos starts, plant this. It contains a barrier key. It will let Kenjaku's forces in. Won't I get caught? Zetsu asked, worried. If they find my residuals, Gojo will suspect me immediately. Don't worry, Mirai said calmly. There is already a traitor among the students working for Kenjaku. By the time they suspect you, everything will be settled. Plus, Mirai smiled. I will destroy your residuals before Gojo sees them. Hee hee, Zetsu grinned, pocketing the nail. Grandpa never fails. The next morning. Sunlight filtered through the curtains. Gojo Satoru sat on a sofa, legs crossed. Nanami Kento read a newspaper opposite him. Nanami, Gojo muttered. Do you think I should just kill that fake smiley guy? Nanami paused. He lowered his newspaper. By fake smiley, do you mean Zenin Mirai? Yeah. Please don't joke about such terrifying things, Nanami adjusted his glasses. I just got back. I don't want to be unemployed again. I'm not joking, Gojo's voice dropped. It was heavy. Serious. If I killed him, what would happen? Nanami frowned. He thought about the Zenin clan. The political balance. Mirai's power. The Jujutsu world. Would fall into total chaos. Chapter 62, Chapter 58, The Demon and the Extra Member. The morning of the exchange event. The morning sun was bright and clear. Golden light filtered through the shadows of the trees and the curtains, casting dappled patterns into the faculty lounge. Sitting with his back to the sun, Nanami Kento flipped through the newspaper in his hand. Gojo Satoru rested his hands on the back of the sofa, legs crossed, and muttered softly. Nanami, do you think I should just kill that fake smiley guy? How about it? Nanami paused. He lowered the newspaper slightly. By fake smiley, do you mean Zenin Mirai, who works here at the college? Gojo raised a hand. Yeah. A hint of surprise flashed in Nanami's stoic eyes. Please don't play such a terrifying joke on me. I've only been back at the college for a short time. I don't want to face unemployment again so soon. Gojo lowered his head. His tone dropped, becoming heavy and serious. Seriously. I wasn't joking. If I met him at the conference, I might just kill him. What would happen? Nanami realized Gojo wasn't speaking nonsense. He frowned, analyzing the situation deeply. The Jujutsu world. Nanami said gravely. Great chaos. Regarding Zenin Mirai. Nanami had only met him twice. His evaluation was consistent, mysterious, powerful, cold-blooded, and dangerous. The first time was when Suguru Gedo declared war on the college. Mirai claimed he wanted to cooperate, but in the blink of an eye, he slaughtered a hostile curse user. Afterward, he casually ordered a grade 1 sorcerer from his own family to cut off his own arm, and the men did it without hesitation. The second meeting was during the night parade of 100 demons. The image of those sky-covering Shikigami still lingered in Nanami's mind. I have no doubt you have the ability to kill him. Nanami looked at Gojo with a serious expression. If you intend to kill him without considering the consequences, then I have nothing to say. Otherwise, even if you uproot the Zenin family again, the world of sorcery will be thrown into chaos. Nanami adjusted his glasses. The orthodox Jujutsu society will collapse. Everyone will feel insecure. More than 90% of sorcerers will regard you as a demon. They will view you like a cursed spirit, a monster who kills without restraint, based on his mood. Nanami looked him in the eye. And I would think so too. Tisk. Gojo fiddled with the bandage covering his eyes. His blue irises flashed with frustration. What if that guy teams up with the cursed spirits? Evidence, Nanami stated simply. Hard evidence. He is the head of one of the 3 great families. A powerful figure. If you try to make a fuss about a cursed spirit like White Zetsu, who looks like trash you could crush with a flick of your wrist, no sorcerer will believe it justifies killing Mirai. Just like the people you've been protecting. Itadori-kun isn't the only irregularity. Hard evidence. Gojo murmured. This is really troublesome. After a moment of silence, Gojo changed the subject. That boy named Yoshino. His mother's accident was because of Sukuna's finger. Did you tell Yuji? Nanami picked up his newspaper again. No. He would feel unnecessary guilt. Gojo put his hands behind his head, relaxing instantly. My decision to send you to take care of Yuji was truly brilliant. Then, what about Sukuna's fingers? Handed over to the higher-ups, Nanami replied coldly. If I gave them to you, you'd probably just feed them to him, right? Mentioning Yuji, Nanami seemed concerned about the student he had come to respect. Is it really a good idea to let him participate in the exchange event? Principal Gakuganji of Kyoto is a conservative. If Itadori-kun shows up now, the higher-ups will target us again. It's okay. Gojo's lips curled up slightly. That old man isn't in the mood to deal with such trivial matters right now. The venue entrance. Maki, Megumi, Nobara, Inumaki, and Panda. The 4 students and 1 panda gathered at the designated meeting spot. Maki checked the time on her phone and frowned. That idiot White Zetsu, is he sleeping in again? He was never on time for training, so Maki wasn't surprised. What should we do? Panda asked. Maybe I should go call him. Ouch. A provocative voice rang out. Everyone from Tokyo. Did you come here specially to welcome us? My Zenin led the way as the 6 students from Kyoto High arrived. Aoi Tadu looked around, disappointed. Okatsu isn't here? Momo Nishimiya, a petite girl holding a broom, sized up the Tokyo first years. No Okatsu, and 2 first years. Are they going easy on us? Ultimate Mekamaru, the robot, spoke up. Age doesn't represent a sorcerer's strength. Noritoshi Kamo, a young man with distinct eyebrows, narrowed his eyes. Especially Fushiguro, who inherited the Zenin family's technique. Kasumi Miwa, with blue hair and a sword at her waist, looked around excitedly. She was searching for her idol, Gojo Satoru. Dear students. The Kyoto instructor, Yudahime Iori, frowned deeply. Where is that blindfolded idiot? Yawn. Everyone's here. Looks like I'm not late after all. Following behind Zenin Mirai, White Zetsu arrived late, his eyes still heavy with sleep. Idiot. Maki barked in a low voice. The game is about to start. Get over here. Zetsu's face was deathly pale, due to being a corpse, and he emitted a faint aura of a cursed spirit. The Kyoto students frowned as they scrutinized him. They spent their lives exorcising curses. Being forced to accept one as an ally was hard to swallow. Sorry I'm late. Just as Zetsu joined the group, Gojo Satoru's loud voice rang out. He was wheeling a large metal box. Hey! Nobara. Megumi. White Zetsu. The box burst open. Yuji Itadori jumped out, greeting them with a broad smile. A pay. Surprise. White Zetsu paused. He blinked, stunned, acting. Pink Gorilla. Didn't you hang up? A deep sense of apology appeared on Yuji's face. Sorry, Zetsu. I had to keep it from you for so long. Watching Yuji talk to the stunned Tokyo students, Mirai frowned slightly. He wasn't surprised Yuji was alive. Nobara and Megumi weren't surprised, they knew. But Yuji's entrance was loud. These were minor issues. Mirai turned his head to look at the steps. Standing next to Principal Yaga was Yoshinobu Gakuganji, the principal of Kyoto High. He leaned on a wooden cane, looking like a frail old man who could die at any moment. Gakuganji saw that Yuji Itadori, the vessel he ordered dead, was still alive. But he was too peaceful. Butterfly effect. Or has something else happened in secret that I am unaware of? Mirai remained calm, but silently analyzed the situation. Hello, Maki looked at Gojo. Since Itadori is still alive, does that mean White Zetsu doesn't need to participate? Everyone thought Yuji was dead, so Zetsu made the numbers even, 6 versus 6. Now Tokyo had 7. With his hands in his pockets, Gojo smiled. White Zetsu, what do you say? Upon hearing this, Zetsu, who was busy performing a touching reunion scene, immediately turned his head, dissatisfied. I've been training hard for so long. Canceling it like that. Isn't that a slap in the face to Master Zetsu? Gojo smiled and looked at Mirai. Fake smile, what about you? Any suggestions? Mirai smiled gently. Anything is fine, as long as it's Gojo-sensei who chooses. He didn't force Zetsu. There was more than one way to set up the barrier. Then let White Zetsu participate, Gojo decided. He looked at Yutaheim and the Kyoto students. Everyone from Kyoto, no objections, right? Noritoshi Kamo shook his head. Tokyo sent so many first years, adding one more isn't entirely unfair. A grade 4 cursed spirit. It can be dealt with in a single slap. It doesn't matter. No one in Kyoto cared. Neither side has any objections, Principal Yaga announced. A 2-day sister school exchange event between Tokyo and Kyoto. Day 1, Team Battle. Cursed Spirit Extermination Race. Start. Chapter 63, Chapter 59, The Rules and the Clear-Eyed Stupidity. Tokyo Jujutsu High. The event grounds. The two teams were separated by a kilometer. Each had 30 minutes to plan. Tokyo Strategy Meeting. The rules are simple, Panda explained to Yuji and Zetsu. Grade 2 curses are the bosses. Grade 3s wander around. Exorcise the most before sunset to win. Senior Panda. Yuji Itadori raised his hand. Can we hinder the opponent? Yes, Panda nodded. No killing or serious maiming. Anything else goes. Nobara, Megumi, Maki frowned. What's wrong with you two? You've been gloomy since the gathering. Nobara flinched. She couldn't look White Zetsu in the eye. I can't tell them we're spying on Zetsu. I had insomnia, Nobara lied. Megumi sat up straight, avoiding eye contact. I'm listening to the rules. Kyoto Strategy Meeting. Noritoshi Kamo skipped the rules. To do. Since you like going solo, attack the enemy base immediately. Create chaos. The rest of us will exorcise the curses. Aoi to do stood half-naked by the door. Don't boss me around, he scoffed. I was going to do that anyway. I don't care about the game. I want a thrilling battle. He kicked the door open and left. Mai Zenin crossed her arms. Listen up. I don't care about the vessel, Yuji. But be careful with White Zetsu. Momo Nishimiya and Kasumi Miwa nodded, they knew about Mai's relationship with Mirai. If you accidentally kill White Zetsu, Mai's voice turned cold. You will definitely die. Is that a threat? Kamo asked. No. A warning. Mai knew Zenin Mirai. If they killed his pet, the consequences would be catastrophic. Kamo fell silent. He remembered seeing Mirai at the Kamo estate. The way the elders bowed to him. Zenin Mirai is not someone to provoke. Ultimate Mechamaru remained silent. The control room. A small private cinema with leather seats. Principal Yaga and Principal Gakaganji sat in the back. Yutaheim, Gojo, Nanami, Mei, and Mirai sat in the front. Screens displayed the students' movements via Mei's crows. Fake smile, Gojo tilted his head back, grinning at Mirai. That special grade cursed spirit you encountered, Jogo, you didn't create it, did you? Conducting shady experiments. Mirai watched the screen indifferently. If I controlled them, why would I show them to the school? Wouldn't it be better to hide them from a plague like you? True, Gojo laughed. Ants aren't worth hiding. Time's up, Yutaheim checked her watch. Gojo grabbed the microphone. The sister school exchange event starts now. Mei, Gojo asked. Focus the camera on White Zetsu. I want to see him show off. Mei smiled, her red lips parting. No problem. The Tokyo team. They ran through the forest. Pink gorilla, White Zetsu patted Yuji's shoulder. You've grown. Yuji scratched his head. I haven't even fought yet. How can you tell? I'm not talking about strength, Zetsu pointed to Yuji's eyes. Your mentality. In Mirai Boy's words, you've lost your clear-eyed stupidity. Yuji looked down. His heart felt heavy. He remembered Junpei. He remembered the transfigured humans he had to kill. They were humans, but I had to kill them. Yeah, Yuji whispered. I guess so. Chapter 64, Chapter 60, The Miracle and the Wiretap. The forest. The Tokyo team sped through the dense woods. White Zetsu, in Haruta's body, clung tightly to Panda, his body pressed close to Maki and Inumaki for protection. He displayed his ruthless yet cowardly nature to the fullest. What the heck? Yuji Itadori glanced at the White Zetsu hiding behind him and muttered speechlessly. He says I've grown up, but he's still hiding behind his seniors like a scared cat. Hearing this, Nobara Kujisaki almost stumbled. Pink-haired punk, have you been brainwashed by White Zetsu? Brainwashed. Yuji waved his hands frantically. No way. Zetsu is always by my side, so maybe I'm just used to it. Don't wrong me, Nobara, Yuji lowered his voice, sighing. I just think. Senior Zetsu is actually really nice. Yuji had met 3 cursed spirits capable of speech. One was a volcano, Jogo, that attacked him at night. One was a patchface, Mahito, whom he hated to the core. Compared to them, White Zetsu was harmless. Just a cursed spirit that liked to show off occasionally. I genuinely think Zetsu is a good guy, Yuji said earnestly. Yeah. Nobara's eyes darkened. She looked away, her voice barely a whisper. The mama's boy isn't too bad. Yuji nodded, then glanced back at Zetsu before leaning in to whisper to the two beside him. Nobara. Megumi. What did Gojo-sensei say to you two after I was resurrected that day? Why do you guys seem to be avoiding Zetsu today? What? Nobara and Megumi shouted in unison, startled. No. Yuji blinked at their intense reaction. He chuckled nervously. Maybe it was just my imagination then. That day in the operating room, after receiving a phone call, Gojo-sensei had spoken privately with Megumi and Nobara. Yuji didn't know the content, but his instincts told him something was off. Today, they were deliberately avoiding eye contact with Zetsu. First years. Stop daydreaming. Maki called out from the front. Incoming from the other side. There was no need for a warning. The noise was like a bulldozer climbing a mountain. It immediately attracted everyone's attention. Crash. A large tree snapped in half. Billowing dust rose into the air. Yoshi. It's so good that you're all here. A burly figure emerged from the smoke, exuding a powerful aura like a tiger descending a mountain. With his upper body completely naked, Aoi Tadu grinned maniacally. Come at me all at once. Come on. Let's fight to our heart's content. Proceed according to plan. Panda shouted. The team instantly split. Yuji narrowed his eyes and charged forward with a vengeance. He leaped up, delivering a powerful kick aimed straight at Tadu's head. Team A, Maki, Nobara, Megumi. Team B, White Zetsu, Panda, Inumaki. The two groups scattered into the forest to hunt curses, leaving Yuji to hold off the monster known as Tadu Aoi. Bam. Tadu raised his arms, easily blocking Yuji's full-force kick. He didn't even flinch. Not bad, freshman. Tadu let out a sinister laugh. He twisted his body and threw a punch. The fist, as big as a clay pot, grew larger in Yuji's vision. Boom. Yuji crashed through several large trees in succession. He flew backward for more than 10 meters, skidding to a halt in the dirt. He felt a faint sensation of a bone fracture in both forearms. Newbie, To-Do clenched his fists, approaching step by step. Before I beat you unconscious, let me ask you a question. To-Do bent his knee slightly, assuming a combat stance. What type of woman do you like? Team A, Maki, Megumi, Nobara. Maki took a cursed tool from Megumi's shadow. She stopped running and turned to look at Nobara. Nobara. Are you hiding something from me? Yuji wasn't the only one who noticed. Maki had sensed it too. Megumi usually had a grumpy face, so his silence was normal. But Nobara was different. Her fiery temper had gone silent today. She was distracted. Maki-nichan, I. Nobara bit her lip. She took a deep breath and glared at Megumi. You say it now. Didn't that bastard say today was the last day? The competition has already started. There's no need to hide it anymore. Megumi was stunned by her sudden outburst. Why are you yelling at me? It wasn't my arrangement. Megumi sighed, seeing Maki's serious expression. It's about White Zetsu. Regardless of the outcome, he and Nobara had completed their mission for the day. There was no need to hide it from their team leader. Actually, Megumi began slowly. After Yuji was resurrected that day, Gojo-sensei assigned us a secret mission. To probe the secrets of White Zetsu's body. And to install a monitoring device on him. Maki's face darkened instantly. She stopped in her tracks. What do you mean? Megumi exhaled a long breath. That day in the operating room, Gojo-sensei received intel from an anonymous source. He asked us to verify White Zetsu's technique first. The 6 purple, diamond-shaped marks on his face are a technique called miracle. When faced with mortal danger, the marks are consumed to mitigate or ignore the damage. Maki gripped her spear tight, her eyes turning cold. So, during training, when you kept asking Zetsu about the 10 shadows technique, letting him fall into your shadow was a deliberate act. Megumi hung his head in shame. Yes. We were testing the resilience of the miracle spell. To verify the authenticity of the information Gojo-sensei received. As it turns out, the intel was correct. 1 mark disappeared. He survived the fall unscathed. Maki frowned. And then Nobara stepped forward, complaining loudly to mask her guilt. I wonder what that white-haired, blindfolded bastard will do next. After confirming the technique, he ordered us to plant a miniature listening device on Zetsu. Maki felt a bad premonition. Even if Zetsu is weak, surely he would detect a bug being planted on him. The intel was very detailed, Megumi replied softly. The miracle technique has a side effect. When the marks are consumed to negate damage, White Zetsu loses the memory of the event. Maki's expression froze. So, you experimented on him. You tested the limits of the damage he could withstand. To see if he would lose his memory. Maki-nichan. That's not how it is. Nobara shouted anxiously. We never intended to really hurt the mama's boy. Gojo is 100% certain that this body isn't the real White Zetsu at all. We saw him die and come back to life. Maki wasn't surprised by Zetsu's nature. She had suspected it since Shoko's autopsy. But if they planted a listening device, is the person they want to investigate White Zetsu? Or is it Zenin Mirai? At this moment, Maki forgot about the match entirely. Her heart sank to the bottom of the sea. She thought about Mirai's sudden arrival at the college. His change in personality. The ominous premonition in her heart grew deeper and deeper. Gojo Satoru is preparing to move against Brother Mirai. Rumble. Before anyone could speak further, the ground shook violently. A vast, writhing tide of roots and trees erupted from the earth, blocking out the sky. A terrifying, suffocating pressure swept over the forest in an instant. A special grade cursed spirit. Chapter 65, Chapter 61, The Trap in the Throat. Panda. Inumaki. Seeing their friends chased by the tide of trees, Maki and her team immediately changed course to provide support. High in the sky, Momo Nishimiya rode her broom, scouting the area. Emergency. An unregistered special grade cursed spirit has engaged the Tokyo team. Interesting. Aoi To-Do looked at the towering, twisted trees and grinned. My best friend. It's time for our performance. Yuji Itadori, his pink hair half-stained crimson with blood, nodded firmly. OSU. Panda vs. Hanami. White Zetsu. Panda and Inumaki dodged the roots, looking back at the collapsed ruins where Zetsu had disappeared. The special grade cursed spirit, Hanami, pressed closer, preventing a rescue. TOGE. Panda roared. His muscles swelled. His fur bristled. Panda core, gorilla mode. Toji Inumaki understood instantly. He pulled down his collar. Don't move. The heavy cursed speech slammed into Hanami, freezing the special grade in place. Boom. Panda lunged forward, delivering a full-force drumming beat to Hanami's face. But Hanami didn't flinch. The punch didn't even leave a scratch. Panda's heart sank. Run. Too late. Hanami raised a fist, preparing to crush them. Whoosh. 3 attacks whistled through the air from behind. Piercing blood. Noritoshi Kamo. Ultra Cannon. Mekamaru. Snipe. My Zenin. A beam of compressed blood, a blast of heat, and a cursed bullet slammed into Hanami's back. Boom. Flames erupted into the sky. Before the smoke cleared, a pitch-black curtain, barrier, descended from the sky, enveloping the entire arena. Amidst the ruins, White Zetsu, unharmed, clapped his hands with a smug expression. Done. Mission accomplished. The control room, 3 minutes ago. Mirai squinted at the monitors. Something was wrong. If he didn't know the plot, he might not have noticed. But Principal Gakaganji was too calm. He saw Yuji alive, yet he gave no order to execute him. The Kyoto students were focused on exorcising curses, not killing Yuji. Why? In the original timeline, they hunt Yuji immediately. Unless, the target isn't Yuji. Boom. The talismans on the wall burst into flames. The screens went black. The barrier is interfering with my crows, Mei said, a hint of surprise in her eyes. Intruders, Principal Yaga stood up. I will go protect Master Tengen. The rest of you, protect the students. He left quickly. Mirai frowned. Yaga reacted too fast. And why is Nanami here just to watch? Fake smile, Gojo Satoru stood up, grinning. Aren't you going to check on White Zetsu? Mirai didn't respond. He stepped into his Kamui dimension and vanished. Gojo chuckled coldly, then teleported away. Yutaheim, come with me. Gakaganji picked up his briefcase, electric guitar case. Mei, Nanami, he ordered. You group up. Understood. Nanami loosened his tie. Mei smiled meaningfully. It seems this year's exchange event is unusual. Mirai appeared at the edge of the black curtain. His plan, enter the barrier, destroy the residual Zetsu left behind, and act ignorant. He stepped forward. Sizzle. Smoke rose from his hand. Mirai froze. His eyes narrowed. His Sharingan glowed crimson. This isn't a barrier to stop Gojo Satoru. It's a barrier that forbids Zenin Mirai from exiting. It allows everyone else to move freely, but traps me inside. Kenjaku. Mirai murmured, a flash of bloodthirsty savagery in his eyes. You underestimated me. It was a trap. The higher-ups and Kenjaku had colluded. They knew he was coming. They set this up to isolate him. Interesting. Mirai stopped smiling. The gentle teacher mask shattered. He returned to his true self, the ruthless head of the Zenin Clan. He walked through the barrier, ignoring the burn, and headed toward the students. Hanami stood in the clearing, revealing the flower on his left shoulder. He was surrounded by 12 students, Tokyo plus Kyoto. White Zetsu sat in the back, sipping tea and watching the show as the hidden 13th member. My best friend. Together. Tadu shouted. He and Yuji launched a synchronized assault on Hanami. Boom. Roots erupted from the ground, nearly piercing Tadu. Watch out. Kamo fired another piercing blood at Hanami's throat. Clang. It bounced off Hanami's tough skin. Hanami held his ground. He wasn't trying to win, he was stalling. According to Kenjaku's plan, he needed to keep the students hostage. Whether Gojo or Mirai entered first, he needed leverage to escape. Suddenly, a cold hand touched Hanami's throat. Hanami froze. He looked up. Into a pair of glowing, scarlet eyes. Zenin Mirai. Hanami's pupils dilated violently. An unprecedented alarm rang in his head. Death. Mirai tightened his grip, his voice a whisper of pure terror. Have you decided how you want to die? Chapter 66, Chapter 62, The Bug and the Twisted Space. Have you decided how you want to die? Zenin Mirai gripped Hanami's throat with one hand. His eyes glowed crimson. In his mind, Mirai analyzed the situation. The window was damaged. The ship destroyed. The original plan needs adjustment. White Zetsu, Mirai said coldly. Check your belongings. Mirai realized his mistake. He had been arrogant. He treated Kenjaku, a sorcerer who had lived for 1,000 years, like a simple villain from a storybook. He trusted the plot too much. He trusted Zetsu's senses too much. Gojo Satoru and the higher-ups wouldn't trap him based on a hunch. They needed proof. And they got it. What? White Zetsu blinked. He checked his pockets. His senses were sharp. He should have noticed anything unusual. Unless. Zetsu took out his phone. He exerted force with his right hand. Crunch. The phone shattered. Inside the wreckage, a black instrument the size of a rice grain caught his eye. Zetsu froze. The 2 weeks of training. The lost memories from the miracle technique. They planted it when I forgot. Hee hee. Zetsu looked up at Megumi and Nobara. His face was ashen. I never expected that I, Master Zetsu, would be taught a lesson by humans first. Megumi and Nobara couldn't meet his gaze. They opened their mouths, but no words came out. Mirai glanced at the device. No cursed energy. Pure technology. Mekamaru's work. He had underestimated them. They waited for the big fish. Good, Mirai's eyes narrowed. There's still time to adjust. White Zetsu. Let operation number 1 begin. Zetsu's smile faded. Understood. His face became even paler, his eyes sunken, acting the part of the victim perfectly. The students watched in bewildered silence. The special grade cursed spirit, Hanami, was being held by Mirai like a toy. It didn't dare to resist. An indescribable pressure weighed on their hearts. Brother Mirai, what happened? Maki stepped forward, clutching her staff. Brother Mirai. Mai forced herself to speak, despite her fear. Hanami tried to move. But the space around him was heavy and viscous. Moving a finger took terrifying amounts of energy. This man is a monster. Hanami looked at the students. Hostages. He flared his cursed energy. The flower on his shoulder opened its eye. Domain expansion. Kamui. Mirai whispered. The space around Hanami distorted violently. Crack. It was like a jigsaw puzzle being rearranged. Hanami's head appeared at his feet. His thick arm flashed to his neck. The special grade spirit was twisted, warped, and swallowed by the spiral void. Squelch. Hanami vanished. Absorbed. The student stared in horror. Mirai glanced at Maki and Mai indifferently. Then, he floated into the sky. He needed to vent. Wow. Momo Nishimiya patted her chest, terrified. Is that your brother, Mai? That was suffocating. Kasumi Miwa nodded, her face pale. I couldn't breathe. Noritoshi Kamo and Aoi Tadu watched Mirai fly away. Their thoughts were heavy. Something is wrong. Mirai's attitude, the secret communication with the cursed spirit. Ultimate Mekamaru, Kokichi Muta, was panicking. That listening device. I made that for Gojo. Did they intercept my communication with Mahito? Is my betrayal exposed? Panda crouched down to help White Zetsu up. Zetsu. Are you okay? We don't want to interrogate you. But we need an explanation. We consider you a comrade. Salmon, Inumaki agreed sincerely. White Zetsu. Maki and Mai approached. What is going on? Zetsu looked at them weakly. Pink-haired ape, grow up quickly. You're still too weak. Panda, Inumaki. I'll ask Mirai boy to spare you. He looked at Megumi and Nobara. Delinquent girl. Hedgehog. I know Gojo forced you. It's not your fault. But, Zetsu shook his head at the Zenin twins. Unless the college submits now, its collapse is inevitable. What nonsense are you spouting? Maki yelled, uneasy. What is Mirai planning? Zetsu looked toward the edge of the barrier. No need to explain. You'll see soon enough. Mirai boy wants to vent his frustrations. Everyone followed his gaze. In the distance, a terrifying purple glow began to rise, illuminating the sky. Chapter 67, important. I am taking a break from posting chapters. Chapter 68, Chapter 63, The Gunbai and the Purple Sun. The barrier entrance. The bandage fell from Gojo Satoru's eyes. His crystal blue six eyes reflected the figure floating inside the barrier. As Nanami had warned, a simple audio recording wouldn't be enough to convict a head of the three families. The higher-ups wouldn't trust it. So Gojo brought Principal Gakuganji here. To witness the truth with his own eyes. Old man, Gojo asked without turning his head. Is this enough evidence to accuse him? Gakuganji stood beside Yutaheim, staring up at the trembling barrier. Don't kill the students, the old man said in a deep voice. Ha! Gojo crossed his fingers. A crazy smile appeared on his lips. I have so many things I want to ask him. About Yuji, about White Zetsu, about his alliance with Kenjaku. Curse technique lapse, blue. Curse technique reversal, red. The blue and red spheres merged at his fingertips. Infinite attraction and infinite repulsion collided. Virtual mass was born. To break Mirai's defense, he needed a move powerful enough to tear space itself. Hollow technique, purple. Crackle. A beam of imaginary mass, like a purple sun, shot from Gojo's hands. It tore through the ground, erasing everything in its path as it rocketed toward the sky. The entire sky turned purple. Bang. The barrier shattered instantly. But inside, Zenin Mirai looked down with cold, condescending eyes. He reached one hand into the void. Kamui. From the dimension, he pulled out a massive fan. A gourd-shaped war fan with a long chain. The gunbai. A cursed tool born alongside the Gedo Mazo, outer path statue. Its ability, Uchiha Reflection. As the purple mass approached, Mirai swung the fan. Whoosh. The imaginary mass hit the fan, and bounced back. It returned along the exact same path. Oops. Gojo's eyes widened. Behind him, Nanami, Yutaheim, Mei, and Gakaganji froze in terror. The beam was heading straight for them. They were going to die. Not that easy. Gojo chuckled. He didn't dodge. He couldn't, his allies would be vaporized. Phase. Twilight. Eyes of Wisdom. He chanted rapidly to boost his output. Blue. He created a massive gravitational field, forcibly bending the trajectory of his own reflected purple. It curved upward at the last second. Boom. The attack exploded in the atmosphere, shredding the clouds. Before the shockwave settled, Gojo teleported. He appeared high in the sky, right in front of Mirai. Wham! Gojo threw a punch infused with blue. Mirai tilted his head calmly. His leg enveloped in a pale blue light. Simple domain. Thud. Mirai's kick bypassed the infinity and landed on Gojo's arm. Simple domain. Kasumi Miwa gasped from the ground. That looks like new shadow style. White Zetsu. What is going on? Maki shouted, gripping her weapon. Her voice trembled with panic. Why is that eye-patch bastard attacking Brother Mirai? This wasn't a spar. This was a death match. Maki was torn. Help the college. Or help the brother who had protected her for 10 years. For the first time, the strong-willed Maki froze. She couldn't choose. Cough. White Zetsu, in Haruta's body, sat on the ground. Blame your idiot teacher. If he hadn't wiretapped us, this wouldn't have happened. Oh. Aoi Tadu stepped forward, his eyes cold. That's quite a neutral statement. He's blaming the college for discovering his plot. Of course, Zetsu grinned. I've always been neutral. Let's exorcise him first. Noritoshi Kamo drew his bow, aiming at Zetsu. Gojo will handle the master. We don't need the servant. Wait. My Zenin pressed her revolver against Kamo's bow. Yuji, Nobara, and Panda stepped in front of Zetsu, shielding him. Are you crazy? Kamo snapped. They are traitors. They plotted against the school. You can't protect him. We'll decide after the teachers finish, Maki said coldly, raising her spear. Even if he's guilty, it's not your place to judge him, Kyoto. The Tokyo students stood firm. Fine, Miwa tried to mediate. Let's stop arguing. Let Gojo-sensei handle it. Kamo cursed under his breath and lowered his bow. Handle it. Zetsu leaned against Panda, mocking them. You guys really think Gojo Satoru is invincible, don't you? Zetsu knew the truth. He knew about the Gedo Mazo in the Kamui dimension. He knew Mirai's power transcended this world. Be careful, Zetsu whispered. Or you might be disappointed. Tadu stared at Zetsu. The cursed spirit wasn't afraid of execution. He was confident. Does he truly believe? Zenin Mirai can defeat the strongest. A faint unease welled up in Tadu's heart as he looked up at the sky. Chapter 69, Chapter 64, The Falling Blossom and the Warehouse Heist. The fox's tail is showing so quickly. I thought you could hide much longer. Gojo Satoru threw punches with all his might, taunting as he fought. Boom. Another clash ensued. Cursed energy flames, blue and crimson, intertwined and distorted the air. White shockwaves spread outwards, the roar continuous. TSK. Your intangibility is annoying, Gojo withdrew his fist, scoffing. Just like my infinity. I can't touch him. Your lack of a bottom line is also troublesome, Zenin Mirai replied lukewarmly. A play on words, Gojo has the limitless technique, and Mirai mocks him for having no limit to his shamelessness. Mirai wasn't just using Kamui, intangibility. To counter Gojo's domain and sure-hit effects, he was employing a secret art. Unlike Kasumi Miwa or the new shadow-style users, Mirai used a technique passed down only within the three great families. Falling Blossom Emotion. It wrapped his body in a film of cursed energy that automatically counterattacked anything touching it with equal force. It was more powerful than a simple domain, but the consumption of cursed energy was exponential. The background of Yuji, the special grade cursed spirit, the spies among the students. Gojo clenched his fists, smiling maniacally. Can you honestly explain these issues? If I accidentally kill you, it will take time to investigate. And my lovely student, Maki, will probably resent me. Maki. Mirai twisted his neck, whispering. Don't worry. You want to kill me, but you can't. Yeah. A maniacal grin flashed across Gojo Satoru's face. He vanished in an instant. Teleportation. Red and black waves churned. A dazzling black light, brimming with immense cursed energy, slammed straight toward Mirai's abdomen. Flash. Mirai's scarlet Sharingan spun. Exceptional dynamic capture. Motion prediction. Even with Gojo Satoru's teleportation, he couldn't escape the kaleidoscope sight. Mirai raised his knee to block the strike to his gut. Simultaneously, he slammed his right fist into the side of Gojo's head. Crack boom. Two distinct bolts of black lightning bloomed beneath the white clouds. A deafening roar. The two figures were swept up by the tremendous force and crashed to the ground like meteors. The earth cracked open. Debris and dust flew everywhere. At the entrance of the arena, Nanami, Yutaheim, Mei, and Gakkiganji stared in disbelief. Gojo Satoru stood up from the crater. The wound on his forehead healed the instant he hit the ground, reverse curse technique. But 2 or 3 drops of blood slid down his cheek. He was bleeding. The men recognized as the strongest sorcerer. The men who could annihilate special grades with a smile. He was injured. Interesting. Very interesting. Gojo's maniacal grin intensified. He ignored the blood. He ignored the spectators. He bent his knees. Boom. The ground exploded as he launched himself back into the fight. Gojo flashed across the venue, his brain CPU working at lightning speed. Ordinary blue and red cannot break through Fake Smile's defense without chanting. His intangibility and falling blossom emotion are too effective. Purple takes too long to charge, and it gets reflected by that cursed fan. That's why I chose close combat. But why hasn't Fake Smile used the 10 Shadows technique? Even if the Shikigami cannot bypass my infinity, they can block my line of sight or absorb damage. And that special grade cursed spirit, Hanami, wasn't it his ally? Why did he kill it? With doubts in his mind, Gojo closed the distance. Mirai fell into the dense forest, a faint smile on his lips. Why not summon a Shikigami to absorb the damage? Why insist on close-quarters combat? Click. A crisp sound emanated from the shadows behind him. A golden wheel spun slowly. Maharaga's wheel. It's not that he abandoned the 10 Shadows technique. On the contrary, he had been using it the whole time. He was adapting. Originally, Maharaga adapted to Gojo's unlimited void. Today, through this fistfight, the wheel was spinning. The unyielding adaptability was cutting off Gojo Satoru's last escape route. Whoosh. Mirai looked up. The raging wind drew closer. His black hair danced wildly. His crimson eyes flashed with murderous intent. Boom. Black flash. 2 fists, crackling with red and black lightning, collided violently. The shockwave swept outwards in all directions. Panda cradled White Zetsu in his arms, using his sturdy fur to shield them from the blast. The students were blown away like leaves. Regardless of one's stance, getting involved in this catastrophic collision meant certain death. Fake Smile. Where is your 10 Shadows? Staring intently into those blood-red pupils, Gojo asked. The pale blue flames on his fist intensified. Mirai looked at the azure-white mist in the 6 eyes. He chuckled lightly without responding. Boom. A deep crater exploded between them as they separated. It's been a long time since I've had such a satisfying battle, Gojo admitted, sounding like an elder. You're quite strong, kid. You're nothing but a fool being used, Mirai retorted coldly. What are you so smug about? When the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman profits. Gojo and the conservatives were just pawns. Mirai was confident he could kill Gojo here. But if he displayed too much terrifying power, Kenjaku might get scared. That guy might abandon the plan and flee overseas. That would be a real problem. Thinking of this, the bloodlust in Mirai's eyes intensified. He had to end this, carefully. While the titans fought, the shadows moved. Jujutsu High. The cursed warehouse. 4 sorcerer guards lay dead in pools of blood. Mahito, the patch-faced curse, stepped out of the heavy doors, carrying a gray cloth bag. You're already here. Why don't you go in? There are many good things in the storehouse, but I only took what we needed. A figure emerged from the dark corner. Kenjaku, Gedo, dressed in his kasaya, smiled. Sorry, Mahito. If I enter the barrier, Tengen might notice me. Before Gojo is sealed, I can't let them see my face. Yawn, Mahito stretched. Then I'll just come with you, You didn't even lift a finger. Behind Mahito, a figure in monk robes with a bob cut, Yuram, stood silently. They stared at the contents of the bag, Sukuna's fingers and the death-painting wombs. The intel was leaked to Gojo, Kenjaku smiled. So they reinforced the Tomb of the Star, leaving the warehouse vulnerable. The three villains moved stealthily through the shadows, evading all surveillance. Let's go back, Kenjaku said. And wait for the good news. Chapter 70, Chapter 65, The Eel Brows and the Glazed Moon. Cursed Spirit. Confess everything you know. Principal Gakagenji straightened his frail, aged body, casting a cold gaze at white Zetsu. Hey, Baldy with white eyebrows. Zetsu nestled deeper into Panda's arms, acting defiantly. Your grandpa Zetsu is a man of steel. You old codger, you think you can get me to confess? You're dreaming in broad daylight. Look at your eyebrows, they're like eels. What's wrong? A mudfish that got a little seawater on its skin thinks it's seafood now. A cloud of white smoke rose from his mouth as Zetsu glared disdainfully at the principal. You trash. Gakagenji trembled. An unusual flush of rage rose on his face. Talking to your superior like that? He silently unzipped the black case on his back. Cursed energy surged into his electric guitar. Yo, Zetsu laughed. You may be old, but you're young at heart. You're quite the character, old man. What? Planning to dedicate a song to Master Zetsu. Zetsu. Stop talking. Panda hissed. This is troublesome. Gakagenji's gaze shifted. He wasn't just looking at the white annoyance. Blocking Zetsu's path were the Tokyo students, specifically Yuji Itadori. A strange glint flashed in the old man's eyes. While Gojo Satoru is trapped or distracted. I can deal with Sukuna's vessel at the same time. Gakagenji's fingers hovered over the guitar strings. He prepared to unleash a lethal sonic blast. Whoosh! A pale blue beam of cursed energy whistled past from about a meter above his head. Boom! The wooden torii gate directly above him exploded, sending rubble and wood chips flying everywhere. Old men don't move around. Gojo Satoru's warning rang out from the sky. If you miss, your bald head is going to explode. TCH. Gakagenji cursed under his breath. I almost forgot, that guy's mouth isn't exactly clean either. Looks like you don't really like that old guy either. Gojo retracted his palm to his chest, smiling faintly at Mirai. He had been distracted for a split second to warn Gakagenji. It's not worth it for such a small gain, Mirai replied in a nonchalant tone. He knew Gakagenji wanted to kill Yuji. But currently, Yuji's value had not yet been fully realized. They clashed again. Pure combat without additional techniques. Gojo Satoru's expression appeared relaxed, but a hint of seriousness rose deep within his Azure Six eyes. The 10 Shadows Technique. An unknown special grade cursed spirit killed by his own ally. A spatial technique. What exactly is Fake Smile up to? Fine, Gojo decided. The students are safe. I can stop holding back. He brought one hand in front of his chest. At the same time, Mirai formed a complex hand seal with his drooping arm. Domain expansion, unlimited void. Domain expansion, final scenery. Glazed moon. Boom. Suspended above the dense forest, a massive, pitch-black sphere expanded, enveloping both figures in the blink of an eye. At the entrance, everyone swallowed hard. Gakagenji lost the will to argue with Zetsu. Apart from white Zetsu, none of the sorcerers present expected Zenin Mirai to be this powerful. The black outer shell concealed the scene inside. But the sphere trembled violently, specks of cursed energy dissipating into the air. An endless expanse of starry sky, the ultimate white and black intertwined, unlimited void. A dazzling, crystal-clear world where a blood-red full moon hung in the sky, glazed moon. Sharp silver light. Viscous blood color. Unlimited void versus glazed moon. Both possessed non-physical instant kill techniques. Even without the sure hit effect, merely being inside the range was dangerous. The one whose domain collapsed first would suffer severe backlash and death. You. Deep in the starry sky, Gojo Satoru grinned wildly. Gojo had always felt a clear boundary separating him from others. He was the strongest. He was alone. But now. You're really great. Gojo let out an excited roar, fully unleashing his power. You're not bad either. Stepping atop the blood moon, a genuine smile appeared on Mirai's indifferent face. Buzz. The outer shell of the barrier trembled violently. Crack. Several long, vertical fissures appeared on the black sphere. The cracks spread and twisted. Shatter. The barrier exploded. A deafening roar echoed across the sky as the two sorcerers returned to reality. Chapter 71, Chapter 66, The Burnout and the King's Mockery. The destruction of a domain means the temporary cessation of a cursed technique. Gojo Satoru knew this law well. His limitless was currently unusable. But he assumed Mirai's intangibility, Kamui, was also useless. Whoever restores their technique first wins. Boom. Gojo clenched his fist. He tried to summon red. If I strike first during the burnout period, I win. But as he rushed forward, a strong wind swept across their faces. Mirai's jet black hair danced wildly. His lips curled into a faint, enigmatic smile. Shock. Gojo's smile froze. A sense of horror washed over him. Boom. Trembling, distorted ripples of the void spread from Mirai's hand. The buildings and greenery crumbled inch by inch. The earth was riddled with deep ravines. Gojo-sensei. Gojo. Amidst the dust, everyone saw the truth. Drip. Drip. Blood fell from Gojo's severed arm. He healed it instantly with reverse curse technique, but the reality was undeniable. In the moment the domains shattered. Gojo Satoru lost the exchange. Gojo stared blankly at his restored arm. Why? Why can Fake Smile still use his technique? Why wasn't he affected by curse technique burnout? The strongest. Mirai slowly floated into the sky, looking down with blood-red pupils. The so-called strongest is nothing more than this. Keep up the good work, Gojo Satoru. I look forward to your growth. These words were a perfect mirror of Gojo's own mockery from before. Bird strike. Suddenly, crows circled in the sky. Their cursed energy spiked, a suicide attack. Whoosh. The crows flew straight through Mirai's chest, and exploded into blood mist on the other side. Intangibility. Mirai glanced at Mei. She's attacking me to prove her loyalty to the higher-ups. But she's playing both sides. She's taken my money before. Greedy woman. Ha. Gojo's cursed energy erupted again. He had recovered his technique. Are you planning to run away? Fake Smile. The second round has only just begun. Gojo felt the rush of death. The ecstasy of combat. He wanted to reach the ultimate sublimation again, like he did against Toji Fushiguro. Mirai frowned. Fighting to the death now is a losing proposition. If we kill each other, Kenjaku wins. I've shown enough power to deter the higher-ups. Returning to the past, amidst a flurry of flowers. Virtual expansion, fall. Mirai unleashed a massive spatial distortion. The void rippled. Debris, trees, and buildings were sucked into a spiraling singularity directly above the students. Damn it. Gojo wanted to pursue, but the attack threatened to crush everyone on the ground. Curse technique lapse, blue. Gojo created a point of massive attraction. He sucked the debris away from the students, effectively feeding the singularity to cancel it out. Crunch. The spatial rift devoured the buildings and trees, then stabilized. Huff, huff. Gojo panted heavily. Sweat beaded on his forehead. He saved the students. But when he looked up, Zenin Mirai was gone. The students stared at Gojo's disheveled figure. They felt like burdens. Enjoyable. Truly enjoyable. A mouth appeared on Yuji's cheek. Where has your arrogance gone? Where is your pride? Ryomen Sukuna laughed maniacally. Consider yourself the strongest. If that kid hadn't deliberately held back, you would be dead. Shut up. Yuji slapped his own face. Stop spouting nonsense, Sukuna. Mirai-sensei ran away because he was scared of Gojo-sensei. Brat, Sukuna sneered. If you don't believe me, ask your best teacher. Sukuna turned his sinister gaze to Gojo. When his domain shattered, he only cut off your arm. Being able to use a technique of that scale immediately after, proves he could have expanded his domain a second time. So close. Sukuna mocked. You really escaped with your life by a hair's breadth. The strongest. Ha ha ha. Enjoyable. Inside his innate domain, Sukuna sat on his throne of bones, stroking his chin. This era is truly fascinating. On the outside, silence. Principal Gakuganji stared at Gojo. To the old men, Gojo was an untouchable god. A mischievous, invincible child. But faced with Sukuna's mockery, Gojo Satoru did not refute it. The silence spoke volumes. Gojo Satoru. Lost. Chapter 72, Chapter 67, The Stolen Fingers and the Kamo Traitor. Dusk. The conference room. Satoru, don't take it too seriously. Principal Yaga spoke in a deep voice. If it weren't for you, the Kyoto students would be dead. Yeah, Yutaheim, who usually disliked Gojo, spoke up unusually. Sukuna is definitely talking nonsense. Looking so dejected isn't like you at all, you bastard. Disheartened. Leaning against the door, Gojo Satoru raised a hand and chuckled. It's rare to see someone this strong. I'm overjoyed. How could I be discouraged? He grinned, his blue eyes flashing. I thought I had no rivals. My growth had bottlenecked. I didn't expect that fake smile guy to be so well hidden. This is really something to look forward to. Nanami Kento, sitting to the side, pushed up his glasses and sighed internally. Work is shit. Sorcerers are shit. The world is troublesome enough with one Gojo Satoru. Now there's Zenin Mirai. Did I make a mistake coming back? Mei, Gojo turned to the woman counting money on her phone. You aren't part of the fake smile group, right? White Zetsu. Gojo looked at the corner. In the corner, a weak white Zetsu, in Haruta's body, grinned, revealing sharp teeth. That's right. Mei and Mirai boy just like each other's wallets. She's definitely not with us. Mei smiled calmly. I do like the rewards from the Zenin head. He is quite satisfied with my work collecting cursed spirits. She wouldn't admit to treason, but she wouldn't deny taking money. She played both sides. White Zetsu, Gojo asked. That fake smile guy, he's hiding a lot more, isn't he? Everyone froze. Even excluding the students. Mirai fought Gojo to a standstill. And he was holding back. You're quite perceptive, Zetsu counted on his fingers. 1. 10 Shadows Technique, Shikigami. 2. Unknown Special Grade Cursed Spirits. 3. The Gunbai Fan. 4. Main, well, even his trump card, Master Zetsu, hasn't been used yet. And there's more. Zetsu shook his head, smacking his lips. To be honest. Mirai boy said he genuinely wants you to become stronger. He thinks you're too weak right now. Oh. Gojo rubbed his forehead, chuckling. Being treated like a nobody, that's really absurd. Ijichi, Gojo turned to his assistant. Report. Zetsu might know more than we do. Kiyotaka Ijichi stood up, sweating. Casualties, 5 grade 2 sorcerers. 3 semi-grade 1s. 1 grade 1. The perpetrators include the patch-faced cursed spirit, Mahito, and a user of ice formation, Uram. As for the stolen items. Ijichi flipped a page, trembling. 6 Sukuna fingers. Cursed womb, death paintings. Numbers 1 through 9. All stolen. Impossible. Principal Gakuganji slammed his hand on the table. Didn't Lord Tengen detect the intrusion? How did cursed spirits pass the barrier? Hanami, Gojo said calmly. The special grade that Mirai crushed. His plant aura is like nature itself. He likely opened a hole in the barrier. So, Gojo looked at Zetsu. Can you tell us the truth? Or do you need permission? No need to goad me, Zetsu shrugged. I'll tell you. It wasn't Hanami. It was the Sukuna finger you brought back last time. Someone placed a positioning seal on the talisman. Tisk, Zetsu sneered at Yaga. Next time, don't leave dangerous things in the warehouse. It's safer with me. A powerful barrier master. Gojo murmured. Tell me, Gojo leaned in, his tone playful again. Since you think fake smile is so powerful, betraying a little info won't hurt, right? Fine, Zetsu grinned. But first, answer my question. Who gave you the idea to eavesdrop on us? Suspecting your own students, turning on a colleague, that doesn't sound like your idea, Gojo. Who was the rat? 5 points. Without a moment's hesitation, Gojo replied. The head of the Kamo family. Chapter 73, Chapter 68, The Arrogance of the Strongest and the Mother's Stitches. Tokyo, Shinjuku. Star Religious Group Headquarters. Zenin Mirai sat on the throne, listening to White Zetsu's report. The head of the Kamo family. Mirai nodded slightly. He wasn't surprised. The Kamo clan was a pawn he was ready to discard. But giving up thousands of years of resources so easily. Kenjaku was ruthless. So, we're just going to leave it at that. Zetsu muttered unhappily. The Kamo clan sold us out. And my poor caterpillar is still at the college. Stop complaining, Mirai said calmly. I haven't blamed you for the wiretap yet. The short-term memory loss was a fatal flaw. We'll abandon that body at the college. It's all that old monster's fault. A murderous glint flashed in Zetsu's eyes. I want to kill Kenjaku. Not yet, Mirai glanced at him. If you want to vent. Take number 1 to the Kamui estate. Bring back the cursed objects and intel. Leave no survivors. Zetsu rolled up his sleeves, revealing his biceps. Don't worry. With number 1, there's no chance of failure. Speaking of which, Zetsu changed the subject. Gojo Satoru isn't that strong. Why did you value him so much? Gojo Satoru isn't weak, Mirai corrected him softly. He just underestimated me. He was too arrogant. If he had regarded me as an opponent of Sukuna's caliber, he wouldn't have lost the exchange. He lacked tension. Otherwise, the moment his domain shattered, he should have used reverse curse technique to heal his curse technique burnout. A feat Gojo only learns later, in the Shinjuku showdown. He wasn't serious, Mirai sighed. He fought me like he was playing a game. If he fought with the intent to kill, he would have forced me to use more trump cards. Mirai looked at Zetsu seriously. Do not provoke him, Zetsu. I can suppress Gojo Satoru, but I'm not sure if you can survive him. Anyway, Mirai asked. How is the mission? Zetsu grinned. He pulled out a sealed medical container. Inside were cursed wounds, death paintings number 4 through number 9. Jujutsu High. Student Lounge. The atmosphere was heavy. Maki and Mai sat in silence, radiating an aura of, don't come near me. The betrayal of Mirai, their brother/teacher, and White Zetsu, their companion, hurt them deeply. Hey! Everyone's here. White Zetsu, in Haruta's body, walked in, waving casually. Zetsu. Yuji and Nobara jumped up. You're still here. Gojo-sensei didn't exorcise you. It's just a minor matter of destroying the world, Zetsu plopped down next to Yuji. What's the big deal? Destroy the world. Yuji screamed. Just kidding, Zetsu grinned. Gojo-sensei. Megumi looked at their teacher. Gojo spread his hands. Can't be helped. This isn't the real White Zetsu. Killing this body won't do anything. His soul just jumps to another one. That's right. Zetsu stretched his neck arrogantly. You can't kill Master Zetsu. Anyway, Gojo looked at the cursed spirit. He's harmless enough to keep as a mascot. Oh right, Gojo's eyes narrowed behind his blindfold. White Zetsu. Yuji is your little brother, right? Aren't you going to tell us about his background? In the wiretapped audio, Mirai and Zetsu had mentioned Yuji's lineage briefly. Lineage. Yuji pointed to himself, bewildered. Tisk. Zetsu stroked his chin, pretending to think. He looked at Gojo. How about a trade? Information, for my caterpillar. Gojo nodded. Deal. It only has useless curse tools inside anyway. Zetsu grinned. He patted Yuji on the shoulder. Listen up, pink-haired gorilla. This is explosive. Your mother is the leader of the special grade cursed spirits. Silence filled the room. Whether it was the volcano, Jogo, or the patch face, Mahito. They are all pawns prepared by your mother. The group that raided the warehouse today. Also led by your mother. Are you serious? Gojo's voice dropped an octave. I'm not as cunning as you humans, Zetsu shrugged. My intel is absolute. If you don't believe me, we can make a binding vow. My mother. Yuji stared blankly. He remembered his grandfather, Weisuk. He had vague memories of his father, Jin. But his mother? Nothing. Yuji. Nobara whispered, horrified. Suddenly, a memory flashed in Yuji's mind. A repressed memory. Afternoon. A wooden cabin. Grandpa's gloomy face warning his father. His father's doting gaze. And a woman. With stitches across her forehead. Chapter 74, Chapter 69, The Beach Argument and the Kamui Massacre. Afternoon. The beach, domain expansion, horizon of the captivating Skunda. Suguru Ghetto. Jogo, the volcano cursed spirit, stared intently at the men in the Kasaya. The flames on his head boiled with rage, and his single eye was bloodshot. Aren't you going to say anything about Hanami's death? Jogo. Mahito leaned back in his beach chair, hands behind his head. He looked nonchalant, fanning himself against the heat, but his soul was secretly guarded. Calm down. The sea surface sparkled. Dagon, in his womb form, peeked out of the water, staring with large, sad eyes. Hanami. Hanami's death was an accident, Kenjaku, Pseudo-Gedo, said calmly, the sea breeze ruffling his long hair. I underestimated Zenin Mirai's strength. You think accident is enough? Jogo stepped forward, grabbing Kenjaku's collar. We are companions. You treated him like a pawn. Mahito is right, Kenjaku didn't flinch. Now is not the time for infighting. Whether it is the prison realm to seal Gojo Satoru or the plan to awaken Sukuna within Yuji Itadori, you need my brain to succeed. Kenjaku looked Jogo in the eye. Don't you want cursed spirits to walk openly as the new humans? Suppressed anger churned in Jogo's chest. Hanami's death felt like a long needle embedded deep in his heart. But reason clashed with emotion. To defeat the two insurmountable mountains, Gojo Satoru and Zenin Mirai, they needed Kenjaku's plan. Jogo slowly released the collar. His expression was gloomy. Fine. Hanami. I'm sorry. Night. The Kamui Estate, Kyoto. 9 p.m. The stars were hidden by clouds. Three figures stood outside the traditional gate of one of the three great families. White Zetsu, number 1, dressed in a black robe with a short sword slung across his waist. Behind him stood Nabito Zenin and Junichi Zenin. Nabito. Junichi, Zetsu spoke confidentially. You two guard the door. Kill anyone who tries to escape. Master Zetsu will wipe out the sorcerers inside alone. A hint of doubt flashed in Nabito's eyes. The Kamui clan has declined, but they still have semi-grade 1 sorcerers and private armed forces. Can this cursed spirit really do it alone? But they obeyed Mirai's orders. Understood. Junichi formed a hand seal. Emerge from darkness, blacker than darkness. Purify that which is impure. Whoosh. A curtain, barrier, descended, shrouding the estate in inky blackness. Inside, sound and light were cut off from the outside world. Let's go. Zetsu vanished instantly. Nabito's eyes widened under his glasses. Where did he go? I didn't sense any cursed energy activation, he just moved. Far away in Shinjuku, Mirai put away his phone. Kamui. He teleported to a rooftop overlooking the Kamui estate. He trusted number 1's capabilities, after all, it was a special body, but he came to ensure Kenjaku didn't interfere. He stayed in the shadows to protect Zetsu's pitiful pride. Inside the mansion, dim candlelight flickered. The sudden darkness of the curtain alerted the guards. The old butler hurried down the corridor toward the master's chambers. Who, Squelch? A black blade pierced his throat before he could finish. There was no time for shock. The butler looked up, meeting cold, dead eyes that looked down on him like an insect. A cursed spirit, without any cursed energy. White Zetsu, number 1, flicked the warm blood off his black robe and vanished into the shadows. Who is it? The wooden door to the master's chambers swung open. Kamui Doran, the 24th head of the Kamui family, stared at the butler lying in a pool of blood. His pupils trembled. Crimson blood manipulation, flowing red scale. Clang. Doran spun around, using a net of hardened blood to barely block a deadly strike from behind. Cold sweat trickled down Doran's forehead. Only those who awaken blood manipulation can become the head of the Kamui family. He was extremely sensitive to the smell of iron. That was the only reason he survived. He hadn't sensed cursed energy. He had smelled the blood. Tisk, Zetsu grinned, holding the black blade. You've got a few moves, human. Zetsu ripped off his blood-stained black robe. Underneath was a pale, muscular body. A terrifying crescent-shaped suture scar ran across his left upper arm and chest. Doran stared at the creature. I can't detect cursed energy. I can't sense a grade. But this physical pressure. A heavenly restriction. Doran gasped. He suddenly remembered the freak from the Zenin family 10 years ago. Toji Zenin. You're daydreaming, master. Boom. The floorboards exploded into splinters. Zetsu launched himself forward, moving faster than the eye could track. Crimson blood manipulation, slicing exorcism. Doran fired a rotating wheel of blood blades. Zetsu didn't even slow down. He weaved through the attack with terrifying agility. The cold glint of the blade and the wicked smile on Zetsu's face grew larger. Crash. The main house, located in the center of the estate, collapsed completely. The gathered Kamui sorcerers looked up in disbelief. In the dim moonlight, Kamui Doran, covered in blood, was launched into the sky from the ruins. A black blade was driven squarely through his heart. Chapter 75, Chapter 70, The Tyrant's Body and the Baseball Game. Ah, LOL. Looks like we've been exposed. The dilapidated attic door opened. White Zetsu, number 1, swept a playful gaze over the group of terrified sorcerers. But if I kill you all, then I shouldn't be considered exposed, right? Who goes there? A Kamui sorcerer roared. He drew his weapon. Splat. A second later, his head exploded. The academy is raising useless people, Zetsu sighed, taking the katana from the corpse. I almost forgot. I'm actually quite strong. Meeting the horrified gazes of the crowd, Zetsu grinned maliciously. Whoosh. Light footsteps. Before the main force could react, another mage collapsed in a pool of blood. Inhuman speed. Zetsu ducked and slid, the blade flashing at his waist. He cut a person in half, then swept the blade around in a circle. Tonight, the bloody art of murder was unveiled at the Kamui headquarters. 1,000 meters up, Mirai's scarlet pupils pierced through the barrier. He watched the entire performance. Without a doubt, the body white Zetsu was controlling was Toji Fushiguro, the man who died at the hands of Gojo Satoru 10 years ago. Mirai had spent a lot of effort finding Toji's remains. He used the divine tree and the blood of tens of thousands of cursed spirits to repair the missing parts. Why didn't Toji's soul take over? Because the quality of the divine tree, white Zetsu, surpasses Toji's body. The heavenly tyrant is powerful, but he is no match for the god tree capable of devouring worlds. The barrier dissipated. Moonlight shone on a courtyard filled with corpses. Nabito Zenin stared at Zetsu. I see him, but I don't sense any cursed energy. What is that? What are you saying, old man? Zetsu tossed a bag at him. The cursed artifacts and intel. Mirai boy wanted them. Take them. I didn't put in any effort, yet you take the benefits, Zetsu complained. Stop being cheeky, Mirai descended from the sky. It's impressive you can move that body so well. But if that old fox, Kenjaku, finds out, it could be trouble. Nabito. Junichi. Mirai turned to the Zenin elders. Notify the clan. We are moving. The original estate is abandoned. Assemble at the Star Religious Group in Shinjuku. Great location, Zetsu grinned. Hundreds of thousands of human believers. Even Gojo Satoru wouldn't dare attack us there openly. Number 1, Mirai looked at Zetsu. You shouldn't show yourself for now. Warp. Mirai activated Kamui. The void swallowed number 1, Toji Zetsu. Inside the Kamui dimension. Number 1 rubbed his butt. He used me and threw me away. Scumbag. He looked up at the towering divine tree. At the foot of the tree, a sorcerer was firmly imprisoned by roots. Hey, Zetsu grinned. Long time no see. The next day. The exchange event. At Gojo's whim, the individual battle was changed to baseball. The atmosphere warmed up. The students bonded over the game. But then, Yutahime arrived with a grave expression. She walked up to the Kyoto students, her eyes fixing on Noritoshi Kumo. Teacher, Noritoshi asked, sensing something wrong. Please tell me directly. Last night, Yutahime said softly. The Kumo family, all personnel were confirmed dead. The suspect is Zenin Mirai. Thump. Noritoshi stood frozen. My goal, becoming the head to welcome my mother back. Gone. Was it that guy? Noritoshi strode toward the sidelines, grabbing the collar of the white Zetsu lounging on a chair. Why? Why did he destroy the Kumo family? What are you yelling about? Zetsu picked his ear, annoyed. It wasn't Mirai boy. It was Master Zetsu. I soloed them. Liar. Noritoshi's face twisted with rage. A grade 4 curse wiping out a great family. Don't insult me. The Tokyo students blocked him. Yutahime pulled him back. Everyone glared at Zetsu, assuming he was covering for his master. Zetsu looked sullen. I told you the truth, he muttered. I really did it. These days, nobody believes an honest cursed spirit. Chapter 76, Chapter 71, The Mother's Coldness and the Halloween Date. Dusk. Shinjuku. The afterglow of the setting sun painted the sky in stunning shades of orange and violet. Passing through rows of pure white torii gates, Maki and Mai Zenin arrived at the headquarters of the Star Religious Group. They carried a wriggling cursed spirit, the caterpillar, that white Zetsu had requested. There were no armed guards blocking the way. Only 2 figures stood at the entrance, an old man with a white mustache reeking of alcohol, Nabito Zenin, and a woman in a formal kimono, the sister's mother. Leave the things here, the woman said, her eyes expressionless. You can go back now. Unless you withdraw from the academy, the head of the family will not see you. Mother. Maki and Mai looked at the woman blocking the doorway. Their expressions were complicated. She was as cold and subservient as ever. The head is receiving a guest. Nabito took a swig of strong sake from a gourd. He won't see you. Burp. Either leave Jujutsu High, or leave Japan. Nabito looked at the twins with glazed eyes. Although I don't know the full extent of the brat's plan, know this. That kid won't stop his ambitions just because of you. Deep within the corridors of the Star Religious Group. A stylishly dressed figure sat across from Zenin Mirai. He slowly lifted the hood covering his face, revealing a forehead covered in stitches. "I didn't expect you to dare to come to my door," Mirai said calmly, sipping his tea. "And I didn't expect you to block Gojo Satoru head-on," Kenjaku, Pseudo-Gedo, replied, his eyes narrowing. Kenjaku looked at the steam rising from the tea. He had taken a huge risk coming here. "Spare me, my old friend," Kenjaku smiled, though it didn't reach his eyes. "I'm worried about the old proverb, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. If I successfully seal the 6 eyes, what if you simply kill me afterward? Wouldn't I be at a huge loss?" Mirai put down his cup. "You overthink things." Mirai sat back, analyzing the 1,000-year-old sorcerer. "It's rare to see such an interesting plan. I've been waiting for a new golden age. I don't intend to steal your thunder, yet." "Good," Kenjaku relaxed slightly. "I've been preparing for 1,000 years. I don't want my efforts wasted." "So," Mirai asked, "what did you come here to say?" "My old friend," Kenjaku leaned forward. "You know that 1,000 years ago, I formed binding vows with famous sorcerers from various regions of Japan, correct?" Mirai nodded. "I have heard. The stone drift dragon, Ryu Ishigori, of the Mutsu region, the one with the pompadour." "Exactly," Kenjaku grinned. "Before we return to the golden age of sorcery, let's establish a truce. A non-aggression pact until the operation is complete." "Fine," Mirai replied coldly. "But let's set a time. Just in case you disappear." Kenjaku stood up, adjusting his kasaya. "The time to deal with Gojo Satoru is almost here. October 31st, Halloween. Shibuya." Kenjaku turned to leave, his silhouette blending into the shadows. "Old friend, you must attend." Chapter 77, Chapter 72, The Heavenly Curse and the Restored Body. October 21, 2018. The 3 first-year students assembled for their latest mission. Yuji Itadori. Nobara Kujisaki. Megumi Fushiguro. Following the incident at Yasuhachi Bridge last month, all 3 had experienced significant growth. Yuji and Nobara had faced the special-grade cursed wombs, Eso and Kichizu. In a life-or-death crisis, both simultaneously unleashed Black Flash, successfully exorcising the brothers. Megumi had faced the special-grade finger-bearer alone. Pushed to the brink, he fought with all his might to manifest an incomplete domain expansion, sacrificing himself to exorcise the curse. Yuji had swallowed the recovered finger. Sukuna's total was now 4. Their destination was Kyoto. The supervising personnel leading the team was Yutahime Iori. During the Goodwill event, Zenin Mirai had mentioned a traitor among the students. After checking for a month and ruling out the others, Yutahime set her sights on the remote-controlled puppet, Ultimate Mekamaru, operated by Kokichi Muta. Yutahime's expression was somber. He was a student she had taught diligently for 2 years. As they passed through a dimly lit tunnel, Yutahime spoke in a low voice, explaining Kokichi's true situation to the trio. Mekamaru's technique is puppet manipulation. With the blessing of a heavenly restriction, his range covers the entirety of Japan. A heavenly restriction is not a binding vow formed by choice. It is a physical restraint forcibly imposed at birth. It sacrifices something profound in exchange for superhuman power. Take Toji Zenin, Yutahime explained. He was stripped of all cursed energy at birth, but received an exceptionally strong physical body in return. Kokichi Muta represents the opposite extreme. He was born without a right arm and no feeling below his knees, Yutahime continued, her voice tight. His skin is so fragile that even moonlight burns it. He feels constant, agonizing pain in every pore of his body, like being stabbed by needles. He must live immersed in a special liquid in a dark tub. He cannot walk outside. The sacrifice of his body gave him extraordinary cursed energy output. The trio held their breath. They slowly approached the hidden door concealing Kokichi's true location. Bang. Megumi kicked the dilapidated door open. The basement was deserted. The tub was empty. The life support lines were severed. "Now we can confirm it," Nobara put a hand on her hip, solemnly pronouncing the verdict. "The mole is Mekamaru. If he wasn't guilty, he wouldn't have fled before they arrived." Yutahime looked at the empty room, her eyes filled with melancholy. Somewhere in Kyoto. An unnamed valley. A dense array of blood packs suspended in midair, crisscrossing mechanical lines converging on a figure wrapped in bandages. Lying on his back in a container soaked in a special liquid, Kokichi Muta spoke coldly to the intruders. "Heal me quickly, you bastards." Mahito fiddled with a strand of his patchwork hair, his eyes turning cold. "Why don't we just kill him, Suguru?" "We can't," Kenjaku, Pseudo-Ghetto, sighed. "We made a binding vow. If we break the contract now that he's fulfilled his end, the unpredictable backlash will fall on us. Let's heal him first, Mahito." Otherwise, the ruthless guy coming to inspect the goods will be dissatisfied. Hi, Mahito lowered his head listlessly and stepped forward. I thought I could enjoy killing him first. Mahito gently stroked Kokichi's forehead as he lay in the container. He glanced at the mangled, pathetic body, his eyes filled with the utter indifference of someone looking at an insect. Thank me, you piece of trash. Idle transfiguration. A deep purple cursed energy rose from Mahito's palm. The soul-shaping technique slowly spread downward, covering Kokichi's entire body. The missing right arm grew back. The flesh below the knees regenerated visibly, inch by inch. The scarred, sensitive skin smoothed out. Kokichi stepped out of the container. He tore off the bandages binding his body. He desperately suppressed his excitement. Since birth, he had experienced inhuman torment every single day. 6,361 days later, for the first time in his life, Kokichi felt a healthy body. But the crisis was not over. Clang. 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 Countless mechanical puppets emerged from the shadows behind Kokichi. He was ready to kill the curses who had used him. Mahito grinned, preparing to fight back. Stop, Mahito, Kenjaku said. The inspector is here. Kokichi froze. The oppressive space in the room suddenly intensified 100-fold. A figure materialized right next to him out of a spiraling void. Kokichi's pupils trembled. Just standing in front of this man squeezed his heart and suffocated his breath. It's you. Kokichi gritted his teeth. The head of the Zenin Clan. Zenin Mirai. You are the real mastermind behind all of this. Mirai looked at Kokichi with indifferent eyes. His face was calm. He had no desire to argue with a dying person. The only reason Mirai was here was to ensure Kenjaku and Mahito honored the binding vow. How is it? Kenjaku asked from behind. Are there any problems with the goods? No, Mirai turned around, ignoring Kokichi completely. Contract complete. As Mirai confirmed the vow was fulfilled, Mahito looked at the men who had brutally murdered Hanami. A grudge flared in the curse's heart. A flickering purple flame erupted from Mahito's right palm. He enlarged his fist and slammed it directly toward the back of Mirai's head. Idle transfiguration. Mirai didn't even turn around. He simply met Mahito's gaze from the corner of his blood-red eye. Boring. Disgusting. Boom. Mahito felt a sudden darkness before his eyes. An excruciating pain, like his very soul was being torn to shreds by an invisible force, instantly spread throughout his body. He didn't even see the counterattack. He was swatted to the floor like a fly, coughing up purple blood. Mirai looked down coldly at the special-grade curse writhing at his feet. Mahito had high potential. If given 1,000 years, he might rival Sukuna. But right now, he was nothing. Take him and get out of here, Mirai told Kenjaku. While I'm still in a good mood. Kenjaku frowned, irritated by Mahito's insubordination. He knew Zenin Mirai was a monster. Don't be so angry, Kenjaku smiled apologetically, grabbing Mahito by the collar. The kid just doesn't know any better. Kenjaku dragged the groaning curse into the shadows. See you in 10 days, old friend. Chapter 78, Chapter 73, The Stolen Body and the Shibuya Trap. You monster. In a desperate, heart-wrenching struggle, Kokichi Muta, Mekamaru, mobilized all the stored cursed energy within his body. 17 years, 5 months, and 6 days of agonizing accumulation. A blue tide of cursed energy surged behind him. He wanted to live. He wanted to return to his companions with this intact body. He wanted to quietly watch over Kasumi Miwa's growth. New shadow style, simple domain. He unleashed his ultimate attack, hoping to bypass the intangibility and strike directly at the souls of the monsters before him. His ferocious face was filled with the pure desire to live. Zenin Mirai looked back at him with a calm demeanor. There was neither sorrow nor joy in his eyes. The unrequited love Mekamaru held for Miwa was a tragedy Mirai remembered from his past life reading the manga. But in this lifetime, he was the villain. Mirai slightly turned his body, casually dodging Kokichi's final outburst. Squelch. Mirai's hand phased through the cursed energy shielding Kokichi's chest. Then, he crushed the boy's heart. The law of the world, the strong prey on the weak. The strong take all. The losers eat dust. This was the absolute truth. Warm blood spilled from Kokichi's mouth. The light in his pupils slowly dimmed, and he fell to the floor, dead. Shinjuku. The Star Religious Group. The second basement level was covered with the remains of cursed spirits. Kokichi's corpse, now immersed in a thick, syrup-like preservative, showed no external damage. Except for the fist-sized hole in his chest. The hole was filled with a pure white flower. The trembling petals seemed to be composed of countless fine plant roots, weaving into the veins of the human body. Despite being a symbol of purity, the white flower exuded an eerie aura. Mirai sat on a black throne formed from shadows. He rested his forehead on one hand. If you can't fully control this body, you shouldn't participate in the big show in 10 days. The enhancement this body provides to you will be no less than number 1, Toji. In fact, it should be stronger. Really. White Zetsu stepped to the edge of the bath, his greedy gaze sweeping over the cold, lifeless body. A flawless heavenly restriction. This is a vessel tailor-made for Master Zetsu. Kokichi needed 17 years to accumulate his cursed energy. But White Zetsu didn't. Through the void connection at Mirai's shoulder, the near-endless cursed energy of the Gedo Mazo, outer path statue, was continuously poured into the container, using the divine tree's flower as a medium. Number 1, Toji, had 0 cursed energy. It relied purely on physical strength. But this body had cursed energy. Which meant, once White Zetsu took over, he would be able to use domain expansion. October 31, 2018. Tokyo, Shibuya. 7 p.m. The steel skyscrapers reflected dazzling neon lights. The streets were filled with crowds dressed in Halloween costumes. Intoxicating alcohol, raging music, and a bustling, noisy scene. A night of revelry. It was also the day of upheaval for the Jujutsu world. Centered on the Tokyo department store, a curtain, barrier, with a radius of about 400 meters quietly fell. Bang. Hey, you're such a loser, a man holding a wine glass laughed loudly, seeing his friend fall. Drunk after one drink, you piece of trash. The fallen man stood up in a daze. He reached out and pushed against the air, and felt the resistance of an invisible wall. They were trapped. 8:20 p.m. Outside the curtain. Unaware of the full truth, the police set up cordons. With the lives of tens of thousands of people at stake, all available sorcerers from Jujutsu High were mobilized. Team Kusakabe, Panda, Inumaki. Team Mei, Ui, Yuji Itadori. Team Nanami, Maki, Nobara, Megumi, recently promoted to Grade 1. They prepared to launch separate operations from different points around the barrier. Kiyotaka Ejichi held his report, analyzing the situation for Team Nanami. The barrier does not exclude sorcerers, but it restricts ordinary humans from leaving. The trapped civilians are chanting one thing, bring us Gojo Satoru. Nanami adjusted his glasses, staring at the inky black outer shell. Ordinary people don't know Gojo Satoru's name. The enemy is using them to convey a message. It's a trap specifically for Satoru. Nanami turned to Maki. What about White Zetsu? Have you gotten any intel out of him? The White Zetsu under house arrest at the school was still in Haruta's body. Since he couldn't be killed, they tried interrogating him. Maki shook her head. About 10 days ago, that body fell into a deep sleep. It hasn't woken up. Because Zetsu's soul had transferred to Kokichi's body. Will Zenin Mirai be involved in this? Nobara asked, her voice tight. I feel like a big shot of his level wouldn't resort to such a despicable hostage scheme. She desperately didn't want to fight the men who used to be their teacher. Before anyone could answer, the radio crackled. Gojo Satoru had already stepped into the barrier. Shibuya subway station. B5F platform. The civilians trapped on the platform were unaware of the impending danger. They chatted idly, waiting for rescue. Among them stood 3 figures. Suguru, Jogo frowned, his single eye scanning the crowd. Although I hate to admit it, isn't it redundant for me and Choso to wait here with you? Jogo felt he should be on the upper levels, slaughtering sorcerers. Kenjaku, Pseudo-Gedo, tucked his hands into his kasaya sleeves. We must be thorough. If Gojo Satoru is held back by these monkeys, we need to test Zenin Mirai. Although I don't think Mirai is soft-hearted, it's good to see how he reacts to human hostages. Seeing is believing. Kenjaku chuckled. If they end up fighting and weakening each other, we'll seal one and join forces to kill the other. Wouldn't that be better? Jogo seemed tempted. Removing 2 mountains at once would guarantee the age of curses. Choso, standing quietly to the side, frowned. If we seal Gojo, and Zenin Mirai still has resources left, what do we do? That guy's attitude toward curses isn't friendly. He crushed Hanami without hesitation. Jogo shuddered slightly, remembering the terrifying aura of the Zenin head. Yes, Suguru. Those eyes, he won't be restrained by human morals. What if he attacks us? Don't worry, Kenjaku smiled gently. I have signed a binding vow with Zenin Mirai. He won't kill us before Sukuna takes control of Yuji's body. Kenjaku said the words aloud to reassure them. But internally, he silently erased one word from his thought. He won't kill me. The vow protected Kenjaku. It did not protect Jogo or Choso. They were expendable pawns. Chapter 79, Chapter 74, The Final Warning and the Meat Shields. Outside the barrier. 13th Sister. Maki's niece. A mosquito-sized mechanical insect flew toward the group the instant Nanami led his team to the edge of the barrier. White Zetsu. Everyone immediately recognized the annoying tone. TSK. Although it's pretty useless, the mechanical insect flapped its delicate wings and landed on Maki's shoulder. Master Zetsu will still say it once. You should all go back. This city will soon become hell. This is not a war you can participate in. Not just Shibuya. I suggest you leave Japan. Really? Nanami adjusted his glasses, his expression solemn. So, Zenin Mirai is also a participant in this event. The warning completely extinguished their last glimmer of hope that Mirai was innocent. Mama's boy. Nobara slowly rolled up her sleeves and grabbed the flying insect in her hand. You dare to look down on us? How much do you think you're worth? Facing her angry glare, the voice from the insect became unusually serious. Master Zetsu is sincere. Ahead lies hell. Stop talking, White Zetsu. Maki said resolutely. I'm not going to slink away with my tail between my legs. Even if I have to face Mirai-san. I appreciate your kind offer, but I cannot accept it. Nanami loosened his tie, his eyes resolute. He had no grand ambition to save the world. But he was a sorcerer. He followed his heart. All right. I knew you would make this choice. With a regretful sigh, the light in the mechanical insect's eyes dimmed completely. It powered down. On the rooftop of a steel skyscraper, a fierce evening wind raged. A secret affection. Or a perverse sense of humor. Mirai looked down at the writhing crowd below, speaking softly. Although curses are born from negative human emotions, Master Zetsu is an exception. White Zetsu, now occupying Kokichi Muta's body, teased the caterpillar curse on his shoulder. It's normal for me to lean toward humans. After all, Zetsu grinned. I only absorb pure cursed energy from the divine tree. Those negative emotions that were stripped away, weren't they all absorbed by you? Wrong, Mirai replied. To be precise, they were absorbed by my eyes. Mirai vanished from the spot, teleporting to his designated location. But just before he disappeared, the moonlight caught his scarlet pupils. Faintly shimmering within the red were milky white ripple patterns. The Rinnegan was awakening. Zetsu swept his gaze across the empty rooftop. He pulled hundreds of mechanical flying insects from the caterpillar's mouth. He had spent 10 days fully taking control of Mechamaru's body. Through the infusion of power from the Gedo Mazo, White Zetsu's current cursed energy reserve was terrifying. It was equivalent to 5,000 years of accumulation. Shibuya Station. B5F. The fifth basement level was packed. The crowd was as dense as an anthill. Gojo Satoru floated down the stairs. Pushing aside the panicking crowd without any restraint, he walked with his hands in his pockets toward the center of the platform. How disappointing. Just you two small fry. Gojo looked at the volcano head, Jogo, and the death-painting womb, Choso. Feeling the absolute pressure emanating from Gojo, a hint of tension surfaced in Jogo's single eye. Damn Kenjaku. Damn Zenin Mirai. They promised there would be no problem. Where are they? Boom. With a single flick of his finger, Jogo ignited 3 people on the edge of the platform. They burst into flames, screaming in agony. Don't even think about escaping, Gojo Satoru. If you leave, all the humans here will die. A thick stream of flames rose from Jogo's palm. Uttering harsh words, the special grade curse cowardly fled into the dense crowd. TCH. What a hassle. Gojo leaned forward and suddenly crashed into the crowd, chasing him. Deep inside the subway tunnel, hidden in the shadows. Aren't you being too cautious? Kenjaku asked, his eyes gleaming in the dark. Waiting for Jogo to make the first move. A crimson glint flashed in the darkness beside him. Making a move a little later doesn't violate our binding vow, Mirai replied softly. Let's treat this as an appetizer. Let Jogo pad his combat record. Kenjaku smiled. If Hanami hadn't died at your hands, you wouldn't need to intervene today. Thinking too much causes brain atrophy, Mirai's tone turned cold. Is that so? Then consider me nosy. The two masterminds chatted casually while watching the action blockbuster on the platform, much like moviegoers eating popcorn. Squelch. Puffed. Jogo stared in horror as his right arm was easily torn off by Gojo Satoru. This wasn't an action movie. This was a horror movie. And Jogo was the victim. Piercing blood. Choso fired a crimson line of highly compressed blood at supersonic speed. It pierced straight through the heads of 3 screaming humans before striking Gojo. Sizzle. The blood splashed against an invisible wall. Infinity. The Kamui family's ancestral technique was completely useless. But it did distract Gojo for a split second. Boom. Jogo seized the opportunity, igniting another group of civilians in the distance. The panicked crowd, unable to see the curses clearly, ran around like headless flies, constantly crowding Gojo and blocking his path. Ah. Gojo tossed panicking humans into the air one by one, gently landing them behind him to clear a path. He could accept curses killing ordinary humans. But he absolutely refused to kill them himself. The dense crowd was countless stumbling blocks. Time and again, they helped Jogo escape a deadly blow. But Jogo was terrified. The fewer humans there were as meat shields, the wider Gojo's scope of action became. To seal Gojo's domain expansion, unlimited void, Jogo needed to ensure the humans didn't all die too quickly. Jogo glanced over his shoulder. The white-haired demon was inches away. They're not here yet. The premonition of death overwhelmed Jogo. He roared with all his might. At the same time, Gojo Satoru ripped off his blindfold. His six eyes snapped toward the dark tunnel behind him. You've come. Chapter 80, Chapter 75, The Clearing of the Board and the Two Students. Shibuya Station. B5F. I just said they were two pieces of trash. Where did they get their confidence from? Gojo Satoru kept a close eye on the approaching figure. His smile was unrestrained, but a hint of seriousness appeared in his azure eyes. The bloated figure of Jogo and the fleeing Choso converged behind Gojo, panting heavily. That was close. Jogo thought, soaked in sweat. If I had been a second later, he would have torn me to pieces. How disappointing. Mirai swept his gaze across the terrified crowd and uttered a sarcastic remark toward Gojo. Afraid of losing this time, so you prepared so many human life-saving charms in advance. Faced with Mirai's arrogance, Gojo smiled faintly. I don't have the energy to prepare so much. After all, you're just a defeated opponent. Is that so? Thick, blood-like cursed energy surged around Mirai. The void next to his shoulder tore open. Kamui. Boundless suction burst forth from the dimensional rift. The crowd's fear, anger, confusion, and hatred, all of it was swallowed. Thousands of civilians near Mirai were forcefully sucked into the Kamui dimension in the blink of an eye. The crowded platform suddenly became much more spacious. Of the thousands of people, only 200 or 300 remained on the far edges. Madman. The terror in Jogo's eye as he looked at Mirai was even greater than when he faced Gojo Satoru. Kenjaku said he wanted to test this guy to see if human hostages would hold him back. The result? Zenin Mirai was even more ruthless than the disaster curses. Jogo lowered his head, not daring to meet those blood-red eyes. Facing the true culprit who killed Hanami, Jogo didn't have the slightest thought of revenge. He only felt raw fear. How's that? Mirai pointed at Gojo. If I help you clear a few obstacles, you can't say I won unfairly, can you? Sucking a few thousand people into Kamui to save them from collateral damage. I should be considered a hero. Ah, that definitely makes things much easier. Gojo Satoru stretched his body, his smile widening. For those who had already died in the crossfire, Gojo could only say, I'm sorry, in his heart. In return, he would personally take down the culprits. He, Gojo Satoru, you can't escape this time, Jogo sneered from behind, trying to capitalize on the 2v1 situation. Escape. Gojo vanished. You piece of trash who barely survived, do you even dare to mock me? In Jogo's terrified single eye, Gojo's gloomy profile was reflected inches away. Like a thunderclap, Jogo was stunned into place by a terrifying aura. He didn't even have time to react. With the crowd gone, Gojo had no limits. He activated blue. The gravitational pull locked Jogo's body in place. Red and black waves churned around Gojo's fist. A black flash was imminent. I'm going to die like Hanami. Jogo despaired. The moment Gojo's fist slammed down, a ripple appeared in the space beside Jogo. Boom. The shattered spatial fracture point unleashed a terrifying gust of air. Kamui. Mirai distorted the space, violently throwing Jogo away from the fatal blow. Jogo lost half his body to the shockwave, but he survived. Mirai didn't care about Jogo's life, but the curse was currently carrying Sukuna's fingers. He couldn't die yet. Gojo didn't chase the fleeing prey. Instead, the instant the void erupted, Gojo twisted and attacked Mirai. A brilliant azure light shone forth. His fist, enhanced by simple domain, moved with incredible speed. Whoosh! A loose white robe fluttered. Scarlet cursed energy rose from Mirai's body like a ribcage, armor stained with the blood of countless enemies. Susanoo. Mirai caught Gojo's sudden punch with his open palm against the ethereal armor. The shockwaves from the impact whipped Mirai's black hair into a wild dance. The opportunity was well seized, Mirai spoke calmly, his scarlet pupils flashing with terrifying pressure. But unfortunately, the impact was somewhat weak. Bang. Without carelessness, Gojo ducked to avoid the counter-explosion and delivered a sweeping side kick to Mirai's abdomen. Mirai easily took a step back, dodging it. His expression was extremely relaxed. "Show me your trump cards, Satoru." Gathering all his cursed energy to restore his damaged body, Jogo hid in the dark subway tunnel, panting heavily. I almost kept Hanami company. Soaked in cold sweat, Jogo leaned against the cold stone wall. Jogo. Who? Jogo nearly jumped out of his skin. He looked into the shadows. Kenjaku. Jogo was about to burst into curses, but stopped himself. Isn't it enough that I held him off? I'm going to the upper levels to hunt the regular sorcerers. He desperately wanted to get away from the two Grim Reapers on B5F. The original plan was to send you up, Kenjaku said, stepping out of the shadows. But it seems there's been a new development. We'll have to trouble you to keep playing. Before Jogo could ask what he meant. Crash. The ceiling of the B5F platform shattered. A rapidly decreasing, icy temperature spread from the floor above. Yuram, her face pale, crashed down onto the battlefield alongside another figure. Domain expansion, idle death gamble. The figure with a passionate smile on his lips dragged Yuram directly into his domain the moment they landed. Kinji Hikari. Here it comes, Jogo, Kenjaku whispered, melting back into the shadows. In that instant, Jogo sensed a surging, bottomless killing intent rushing toward him. A figure wearing a white uniform, holding a drawn katana. Standing at the edge of the rubble, the boy's mere presence caused the air to crackle with cursed energy. It's about to start, Rika. He spoke softly to the silver ring on his finger. A monstrous apparition of terrifying cursed energy manifested behind him, rushing straight for Jogo. The special grade sorcerer, Yuta Okatsu. A sense of absolute horror washed over Jogo again. He cursed Kenjaku in his heart as he frantically dodged. The two newly added battles, Hikari versus Yuram, and Yuta versus Jogo, were tacitly pushed far away from where Gojo and Mirai stood. It seems your arrogance has improved, Mirai casually deflected Gojo's punch. You even knew to find help in advance. You're not as stupid as I thought. Mirai wasn't surprised. The first thing White Zetsu did after taking over Mekamaru's body was place the entire Shibuya area under surveillance. Mirai knew about Gojo's secret weapons before Gojo even entered the barrier. Yeah. Azure flames surged around Gojo's fists. He grinned fiercely. Knowing you have helpers, it's not unreasonable for me to bring two of my best students along. Boom. Two fists collided violently. Like a typhoon sweeping through, the shockwaves filled the entire floor. Over the last 2 months, Gojo had felt more pressure from Zenin Mirai than he did from Sukuna. He had secretly gone overseas to retrieve Yuta Okatsu, and then found the suspended Kinji Hikari. He originally planned to raid Shinjuku with them. But tonight's unexpected situation provided the perfect opportunity. Chapter 81, Chapter 76, The Black Rope and the 2V. Shibuya Station. B5F. In a panic, he didn't know which way to go. Jogo fled through the crowd, grabbing civilians and throwing them behind him like meat shields. The terror of being targeted by two apex predators clung tightly to his heart. First, Gojo Satoru tore his arm off. Then, Zenin Mirai delivered a rescue that was indistinguishable from a massacre. Even at his peak, Jogo knew he was no match for either of them. He glanced at the ghostly white figure behind him. The oppressive aura was almost equal to Gojo Satoru's. I'm going to die. In Jogo's terrified single eye, he saw Hanami's fate flashing before him. Crash. A massive, black shikigami, an ox, piercing ox, summoned by Megumi Fushiguro on the floor above, crashed down the stairs, causing chaos. Using the distraction, Jogo turned and fled up the stairs to the B4F, 4th basement level. The barriers trapping Gojo on B5F had been broken by Yuta and Hikari's entrance. B4F was Jogo's best escape route. Because there were even more human meat shields trapped on the 4th floor. You're really strong, Mirai-sensei. Hidden under the rubble and debris of the shattered ceiling, Yuta Okatsu tightened his grip. A massive amount of cursed energy roared forth. Boom. Yuta erupted from the rubble, his speed in no way inferior to the piercing ox. He didn't pursue the escaped Jogo. His gaze was fixed on Zenin Mirai with absolute determination. A month ago, Gojo Satoru personally came to Africa to meet him. He told Yuta about the betrayal of his Mirai-sensei and White Zetsu. It was hard to accept. But Yuta chose to stand with Gojo, Maki, Panda, and his companions. Yuta didn't swing his katana. Instead, he swung an iron fist wrapped thickly in a braided black rope. At the same time, Gojo Satoru grinned. He cancelled his simple domain. His fist, carrying the terrifying gravity of blue, slammed straight toward Mirai's heart. I see. A blood-red glint flashed in Mirai's eyes. He opened a void beside him. Crimson vines erupted from Kamui, transforming into a sturdy shield to block Gojo's fist. Simultaneously, Mirai sidestepped and faced Yuta's full-force attack head-on. Boom. A deafening roar resounded. The platform beneath the three cracked open with spiderweb fissures. Mirai looked at the wisps of smoke rising from his fist. He immediately understood their scheme. The moment Yuta's fist made contact, Mirai felt a brief, violent disruption of his cursed energy. The effects of Kamui, intangibility, were directly negated. He was forcibly dragged from the void into reality. The black rope. The mystic tool used by Miguel during the night parade of 100 demons. These top-tier cursed artifacts, capable of disrupting and nullifying any curse technique, should have been destroyed by Gojo Satoru long ago. Moreover, judging from the thick layer wrapped around Yuta's fist, it was impossible to weave that much in just 1 year. I knew you had ill intentions, Gojo grinned, floating back. The head of the three great families comes to the college to be a humble teacher. With that fake smile of yours, how could I not be wary? A blue-green ripple of cursed energy emanated from Gojo's entire body. With Yuta's black rope nullifying Mirai's intangibility, Gojo no longer needed to limit himself with simple domain. He could use the full repulsive and attractive forces of the limitless. When Mirai first joined the school, Gojo shook his hand to test the waters. After the night parade, Gojo didn't destroy all the black rope. When he sent Yuta overseas to train with Miguel, he ordered Yuta to collect all remaining black rope. If it could interfere with Gojo's infinity, it could interfere with Mirai's intangibility. This conscious preventative measure gave him a perfect trump card. Whatever. Come on. Mirai remained calm. It was just a 1v2. He still had the confidence to win. Whoosh. Mirai moved like a swift gust of wind, covering the distance in the blink of an eye. He swept a kick at Gojo and punched straight at Yuta. Deep in the darkness of the subway tunnel, a rift hung in the void. Kenjaku concealed his aura completely, watching the fight. The black rope in Okatsu's hand is dangerous, Kenjaku thought. It disrupts all cursed techniques. It counters Gojo's infinity and Mirai's Kamui. More importantly, it could potentially pry open the back door of the prison realm. That thing must be completely destroyed before I seal Gojo Satoru. Mirai had the exact same thought. The black rope must not be kept. A blood-red waterfall tumbled from the void. Hundreds of giant, root-like tails shot toward Gojo Satoru to keep him busy. Meanwhile, Mirai turned his full attention to Yuta. He didn't aim to kill Yuta yet. He aimed to force Yuta to block with his fists. To consume the black rope, Yuta had to use it to nullify Mirai's Kamui-infused strikes. Every time it nullified a powerful technique, a portion of the rope burned away. Sizzle, bang. Mirai slammed his fist down. The black rope wrapped around Yuta's hand burst into sparks, burning away slightly as it negated the spatial distortion. Yuta was smashed into the ruins by the sheer physical force. Mirai twisted in midair, dropping his elbow with the force of a meteor. Boom. Gojo broke through the roots and intercepted. His elbow, imbued with the limitless, met Mirai's elbow, which was enveloped in crimson cursed energy. Cursed technique lapse. Gojo shouted. Kamui. Mirai responded. Two completely different, surging powers exploded, tearing the station apart. Chapter 82, Chapter 77, The Layered Barriers and Maharaga's Blade. Tokyo, Shibuya. The massive barrier, with a radius of approximately 400 meters, only restricted ordinary humans at its outermost layer. Jujutsu sorcerers and highly skilled assistant supervisors could come and go freely. However, near the subway platform, a second layer of protection had been erected, a curtain specifically forbidding sorcerers from entering. This had been cast by the group of curse users Yuram found after Gojo Satoru entered. 3 additional inner layers had already been completely destroyed by the black rope wielded by Yuta Okatsu when he broke through the ceiling. Distributed around the perimeter of the outermost barrier were highly specialized squads led by Grade 1 sorcerers. 10 minutes after Gojo Satoru entered the 5th underground level, B5F, these squads began to move from all 4 directions of Shibuya, east, south, west, and north. Their goal, launch a coordinated attack on that final barrier preventing the rest of the sorcerers from entering. B5F. The dilapidated subway platform had long since been reduced to ruins. The ground was riddled with cracks, and piles of rubble were scattered everywhere. Near the ceiling, only a few remaining lights flickered on and off, casting a depressing atmosphere. The remaining 200 or 300 ordinary humans had, fortunately, been swept away quickly from the B5F platform by the aftershocks of the 3-person battle. Unfortunately, they had escaped to the next level up, B4F. What greeted them there was a nightmare. Welcome. Mahito grinned, bowing gracefully in greeting. Only a very small number of people in the terrified crowd could actually see the patch-faced curse. But standing next to Mahito was a whole subway carriage full of transfigured humans. Monster. Monster. A surge of malice rushed toward the civilians. Thick, blood-red liquid splashed wantonly onto the smooth ground. Even without close inspection, anyone standing on the fourth floor could clearly sense the terror erupting from the depths. Mahito hadn't followed the original plan of unleashing the transfigured humans on the fifth floor. After spying on Zenin Mirai's actions from B4F, Mahito knew such trash would be instantly obliterated in the crossfire down there. So, he waited. He had prepared sufficient inventory. Unable to intervene in the battle below against his natural enemy, Mahito stepped over the sprays of blood at his feet, a malicious smile spreading across his face. Yuji Itadori. I've arrived. Back on B5F. The Gedo Mazo, outer path statue, in its initial withered tree form, along with the 10 shadows, restrained Gojo Satoru's actions. Meanwhile, Zenin Mirai countered with his fists, attacking Yuta Okatsu with pure, overwhelming physical skills. Boom. Rolling black and red waves of cursed energy instantly blasted half of Rika's body apart as she tried to defend Yuta. Mirai followed up with a vicious downward kick, accompanied by a boundless shockwave, slamming straight toward Yuta's head. Sizzle. Yuta gritted his teeth and parried with his fist. The black rope wrapped around his knuckles was already half burned away. His sharp samurai sword had long since been broken in two and lay scattered to the side. Yuta. Realizing there were no living humans left on the B5F to use as shields, Gojo Satoru suddenly clasped his hands together. In an instant, a fierce wind swept through. Using teleportation via the limitless, azure cursed energy flickered. The moment Gojo spoke, he flashed to Yuta's side. Bang. An earthquake-like tremor shook the area as Gojo withstood the devastating punch Mirai intended for Yuta. Gojo pivoted and unleashed a black flash kick as a counterattack. Yuta understood the silent signal. He immediately charged toward the two Shikigami on the side, and the terrifying cursed spirit that resembled a withered tree. Rika. With a roar, the ring on Yuta's finger gleamed silver. A year ago, Yuta successfully lifted the curse on his childhood friend. The top-tier vengeful spirit, Rika Orimoto, had attained Buddhahood. The special-grade apparition beside Yuta now was merely a lingering remnant, a Shikigami condensed using his own massive reserves of cursed energy after he regained his special-grade rank in just 4 months. Roar. With her limits unlocked, Rika's body swelled dramatically. Her single eye blazed with overwhelming killing intent as she lunged at Mirai's Shikigami. Meanwhile, Yuta kept his distance, gripping the burning black rope tightly, keeping a close eye on the battle between Gojo and Mirai. What are you up to now? Mirai asked softly, glancing at the poised Yuta out of the corner of his eye. Without the black rope to aid him in close quarters, Gojo once again deployed his simple domain the instant he engaged. Gojo didn't answer Mirai's question. He pressed 2 fingers together in front of his chest and let out a wild, maniacal laugh. Round 2, begin. Looking at the hand seal Gojo formed, and noting the precise distance Yuta was keeping, a sense of understanding flashed through Mirai's mind. He smiled faintly. Domain expansion, unlimited void. A massive amount of cursed energy poured out, and the pitch-black outer shell of the domain instantly enveloped the two of them. Boom. The expanding shell violently cracked the stone walls on both sides. The earth trembled, leaving behind a huge circular crater. Yuta crouched exactly at the edge of the domain's outer shell, looking at it with an expression full of anticipation and tension. Within the domain, the ultimate black and white starry sky complemented each other perfectly. Yet, Gojo Satoru's expression was utterly bewildered. The plan the teacher and student had formulated was simple: Yuta would accumulate his strength and weight outside the domain. The moment Gojo and Mirai clashed domains and the barrier shattered, there would be a fractional second gap of curse technique burnout. Yuta was supposed to seize that fleeting opportunity, using the black rope to disrupt Mirai's cursed energy and prevent him from using reverse cursed technique. Gojo would heal his own burnout first, and then execute Mirai. It was a flawless plan they had discussed when preparing to attack the Star religious group. The timing was perfect, B5F was cleared out, and the domain's size was controlled so it wouldn't affect the upper floors or Akari's distant battle. But the fact that no domain-based confrontation occurred from Mirai's side completely surprised Gojo. Mirai hadn't deployed his domain at all. There was no time to figure out why. Gojo maintained the domain hand seal with his left hand, while his right fist churned with red and black waves of cursed energy. With a swift movement, Gojo's eyes flashed with terrifying killing intent. Just freeze for 1 second. Fake Smile wasn't a cursed spirit. Gojo only needed 1 second to blast his head apart. Even if Mirai mastered reverse curse technique, he would still die from decapitation. Snap. Bang. A tearing, sharp pain shot through Gojo's right arm. Blood splattered. His azure pupils widened in deep astonishment. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw it. At the edge of the broken barrier, an enormous shikigami with a golden, 8-handled will floating above its head was slowly sinking back into Mirai's shadow. As the head of the Gojo clan, Satoru immediately recognized the shikigami's true form. The strongest shikigami of the 10 Shadows technique, 8-handled sword divergent Sela Divine General Maharaga. What surprised Gojo wasn't just that Mirai had tamed the untamable beast. Having clashed with him before, Gojo was mentally prepared for the strongest shikigami to appear. What shocked Gojo was, why did Maharaga shatter the domain without needing any time to adapt? Because he already adapted during the exchange event, Mirai's calm gaze seemed to say. Boom. In less than a second, the entire domain of unlimited void exploded from the inside. Just as Yuta was about to charge forward with the black rope, he suddenly stopped dead in his tracks. Blood-stained white hair. Blood streaks on his face. And most horrifyingly, his right arm had been violently torn off at the shoulder. The invincible Gojo-sensei. Maimed in an instant. This impossible, brutal scene shattered Yuta Okatsu's reality. Chapter 83, Chapter 78, The Prison Realm and the 3 Years of Youth. Yuta Okatsu's reaction was a fraction of a second slower than Zenin Mirai's. Mirai shattered the stone slab beneath his feet and burst forth. Boom. Their fists collided. Only a third of the black rope remained wrapped around Yuta's knuckles. Just as Yuta was exhausted and struggling to defend himself, the situation worsened. Rika, fully manifested, was repeatedly and severely injured by the massive, withered roots of the Gedo Mazo. Mirai's bloodshot scarlet eyes swept across the platform. With a single thought, he adjusted the Mazo's output to perfectly balance against Rika and the piercing ox. The 3-against-1 situation barely maintained a stalemate. Nearby, reverse curse technique was pushed to its absolute limit. Flesh, bone, and muscle knitted together rapidly. Gojo Satoru's destroyed right arm was restored. Casting aside all distracting thoughts, Gojo rose, cursed energy flaring as he prepared to charge back into the battlefield to help Yuta. Clatter. A dull thud came from behind him. Something heavy had fallen to the ground. Gojo subconsciously looked down. A small cube covered in cursed runes rolled to his feet. Prison realm, open. The familiar tone that reached his ears made Gojo freeze. The cube beneath his feet began its final countdown the moment Gojo looked at it. Sizzle, sizzle. The cracking sound emanating from the gaps in the runes amplified. Suddenly, the cube unfolded its body, transforming into a 2-meter-tall behemoth wrapped in flesh and fascia. It resembled a grotesque, blood-red starfish with its fleshy legs spread wide. The single, exposed eye in the center continuously oozed scarlet liquid, locking onto Gojo. Gojo stared blankly at the blood-red eyeball, a strange sense of absurdity and unease welling up inside him. Just as he was about to step out of the eye's range, that familiar voice rang out again. Long time no see, Satoru. Gojo stopped dead in his tracks. His gaze involuntarily shifted to the figure standing behind the fleshy eye. Ha! Looking at the face he knew best in his entire life, Gojo Satoru's azure eyes churned with extremely complex emotions. A year ago, Zenin Mirai had personally executed Suguru Ghetto. After Gojo and Shoko confirmed White Zetsu's ability to possess human corpses, they had deeply suspected that Mirai had kept Ghetto's body as a hidden trump card. Back at the school, Gojo had used his 6 eyes to identify the body White Zetsu had replaced, so he was already somewhat mentally prepared for this twisted tactic. Gojo's very first reaction upon seeing the men in the Kasaya was, this is White Zetsu impersonating Suguru. But at this moment, the 6 eyes relayed the absolute truth to his brain. The person before him was definitely not White Zetsu in disguise. Apart from the stitched scar on the forehead, the cursed energy, the physical body, it was Suguru Ghetto himself. Suguru. In this moment, Gojo's mind kept replaying the 3 years he had lived with Suguru Ghetto at Jujutsu High. Together they exorcised cursed spirits. Together they defied Principal Yaga. Together they teased Yutaheim. Together they complained about the corruption of the higher-ups. So many times together. So many memories. 3 years of youth. 3 years of the closest friendship. In a split second, 3 years' worth of information rushed into Gojo's mind. The absolute prison. Special grade cursed object, prison realm. 1,000 years ago, a Buddhist monk named Ginchen awakened a powerful barrier technique. Throughout his life, he sealed countless curses within his body. After his death, his remains transformed into the prison realm. It was a special creation powerful enough to imprison even the strongest sorcerer. An absolute prison for Gojo Satoru. It had 3 functions. Cursed energy is sealed. Time does not pass. The barrier is absolutely solid. A sorcerer imprisoned within cannot use curse techniques to escape and cannot perceive the passage of time. Hundreds of years, thousands of years, the prisoner is trapped in a confined void. Aside from suicide, the only option is to passively wait for someone outside to lift the seal. It possessed an incredibly powerful effect, but the activation conditions were extremely strict. The target must remain within a 4-meter radius of the prison realm for 1 minute. However, 1 minute did not refer to physical time in the real world. It referred to brain time, the time it takes for 1 minute's worth of memories to flash through the target's mind. And Gojo Satoru. In that instant of looking back at his dead best friend, 3 years flashed through his mind. The condition was met. Satoru, how can you let your mind wander during battle? When Gojo came to his senses, layers upon layers of grotesque, fleshy muscles had erupted from the prison realm, binding him firmly to the spot. I can't sense my cursed energy. Gojo, half squatting and wrapped in the trap, frowned deeply. Seeing the disgusting smile on his former best friend's face, Gojo recovered from his brief shock and angrily demanded, "Who are you? Have you forgotten me so quickly?" Kenjaku, pseudo-Gedo, clasped his hands together in his sleeves, looking down at Gojo with a playful gaze. "I'm your best friend, Suguru Gedo. My 6 eyes tell me you're Suguru Gedo." Gojo exerted his physical strength, stretching the muscles binding him to their limit. "But my soul knows otherwise. Tell me right now. Who are you?" "Gojo-sensei." Yuta screamed as he saw Gedo's appearance and Gojo's sudden restriction. Forced far back on the platform, Yuta tried desperately to break through Mirai's defense to save his teacher. Boom. As the black rope in his hand was about to burn out completely, Yuta's expression grew frantic. Why? With an extreme burst of massive cursed energy, Yuta punched straight at Mirai's heart. He didn't expect to kill the enemy. He just wanted to force Mirai to dodge, giving him a chance to use the last inch of the black rope to free Gojo. Smack. Mirai casually raised a hand and firmly stopped Yuta's fist in place. The last thread of the black rope burned to ash. "Why did you betray Jujutsu High?" Yuta glared at him, enraged. Looking down at the enraged boy, Mirai spoke calmly. "I'd like to ask you the same. Why can't you just obediently follow the orders of the strong and stop your futile resistance?" Months ago, Mirai's plot had deviated significantly due to Gojo recruiting Hikari and Yuta. This led to repeated revisions of Kenjaku's plan. Now, Mirai only needed to maintain the overall direction of the operation and prevent any further disruptions. Kamui. With a powerful sweeping kick to Yuta's side, Mirai's crimson eyes focused on the deep darkness behind Yuta. The void rippled with tremors, tearing visible to the naked eye. Kinji, Hikari and Yuram, who had just emerged from Hikari's shattered domain, hadn't even had time to assess the situation. A sudden, magnified sense of horror welled up inside Hikari. Boom. The space tore apart, and violent air currents swept through. Hikari and Yuta were blasted away by the spatial shockwave, thrown deep into the dark tunnels. Are we done here? Kenjaku's impatient tone drifted across the platform as Mirai slowly walked over. Mirai's Sharingan confirmed that the black rope in Yuta's hand was completely destroyed. Whether Gojo had hidden any more elsewhere, White Zetsu would find out eventually. "We're done," Mirai said. Kenjaku smiled, turning his attention back to the bound Gojo Satoru. "Let's talk again next time. Maybe in 100 years, or 1,000. Ha 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 ha." As Mirai stood beside him, Kenjaku offered a mocking wave. "Goodbye in the new world, Gojo Satoru." They didn't give Gojo time to refute. With Yuta and Hikari regrouping, even Yuram wouldn't be able to stop them from trying to break the cube once it's sealed. Mirai and Kenjaku needed to leave. Prison Realm. Close. Chapter 84, Chapter 79, The Absolute Prison and the Triple Insurance. Inside the box. Click-clack, click-clack. In a dim and cramped space, countless white skeletal skulls trembled incessantly. Gojo Satoru lay supine on the ground, piled with bones. He fiddled with the bandage around his eye, scanning the interior of the unique prison with his 6 eyes. "The fact that physical time doesn't pass is really troublesome," Gojo muttered. The walls surrounding him were formed from countless rare curses. Now, Gojo was like someone living in a closed world that operated outside of reality. He was enveloped by a living, impenetrable barrier. Oh well. I'll have to leave these problems to them. Things will work themselves out. I'll just get some sleep first. His tone seemed relaxed. But his occasionally visible, deep blue eyes were filled with solemnity. 2144, Shibuya, Meiji Jingimi Station. At the subway entrance leading down to the 5th underground level. Mei, Ui, and Yuji Itadori suddenly stopped in their tracks. "Can you hear me, Yuji Itadori?" An unfamiliar voice crackled through the earpiece used to communicate with the assistant supervisors. Yuji was stunned for a moment, then took off his earpiece and slammed it hard onto the floor. Clang. Surprisingly good quality, the earpiece bounced off the ground intact. Wait. The mechanical voice coming from the device urged him urgently. I am not an enemy. I am Kyoto Prefectural's Mekamaru. Mekamaru. With a wistful murmur of recollection, Yuji loosened his grip on his weapon slightly. There's no time to explain in detail. Just listen carefully, the voice said. Gojo Satoru has been sealed away. Hearing the devastating news, Yuji stood there, bewildered and stunned. A hint of surprise flashed across Mei-Mei's face. What is the basis for your intelligence? She asked in a deep voice. I have no basis, Kokichi's pre-recorded voice spoke calmly from the earpiece on Yuji's palm. If I had to give a reason, my ability to communicate with you now is the proof. This is an automated mechanism. Only when my true body dies, and Gojo Satoru is sealed away. Only when these two conditions are met does my triple insurance policy activate. My true body died about 10 days ago. Cold sweat trickled down Yuji's forehead. So, Yuji said incredulously. The cursed object that sealed Gojo-sensei. Did it fall into the hands of Zenin Mirai or the fake Gedo? Yes, Mekamaru replied. It's uncertain who ultimately holds the prison realm, but Gojo Satoru is trapped inside. The terrifying battle that took place on B5F had nearly destroyed everything. The safety mechanism Kokichi left behind was incredibly lucky to survive the aftershocks just long enough to witness the sealing. After hearing the brief explanation, the three of them temporarily chose to believe it. Itadori, Mekamaru ordered. You must convey the fact that Gojo Satoru has been sealed to the sorcerers outside the barrier immediately. Make sure the college calls for more support. Mei-Senpai. Please try to probe using your crows. Find out who exactly took the prison realm. Mekamaru spoke in a deep voice. Although Okatsu and Hikari are also in Shibuya, they are far from enough to handle Zenin Mirai. Your black bird manipulation can share vision. It's better to send a crow to check on the prison realm than to send a sorcerer close to those two monsters. Please, for the future of the Jujutsu world. Please, both of you, risk your lives. Mei took her giant battle axe from Ui and gently placed it on her shoulder. I can help, she said, her tone slightly heated as she glanced casually at the earpiece. But Mekamaru, your bank account shouldn't have been frozen yet, right? Deep in the subway tunnel, stepping over piles of rubble, was a small, winding maintenance path. Mirai handed the heavy cube over to Kenjaku. Because the prison realm had sealed Gojo Satoru, it needed time to process the massive amount of information from the Six Eyes before it could be easily moved. For now, it was incredibly heavy and rooted in place. There was no time for Mirai to wait around, so Kenjaku would stay behind to guard it. My old friend's strength is truly unfathomable, Kenjaku said, taking the heavy cube and staring at Mirai. Mirai had withstood the combined attacks of Gojo Satoru and Yuta Okatsu, two special-grade sorcerers, with ease. Granted, the terrain and the presence of civilians caused the two to restrain themselves initially, but still. It was terrifyingly strong. Kenjaku wondered. What exactly happened in the domain in that 1 second? The instant the barrier shattered, chaos had erupted, leaving Gojo maimed. Kenjaku glanced at Mirai's indifferent expression. If it were that easy to extract someone's trump cards, a master strategist with a 1,000-year history wouldn't need to be at the mercy of others. Kenjaku evaluated the data. His strength is roughly equivalent to Ryomen Sukuna in his prime. It's a 50-50th split. So, the situation is still under control. Oh. Kenjaku looked up as a crow flew past them in the dark tunnel. It seems to be Mei. The one you had a rumored relationship with at Jujutsu High. Do whatever you like, Mirai said, his expression unchanged, his blood-red pupils icy. Kenjaku smiled internally. Truly, it was the right decision not to use the prison realm on Mirai. Mirai was too paranoid and wary. The stringent prerequisites required for sealing, keeping him in place for 1 minute of brain time, were incredibly difficult to meet against someone with his mindset. Unless Kenjaku could somehow summon brain-devouring anomalies, 10,000-year-old ninjas, straw hat pirates, or a death god elementary school detective to distract him, there was only a 1% chance of sealing Mirai. With Yuta Okatsu and Kinji Hikari here, Kenjaku said, you must be having a hard time getting things done. I'll leave this place to you for now, Mirai replied calmly. I'll handle those too. At this stage, Mirai could not allow Yuta and Hikari to disrupt the balance of the Shibuya battlefield. Mahito and Yuji Itadori needed to evolve through their destined clash. If Yuta interfered, the plot would collapse. With one step into the void, Mirai vanished via Kamui. Inside the Kamui dimension, Mirai silently replayed the previous battles. The unexpected had already happened. Gojo surviving with an arm torn off instead of being perfectly sealed, the arrival of Yuta and Hikari, the plot was now unpredictable. Nowadays, he couldn't just rely on his knowledge of the original manga. He needed independent judgment and planning. Take Mekamaru's earpiece, for example. Kokichi had left it on the ceiling of B5F for surveillance. But with Mirai possessing the Sharingan, and White Setsu already controlling Mekamaru's physical body, Mirai had discovered the anomaly hidden in the ceiling early in the morning. He hadn't destroyed it. Through careful, secret interventions during the fight, Mirai had intentionally ensured the earpiece survived the shockwave so it could witness Gojo being sealed. He needed the students to know. He needed the panic to spread. He was the one pulling the strings. Chapter 85, Chapter 80, The Apocalyptic Beam and the Gambler's Choice. A full moon hung high in the sky. The soft moonlight spilled onto the earth, and an invisible night wind stirred. High in the sky, a loose white robe fluttered. Mirai had agreed to handle Yudo Katsu and Kinji Hikari. But first, he took a detour from Shibuya to Tokyo. He floated in the air above Tokyo Prefectural Jujutsu High School. The body of White Zetsu, still under house arrest at the academy, served as a perfect spatial coordinate for Kamui. Mirai coldly surveyed the massive complex of buildings 1,000 meters below. A terrifying crimson cursed energy surged forth. The void beneath Mirai's feet visibly writhed and deformed. The Kamui dimension opened beside him. The rudimentary form of the Gedo Mazo, outer path statue, extended a giant, blood-red tail from the rift. The giant tail pulsed with apocalyptic energy. Return to the source. Flowers in disarray. The boundary of life and death. Between life and death. As the last word of the incantation fell, a dazzling crimson light burst forth in Mirai's pupils. Virtual unlocking, trap. Boom. A deafening roar, like a nuclear explosion. The void above the school was suddenly torn open, creating a gaping abyss nearly 100 meters wide. Deep within the cracked void lay an ultimate darkness, more profound than the night itself. The giant maw slowly spread downwards. Countless void rifts, each several meters wide, opened up one after another. A terrifying suction force, like a black hole, descended. The buildings on the ground began to collapse and rise into the sky, sucked into the rifts. The roar continued unabated. An apocalyptic scene was unfolding at Jujutsu High. Boom. Simultaneously, a crimson beam of light, imbued with a massive amount of cursed energy, erupted from the giant tail of the Gedo Mazo. It looked like a world-ending laser from a science fiction movie, or a volcanic eruption bursting forth after countless years of silence. But instead of targeting the high school, Mirai aimed the attack diagonally. The crimson light disappeared into the night sky, trailing a long tail of flame. It was aimed directly at the secret headquarters of the Jujutsu higher-ups. Outside the Shibuya barrier, the massive curtain had imprisoned tens of thousands of people. Besides the large number of transfigured humans released by Mahito on B4F, curse users hidden in the shadows were also eager to make their move. It wasn't just ordinary humans losing their lives, a large number of lower-grade sorcerers who had entered the barrier were already dead. Principal Masamichi Yaga and Shoko Yeri had arrived at the front lines shortly after Gojo's team. In the makeshift open-air medical tent, Shoko and several assistant supervisors were frantically treating the wounded. Ring ring. Ring ring. Yaga frowned and took out his phone. Looking at the specially marked number, a sense of foreboding welled up inside him. Hello. As the terrified voice on the other end spoke, Yaga's grim face became even darker. The call was from the guards of the Star Religious Group's vault. They were under attack by Mirai's forces. Just as he hung up, the phone rang again. Director's office. The latest orders reached Yaga in a harsh, panicked tone from the higher-ups. The academy was under a spatial attack. And the director's office, located far away, had just been hit by a devastating energy beam. Shibuya Station. B3F, third basement level. Unlike the absolute ruins of the fifth floor, the third-floor corridor was still intact and brightly lit. Occasionally, groups of panicked civilians would dart past. Beneath a massive hole in the floor lay the endless darkness of the lower levels. At the edge of the hole, pushing aside a pile of rubble, Kinji Hikari shook his dazed head. He stood up and dusted the concrete off his bare chest. Hikari's memory was still stuck on fighting the androgynous curse user with the bob haircut, Uram. Then, he was blasted away by a terrifying spatial attack from Zenin Mirai, sent flying all the way up from B5F to B3F. Apart from feeling a little dizzy, there were no obvious injuries on Hikari's body. This was thanks to his domain expansion, Idle Death Gamble. He had hit the jackpot. For exactly 4 minutes and 11 seconds, he possessed infinite cursed energy and automatic reverse curse technique. The moment he sustained the spatial damage, his body healed it instantly. Hikari spat out saliva mixed with blood. His gaze darkened as he looked down into the pit. That monster underground. The odds of winning are pitifully low. Even without witnessing the exact moment Gojo Satoru was sealed, the bottom of the pit was now quiet. The immense, unmistakable cursed energy of Gojo Satoru had completely vanished. Hikari easily analyzed the outcome. The strongest piece on their board was gone. Hikari hesitated, wondering if he should just leave the barrier now. Hikari-senpai. Yuta Okatsu's weak voice came from behind. Hikari turned around abruptly. You scared me. I almost thought you brought that monster up with you. With lingering fear, Hikari patted his chest and strode toward the exit. He didn't want to get involved in a bet he couldn't win. Hikari-senpai, please help me. A line of blood hung from the corner of Yuta's mouth. His pure white uniform was stained red. Yuta looked at Hikari's back, his gaze resolute yet tinged with a hint of pleading. Without Hikari's help, Yuta's idea of reclaiming the prison realm was completely hopeless. Hikari stopped in his tracks. My whole life has been driven by a passion for gambling and the fever of the risk, Hikari said, his deep voice echoing in the corridor. He brushed his disheveled hair back with both hands. I wouldn't mind risking my life on a game with almost no chance of winning. But what kind of bargaining chips can you offer me now? Hikari looked over his shoulder. The deal that let me run my fight club was backed by Gojo Satoru. With him gone, the higher-ups will come after me anyway. Also, I was expelled from Jujutsu High a long time ago. Don't call me senpai anymore. Without turning around, Hikari stepped toward the stairs leading up. Yuta, go back. That monster is not something you can handle. With a final, well-intentioned word of advice, Hikari disappeared onto the second basement level. Hikari didn't want to risk his life for a gamble that yielded no profit. Yuta stared blankly at the empty stairwell. He opened his mouth but was unable to utter a word. Leaning against the cold wall, Yuta's expression darkened. He understood. Hikari already despised the higher-ups and had been expelled because of them. Asking him to risk his life to fight for the establishment that ruined his life. Yuta couldn't bring himself to force him. Ring ring. Slightly bewildered, Yuta pulled his phone from his pocket. Ejichi-san. Signals from the outside couldn't easily reach the lower levels, but Kiyotaka Ejichi had entered the barrier specifically to convey messages to the grade 1s and special grades. Okatsu-kun, these are the latest orders from the higher-ups, Ejichi's voice trembled slightly over the line. Jujutsu High is being extensively destroyed by a spatial attack. The area around the higher-ups' headquarters was also subjected to a devastating terrorist attack. The higher-ups want you to abandon the Shibuya operation and return to the academy immediately to ensure masterting and safety. Yuta's expression changed. But what about Gojo-sensei? Itadori-kun has already delivered the information that Gojo-san is sealed, Ejichi replied, conveying Yaga's words. Principal Yaga wants you to go and protect Master Tengen first. Master Tengen maintains the protective barriers for the school and all of Japan. Their safety must be the top priority now. Besides. Ejichi hesitated, his voice filled with shame and guilt. If possible. The higher-ups request that you send Kinji Hikari to the director's office, to protect them. It was an outrageous, shameless act. To demand that the student they had expelled return to act as their personal meat shield while they hid in terror. Crack. Yuta gripped his phone so hard the screen shattered. For the first time in his life, the gentle and kind Yuta Okatsu uttered a low, venomous curse. Damn cowards. Chapter 86, Chapter 81, The Final Tenderness and the Womb's Evolution. Puff, puff. The ugly transfigured humans, looking like grotesque moths, picked up the unconscious Yuram from the rubble of the B5F platform. The trio led by Mei split up and began to act based on Mekamaru's information. Yuji Itadori rushed to the outer perimeter of the subway to relay the message to the teams above and call for support. Meanwhile, Mei stood in the shadows of the 5th floor. Her giant battleaxe was stained with drops of blood. She stepped over a pool of blood, squinting as she synchronized her vision with her crow. Black bird manipulation. Its true essence lay in the suicide attack, bird strike. By forcing the crow into a binding vow that removed its cursed energy limits in exchange for its life, the crow became a lethal projectile. Its single-shot power far surpassed most grade 1 attacks and could severely wound a special grade. Additionally, Mei could share the crow's vision. She wore her hair in 2 braids covering the front of her face to prevent being distracted by reality when she synchronized her sight. I saw what Mekamaru mentioned, the prison realm. It's in the hands of the fake Gedo. Sensing the crow's instantaneous death after hitting a barrier Kenjaku put up, Mei murmured to herself. Ignoring the curse user's corpse split in 2 at her feet, Ui clapped his hands with an expression of pure adoration. Sister is amazing. You found out information about a top-level sorcerer so easily. Don't be careless, Ui. Mei took out her phone. She typed out the information, Gojo Satoru is sealed. The prison realm is held by the fake Sugura Gedo. She sent it to the secure Jujutsu High network. Because Yuta Okatsu had destroyed the inner 3 curtains with his black rope, the B5F was no longer completely cut off from signal transmission. If Gojo Satoru being sealed wasn't shocking enough, they desperately needed to call for more support. The message sent, Mei turned her deep, unfathomable gaze toward the darkness ahead. Night. 21:59, a high-speed bullet train bound away from Shibuya sped down the tracks. The spacious car number 4 was completely empty, save for a single girl. She wore a black Jujutsu high uniform and had long, smooth, sky-blue hair. Kasumi Miwa. Clutching the small mechanical earpiece in her hands, Miwa was already in tears. Kokichi Muta had left behind 3 insurance policies before his death. One on B5F. One with Yuji Itadori. The last one was reserved for the girl he had secretly loved for years. In order for his comrades to survive this war, Mekamaru had deliberately manipulated the mission assignments given by the higher-ups. He had ensured the Kyoto students, except Aoi Tadu, were sent far away from Tokyo. He succeeded. He had kept the girl he loved out of the terrible storm in Shibuya. Sorry, Miwa, Kokichi's pre-recorded voice crackled from the device. I died a little over 10 days ago, at the hands of a cursed spirit named Mahito. Mekamaru's words were slightly different from what he told Yuji. He intentionally omitted Zenin Mirai and Kenjaku. He knew that if he told his friends the true scale of the monsters who killed him, they might try to seek revenge. Naming Mahito, the weakest of the masterminds, was Kokichi's final attempt to protect his comrades from a hopeless fight. It was the final tenderness left behind by the machine. Go back, Miwa. The battle at Shibuya. I'm sorry I won't be there. Why? A suppressed sob suddenly tore from Miwa's throat. Her tears fell onto the cold metal. Why did you never mention this to me? Why didn't you discuss this with everyone? And why? Hot tears slid down her face. Her broken voice echoed throughout the empty carriage. Did you go and die without permission? Is it because I'm too weak? The cold mechanical creation gradually quieted down. I have someone I love very much. Kokichi's voice grew faint, as if the cursed energy powering the recording was fading. No matter how the world changes, I ask for nothing more than for her to live a peaceful life. Even if the night she longs for isn't me. As the last word fell, the flashing light on the earpiece went out completely. No. Miwa gripped the mechanical device tightly against her chest, her voice hoarse and strained. At this point, Kokichi's unrequited love ended without fruition. He never got to say it to her face. Outside the door of car 4. Yutahai Mayori, Maki Zenin, Mai Zenin, Momo Nishimiya, and Noritoshi Kamo stood in silence. They listened to the devastating sobs inside. Momo slowly gripped her broom, a murderous intent rising on her cute face. How dare you make my lovely junior cry? That bastard. I'll kill him without mercy. Shibuya. B3F, 3rd basement level. The squad led by Kento Nanami, consisting of Maki, Nobara, and Megumi, officially entered the 3rd underground level. Wait. Nanami held up a hand, stopping the 3 students. His wary gaze fixed on a figure floating behind a concrete pillar. Big, round eyes. Its upper body resembled a red, deep-sea octopus, and it had a pair of short, stubby arms. Its lower body was draped in something resembling a white cloth. It was Dagon, in his cursed womb form. Swish. Before the cursed spirit could react, Maki lunged forward with her Naginata. With lightning speed, she delivered a powerful slash to Dagon's soft, squishy abdomen. Tears welled up in Dagon's large eyes from the pain. But before the beast could even hit the ground, it was struck again. Ratio technique, 7-3. Nanami brought his blunt, wrapped cleaver down precisely on the area Maki had slashed, landing a brutal critical hit. Bang. Dagon crashed to the ground, tearful and writhing as if it were about to vomit. Nanami solemnly held out an arm, stopping Maki and Nobara from pressing the attack. The previous critical hit hadn't seriously injured it. The cursed spirit before them was undoubtedly a special grade. If they approached rashly, the students were extremely vulnerable to death. As the leader, Nanami had a duty to ensure their safety. Raising his cleaver, Nanami spoke in a deep voice. 7-3. My technique can divide the target's body into a 7-3 ratio. That exact point is forcibly designated as a weak spot. A dense layer of cursed energy rose from the blade. Head, abdomen, arms, thighs, any part of the body, even non-biological structures, can be the target. By explaining how his cursed technique worked to the enemy, Nanami formed a binding vow that significantly boosted the technique's power. Intelligence was sacrificed in exchange for raw output. Like doubling down on an open bet. Boom. The flames of cursed energy surged. Nanami unleashed the full, boosted force of the ratio technique. He slammed the cleaver hard onto Dagon's head. Vomit. Purple blood splattered. The blasted creature suddenly convulsed and spat out countless human skeletons onto the ground, the remains of the civilians it had eaten. At the same time, the cursed energy fluctuating around Dagon suddenly skyrocketed. Shedding its delicate, cute appearance, the cursed womb burst open. Dagon emerged in his true, muscular, terrifying special grade form. The pressure in the room became suffocating. On the staircase leading down from the second basement level, White Zetsu, in Kokichi's body, trying his best to conceal his cursed energy aura, watched the battle below with great interest. Dagon raised his hands, forming a seal. Domain. Expansion. Chapter 87, Chapter 82, The Tropical Hell and the Suicidal Charge. Mahito. Jogo. His head bore a deep, gaping wound from Nanami's strike. Dagon writhed on the floor, tears streaming down his face. Hanami. Muttering about his companions, one murdered by Zenin Mirai, the others fighting for their lives, the grief within the cursed womb erupted completely. Boom. How dare you kill Hanami? The soft, sweet voice suddenly became deep and hoarse. Dagon burst from his cursed womb, revealing his complete form. He was a massive, muscular humanoid cursed spirit. He had 2 feet, 2 arms, and a pair of blood-red wings, each half a meter long, on his lower back. Floating in midair, the fully evolved Dagon looked down at the 4 sorcerers below. His killing intent was palpable. Oh no. Nanami ripped off his ruined gray suit jacket, his body tense. Fushiguro, Kugazaki, cover me. Maki, attack with me. Take advantage of his molting phase, don't give him time to adjust. Nobara reacted with lightning speed. Clang. Several iron nails, glowing with azure cursed energy, shot toward the special grade curse. Megumi's shadow spread instantly. The divine dog, Totality, powerful enough to break through a special grade's defense, leaped from the ground into the sky. As the main attackers, Nanami and Maki leaped into the air alongside the wolf. Facing the coordinated assault of 4 sorcerers, Dagon's eyes turned cold. He casually raised his hands. Their speed is average, Dagon assessed silently. He placed his hands horizontally in front of his chest, fingers interlocked. A massive surge of cursed energy formed a closed barrier that instantly enveloped everyone. Domain expansion, horizon of the captivating Skanda. Blue sky, white clouds, warm sunshine, and a sandy beach. A gentle sea breeze and an endless expanse of azure sea. This was the domain created by Dagon's immense cursed energy. It was a place constructed from his fondest memories of relaxing with Mahito, Jogo, and Hanami. But for the sorcerers, it was hell. The 4 members of Team Nanami stood on the soft, golden sand, their expressions extremely solemn. Not only did Dagon possess special grade cursed energy, but he had also mastered the pinnacle of Jujutsu. Nanami gripped the hilt of his cleaver tightly, his brows furrowed deeply. The guaranteed, sure hit, effect of the domain meant they could be instantly ripped apart without warning. Fushiguro-kun. Nanami yelled. Yeah. Before Nanami could even finish the order, Megumi understood. He channeled all his cursed energy, letting his hands hang down, his fingers interlocked. Domain expansion, Chimera Shadow Garden. The golden sand beneath the 4 of them was instantly covered by a thick layer of pitch-black ink. Huh. As Dagon floated above the sea, a fleeting look of surprise crossed his face, but he quickly composed himself. An incomplete domain. The advantage lies with me. Dagon's analysis was correct. The incomplete domain Megumi had developed was far less mature and refined than a normal domain. It lacked a closed outer shell and had to be laid over the existing environment. In reality, they were worlds apart. Surrounded by azure waters on all sides, the dark ink beneath Megumi's feet was visibly shrinking against Dagon's pressure. Fushiguro, Nanami ordered. Don't think about attacking. Just maintain your domain's characteristics and neutralize his guaranteed, sure hit effect. Leave the special grade to us. Megumi's total cursed energy was far inferior to Dagon's, and the refinement of his domain was severely lacking. Reducing his offensive output to solely maintain the puddle of ink was the most appropriate solution to keep them alive. But the situation remained dire. Curse technique release, death swarm. Boom. Countless shikigami formed from cursed energy erupted from the sea. From giant white sharks tens of meters long, to razor-toothed piranhas the size of a palm. The endless swarm of carnivorous fish charged straight at the ink puddle with the force of a tidal wave. Dagon's eyes were cold. He didn't rashly approach Megumi's puddle. He silently adjusted his output. He directed 80% of his shikigami toward Nanami and Nobara to break their defense, and the remaining 20% toward Megumi to drain his cursed energy. As for Maki, who possessed civilian-level cursed energy, Dagon barely paid her any attention. Squelch. With a single slash, Nanami sliced an attacking shark to pieces and shouted the order. Everyone, protect Fushiguro. Having devoted all his focus to maintaining the domain, Megumi's movement speed was non-existent. And without the protection of Megumi's domain neutralizing the sure hit effect, they would all die instantly. Nanami hadn't expected Dagon to be so cautious. The curse had no intention of fighting in close combat. 10 cuts per second. Maki stood guard on Megumi's left, weaving a dense, impenetrable web with her naginata. Pools of purple blood splattered everywhere as she shredded the endless stream of shikigami. Nobara, guarding Megumi's right, violently swung her hammer. Her silver hammer was dyed a vibrant purple in seconds. But she didn't have enough nails, and their vision was completely obscured by the endless swarm of sea monsters. They could only defend passively. There was no time to counterattack. Megumi, protected in the center, was panting heavily, his clothes soaked in sweat. He hunched over, maintaining his hand seal, his expression growing increasingly desperate. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw his 3 seniors bleeding from numerous glancing bites. Megumi hesitated, wondering if he should drop the domain and summon Maharaga to end this. But unlike the outside world, the space inside a closed domain was incredibly solid. He had tried to open a small hole in Dagon's barrier so Nanami and the others could escape, but Dagon's barrier was too strong. Megumi didn't have enough cursed energy to bore a hole. Nanami, guarding the front alone, had a gloomy face. Hundreds of cuts. Thousands of cuts. Tens of thousands of cuts. In just a few dozen seconds, Nanami could barely feel his sword arm anymore. Through the gaps in the swarm of fish, he saw Dagon floating safely 100 meters away. The puddle of ink was gradually being squeezed and shrunk. The 3 fighters were forced to retreat step by step, pressing themselves tightly around Megumi. This can't go on. Nanami realized they couldn't delay any longer. The CPU in his brain ran at full speed, calculating the odds. To deal with the cursed spirit 100 meters away, he had to step out of Megumi's protective ink. However, doing so meant accepting the unblockable, invisible, sure-hit attacks of Dagon's domain. He would have to cross 100 meters, withstanding a swarm of invisible shikigami tearing at his flesh for nearly 3 seconds. Only with immense luck would he survive the run, severely injured, to reach Dagon. Then, he would have to assassinate the special grade before bleeding out. It was an impossible task. A suicidal gamble. But it was the only way. None of them could use reverse cursed technique. The best outcome was to sacrifice one person to destroy the domain caster. To gamble or not to gamble. Boom. Nanami's full force slash created a brief opening in the swarm ahead. Maki. Kugazaki. Take my place. With a roar, Nanami charged out of the ink puddle, sprinting against the tide of fish. Without gambling, the entire team would be wiped out. Betting offered a 1% chance of success. It was a multiple-choice question with no other options. Surrounded by azure flames of cursed energy, Nanami charged toward the terrifying cursed spirit. Nanami-senpai. With their shoulders, thighs, and waists already bleeding, Maki and Nobara were suddenly put under even more pressure. They couldn't help but look at Nanami's back, their hearts clenching tightly. Madness, Dagon commented coldly. The moment Nanami stepped out of the ink, Dagon's sure-hit effect activated. Chomp. Nanami instantly felt the tearing sensation of serrated teeth sinking into his waist from thin air. A splash of bright red blood fell onto the sand. But Nanami ignored the excruciating pain and continued forward. 2 steps, 3 steps. Invisible sharks and eels manifested directly on Nanami's body. He was instantly dyed red with his own blood. Senpai. Seeing Nanami being mauled to death, Megumi lost his composure for a split second. The ink puddle collapsed. Dagon smiled. A gigantic, dragon-shaped sea serpent, hundreds of meters long, suddenly manifested directly above the 3 remaining students. A chill ran straight up Megumi's spine. The 3 of them, with no time to react, stared blankly at the colossal beast that blocked out the sun as it opened its blood-red maw to devour them. Snap. At the critical moment of life and death, a familiar voice echoed, shattering Dagon's barrier from the outside. Domain expansion. 1,000 burials of the White Spirit. Chapter 88, Chapter 83, 1,000 burials of the White Spirit. A striking red-clouded black robe. A deathly pale face. White Zetsu. In the split second before death, the students were awakened by an unexpected act of salvation. Everyone looked up in astonishment. White Zetsu, in Kokichi Muta's body, walked slowly toward the group, hands behind his back and a slight, smug smile on his lips. He stood ramrod straight, exuding the air of a grandmaster. Hey. Long time no see. Nanami hastily retreated to the safety of the ink puddle, his body tattered. Maki clutched her naginata, and Nobara was drenched in cold sweat. Megumi, at his absolute limit, stared in disbelief at what had appeared behind them. Standing on the sea, almost piercing through the sky, was a colossal, dark brown trunk. It was a bizarre, giant tree, a reflection of the divine tree, devoid of greenery or flowers. Instead, it was draped in countless giant human-shaped cocoons wrapped in layers of white silk. The pale ribbons hanging from the branches exuded an atmosphere of absolute death. Was it you who established this territory? Maki asked incredulously. Zetsu nodded slightly, his tone utterly calm. Expanding a domain, isn't that something anyone can do? Zetsu-senpai. There was no time for reminiscing. Dagon, floating in the air, let out a roar of warning and fury. What's the panic, little red? Zetsu faced the students, waving a hand over his shoulder toward Dagon. Shenghua, bloom. Boom. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of white silk ribbons whistled through the air. Dagon's overwhelming swarm of shark and piranha shikigami were firmly trapped within a giant net woven from the pale satin hanging from the tree. The ribbons wrapped the fish into oval cocoons and compressed them instantly. Purple blood sprayed, dyeing half the sea a bewitching color, before the ribbons rapidly pulled the cocoons into the tree's canopy. Without turning his head, Zetsu uttered two more words, dead bone. The struggling fish inside the cocoons grew still. Their life force was drained into the tree, and the blood-stained ribbons returned to a pristine, snow-white state. The enormous spheres shrank, becoming identical to the thousands of other inverted cocoons. Life and death, Zetsu whispered. One is the start, the other is the finish. With just those four, light and airy, words, the death swarm that Nanami and the others couldn't solve was utterly annihilated. Nobara stared blankly at Zetsu. She inexplicably recalled the stories he told back at the detention center. This was the first time she had seen him act with such godlike authority. Zetsu fully enjoyed their awestruck gazes. The upward curve of his lips was harder to suppress than the kick of an AK-47. Dagon hovered in midair, his eyes filled with murderous intent. This cursed spirit was a follower of Zenin Mirai, the murderer of Hanami. It's just a strange ancient tree, the outer shell hasn't even been fully constructed yet. Dagon mistook Zetsu's domain for an unfinished one, like Megumi's. He still maintained his confidence in winning. As a curse born from the fear of the ocean, his cursed energy was vast. Curse technique release, death swarm, endless procession. Boom. It was like a nuclear bomb detonating on the seabed. Hundreds of meters of water splashed into the sky. Within a radius of 100 meters, an infinite number of sea monsters emerged. Great white sharks magnified 100 times and dragon-shaped serpents with serrated teeth came in a wave that blotted out the sun. Facing the strongest attack from Dagon, which drained the curse's entire reserve, Zetsu did not underestimate it. He held his hands horizontally in front of his chest, forming a specific hand seal. Domain expansion, 1,000 burials of white spirits. Previously, Zetsu hadn't used a hand seal just to show off, he had been constructing the domain purely through raw cursed energy output. This had caused Dagon to misjudge him. Now, the ribbons hanging from the tree stirred with intent and rose up with a deafening whoosh. Our cursed energies are truly incompatible, Zetsu thought. The divine tree he summoned wasn't the actual entity from the Kamui dimension, but a powerful projection fueled by the Gedo Mazo. 500 years. Zetsu felt the upper limit of the cursed energy in his mind. He burned away 5 centuries of stored energy in an instant, leaving 4,500 years in reserve. Boom. The branches of the ancient tree swayed, and the number of ribbons surged into the millions. The pale white shroud became a phantom avalanche, a vast expanse of white that collided with Dagon's vibrant, colorful wave of sea monsters. It was a magnificent scene that divided heaven and earth. Nobara, Maki, and Megumi stared at the breathtaking view, their ears covered as the sound of the collision roared like a hurricane. The sea level fluctuated wildly, and the beach of Dagon's domain began to shake and break apart. Dagon's horizon was crumbling. In its place, the dark brown earth of Zetsu's 1,000 burials, a landscape crisscrossed with ravines and riddled with potholes, surfaced. In this open field of death, Dagon's sea was being swallowed. Crack. Crack. Crash. The colliding domains shattered. The 4 sorcerers and the 1 spirit returned to the ruins of Shibuya. It had been an overwhelming battle. The difference in cursed energy was simply too vast. In the final second before the domain broke, Dagon, the special grade curse, had been wrapped tightly in white cloth and hung upside down from the trunk of the ancient tree. Nanami Kento's expression was incredibly complex. The survivors did not feel fortunate, instead, they fell into an eerie silence. Zetsu was their former companion. Moments ago, he was their savior. But he was also the mastermind behind the sealing of Gojo Satoru. Nanami and the others already knew the truth from the messages sent by Yuji and Mei Mei. Now that Dagon was eliminated, what would Zetsu do next? The Zenin Clan had been branded as criminals. A warrant had been issued for Mirai's arrest. The white Zetsu before them was no longer the weakling they knew at Jujutsu High. The initiative now lay entirely with him. Zetsu stood with his back to the crowd, his heart racing. He was smugly waiting for the gasps of praise and the "Senpai, you're amazing" compliments. After a long, painful silence, Zetsu, who hadn't yet considered whether he should act like a villain or a friend, became secretly anxious. Finally, he turned his head helplessly. 13th sister, niece. Master Zetsu, wasn't he handsome? Chapter 89, Chapter 84, The Eyes of Samsara and the Ash of the Volcano. Shibuya. 2244, Zenin Mirai floated above the outermost barrier, surveying the ruins of the city. He had not followed through with a full-scale invasion of the Tomb of the Star to meet Master Tengen. His chaotic strike on the academy was merely a diversion to guide the flow of the battle. Kinji Hikari's decision to leave on his own was fortunate. Mirai had been prepared to return and crush him personally if he had persisted. Leaving early is wise, Mirai thought. As long as the ultimate goal remains unhindered, I do not care about the fate of the school, the protagonists, or the lives of everyone on this island. He channeled his cursed energy into his eyes. The intricate crimson pattern of his right Mangekyō Sharingan began to rotate, shifting and bleeding into an eerie milky white, then settling into a deep purple with faint, concentric rings. His left eye remained the red Mangekyō, his right eye had evolved into the Rinnegan. Nearly 10 years of absorbing the massive negative emotions of the cursed world had finally transformed a single eye. He felt no disappointment that only one had changed. The Rinnegan's power surpassed the Sharingan, and it could be activated by cursed energy without the side effects of blindness. His indifferent gaze pierced through the barriers and the steel buildings, down into the subway depths. On the second basement level, B2F, Choso, the eldest of the death paintings, was currently brutalizing Yuji Itadori. Mirai had no intention of interfering in the tragic reunion of the half-brothers. Elsewhere, the twins Nanako and Mimiko held one of Sukuna's fingers, waiting for their moment. Mahito roamed the fourth floor, slaughtering humans for sport while hunting for his natural enemy. And approaching the fifth floor from another entrance were Aoi Tadu and the Kyoto students. So, what's next? Mirai's figure vanished from the night sky, slipping into the barrier. Seeing the genuine, smug smile on White Zetsu's face, Nanami finally breathed a shallow sigh of relief. Megumi Fushiguro plopped down onto the cold concrete, his lungs burning. Maintaining his incomplete domain against Dagon had drained his cursed energy to the dregs. He was a mess of sweat and purple blood. Nanami ripped off his silk tie and tied it tightly around the gaping wound on his upper arm. Maki and Nobara had fared better, as Dagon's primary death swarm had been focused on the grade 1s. Hey, you mama's boy. Nobara stepped forward, trying to appear calm despite her exhaustion, and punched Zetsu in the shoulder. Zetsu didn't dodge. He didn't even look angry. Nobara put a hand on her hip, reverting to her bossy academy persona. Why did your boss seal away that bastard Gojo Satoru? Mirai is already invincible. Even if the school puts out a warrant, they can't touch him. Whether that white-haired idiot is there or not doesn't change anything for you guys. For Nobara, who joined the school only to escape the countryside and see the city, the justice of the Jujutsu world meant little. She wasn't a hero. She selectively cared about people, and the idiot teacher Gojo was one of them. She regarded Zetsu as a comrade, a spirit who had barged into her heart and earned a seat there. She didn't want to fight him. Nanami, leaning against a pillar while recovering his cursed energy, watched Nobara's expression. He marveled at her naivety. Even if Mirai released Gojo Satoru, the war wouldn't end, Nanami thought. Gojo wouldn't stop until he killed Mirai. This is a dead end. Zetsu put his arm around Nobara's shoulder and shook his head. 13th sister, it's not that I don't respect you. But Mirai's temper is as stubborn as 1,000 oxen. He patted her shoulder earnestly. Take my advice, don't keep going. You'll die. Nobara's face darkened. She flung his hand off. You can leave now. I don't want to have to kill you here. She bit her lip, turning her back to him. Zetsu, you should go, Maki added, her head bowed against the wall. They intended to head to B5F to reclaim Gojo. Zetsu would never help them defy Mirai. Zetsu was about to speak when he suddenly whipped his head around. Even you are dead. Dagon. The aura of the sea curse was gone, but the air was suddenly becoming scorching. The temperature began to soar. Nanami and Megumi scrambled to their feet, their nerves tightening. This presence, it's much stronger than the one before. Let us meet again in the wilderness 100 years from now. Jogo emerged from the darkness, his single, bloodshot eye filled with murderous intent. He looked at the group, Nanami, Megumi, Maki, and Nobara, and felt the rage of losing his last companion. He noticed White Zetsu, which surprised him, but he was confident he could incinerate everyone present. Zetsu shook his head, looking regretful. Master Zetsu wanted to teach you a lesson personally, little volcano, but I guess you don't have the guts. Very good. Jogo roared. Compared to Mirai's cold indifference, Zetsu's chatter was like oil on a fire. Hellish flames boiled in Jogo's palm as he bent low, ready to unleash a firestorm to vent his grief. Jogo. A cold, emotionless voice rang out from directly behind the volcano curse. In an instant, Jogo's eye shifted from extreme rage to paralyzing terror. He didn't even turn around. In his mind's eye, he saw a vision of the river of the afterlife. Hanami and Dagon were standing on the other side, waving to him. Chapter 90, Chapter 85, The Stage Manager and the Maximum Meteor. Shibuya was a grand stage. Zenin Mirai viewed his role at this moment as equivalent to that of a stage manager. The script had gone astray due to the unexpected arrivals of Yudo Katsu and Kinji Hikari. It needed to be violently adjusted back to its proper form. The journey to the throne was the beginning of Mirai's path. It was the necessary road to becoming a god. Plot deviations didn't matter. Violence was the best corrective tool. Scram. A single, flat word, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, struck the sorcerers like a thunderclap. Nanami, Maki, Nobara, and Megumi turned stiffly. They met those utterly indifferent, blood-red eyes in terror. He was looking down at them like one casually observes ants crawling by their feet. It didn't matter to him whether they lived or died. It was the exact same way Dagon had viewed ordinary humans. As sorcerers, their last remaining dignity was humiliated. But the desperate cry of their survival instinct compelled them to take a step back. Mirai, brother. Maki instinctively spoke, opening her mouth but not knowing what to say. Should she ask why he sealed Gojo Satoru? Should she beg him to release him? The same applied to Nanami and Megumi. Facing an opponent of this caliber, what else could they do but wait silently for him to dictate their fate? They certainly didn't possess the power of ants to shake the heavens. Ignoring Nanami and the others, Mirai looked at White Zetsu. I don't care about your personal affairs, Mirai said indifferently. But keep a close eye on those three. By expanding his domain to crush Dagon, Zetsu had distracted himself from the surveillance network covering the barrier. Mirai, as the stage manager, would control the overall direction of the Shibuya incident. But he needed Zetsu to act as the acting coach. In this small theater where problems could arise at any time, Zetsu had to step in to make adjustments. Okay, Zetsu replied, feigning displeasure. The three people Mirai mentioned were Megumi, Maki, and Nobara. The purpose was to ensure their destined growth occurred, and if necessary, to protect them from premature death. Mirai had outlined these future plans to White Zetsu long ago. Mirai's gaze lingered briefly on Megumi and Maki. Then, with a light step, he entered the void. The second basement level, B2F. The subway ticket gates. The floor and walls were covered with narrow gashes cut by a sharp weapon, with large patches of scarlet blood still wet. In a dimly lit corner, beneath flickering lights, a near-dead, unconscious Yuji Itadori lay sprawled on the ground. He had just been brutalized by his older half-brother, Choso. Jogo knelt beside the boy. He gently pinched Yuji's chin, forcing his mouth open. Without hesitation, Jogo shoved 10 of Sukuna's fingers down Yuji's throat all at once. I want cursed spirits to stand proudly in the world. I want curses to become the true rulers. I want to defeat that monster, Zenin Mirai. Jogo placed his last hope on the king of curses. Out of the corner of his eye, Jogo saw the teenage twins, Nanako and Mimiko, who had also fed Yuji a finger moments before. Jogo stood up, intending to incinerate them to finish the job, but stopped dead in his tracks. He stared blankly at his right wrist. It had been smoothly severed. Purple blood flowed silently. Before the excruciating pain could even register, a terrifying surge of cursed energy erupted from Itadori's body. The vessel slowly rose to its feet. Jogo's trembling single eye reflected the black, tribal tattoos appearing on the boy's face. A second pair of eyes opened, looking down on everything in the world with absolute arrogance. This was Ryomen Sukuna. A malevolence that defied human comprehension saturated the room, pinning everyone to the spot. Jogo, Nanako, and Mimiko felt their breathing stop. Cold sweat instantly covered their bodies. Their survival instincts screamed. Unable to control himself, Jogo scrambled to the side, landing next to the twins. Unlike Gojo Satoru or Zenin Mirai, who were formidable, the existence of Sukuna was an evil that made the soul itself tremble. Your heads are held too high, Sukuna brushed aside his pink bangs and spoke softly. Hearing the absolute command, the three curses/curse users immediately fell to their knees. The next second. Boom. Jogo, Nanako, and Mimiko stared blankly up at the ceiling. A huge hole had been blasted straight up through the concrete. Looking up from B2F, they could see the night sky covered by the barrier directly through the floors. Sukuna, the king of curses who had just filled them with immense fear, had been violently blasted off the subway platform in a single blow. The culprit. An enormous shikigami with a golden, 8-handled wheel above its head, Maharaga. Tap, tap, tap. Under the flickering lights, a pair of blood-red eyes slowly approached from the dust. Whoosh. Jogo suddenly scrambled backward. Nanako and Mimiko beside him were instantly swallowed up by a spiraling spatial distortion. Their fate was unknown. Jogo's pupil trembled violently as he looked at the men who had just appeared before him. Zenin Mirai. Let's go somewhere else, Mirai said. It's rather claustrophobic down here for a cemetery. With a light step, the wind whistled. When Jogo came to his senses milliseconds later, he found himself standing on the rooftop of a steel skyscraper in the center of Shibuya. Out of the corner of his eye, Jogo saw long, slender fingers resting on his shoulder. His heart turned ice cold. Cemetery. Looking up and meeting those cold, blood-red eyes, Jogo realized his impending fate. But even so. Boom. Flames capable of incinerating a human body to ash exploded from Jogo. A pillar of hellfire erupted from the top of the building all the way down the sides. Like a rocket detonating in the heart of the city, the towering flames instantly illuminated Shibuya. There were an estimated 30,000 ordinary humans trapped in the Shibuya barrier. Only a very few could see cursed spirits. But they could all see the horrific bombing. It instilled pure, unadulterated terror in them. The crowds fleeing through the streets below resembled swarms of ants, screaming and trampling each other to get away from the infernal building. On the rooftop, Jogo breathed heavily, partly from the exertion, but mostly from the sheer pressure radiating from Mirai. Jogo trembled uncontrollably as he stared at the figure standing amidst the flames. Unharmed. Mirai squinted his eyes, spreading his arms wide. The void that opened up beside him didn't devour physical matter, it devoured the ambient cursed energy filling the barrier, and the massive surge of negative emotions radiating from the fleeing, terrified crowd below. The negative emotions were funneled directly into Mirai's scarlet left eye, the Mangekyō Sharingan. The slightly warm, pleasant sensation of the dark energy rushing into his optic nerve made Mirai look quite pleased. This was why he hadn't instantly killed Jogo in the subway. This was Jogo's only remaining value. The panic he created was a bountiful harvest. Mirai turned his head to look at the terrified curse. He smiled. Come on. This is your last chance to show off. Seeing the despair on Jogo's face, Mirai added, I promise I won't use Kamui to dodge your next attack. This is your one and only chance to hurt me. Cherish it. Mirai didn't care how many ordinary humans died in the crossfire. The terror generated by Jogo's ultimate attack would be a feast for his eyes. Gazing intently at Mirai's relaxed expression, Jogo silently mobilized every last drop of cursed energy in his body. He didn't know if Mirai was lying. But the consequence of refusing was death anyway. It's worth a try. Maybe I can hurt this monster just once. It seems I will never have the chance to witness the age of curses. With a death wish, Jogo's face contorted into a ferocious, weeping expression. He squeezed out the very core of his soul. A terrifying surge of thermal cursed energy shot straight into the sky. The final strike, carrying all the hopes and grief of the disaster curses, flashed with a blinding red light high above the city. Maximum. Meteor. Chapter 91, Chapter 86, Almighty Push and the Malevolent Shrine. The second action group of Jujutsu High, led by Grade 1 Sorcerer Atsuya Kusukabe, consisted of Panda and Toge Inumaki. Upon entering the outermost layer of the Shibuya barrier, the slacker Kusukabe had kept them circling on the surface. The terrifying fluctuations of cursed energy coming from underground far surpassed anything Kusukabe wanted to deal with. Even after receiving the notification from the assistant supervisors that the target was on B5F, Kusukabe had no intention of going down there. Inumaki was busy clearing out transfigured humans on the periphery. Panda was tricked by Kusukabe into doing the slacking-off job of patrolling the surface to protect the civilians. As Panda bent down to carry a human out of the ruins, he suddenly felt an intense heat spreading down from above. Even from a great distance, Panda's thick fur stood on end. What is this? Kusukabe's voice rang out, filled with extreme fear. Suddenly, a blazing light burst forth from the dimly lit barrier. A colossal meteorite hurtled down from the sky. A stream of scorching flames surrounded the rock, leaving a long trail of fire that illuminated the night. The collapse of buildings, the despair, and the prayers of the crowd. Just as White Zetsu had warned, Shibuya had become hell. Standing atop the skyscraper, Zenin Mirai watched with great interest as the miniature sun fell from the sky. He didn't tease Jogo. He didn't use Kamui to phase through it. The hem of his white robe fluttered in the scorching wind, proving he existed firmly in reality. As the meteorite closed the distance, Mirai's right eye, the Rinnegan, was suddenly illuminated by an eerie purple glow. Mirai spoke 2 words softly. Shinra Tensei. Almighty Push. Buzz. An invisible, absolute repulsive force erupted from Mirai's body. The falling meteorite paused in midair for a fraction of a second, and then shattered completely. Boom. The towering explosion of displaced air and pulverized rock engulfed nearly a third of Shibuya. Fragments of the fallen meteor were scattered everywhere like a shower of harmless gravel. As for Jogo, the volcano curse, who had been riding the meteorite down, didn't even have time to utter his final words. He was instantly annihilated, scattered throughout Shibuya along with the dust of his ultimate attack. Not bad, Mirai spoke casually, seemingly commenting on the extreme value of Jogo's attack. Or perhaps, he was evaluating the first display of his Rinnegan's power. Another battlefield, far from the subway platform. Ryomen Sukuna, now in complete control of Yuji Itadori's body, focused his gaze on the towering flames 1,000 meters away. That Zenin brat is really arrogant. Sukuna sneered. Before he could finish his thought, a massive demon-slaying blade, gleaming with cold light, swung straight toward Sukuna's neck. Puffed. Sukuna's wrist, imbued with cursed energy to block, was cleanly severed by the great sword. Sukuna dodged and retreated 100 meters. His wrist recovered in an instant via reverse curse technique. Sukuna looked at the Shikigami in front of him with a slightly serious expression. After several rounds of probing attacks, Sukuna roughly understood how terrifying this beast was. It possessed a physique and regenerative ability similar to the mythical Yamata no Orochi, plus a terrifying trump card, adaptation to all phenomena. Sukuna frowned slightly as he stared at the 8-handled will hovering above Maharaga's head. It symbolized a perfect cycle. Every time that will made a spinning sound, the Shikigami analyzed, mastered, and adapted to whatever attack had just struck it. Furthermore, it could change the nature of its own cursed energy, wielding positive energy, blade of extermination, specifically lethal to cursed spirits. Troublesome, Sukuna muttered. He had swallowed the finger Nanako fed him, and then the 10 Jogo had forced down Yuji's throat. At this moment, Sukuna possessed the strength of 15 fingers. Dismantle. Raising his arm and pointing at the charging Shikigami, Sukuna unleashed thousands of invisible slashing attacks. Puffed. Maharaga didn't turn. It didn't even try to dodge. The divine general passed straight through the dense net of blades, its speed undiminished. The spurting blood from the deep cuts healed rapidly. 1 second, 2 seconds. The scars left on Maharaga by Sukuna's slashes became increasingly faint. Click. The wheel turned, making a crisp sound. Its adaptation speed was beyond the norm. The 4 white wings on Maharaga's face twitched. Its naked, muscular upper body contained terrifying physical power. The ferocious face approached step by step. The left fist roared, the right sword slashed. Even Sukuna, with the strength of 15 fingers, was forced to dodge and retreat. At the detention center months ago, Maharaga had already adapted to the basic cutting power of Sukuna's slashes. Now, facing slashes with greatly increased output, Maharaga adapted completely in just 1 round. Hey, Sukuna stared intently at Maharaga's body, giving a deep evaluation. This is not the level of an appetizer. Sukuna had originally planned to test the waters against Zenin Mirai, but he was blocked by the Shikigami. This was why Sukuna found Mirai so arrogant. Mirai had gone to deal with Jogo personally, leaving a mere Shikigami to appease the king of curses. I have never experienced the feeling of being looked down upon in 1,000 years, Sukuna grinned, his eyes gleaming with malice. Interesting. Boom. Countless fragments of rock flew everywhere. Each of Maharaga's rampages caused the collapse of a building. Sukuna moved like a ghost, constantly traversing blocks and skyscrapers, pondering how to defeat the beast. Sukuna's slashes were divided into 2 types, dismantle and cleave. Dismantle was a normal, invisible slash. Cleave adjusted its cursed energy output depending on the target's toughness, intended to be a fatal, one-shot slash. Unfortunately, Sukuna was facing Maharaga, who had already adapted to the concept of slashing itself. Even though Sukuna hadn't used cleave yet, it had already lost its effectiveness. Boom. A sudden turn in midair. In the instant Maharaga paused, Sukuna unleashed over 100 fists imbued with cursed energy. Physical combat couldn't be adapted to in the same way, but it wasn't a true weakness. Because Maharaga possessed incredible regenerative talent. Unless it was a fatal blow that obliterated it completely, Maharaga would be full of energy again the next second. To completely destroy it with pure physical skill, even Sukuna at his peak couldn't do that. Puffed. Having withstood hundreds of iron fists, Maharaga spun around, swinging its sword and delivering a brutal whip kick. Sukuna lost an arm and was simultaneously kicked through the wall of a building. Maharaga was smashed into a crater in the ground by the impact, but its collapsed chest healed as soon as it stood up. Like a ruthless killing machine, Maharaga didn't take a moment to rest. It crouched down to gather strength and suddenly charged into the gap in the building where Sukuna had crashed. The shockwave from its leap alone shattered the windows of the entire block. It penetrated the walls of 3 buildings in succession. Using reverse curse technique to heal his severed arm, Sukuna turned in midair and rushed toward the ground. Maharaga relentlessly pursued, determined to bring its target to his knees. Bang. Stepping into a deep pit in the rubble, Sukuna, at the cost of losing his arm for the 3rd time, pulled something out of the dirt. Nanako and Mimiko had 2 of Sukuna's fingers. One they fed to Yuji, the other they had hidden underground in Shibuya as a backup plan. They had wanted to negotiate with Sukuna to kill Kenjaku, who possessed Geto's body. Jogo's wide-range attacks and Maharaga's destruction had caused severe earthquakes, loosening the talisman wrapped around the buried finger and revealing its aura to Sukuna. Without hesitation, Sukuna swallowed the finger. His cursed energy rose another level. 16 fingers. An unexpected bonus, Sukuna grinned, looking at the terrifying Shikigami swooping down from the sky. It's like adding another layer of insurance. Sukuna put his hands together in front of his chest, forming a hand seal. Domain expansion. Malevolent Shrine. Chapter 92, Chapter 87, Malevolent Shrine and the Broken Vessel. Domain expansion, Malevolent Shrine. It was a miraculous skill, like creating flowers without roots or painting on air without a canvas. An open domain without the constraints of a barrier shell. A fantastical creation existing only in myth, a demonic shrine adorned with skulls, grew wildly into reality amidst the skyscrapers of Shibuya. Standing beneath the shrine, Sukuna appeared in the middle of the street. Boom. With a single step out of a deep pit, Maharaga approached at lightning speed, as if it had teleported. Silently sensing the distance of the surrounding presences, Sukuna adjusted the domain's casting range to a radius of exactly 100 meters, limiting it to the surface of the earth. Boom. Countless invisible blades radiated outward from Sukuna as the center. Within the scope of the domain, the rules were absolute. Anything with cursed energy was relentlessly attacked by cleave. Anything without the slightest trace of cursed energy, cell phones, skyscrapers, ordinary humans, was relentlessly attacked by dismantle. With the guaranteed sure hit effect active, it worked simultaneously on both people and objects. In that instant, everything within 100 meters encountered endless, overlapping slashes. Concrete, steel, and flesh were cut into powder so fine it was indistinguishable to the naked eye. As the aftershock swept by, the humans dismembered into countless fragments drifted away with the wind like bloody mist. Yet, having adapted to the slashing attacks, Maharaga still stood firm. Despite being attacked by billions of slashes, the Divine General continued to walk toward Sukuna. The damage from the slashes was negated instantly by its regeneration, though the sheer kinetic force greatly reduced its movement speed. A terrifying Shikigami, Sukuna thought. Sukuna had already deduced the way to deal with it. He couldn't give Maharaga time to adapt to a new attack. He had to kill it in one fell swoop using a technique it had never seen before. A protracted war would only allow the beast to grow stronger. Sukuna chanted unfamiliar, difficult-to-understand incantations. Flames, shaped like blooming flowers, spread from his fingers to his entire body. Open, Fuga. The ultimate power of 16 fingers shone brilliantly at this moment. The massive amount of cursed energy poured out, blooming into a dazzling, arrow-shaped inferno in the center of the Shibuya street. Suddenly, Sukuna's face turned extremely gloomy. Damn it. In the exact millisecond the flames swept forward, that terrifying Shikigami was suddenly covered by a thick layer of pitch-black shadows. Before the flames could burn even half of its body, Maharaga disappeared from the spot, sinking into the ink. Boom. A deafening roar soared into the sky. The entire Shibuya area shook violently, as if a massive earthquake had struck. A quarter of Shibuya was transformed into a terrifying hell. The ground looked like a drawing erased by a giant eraser. There was absolutely no trace of any architecture, roads, or human presence. A patch of charcoal black, perfectly flat earth with a radius of 100 meters faintly glowed with embers. In the center of the devastation, only Sukuna remained. He wore a ferocious expression, staring intently in a certain direction. He had witnessed Megumi Fushigiro's display of the 10 Shadows technique earlier. The instant Maharaga was enveloped in shadow, Sukuna realized the truth. I've been tricked. Ha. That's quite a clever plan, Sukuna spoke coldly, his face like ice. I was just taking the dog out for a walk, a calm voice echoed. I'm really sorry I forgot to leash it. Zenin Mirai appeared out of nowhere, standing on the edge of the crater opposite Sukuna. How was it? Mirai raised an eyebrow. The mighty king of curses, you weren't scared by a stray dog, were you? His contemptuous tone carried a heavy hint of mockery. Sukuna was deeply irritated by that indifferent gaze. Mirai looked at him with absolute confidence, the look of someone who truly believed their strength far surpassed their opponents. Brat, I am really looking forward to your dying screams, Sukuna responded with undisguised, overwhelming malice. Excluding the enhancement of domain effects, Sukuna estimated that a fully adapted Maharaga possessed combat strength roughly equivalent to 18 of his fingers. He withdrew it right before I could destroy it, Sukuna calculated. The wheel needs more spins to adapt to my flames. I only have 2 more chances to deal with that thing before it becomes completely immune to fire as well. If I could recover to my peak condition, 20 fingers. The advantage lies with me. Feeling the sudden awakening of Yuji Itadori's consciousness within him, Sukuna looked toward Mirai with a cold smile. I've made a binding vow with this brat, Sukuna said arrogantly. You didn't destroy his body when you had the chance. Death and destruction will return to you. Wait for me, Zenin Mirai, Sukuna sneered, acting as if an adult were watching a child throw a tantrum. To me, you are just a different kind of feast than Gojo Satoru. Mirai did not refute the threat. A slight smile appeared on his lips, a look of pure mockery. We'll see each other again soon. Sukuna launched a final verbal counterattack, and his consciousness sank directly into the innate domain. Thump. Yuji Itadori took back control of his body and immediately collapsed to his knees. Ignoring the searing heat of the ground that burned his skin, ignoring the men standing nearby who had sealed Gojo-sensei, Yuji curled up like a shrimp. Overwhelming memories flashed before his eyes. Die. 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 The scenes of thousands of people being sliced to bloody dust by malevolent shrine flashed through his mind like a tidal wave. He couldn't refuse the memories. He couldn't forget them. He felt the sensation of doing it. Vomit. Yuji retched violently, acting as if he were trying to vomit his own heart and liver out of his body. He pounded his fist against the charred ground, tears streaming down his face. With Sukuna's help, his physical body had recovered to its full strength, but his spirit was completely broken. He recalled his grandfather's last words, "Go and help others, so you can die surrounded by people." At this moment, all Yuji could hear were the screams of the dying. His mind was filled with hatred for himself. Why didn't I just die? Why did I eat that finger? Why did I join Jujutsu High? Mirai stood silently to the side, watching like an audience member at a tragedy. His right eye switched to the Rinnegan. In the ninja world, the Rinnegan was known as the eye that controlled life and death. While Mirai had not yet mastered the divine skills of reincarnation or forced soul extraction, he could use the eye to observe a soul directly through the physical body. He looked closely at the sobbing boy. Just as I expected. Mirai uttered a vague statement, confirming a theory he had about Yuji's true nature as Kenjaku's creation. Then, Mirai disappeared from the spot via Kamui. There was no comfort. No conversation. To Zenin Mirai, Yuji Itadori wasn't a person. He was merely the protagonist of a manga he had once read. A stepping stone on the path to godhood. At best, Yuji was just one of the bricks paving the way to the throne. The strongest sorcerer of the modern era, Gojo Satoru. The king of curses, the strongest in history, Ryomen Sukuna. To borrow Sukuna's own phrasing. To Zenin Mirai, those two were merely appetizers served before the main course. Chapter 93, Chapter 88, The Broken Vessel and the Human Shields. As Nanami Kento had once said, true growth isn't just about surviving life or death situations. It is the accumulation of despair. It is a series of helpless moments that gradually mold you into someone you never imagined you would become. The more disappointment and horror one experiences, the more the gap between ideals and reality widens. Yuji Itadori staggered to his feet. The light in his eyes had completely vanished, leaving only a hollow numbness. Like a soulless zombie, he disappeared into the darkness of the ruined subway tunnels with heavy steps. 2307. Less than 2 hours had passed since the incident began. Shibuya, once a bustling, neon-lit metropolis, now looked as if it had been ravaged by carpet bombing. Blood-stained walls, shattered concrete, and faint cries for help echoed from beneath the rubble. The air was thick with the stench of scorching exhaust fumes and ozone. Amidst the ruins, the transfigured humans rejoiced. It was hell for humans, but paradise for cursed spirits. Mahito walked briskly through the streets, his stitched face beaming with contentment. During the major earthquakes caused by Sukuna and Maharaga, the sorcerers and cursed spirits trapped on the lower levels had all escaped to the surface through various collapsed passageways. They're both top tier, but the difference in power is truly astonishing, Mahito muttered to himself, looking at the massive crater in the distance. Dagon's aura is gone, and that massive explosion of flames earlier must have been Jogo. Mahito shook his head, a rare moment of seriousness flashing in his mismatched eyes. I really do feel a little disappointed. Well, never mind. Mahito grinned, his cheerful demeanor returning instantly. It's best to enjoy life while you can. With a sarcastic remark, Mahito tossed several shrunken, transfigured humans from his pockets into the street. The bizarre, grotesque monsters began to hunt. Mahito casually pushed aside a pile of rubble in front of him. A family of humans huddled underneath, crying in relief at being saved. They suddenly froze as they looked at the patchworkman. Mahito reached out his hands gently. Idle transfiguration. At the edge of the surface barrier. Due to the severity of his injuries, Nanami had been sent to the rear medical facility by an escaping squad. Shoko Yeri used the opportunity to treat the minor injuries on Maki and Nobara with reverse curse technique. Megumi's problem was simply cursed energy exhaustion. He didn't require treatment, just a brief rest. After learning from Mei's network that Yuji was still deep within the barrier, the three students rested briefly, grabbed their weapons, and headed back into the Hell's Cape. As for White Zetsu, sitting cross-legged on a collapsed pile of rubble high above the street, Zetsu smoked a cigar. He leisurely peeked down at the life-or-death battle raging below. Black flash. In the instant Yuji hesitated before striking a transfigured human, Mahito ambushed him. Black and red sparks of cursed energy crashed hard against Yuji's face. Boom. Blood, saliva, and a tooth sprayed from his mouth. Yuji was blasted backward, embedding into a concrete wall, nearly fainting from the sheer concussive force. Ha! Ha 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 ha. Extremely excited laughter echoed through the ruined street. This was the second time Mahito had touched the core of cursed energy. The first time was when he faced Yuji and Nanami months ago, and now, he had landed a black flash. Yuji Itadori. I've made the decision to kill you here. This is truly fantastic. With a frenzied expression, Mahito charged toward the dazed boy, surging cursed energy coursing through his fists. Jogo and Hanami had both died for the plan to revive Sukuna. Without Yuji alive, Sukuna's resurrection was impossible. Even though Mahito understood the plan, he couldn't control himself. The primal urge was too strong. He yearned to completely destroy his natural enemy right here, right now. Boom. Stone fragments flew out as Mahito's full-force punch was barely dodged by Yuji. Idle transfiguration was a deadly technique that altered the shape of the soul. However, because Yuji was the vessel housing Sukuna, Mahito didn't dare use the technique directly on Yuji's soul, lest he incur the king's wrath again. Conversely, because Yuji subconsciously understood the contours of the soul, his physical strikes could directly damage Mahito's soul. They were natural enemies. Without idle transfiguration, in a pure contest of physical skills, Mahito's combat strength was almost identical to Yuji's. Multi-soul, body repel. A modified monster, stitched together from the souls of dozens of humans, resembled a centipede magnified 100 times. Covered in human hands and feet, it roared and charged at Yuji. With a powerful downward stomp, Yuji cracked the ground and shattered the monster's skull. But just as he blocked the wave of transfigured humans, Mahito appeared from his blind spot, delivering another powerful punch to his face. Puffed. Mahito had transformed the flesh on his knuckles into a sharp dagger. A long, vertical gash opened on Yuji's cheek, spurting blood. Seeing the grim, numb expression on Yuji's face, Mahito grinned and sneered incessantly. Yuji Itadori, you are me. You feel anger, sadness, and despair because of human deaths and the injury of your companions. For you, saving them is an instinct. For me, killing them is an instinct. Mahito was in high spirits, his laughter deafening. If you don't realize this, you'll never be able to defeat me. Yuji's face was full of disgust. He wiped the blood from his cheek and clenched his fists tightly. You talk too much nonsense. Yuji lunged. A punch, a palm strike, the boy and the curse attacked simultaneously. Boom. The shockwave rippled out, and the two of them were sent flying backward, tumbling across the asphalt. Ignoring the excruciating pain in his chest, Yuji swooped forward the moment he landed. In the ruins, Mahito's figure split into two. The main body and a clone. Yuji stopped in his tracks, his face turning extremely ugly. Standing on a pile of rubble, Mahito and his clone were each holding an ordinary, blood-covered human by the neck. They were survivors pulled from the ruins, still showing faint signs of breathing. Humans have weaknesses that can be so easily exploited, Mahito purred. One on the left, one on the right. Using the humans as living shields, Mahito grinned maliciously and charged, punching at Yuji's vital points repeatedly. These weren't transfigured monsters, they were still living humans. Yuji dodged frantically. Every time he threw a counterpunch, he was forced to stop his fist abruptly before it struck the hostages. Whip, axe, knife, sword, club. Mahito constantly changed the form of his soul arms, tearing off chunks of flesh from Yuji with each strike. Watching his predator reduced to fleeing in disarray, Mahito laughed uncontrollably. Very good, very good. Let him be tortured to death like this, little by little. As he tossed the human in his hands around like a rag doll, the murderous intent in Mahito's eyes grew even brighter. The main body and the clone pushed the two dying humans out in front of them, throwing them directly at Yuji. If Yuji didn't catch them, the force of them hitting the ground would kill them instantly. Even knowing it was a trap, Yuji instinctively reached out his hands. Still reeling from the trauma of Sukuna slaughtering thousands, Yuji absolutely could not bear to watch innocent people die before his eyes again. Ha ha. Mahito chuckled softly, his eyes brimming with malice. The main body and the clone transformed their arms into four massive, sharp blades. In the instant Yuji caught the civilians, Mahito aimed at Yuji's vital points and stabbed forward fiercely. Swish. Hairpin. A whistling nail infused with cursed energy shot into the clone's brain at lightning speed. Mahito noticed the attack but, relying on his immunity to physical damage, didn't dodge. He didn't want to waste a single millisecond of the opportunity to kill Yuji Itadori. But the moment the blades touched Yuji's skin. Thump. Yuji and the two humans sank directly into the black shadows beneath their feet, completely vanishing from the strike zone. Mahito turned around, a gloomy expression replacing his grin. Standing nearby was a short-haired woman wielding a hammer, a bespectacled female sorcerer with a naginata, and a spiky-haired boy with his hands in a shadow puppet seal. Yuji safely emerged from the shadows at Megumi Fushigiro's feet. High above, White Zetsu shook his head. He slowly stood up, tossing his cigar aside. The script was flawed. The actors had made a mistake by interfering in the protagonist's destined 1v1 battle. The stage director needed to go on stage to make adjustments. Chapter 94, Chapter 89, The Quality of the Soul and the Acting Coach. Everyone. Yuji Itadori looked up at the three of them, his eyes filled with indescribable emotion. Hey, so it's you patchwork bastard, bullying our junior. Nobara Kujisaki stood with one hand on her hip, her cursed energy rising. Hey, another group of sorcerers coming to their deaths. Mahito noted that their cursed energy output didn't reach the special grade level, and none of them were vessels for a particular monster. To him, they were just flies. He only needed to touch them lightly with idle transfiguration. Nobara strode forward. I'll kill her first. Mahito thought. Killing his friend right in front of him will break Itadori completely. A strange, vile cursed energy surged into Mahito's hand. With a sinister grin, he charged forward. Nobara looked up and met the curse's malicious gaze. A villainous smirk played on her own lips. I have no desire to associate with a loser like you. With a crisp snap of her fingers, Nobara coldly uttered one word, resonance. The long nail that she had just driven into Mahito's clone unleashed a soul-piercing curse. The excruciating sensation traveled from the clone directly back to the main body. Mahito froze on the spot as if struck by lightning, his eyes rolling back. His natural enemies were not limited to Yuji Itadori. The pain surging through his soul reminded him of the existence of a second natural enemy, the girl with the hammer. Boom. The Shikigami divine dog, totality descended with its sharp fangs. Maki slashed down with her naginata. And Yuji, his fists filled with rage, struck simultaneously. The moment Mahito lost his focus, the trio launched an attack in perfect unison. Megumi and Maki's physical attacks weren't the main problem, but Yuji's fists, imbued with cursed energy, struck straight at the contours of the soul. Purple lines of blood shot out from Mahito's eyes, nose, and mouth. The curse was immersed in excruciating pain, infinitely close to the edge of death. The beatdown was relentless. Strike while the iron is hot and kill him. Nobara pulled out a series of long nails and swung her hammer down. The three fighters launched a coordinated assault, firmly preventing Mahito from escaping. Die. I'm going to die. Mahito's mind was filled with panic. Ultimate Cannon. Accompanied by a lively, mechanical tone, a blazing beam of cursed energy shot straight onto the battlefield. Boom. A terrifying explosion engulfed the area, throwing everyone back. Stepping through the dust and debris, White Zetsu, with a cigar in his mouth, yanked Mahito out of the ruins by his hair. Kokichi Muta's original body required the heavy ultimate Mechamaru puppet to fire that cursed ray. But White Zetsu, possessing a cursed spirit's physique, directly used his physical body as the cannon. The wisps of smoke rising from his palm and the gaping hole in his arm healed in an instant. No reverse curse technique was needed, as long as his cursed energy wasn't exhausted, a cursed spirit's body was indestructible. White Zetsu. Maki, Nobara, and Megumi looked at the men who had just saved Mahito with surprise and uncertainty. Sorry, everyone. This guy can't die yet. Zetsu grabbed Mahito by the back of the neck and swung him around casually like a wet rag. Why? Blinded by rage, trauma, and grief, Yuji gritted his teeth. Why did you save this beast? In the end, White Zetsu, you're not our comrade at all. You're nothing but a monster that doesn't care about human life. Itadori. Maki and Megumi wore complicated expressions, glancing between Zetsu and Yuji. Zetsu narrowed his eyes slightly, his expression turning cold. He wanted to open his mouth to explain something, to defend himself, but in the end, he remained silent. That's fine, Zetsu thought. The pink gorilla is an indispensable part of Mirai's future plan anyway. I don't need his understanding. Idle transfiguration. So much for gratitude for saving his life. The utterly heartless Mahito unleashed a deadly sneak attack the moment Zetsu lost his focus. Even a cursed spirit will die if its soul is destroyed. Mahito reasoned. Zenin Mirai terrifies me, but I can vent my anger on his lackey. The malice at the corner of Mahito's mouth grew larger, and dense cursed energy rose from his palm. Careful. Nobara and Maki both exclaimed in surprise. Even Yuji, who had just been cursing Zetsu, showed obvious worry. Smack. Mahito's blood-stained hand gently touched White Zetsu's side. The next second, the smile on Mahito's face froze. His expression became utterly dazed. Vomit. Pools of purple blood spilled endlessly from Mahito's mouth and nose. His brain went into a state of total malfunction. Does the soul reside in the body? Or is the soul encased by the body? The answer was the latter. The soul always came before the body and was far more important. As Mahito, the curse who regarded the soul as everything, touched White Zetsu, he saw it. A sense of unimaginable desolation, weight, and grandeur. It was like an ant gazing up at a towering, infinite mountain. It was a soul essence that was even more terrifying and ancient than the soul of Ryomen Sukuna. It was completely beyond human or cursed spirit comprehension. Let alone destroying it, just taking one step into White Zetsu's soul realm was enough to severely injure Mahito. What an idiot! Zetsu released his grip and stepped on Mahito's head. He wiped the bloodstains off his black robe with disgust, muttering sarcastic remarks. You dared to touch Master Zetsu's soul. You're lucky you're still alive, you moron. In terms of the sheer quality and age of their souls, no one in this world could compare to White Zetsu. Not even Zenin Mirai. If it weren't for the fact that a cursed spirit's physical body couldn't handle the strain of possessing a human, Zetsu would be truly invincible. Whoever touched him would die instantly from the sheer planetary weight of his soul. Zetsu's white, size 10 shoe rolled over Mahito's face, leaving a trail of dark footprints. You're not dead, are you? Zetsu shrugged, his tone slightly helpless. If you die here, the rest of the show can't continue. Hello. 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 It was a gentle wake-up service. Zetsu violently kicked Mahito in the face. Pools of blood splattered everywhere. Nobara, Maki, and Megumi stared at Mahito, whose neck was turned 180 degrees, his mouth twitching. Is Zetsu really here to save this guy, they wondered. He's being much more ruthless than we were. Cough, cough. Mahito writhed on the ground, crawling in a puddle of his own blood like a maggot. Those suddenly opened eyes still held lingering, absolute fear. What are you? Mahito looked up at White Zetsu in horror. Is this truly a curse born from negative human emotions? No. This is the resentment of a planet itself. This is a higher species. This isn't a natural enemy, it's death. It's good that you're awake. Zetsu didn't answer the question. He patted his chest and lit a new cigar. He took a step forward, took a deep drag, and then delivered a powerful dropkick. Bang. With a single kick, he sent Mahito flying like a football 100 meters down the street. Zetsu slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. Since simple physical contact couldn't permanently harm Mahito's soul, what appeared to be a deadly attack merely sent him flying away. You go, Itadori. That guy isn't dead yet. Zetsu didn't look at the boy, and he didn't use the nickname, Pink Gorilla. Yuji pursed his lips. Without saying a word, he rushed down the street in the direction Mahito had flown. Nobara, Maki, and Megumi immediately took a step to follow him to help. Suddenly, a terrifying cursed energy surged forth. Domain expansion. 1,000 burials of white spirits. Zetsu stood in their path. Chapter 95, Chapter 90, The Distorted Killing and the Final Act. The battlefield ruins were desolate. In the center of the dark earth, an ancient tree connecting heaven and earth stood tall. White Zetsu lay half-reclined on a crooked branch, exhaling cigar smoke. Maki, Nobara, and Megumi were tightly bound together with pale white ribbons. Only their heads were visible, allowing them to breathe. Zetsu wanted to stop the three of them without killing them. The scope of his domain was perfect for this. For other sorcerers, domain expansion was an ultimate move that required a massive amount of cursed energy. In the hands of White Zetsu, with his 4,500 years of reserves, it could be used as a basic attack. Hey! What on earth are you up to, you mama's boy? After struggling for a while, Nobara and her two companions had no choice but to give up and accept their fate. With their hands bound, and Megumi having completely drained his cursed energy earlier, there was no way to break out. Don't be so irritable, 13th sister. Zetsu took a puff of his cigar and said calmly, the three of you just stay here for a while. I'll let you out later. Zetsu turned to look at Maki. His tone shifted, losing its usual mockery. Leave Jujutsu high, niece. If you continue down this path, I'm really afraid that one day you'll suddenly die at his hands. Zetsu knew the truth. Mirai treated the Zenin sisters well only on the premise that they did not interfere with his ultimate goal. If Maki stood in his way, Mirai would not hesitate to kill her. Maki paused, looking at the genuine emotion revealed on Zetsu's face. Even if you want me to leave the school, at least give me a reason, she asked in a deep voice. Why is Mirai targeting that idiot Gojo? What is your real purpose? After a long silence, Zetsu shook his head. He didn't give her a satisfactory answer. You'll find out soon enough. High above Shibuya, Mirai coldly looked down at the ruined city. He had relinquished his external surveillance, allowing the final pieces to move into place. 2307, the Kyoto group, having arrived late and received complete information from the assistant supervisors, entered the barrier. Aoi to-do led the charge. 2317, Panda dug Atsuya Kusakabe out of a pile of ruins. Kusakabe had been feigning death to avoid fighting the special grades. Feigning a limp, Kusakabe tried to drag his slow steps toward the medical plaza at the rear. Instead, the cunning panda grabbed him and dragged him directly toward the epicenter of the cursed energy eruptions. 2323, inside a relatively intact public telephone booth on a desolate street. Choso curled up, tears streaming down his face. In the previous fight on the subway platform, he had knocked Yuji Itadori unconscious. Just as Choso was about to deliver the killing blow, a throbbing sensation deep within his bloodline awakened memories that had never existed before. Memories of a dinner party meant exclusively for his brothers, where Yuji Itadori sat smiling among them. As the eldest brother of the death-painting wombs, Choso's blood manipulation technique allowed him to sense whether his blood relatives were alive or dead, no matter the distance. The bodily signals from Yuji's near-death state at the hands of Mahito had instilled a deep, visceral panic in Choso. Yuji Itadori, who exactly is he? Choso muttered to himself. He stood up, wiping his tears, and walked toward the direction where he felt his brother's bloodline calling. Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Local time, 22:33. In a suite in a local 5-star hotel. Having just finished showering, Mei Mei put on a bathrobe, walked to the French windows, and dialed a phone. Ui lay on the big bed with a blush on his face, staring intently at his sister's back. The distance from Japan to Kuala Lumpur was nearly 4,000 kilometers. Ui had exhausted almost all of his cursed energy using his teleportation technique. After Mei Mei's crow had discovered Kenjaku holding the prison realm, the fake Gedo had nearly killed the siblings on B5F. Mei Mei had decided her life was worth more than her bank account and fled the country entirely. Fleeing in panic through the streets of Shibuya. Mahito tossed out the few remaining transfigured humans in his hands, desperately trying to delay Yuji Itadori's relentless pursuit. The trauma inflicted on Mahito's soul had been terrifying, but the curse had gained something from it. Landing a black flash had allowed him to experience the true core of cursed energy. And touching White Zetsu's soul had made him feel the crushing, astronomical weight of a higher dimension. At this moment, Mahito entered a wondrous state. The essence of his soul was sublimating. That fleeting glance at Zetsu's soul allowed Mahito to grasp the true direction of evolution. Mahito grinned at Yuji with a strange smile, his hands gently stroking his stitched face. Idle transfiguration, instant spirit body of distorted killing. Exposed blood vessels and hardened, armor-like muscle enveloped Mahito's body. Sharp, meter-long barbs extended from both elbows. His stitched face was concealed by a terrifying, writhing mask of flesh and bone. A long, heavy tail swayed behind him, stirring up gusts of wind. Come and congratulate me on my rebirth, Yuji Itadori. Maniacal laughter echoed throughout the street. Aside from the physical changes, Mahito's soul and cursed energy had undergone a massive leap in power. He had achieved his perfect form. Yuji's expression was solemn. There was no trace of fear or panic on his face. His murderous gaze remained unwavering. The cursed energy surging between Yuji's fists was his silent answer. Right now, Yuji had no other thoughts besides killing Mahito. The next second, the two clashed. Boom. Fists crackling with black and red lightning collided violently. Double black flash. Seeing Yuji spit blood and fly backward, Mahito was extremely excited. Let's continue. Let's. Squelch. The word stuck in his throat. The smile on Mahito's flesh mask froze. Without warning, Mahito's entire lower body mysteriously vanished. He collapsed into a massive pool of his own purple blood. What happened? The shock and damage instantly shattered his evolved state. Mahito regressed directly back to his original, patchwork appearance, his face blank with shock. Yuji, rising from the ruins, was equally confused. Is this enough? Let's hurry up. Cold words coming from high above suddenly jolted Mahito awake. Looking up, Mahito saw a figure in a spotless white robe floating in the night sky. Zenin Mirai. The monster who ruled everything. The invincible stage manager. He had casually obliterated Mahito's lower half with a spatial tear just to speed up the script. Just as Mahito fell into absolute despair, Kenjaku, pseudo-Gedo, slowly emerged from the shadows of the alleyway. Mahito looked up hopefully. Suguru. But when Mahito saw the cold, mocking smile on the man's face, his heart sank to the bottom. He realized the truth. Are you in such a hurry, my old friend? Kenjaku called up to Mirai. I was planning to watch the stage play a little longer. Idle transfiguration. Realizing he had been a pawn all along, Mahito launched a desperate, deadly attack at Kenjaku. As expected, you never considered us your companions. Mahito screamed. Humans are such disgusting creatures. Kenjaku easily dodged the half-dead curse's strike. Without a word, Kenjaku raised his hand. Cursed spirit manipulation. The special grade Mahito screamed as his body twisted, compressed, and folded into a dense, black orb the size of a palm. Kenjaku lifted the orb and swallowed it in one gulp. Companions. Kenjaku chuckled, wiping his mouth. A mere cursed spirit, how dare you boast so arrogantly? Chapter 96, Chapter 91, Maximum Uzumaki and the Golden Age. Humans induce the birth of cursed spirits. Cursed spirits slaughter humanity. For animals kept in captivity, eating to survive is an instinctive process. The same applies to cursed spirits killing people. Is it a distinction between good and evil? Or is it simply a difference in perspective? If the side that curses represents evil, then the side that exorcises represents justice. So, what did Zenin Mirai represent? He put himself at the absolute center. He was an independent third-party faction that would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. High in the air, his Rinnegan glowing faintly, Mirai watched the performance below. Give me back Gojo-sensei. A sorcerer wearing a kasaya with stitched scars on his forehead stood in the ruins. Just as Mekamaru had warned, and just as Mei had broadcasted, the magical artifact used to seal Gojo Satoru was in this man's hands. Yuji Itadori roared and charged toward Kenjaku. Kenjaku's expression remained calm. He slightly waved his wide sleeve. A shadow tore through the cracked pavement and shot toward Yuji's feet. Suddenly, an endless abyss devoid of any color opened up beneath him. Yuji twisted his body, falling to the ground as if he had stepped into thin air. In Yuji's mind, he felt as if he were in free fall, plummeting endlessly into an abyss. But the tactile feedback from his body told a different story. High above, Mirai watched the illusion. There was no abyss at all. Yuji was just ridiculously tripping and flailing on flat concrete. Those who haven't entered the spell's range cannot see the endless darkness, Kenjaku mused softly, stepping toward the flailing boy. But those who are infected cannot escape the feeling of weightlessness. The strongest element of cursed spirit manipulation is not the caster, but the spirits themselves. There is no theoretical limit to my arsenal. Every cursed spirit can unleash a different effect. I am no longer confined to a single innate technique or a single domain. It was a casual reveal of his hand, a pointed reminder to the boy thrashing on the ground. Yuji, deprived of the concept of gravity, was like someone endlessly falling through the sky, completely unable to stand up. Even when facing a special grade like Mahito, Yuji could still use Black Flash to fight back. But faced with a monster who had lived for 1,000 years, Yuji didn't even have a chance to throw a single punch. With a feeble effort, Yuji raised his arms to protect his head, desperately trying to brace for an impact he couldn't see. Boom. Scarlet blood spilled from his mouth. Yuji was slammed backward more than 10 meters by a single physical blow from Kenjaku. Yuji staggered to his feet. While he was seriously injured, the blow had knocked him out of the cursed spirit's area of effect. Gravity returned. His tense body constantly sent signals of excruciating pain. His flesh, bones, and organs groaned, but Yuji paid them no heed. He couldn't kill Mahito with his own hands. He couldn't undo the massacre Sukuna had caused using his body. Rescuing Gojo-sensei was the only remaining belief keeping Yuji's broken mind together. Give him back. With a blood-stained roar, Yuji lunged forward again, his face contorted in rage. Using lightning speed, he bypassed the strange gravity trap. How foolish. Boom. A wave of cursed spirits crashed down from the sky. Thousands of centipede spirits, each the size of a python, tightly coiled around Yuji. Experiencing the suffocating crush of the giant insects, Yuji tried to rip them off, only to fall to the ground unexpectedly. It was that same strange spell again. The abyss opened beneath his feet. Deprived of gravity and bound by centipedes, Yuji could only lie face down on the ground, glaring angrily at the approaching sorcerer. Rage consumed your reason, and all you knew was to rush forward recklessly, Kenjaku noted, kicking Yuji in the ribs. Have you really grown at all? High above, Mirai watched the scene without uttering a word. Despite having countless opportunities to kill Yuji, Kenjaku was holding back. His attacks appeared ruthless, yet not a single blow struck Yuji's vital points. Was it because he needed Sukuna's vessel alive? Or was it something deeper? Mirai's Rinnegan relayed precise information to his brain. Kenjaku was stalling. He was currently digesting Mahito's soul. In just a few minutes, he would initiate the upgraded version of Idol Transfiguration. Maximum. It is the most powerful move that pushes the limits of a cursed technique outside of a domain. Just like Jogo's Maximum, Meteor, it is the ultimate expression of a sorcerer's innate power. The same applied to Maximum, Uzumaki, the technique Suguru Gedo had used during his lifetime. But Gedo was unaware of the truth before his death. He believed his ultimate technique was just about condensing all his collected cursed spirits into a single, high-density energy blast. He thought it was just a way to recycle weak, useless curses. He was wrong. Curse technique extraction is the true core ability of Maximum Uzumaki. Kenjaku smiled, holding a dense, swirling orb of black energy in his palm. It was a secret technique that Suguru Gedo had been unaware of even in his lifetime. By using Uzumaki on a semi-grade 1 or special grade cursed spirit, the user didn't just fire an energy blast. They permanently extracted that cursed spirit's innate technique for their own use. Yuji lay on the ground, his face covered in blood. Through the thick liquid dripping into his eyes, he saw it. In the center of the swirling black orb in Kenjaku's hand, a crimson flower, Mahito's true essence, was blooming. Sukuna, are you watching? Kenjaku asked, looking down at Yuji. The golden age of sorcery is about to begin. Soon, you will be able to meet your old friends from 1,000 years ago. It was a bold declaration. Before Kenjaku could finish his extraction. Piercing blood. Bang. A sniper rifle fired from the rooftops. Wind scythe. Blood arrows, a high-caliber bullet, and magical winds slashed down from the sky. Faced with a triple ambush from the Kyoto students, Kenjaku merely waved his sleeve. The three attacks strangely deviated from their trajectory and crashed into the rubble in the distance. A shower of dust flew everywhere. Then, a sharp, trembling sound of a katana being drawn echoed from directly behind Kenjaku. New shadow style, Bato sword drawing. She only possessed the strength of a grade 3 sorcerer and did not have an innate technique of her own. In order to survive, Kasumi Miwa had practiced her swordsmanship diligently every single day. Facing an opponent far superior to her, she put everything she had, her life, her grief over Kokichi, her absolute limits, into this single, close-range strike. Snap. Miwa stood there, dumbfounded. Kenjaku had easily stopped her full-force swing by pinching the blade between two fingers, shattering the katana to pieces. The crimson flower of Mahito's technique fully integrated into Kenjaku's palm. The extraction was complete. Kenjaku coldly looked down at the blue-haired girl in front of him. With a casual wave of his hand, a concentrated blast of cursed energy, enough to pierce through a tank, shot straight toward Miwa's heart. Clap. A crisp clapping sound rang out at the crucial millisecond. A massive crater was blown into the concrete where Miwa had just been standing. But Miwa was gone. She inexplicably appeared 30 meters away, safely behind the front lines. Aoi Tadu stood tall on the battlefield, his hands raised. We're late to the game, brother. Chapter 97, Chapter 92, The Untouchable God and the Sister's Hesitation. Splash. Scattered pebbles fell to the ground from the sky. Yuji Itadori, who had been lying on the ground, was pulled out of the range of Kenjaku's gravity trap by the sheer shockwave of the recent attacks. The reinforcements from Jujutsu High had arrived, Panda, Toji Inumaki, and Itsuya Kuzukabe. From Kyoto Prefectural Academy, the supervisor, Yutahime Iori, arrived with her group of students. Thank you, Tadu-senpai. Kasumi Miwa looked at the burly figure that had appeared beside her and breathed a sigh of relief, thankful to have escaped death by Kenjaku's energy beam. Everyone. Covered in wounds, Yuji was dragged back to the group by Kuzukabe, who had deployed his simple domain just in case. Yuji stood up and watched as his teammates appeared one by one. A glimmer of hope sparked in his eyes, but it quickly dimmed. Am I, a mass murderer, really considered one of their comrades, he thought bitterly. The sorcerers gathered. The strongest among them were grade 1, and the weakest were grade 3. Against the monsters standing before them, it was as if a group of insects had banded together, writhing and swarming in a futile attempt at resistance. Everyone. The cursed object that sealed Gojo-sensei is in that guy's hands. Wiping the blood dripping from his forehead, Yuji pointed at Kenjaku, solemnly reminding them. He is incredibly strong. The spirits he controls can cast their own domains and techniques independently. No reminder was needed. The sorcerers who had arrived already knew the intelligence Mei had broadcasted. Looks like this is going to be a tough battle. Aoi Tadu tore open the top of his uniform, his face grave. My best friend, remember to cooperate with my technique. Tadu's innate technique was boogie woogie. The activation method was clapping his hands. The effect was swapping the positions of two objects containing cursed energy. It worked on both humans and non-living things, but the spell's range was limited. During the Goodwill event when they fought Hanami, Yuji had perfectly synced with the spatial teleportation. Right. Yuji responded in a deep voice, his cursed energy beginning to rise. Nishimiya. Yutahime frowned slightly as she looked at Momo, who had silently dropped to the ground beside her. Why did you land? The air is your domain. The Kyoto students looked up at the sky. They were instantly stunned into silence. Floating above them, not hidden in the slightest, was a figure in a white robe. Those blood-red eyes, the Mangekyō and the Rinnegan, were utterly cold and indifferent. Just a moment of eye contact was enough to make their souls feel like they were plunging into an ice cellar. When did he get there? Despite the short distance between them, no one could sense even a trace of cursed energy from him. Was it a heavenly restriction? No. Tadu glanced at the figure and quickly analyzed the strange scene. This represents a further mastery of the void compared to his battle against Gojo Satoru at the Goodwill event, Tadu realized. He may seem to exist in reality, but his physical body and his cursed energy aren't actually in our dimension. They are in two different worlds. Tadu frowned deeply, his heart sinking to the bottom. His boogie-woogie required sensing cursed energy to activate. But facing Mirai, not only was it impossible to touch his body, but it was also impossible to even swap him. He really is a monster, Tadu muttered. What do you say, my old friend? Kenjaku pointed a finger at Yudaheim among the Kyoto group. Can I kill her? It was a test. A probe to see Mirai's weaknesses and attachments to his former colleagues. Mirai slowly descended from the sky to the center of the battlefield. He ignored the question completely. Thump, thump, thump. Maki, Nobara, and Megumi arrived at the battlefield at that moment, having finally caught up. And finally, White Zetsu strolled leisurely out of the shadows, walking to Mirai's side. The battlefield suddenly fell into an eerie silence. If they were facing Jogo or Dagon, they might be lucky to escape. But facing Zenin Mirai, the monster who had defeated Gojo Satoru in a head-on battle, no one dared to act rashly. No one even dared to flee. Kusakabe, standing beside Yudaheim, was sweating profusely. He had absolutely no intention of trying to save Gojo Satoru anymore. He was entirely preoccupied with how to leave Shibuya alive. Kenjaku looked at White Zetsu. His subtle gaze was full of a calculating, greedy glint. The total amount of cursed energy far exceeds that of a special grade, Kenjaku analyzed. It resembles a bizarre technique for possessing a body, yet the soul is utterly alien. An experimental subject with extremely high research value. Hi, White Zetsu. Kenjaku smiled politely. Hey. What the hell are you looking at, you creep? Zetsu pointed a white finger at the bewildered Kenjaku. Master Zetsu's perception is very strong, understand? Don't stare at my back with that lewd look. Your grandpa doesn't swing that way. 2. Zetsu spat a thick wad of phlegm onto the ruined concrete. Pa. You brainless idiot. After a brief pause of half a second, Zetsu resumed his attack, correcting himself. Oh, wait. By the way, you're not brainless. You are a brain. You're literally just a brain. You brain dead, brain in a jar idiot. Looking at the cursing spirit, Kenjaku's smile completely vanished. Brain dead idiot. This was the first time in 1,000 years he had been cursed out so filthily by a cursed spirit. As for Mirai, he could only twitch his lips in speechless exasperation. That mouth of Zetsu's was truly venomous. Without a word, Mirai activated his right eye. The space around Zetsu swirled, and the cursing spirit was instantly sucked into the Kamui dimension to shut him up. Even the students from Jujutsu High standing nearby were quite shocked by Zetsu's outburst. It completely ruined the tension for a fleeting second. Mirai's subtle gaze swept over the crowd, full of calculating glints. My. Come here. With an unquestionable tone, Mirai calmly looked at my Zenin in the Kyoto group. Mirai, brother. Wearing her school uniform, with her short, dark green hair, Mai trembled. In her hand, she still held the Crimson Lotus revolver that Zetsu had given her months ago. Mai subconsciously took 2 steps forward, but suddenly stopped in her tracks. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw her companions, the people she had spent the last 2 years with. Yudaheim, Momo, Miwa, Tadu. They did not stop her. They didn't even try to dissuade her. They just waited quietly for her to make her decision. Mai clenched her knuckles tightly, her face filled with hesitation and struggle. She still remembered her mother's daily admonitions when she was a child in the Zenin Clan, absolutely obey the head of the family. Mai had never imagined she would ever dare to disobey Mirai. As she took another trembling step toward him, her face grew even paler. She wasn't as brave or fearless as her sister Maki. Mai, who had lived in the Zenin mansion since childhood, knew better than anyone what the consequences would be for daring to disobey him. Mai closed her eyes tightly. She couldn't take another step. Even though she was terrified, she remembered all the little things her companions had shared over the past 2 years. Training together, having late-night snacks together, playing around, going through life and death together. When carrying out exorcism missions, Mai had saved her teammates, and she had been saved by them. It wasn't just simple time spent together, they were partners to whom she could entrust her life. Tick-tock. Her fingernails pierced the flesh of her palms, drawing blood. The physical pain was nothing compared to her inner turmoil. She didn't dare refuse him out loud. But she couldn't walk to him. When she opened her eyes and met Mirai's faint gaze, Mai's eyes were full of pleading. Scalding tears fell to the ground, one by one. She was silently begging him not to make her choose. Mai. Yudaheim whispered softly. Momo, Miwa, and Maki couldn't help but step forward to speak. They were stunned by the sudden splash of blood. Squelch. A massive, jagged wooden root from the Gedo Mazo erupted from the void, piercing straight through Mai's torso. Before that splash of blood even hit the ground, Mai was violently dragged into the Kamui dimension. Mai. Chapter 98, Chapter 93, The Heavenly Tyrant and the Loophole. White Zetsu knew he couldn't use his overwhelming soul aura to terrify Kenjaku the way he had broken Mahito. Although Kenjaku's original body was just a brain with a mouth, that was merely the physical manifestation of his innate curse technique. Like Master Tengen, Kenjaku was a human sorcerer who had lived for over 1,000 years using a parasitic possession technique. A human soul was fundamentally different from a cursed spirit's soul. Zetsu couldn't crush him with mere presence. Well then. Kenjaku smiled, his eyes glinting with malice. Let's see if there's another way we can test our alliance. Before Mirai could even make a move, Kenjaku rushed toward the group of sorcerers on the other side of the battlefield. Cursed energy surged. Kenjaku casually unleashed a concentrated, explosive spell toward the crowd of Kyoto students, a move intended to force Mirai to either save them or watch them die. Boom. The casually thrown attack caused a terrifying explosion. Countless rocks collapsed. Kusakade frantically deployed a simple domain, raising his sword to block the shockwave and protect Yudaheim, Nishimiya, and the others. But before the dust could even settle. Clang. A long tear was cut into the wide sleeves of Kenjaku's kasaya. Drops of blood oozed from a shallow cut on his waist. Even a minor scratch is enough to make someone furious, Kenjaku thought, his eyes narrowing. Sheath the sword. Extend the leg. The attacker's movements were swift and decisive, like a sudden, violent storm. Kenjaku raised his forearm to block a terrifyingly heavy kick. He looked at the figure that could barely be tracked by the naked eye. His expression cleared. There's no need to test it anymore, Kenjaku muttered internally. Zenin Mirai is truly just like me. He is a creature not swayed by emotions. The girl standing before him, her naginata poised to strike, was Maki Zenin. But her state at this moment was entirely different. She possessed zero cursed energy. She was exactly like Toji Fushiguro. The heavenly tyrant had awakened. In the Jujutsu world, twins are considered an ominous sign, a bad omen. They are clearly two separate individuals, yet the laws of cursed energy treat them as a single entity. The power cannot be easily changed or transferred. The younger sister, Mai, possessed the construction technique. Because of Maki, Mai's cursed energy was incomplete, allowing her to produce only one bullet a day. She would never have the chance to touch the true core of Jujutsu. As for the older sister, Maki, she was born with a heavenly restriction. However, due to the presence of Mai's cursed energy, the restriction was impure. Maki still retained civilian-level cursed energy. Only when one of them died could the other become whole. It was a cruel rule established by the heavens. Maki's sudden, explosive awakening signified one absolute truth to Kenjaku. Mai Zenin's connection to this world has been completely cut off. The boundless Kamui dimension. Upon opening her eyes, Mai saw the ancient, dark brown tree that reached the sky. The white ribbons that had previously bound Maki, Nobara, and Megumi lay discarded on the ground. White Zetsu had already released them back to the outside world to join the fight. Mai subconsciously touched the sharp pain in her chest. Her expression was slightly dazed. Only her school uniform was torn. The flesh on her chest had already been perfectly restored. There wasn't even a scar. Not only that, she could clearly sense a massive pool of cursed energy coursing through her body, an amount that far exceeded anything she had ever felt before. Her memory was still stuck on the moment the massive wooden root pierced her body. Mai was utterly confused. You're awake, niece. Mai suddenly turned her head. There was no sign of Mirai. Only white Zetsu. And standing beside Zetsu was a gigantic Shikigami, a massive deer with antlers that were faintly glowing with positive energy. Stupid deer. Zetsu barked, kicking the beast. Don't keep releasing reverse cursed energy. That stuff is harmful to Master Zetsu, understand? Zetsu glanced disdainfully at the round deer, from the 10 shadows, and took a few steps toward Mai. White Zetsu, what exactly happened? Mai stood up, asking blankly. Humph. Zetsu raised an eyebrow and grinned, his face full of arrogance. Who do you think Master Zetsu is? I helped you two sisters level up, and while I was at it, I made a fool out of that brain-in-a-jar idiot outside. A piece of cake. Zetsu pointed to his head and said confidently, my IQ is 6 million, and that's not just talk. Who said that? You yourself. Mai shook her head speechlessly, sensing the sheer foolishness radiating from the curse. It was a loophole. Mirai had used his Rinnegan to manipulate the rules of the world. By violently piercing Mai with the Gedo Mazo's root and dragging her near-dead body into the isolated Kamui dimension, the will of the Jujutsu world registered her as dead and severed her karmic connection to Maki. This fully unleashed Maki's heavenly restriction in reality. Meanwhile, inside the dimension, Mirai used the round deer to instantly heal Mai. By severing the twin connection, Mai was finally freed from Maki's lack of talent, allowing her construction technique to access vast cursed energy. He had kept Maki and the others locked up just long enough, then released them to join the fight at this exact, crucial moment. He had helped the two sisters level up, casually fooled Kenjaku, and kept the plot moving. Everything was perfectly under control. Back in reality. Maki's unpredictable, blinding speed, combined with Aoi Todo's timely boogie-woogie interventions, put intense pressure on Kenjaku. Yudaheim chanted her technique, enhancing the cursed energy Ofikamo, who was firing blood arrows from afar. It wasn't exactly difficult for Kenjaku to defend against them, but it was incredibly annoying. Swish. Piercing blood. A highly compressed beam of blood, empowered by immense cursed energy, shot out from the dark subway entrance at supersonic speed. The timing was perfect. It caught Kenjaku directly in his blind spot. The eldest brother of the death-painting wombs had arrived. Choso stepped onto the battlefield, his face contorted in absolute rage. He glared at the men with the stitched forehead, the men who had created him, tortured his mother, and ruined his brother's lives. Noritoshi Kamo. Choso roared. Chapter 99, Chapter 94, The Most Evil Curse User and the Worldwide Transfiguration. Noritoshi Kamo. It was a roar that seemed to tear from his very blood and heart. Choso stared intently at the men with the stitched forehead. The pieces had finally fallen into place. During the previous fight, Choso had felt the resonance of his bloodline from Yuji Itadori. He realized Yuji was his brother. But how could that be? Choso was created 150 years ago by the most evil curse user in history. Yuji was a modern teenager. Unless, the men who created them was still alive, jumping from body to body. Ah, Kenjaku smiled, looking at Choso. So you figured it out. Seeing the blood arrow that far surpassed a normal sorcerer's power, Yudaheim and the Kyoto students were utterly shocked. But before they could capitalize on the distraction. Anti-gravity system. Boom. The ground collapsed instantly. Spiderweb-like cracks spread everywhere. Before the sorcerers could even react, an invisible, crushing weight slammed down on everyone within a 10-meter radius. Choso, Kusakabe, Yuji, and even Maki, who could not be perceived by cursed energy tracking, fell face down, pinned to the asphalt. They were being suppressed by a force far exceeding normal gravity. Kenjaku had reversed his anti-gravity technique to create an overwhelming gravitational field. Aside from Noritoshi Kamo, the student, in the distance, Yudaheim, and Momo flying at a low altitude, the Jujutsu High Camp had just lost more than half of its combat power in a single second. Mirai floated just outside the range of gravity, completely unaffected. Noritoshi Kamo was just one of my many identities, Kenjaku said, standing comfortably in the center of the prostrate sorcerers. He looked down at Choso. You are just a failure. What, are you in such a hurry to claim your father? The malicious mockery enraged Choso to the extreme. Over 150 years ago, Kenjaku had possessed the body of Noritoshi Kamo, leaving behind the biggest stain on the Kamo family's history. He experimented on sorcerers. He experimented on infants. By stitching humans together with cursed spirits, he created hybrids. He found a human woman with a special constitution that allowed her to conceive cursed spirits. He forced her into 9 pregnancies and 9 abortions. The 9 cursed womb, death paintings were born from this cruelty. They were experimental products. This was why the name, Noritoshi Kamo, was synonymous with absolute evil. Eso and Kachizu have already been killed by Yuji and Nobara, Kenjaku muttered casually. The remaining 6, well, they are in Mirai's hands now. Old friend, isn't that enough talking? Kenjaku looked up at the sky. I can't concentrate on my casting because I'm constantly being bothered by these bugs. Mirai glanced downwards. There was no verbal response. Boom. A vast void opened up in the sky beside Mirai. Massive, blood-red roots, several meters thick, resembling surging blood vessels from another dimension, erupted from the Kamui void. With an overwhelming and terrifying aura, the roots rushed straight toward the pinned students and staff. The relentless attack was terrifying enough to wipe out a dozen grade 1 sorcerers instantly. Aoi Todo frowned deeply. The area of effect was massive. Even if he used Boogie Woogie, he could only save 1 person at most. He couldn't swap everyone out of the kill zone in time. Boom. The surging wave of wooden roots was suddenly and violently smashed aside. A bizarre, skeletal Shikigami resembling an armored eel, Garuda, crashed into the roots, shattering them into splinters. Everyone survived. A woman walked casually onto the battlefield. Her long, blonde hair flew in the wind, and her sleeveless black t-shirt accentuated her athletic figure. Garuda wrapped itself around her shoulders like a scarf. "What type of woman do you like?" she asked with a grin. It was the special grade sorcerer, Yuki Tsukumo. Of the 4 special grade sorcerers recognized by Jujutsu High, she was the only woman, and by far the most mysterious. Kenjaku looked at the newcomer and inexplicably laughed out loud. Yuki Tsukumo. Thanks to Suguru Geto's original memories, Kenjaku knew her well. If it weren't for a specific conversation she had with Gedo 11 years ago, it wouldn't have been so easy for Kenjaku to eventually take over Geto's body. 11 years ago, Yuki Tsukumo had discussed the root of the cursed spirit problem with a young Suguru Geto. How can we make all the cursed spirits in the world disappear? Geto, Yuki, and Kenjaku all had completely different ideas. Geto's method was brutal: kill all ordinary humans who leak cursed energy. Yuki's idea was impractical but peaceful: free mankind from curses by teaching them to control their leaks, or by turning all humans into beings with zero cursed energy, like Toji Fushiguro. Kenjaku's solution was the optimization of cursed energy. He didn't want to eliminate curses, he wanted to force human evolution to its absolute limit. He wanted to create chaos to see what humanity could become. "Hi, Suguru," Yuki smiled, standing before the exhausted students. "Long time no see. It seems your thoughts haven't changed much." She placed a hand on her hip, looking at the men with the stitched forehead. "You imposter." Kenjaku merely smiled. Was the real Geto completely gone? Or was there a hidden remnant of his soul still fighting back? When Gojo Satoru was sealed, Geto's arm had briefly rebelled. "Don't waste my time," Mirai's cold voice echoed from above, interrupting the reunion. "Hurry up." Kenjaku nodded. Whether Geto's soul remained or not didn't matter anymore. It was all just a matter of time. A blood-red rose, the extracted essence of Mahito's technique, bloomed in Kenjaku's palm. Idle transfiguration. Kenjaku bent down and clapped his hands together, slamming them onto the ground. He unleashed a burst of intense, optimized cursed energy from his palms, amplifying the technique through Tengen's nationwide barriers. At that moment, the world changed color. Extreme black and white flashed brightly in the sky. Strange, massive fluctuations of cursed energy spread rapidly, echoing throughout the entire territory of Japan. He wasn't transfiguring the people in front of him. He was remotely activating the technique on thousands of non-sorcerers across the country whose brains he had pre-marked months ago. He was giving them cursed techniques. He was making them sorcerers. Floating high above, the long-awaited moment had arrived. Even with his usually indifferent expression, Mirai revealed a slight, genuine smile. The golden age of sorcery had returned. Chapter 100, Chapter 95, The Awakening of 1,000 Years and the Fox's Trick. Yuki Tsukumo's expression changed drastically. She turned to Yuji Itadori to confirm a terrifying suspicion. That curse he just absorbed, was it the one that could interfere with souls? Upon receiving a grim nod of confirmation from Yuji, Yuki's expression darkened completely. She gazed into the distance, looking beyond the Shibuya barrier. Perhaps it was due to her special constitution as a star plasma vessel, or perhaps it was the enhancement of her technique. Ever since she became a special grade, Yuki had focused her research entirely on the soul. Because of this, she could feel it. The eerie fluctuations that had just spread throughout Japan weren't just ambient energy. They were the auras of countless fragments of different souls waking up all at once. Yuki understood instantly. The world had fundamentally changed. "What exactly did you do?" Yuki demanded, stepping forward. Hovering behind her, the unique Shikigami Garuda, a massive, skeletal creature resembling a mechanical snake, coiled up, ready to strike at any moment. Faced with Yuki's questioning, Kenjaku smiled warmly. He generously made his intelligence public. The grand plan, meticulously crafted for over a millennium, was halfway to success. This joy was meant to be shared. The remote, passive transfiguration had already occurred. Jujutsu High was no longer able to stop it. "Don't be too nervous." "I didn't do anything serious," Kenjaku lied smoothly. "It's nothing more than waking up some special companions, that's all. Over the past 1,000 years, I made binding vows with powerful sorcerers. I turned them into cursed objects. I fed them all to this era. I slipped them into carefully selected, non-sorcerer humans." Kenjaku held up 2 fingers. "I awakened 2 types of people today. The first type are people whose brains contained innate curse techniques, but whose brains weren't wired to use them. I adjusted their brains to make them sorcerers. The second type are ordinary people who, like Yuji Itadori, consumed my cursed objects. I adjusted their bodies to strengthen them as vessels." Seeing the gloomy, horrified faces of the students, Kenjaku chuckled. "After I initiated the remote idol transfiguration, their brain structures and physical attributes experienced a massive leap." Yuji clenched his fists so hard they cracked. He looked ready to slam them into the man's chest. An ordinary person becomes a sorcerer, and the physical attributes of the vessels are enhanced. Yuki laughed in pure fury. You make it sound like good news. Certainly. Kenjaku tilted his head. There is a tiny bit of risk for the latter group. While the vessels' bodies are strengthened, they must also compete with the souls of sorcerers from 1,000 years ago for control. Suppress the ancient curse. Or be possessed by it. You really dare to call that a tiny bit of risk, you bastard? Yuki was unable to contain her anger. If Zenin Mirai hadn't been floating nearby, she might have already attacked. How could ordinary humans seize control of their bodies from the strongest sorcerers of the Golden Age? Even trained modern sorcerers couldn't withstand that. 99% of those vessels would be violently possessed. As the oldest special-grade sorcerer, Yuki knew the dark secrets of the world. The reason there were so few sorcerers overseas was largely due to Master Tengen's barrier, which concentrated cursed energy in Japan. The Japanese government and Jujutsu High had a clandestine relationship to keep curses a secret, avoiding widespread panic. If thousands of ancient, bloodthirsty sorcerers suddenly appeared and started a war, the surge in negative emotions from public panic would lead to an apocalyptic increase in cursed spirits. Furthermore, if developed Western nations discovered cursed energy as a new power source, a world war was imminent. The sorcerers resurrected from 1,000 years ago wouldn't care about modern laws or rules. It was the end of the world as they knew it. Faced with Yuki's murderous glare, Kenjaku simply smiled. The gears of fate had begun to turn. His long-cherished wish of 1,000 years would finally be fulfilled. He wanted to see the chaos of human evolution. High above, Mirai was in a similarly good mood. He didn't stop Kenjaku's rambling. Instead, his Rinnegan observed Yuki Tsukumo with great interest, staring at her soul, which exuded a remarkably pure aura. A physique that is rare even once in a century. A star plasma vessel, Mirai analyzed. Her research on the soul was the only theoretical way the students could ever hope to separate Sukuna from his vessel in the original story. But Mirai had already foreseen it and prepared for it. The next second, the air was filled with the sound of roaring wind and screeching monsters. Countless bizarre and grotesque cursed spirits poured out of Kenjaku's body, creating a massive smoke screen. This is the world from now on, Kenjaku laughed, sinking into the shadows of the curses. See you next time, Yuji Itadori. As expected, Yuji, the most impulsive and desperate to save Gojo Satoru, charged toward the retreating Kenjaku like a madman. Seeing the boy closing in, Kenjaku reached into his robes and tossed the heavy, fleshy cube of the prison realm high into the air. Yuji dove for it, his eyes wide with desperate hope. But as his hands closed around empty air, the illusion shattered. A spatial swap had occurred. Instead of Kenjaku or the prison realm, it was Zenin Mirai standing in the center of the sorcerer's encirclement. Kenjaku had fled, taking the cube with him. Mirai stood completely unfazed, his white robe spotless. He shook his head slightly and sighed. He really is a cunning old fox. Mirai understood the plot immediately. Kenjaku knew Mirai wouldn't kill Yuji or Sukuna yet. So, Kenjaku left Mirai behind as a roadblock to kill the other sorcerers and weaken Jujutsu High's combat power. It was also an attempt to test Yuki Tsukumo, a strange special grade with unknown techniques, against Mirai. Whether Yuki died or Mirai was injured, the old fox Kenjaku benefited the most. With Kenjaku gone, the sorcerers realized they had a bigger problem. Even the timid Kusake joined the encirclement, gripping his katana tightly. With Yuki Tsukumo leading them, their courage had increased considerably. Get lost, while I'm still in a pretty good mood, Mirai spoke coldly, his eyes devoid of any emotion. If it weren't for the fact that he was extracting the last bit of ambient cursed energy and negative emotions from the barrier using Kamui, Mirai would have left already. He could leave whenever he wanted. But he absolutely refused to be forced out by a bunch of small fry. Suddenly, Mirai looked up, his tone dropping to an absolute, freezing calm. Do you really want to die? A terrifying surge of cursed energy erupted above him. The massive, skeletal Shikigami crashed down from the sky like a meteor. Garuda. Chapter 101, Chapter 96, Star Rage and the Closed Arena. Star Rage. Yuki Tsukumo. Innate technique, Star Rage, Mass. Effect, grants an overwhelming amount of virtual mass to physical attacks, while placing absolutely no burden or actual weight on the user's body. Special Shikigami, Garuda. The only object outside of Yuki's own body that can be imbued with this virtual mass. Because Mirai possessed future knowledge from the manga, he knew all about Yuki Tsukumo's abilities. Aside from her suicidal, world-ending black hole attack, which required a bit of caution, the rest of the mysterious special grades arsenal was manageable. Facing the Shikigami hurtling down from high above, Mirai made a split-second decision. He cancelled Kamui's intangibility effect. He intentionally wanted to experience the existence of virtual mass with his own body. Bang. Blood splattered. The earth caved in, slamming downward to form a bottomless circular crater. Unsurprisingly, it was more than a simple impact of weight. The terrifying mass that erupted upon contact possessed the conceptual ability to shatter and penetrate any entity that obstructed it in the real world. Mirai waved his broken, mangled hand. In the blink of an eye, it was perfectly restored to its original state via reverse curse technique. He stood still, seemingly lost in thought as he analyzed the sensation. Virtual mass is indeed useful, and its power is quite good, Mirai thought. If it weren't for the pool of scarlet blood still remaining on the ground, Mirai's calm and composed expression would make it seem as if he hadn't just been maimed. Yuki, who had landed steadily from the sky, suddenly became incredibly serious. She had her own network of contacts. Having lived abroad for years didn't mean she was ignorant of Japan's affairs. She possessed the exact same intelligence reports about Zenin Mirai's capabilities as the rest of Jujutsu High. That attack shouldn't have hit, Yuki thought, her eyes narrowing. Her plan had been to strike him with Garuda. When the Shikigami inevitably passed harmlessly through his intangible body, she would force Garuda to self-destruct inside him, creating spatial turbulence to disrupt his technique. Then, she would unleash her domain expansion in quick succession to deliver the final, decisive blow. As a result, for a fraction of a second when she saw Mirai's blood actually splatter, Yuki was momentarily dazed. Garuda had already shot straight through his hand and buried itself deep into the bedrock, missing the crucial opportunity to detonate. Her entire combo was ruined because Mirai simply took the hit. Miles away from the battlefield, a hidden, dark crack appeared in the night sky. Kenjaku sat cross-legged atop the head of a stealth cursed spirit, observing the battlefield from afar using a cursed spyglass. The Shikigami pierced right through Mirai's palm. Kenjaku was even more surprised than Yuki. Did Mirai do that intentionally, or is the effect of Tsukumo's technique truly that special? Without personally experiencing star rage, it was impossible to judge its rules by sight alone. To avoid arousing suspicion, Kenjaku hadn't dared to cover the battlefield with a perception barrier. Zenin Mirai. Kenjaku rubbed his stitched forehead. Mirai had lured him out, forced him to hand over important information, and used Kenjaku's own plans as a springboard for his future goals. Mirai's strength was comparable to Sukuna's, but he wasn't as arrogant or reckless as Gojo Satoru. Calling him a cunning old fox wouldn't be an exaggeration. He was a massive headache. As he sighed, Kenjaku's face suddenly froze. Through the spyglass, he saw Mirai turn his head. Those blood-red eyes looked up, staring directly at the microscopic crack in space from miles away. Those eyes have an observational ability that surpasses even the six eyes. Kenjaku realized in horror. Kenjaku smiled wryly. He immediately waved his hand, closing the crack and fleeing the Shibuya barrier entirely. A cautious, ancient turtle. Mirai turned his gaze away from the sky, silently making his assessment of Kenjaku. He possesses an open domain and ample patience to hide for 1,000 years. His layout is intricately linked. He is truly an old bastard. The time to kill Kenjaku was approaching in the coming days. Now was not the time to alert him further or reveal all his cards to the spying brain. A crimson glint flashed in Mirai's eyes, and a massive surge of cursed energy erupted forth. "Careful!" Yuki shouted. The group of sorcerers quickly retreated back to Yuki's side, bracing for an attack. But the anticipated attack did not occur. Instead, massive, blood-red wooden roots erupted from the edges of the crater. They surged upward, weaving together to tightly enclose the entire battlefield in a massive, impenetrable dome. Kusakabe tightened his grip on his katana and swallowed hard. The coverage effect, far exceeding the scope of a normal domain, led him to believe Mirai intended to trap and exterminate all the sorcerers here and now. In reality, Mirai's only concern was that Kenjaku might have other methods to hide in the shadows and watch. By wrapping the battlefield in the roots of the Gedo Mazo, he ensured absolute privacy without scaring the ancient sorcerer into hiding for another millennium. While the sacred tree created a closed stage, the Kamui void beside Mirai quietly swallowed up the last remaining ambient cursed energy and negative emotions within Shibuya. On the other side of the dome, Yuki was rapidly whispering a battle plan to Tadu, Yuji, and the others. Choso, squeezed among the Jujutsu sorcerers, looked incredibly out of place. But he didn't care. He stayed firmly by Yuji's side, determined to protect his younger human brother. Upon hearing Yuki's instructions, Choso met Yuji's gaze and nodded in agreement. The planning lasted only a few seconds. As Mirai finished absorbing the negative energy, he looked down at them. "What exactly is your relationship with that brain in a jar?" Yuki demanded, stepping forward. The enclosed battlefield, obscuring the night sky, was dim. The crimson glint in Mirai's eyes was far more striking than his spotless white robes. Are ants questioning humanity? Are mortals questioning the gods? Mirai was not good-natured enough to explain his grand design to ordinary people. A special grade. A beautiful woman. To Mirai, even the blonde Yuki Tsukumo was less important than Nobara Kujisaki, at least White Zetsu had bothered to plead for Nobara's life. This is your last chance, Mirai's voice echoed through the dark dome, simple, direct, and forceful. Either get out, or die. Boom. Yuki didn't hesitate. She lunged forward with absolute frenzy. With lightning speed, she delivered a devastating punch aimed straight at Mirai's profile. The dim space was instantly illuminated by the sky-blue cursed energy coating her fist. This punch from Yuki not only possessed the crushing weight of virtual mass, but she had also layered it with simple domain to bypass any innate techniques he might try to use. She truly deserved the title of special grade. Unfortunately, the Mangekyō Sharingan's dynamic kinetic capture was far more powerful than she imagined. Mirai's eyes flashed crimson. He shifted his weight, perfectly tracking her fist, ready to retaliate and end her life. Don't move. A voice rang out from the back of the group. Toji Inumaki, the cursed speech user, had lowered his collar and screamed with everything he had. Chapter 102, Chapter 97, Boogie Woogie and the Star Rage Domain. Don't move. Toji Inumaki, a descendant of the Cursed Speech clan, unleashed what should have been a fatal, opening blow. When the sorcerers had ganged up on Kinjaku moments earlier, Zenin Mirai had been floating right above them. They knew that only Inumaki's cursed speech could possibly freeze Mirai long enough for them to act. Otherwise, the monster who personally sealed Gojo Satoru would never let them leave alive. Even with his semi-grade 1 strength, Inumaki knew that freezing a god-tier opponent like Mirai would cost him dearly. Simultaneously, Choso and Noritoshi Kamo pushed their potential to the absolute limit. Piercing blood. 2 supersonic scarlet rays aimed directly at Mirai's blind spots. The plan was perfect. Inumaki would freeze Mirai for a fraction of a second, the blood arrows would pin his movements, and Yuki Tsukumo, having activated a simple domain to bypass his technique, would deliver a brain-destroying punch with Star Rage. But then... puff. Before Mirai was even affected, Inumaki coughed up a massive mouthful of blood and collapsed, his throat torn to shreds. The backlash was far more severe than he had imagined. The pupils of all the highly skilled sorcerers trembled wildly. It felt like a heavy boulder was pressing down on their hearts. Even their breathing became heavy. Mirai hadn't frozen for even a millisecond. Yuki Tsukumo, who had lunged forward for the kill, hit nothing but air and was forced to retreat, coughing up blood from the sheer kinetic backlash of her missed punch. How is that possible? Everyone knew Mirai possessed the Sharingan and could react quickly. But cursed speech traveled through sound. Even if you covered your ears with cursed energy, the command still reached the brain. It should have bought them at least a fraction of a second. Looking at the unharmed, spotless Zenin Mirai floating across from them, a deep, primal fear rose in everyone's eyes. Monster. Yuki stood up, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth. Her face was extremely gloomy. She, being the closest to the source of the attack, had roughly figured out why the cursed speech was useless. 2 worlds, Aoi Tadu spoke in a deep voice, his gaze extremely solemn. Not only can my Boogie Woogie not sense his physical body, but Inumaki can't either. Sound. Cannot travel between dimensions. The crowd murmured in disbelief. Mirai's physical body wasn't just intangible, it was entirely in a different dimension. Troublesome, Yuki frowned, staring into Mirai's blood-red eyes. Facing the terrified crowd, Mirai remained perfectly calm. Everything was under control. It was okay to be proud, but he refused to be arrogant. Possessing strength and future knowledge far exceeding everyone else's was a recipe for overconfidence. But arrogance was a weakness. It wasn't just disrespecting the enemy, it was disrespecting oneself. That was the lesson the manga version of Gojo Satoru had taught him. Mirai had no plans to become a clown. Having read the manga, he knew the exact effects of all their techniques. How could he possibly fall victim to them? His crimson gaze focused. Ripples spread across the void aimed directly at Inumaki's neck. Squelch. Panda. Panda dove in front of Inumaki just in time. The spatial tear cleanly severed Panda's left arm instead of Inumaki's head. Clap. Tadu immediately activated his technique, swapping the injured Inumaki and Panda safely to the rear. Maki. Tadu gave a low shout. Maki, her expression stiff with the realization that Mirai truly intended to slaughter them, tossed her cursed tool, the dragon bone sword, directly to Tadu. Without hesitation, the moment Tadu caught the weapon, his cursed energy surged wildly. He leaned back and hurled the sword like a javelin. Swish. The dragon bone, imbued with cursed energy, shot straight toward Mirai's chest. Without a domain to trap him, Mirai had absolutely no need to dodge. He simply let his Kamui intangibility handle it. But he knew Tadu's technique. He's going to swap places with the sword, or swap Tsukumo with the sword to get her close, Mirai calculated. Just as Mirai anticipated, Tadu clapped his hands. Clap. But Mirai's crimson pupils widened slightly. The churning void around him suddenly calmed down. To-do hadn't swapped Yuki or himself with the sword. Brother. To-do roared. Yeah. Yuji Itadori, his face covered in blood, was swapped into the space right in front of Mirai. Black and red cursed energy churned wildly around Yuji's fist. The power reached its zenith. To-do's eyes had flickered with absolute genius. In those brief 10 seconds of combat, his massive IQ had compiled all the intelligence. He deduced that both Kenjaku and Mirai needed Yuji alive for their plans regarding Sukuna. Mirai wouldn't risk accidentally decapitating Yuji with a spatial tear. Black flash. Forced to deactivate his Kamui to avoid killing the vessel, Mirai raised his arm to block. Boom. The impact of the black flash smashed the ground beneath Mirai's feet into a deep crater. The flying debris and dust completely obscured Mirai's vision. While in midair, Yuji released a small piece of rubble infused with cursed energy from his palm. It landed less than half a meter in front of Mirai. Clap. Yuji vanished. In his place stood Yuki Tsukumo. She was point blank. A simple domain expanded around her, neutralizing any defensive techniques Mirai might try to activate. Star Rage. I see, Mirai thought, his face expressionless. Boom. The void boiled over. Hanging, blood-red roots from the Gedo Mazo erupted from thin air, forming layer upon layer of thick wooden shields between them. A fist imbued with virtual mass was indeed terrifying. It punched straight through the roots, shattering them like glass. But the dense layers of wood consumed her most precious resource, time. The friction bought Mirai fractions of a second. He even had the leisure to respond to Yuki with a faint, mocking smile. The plan is good, but your speed is a bit lacking. Yeah. Yuki grinned back with a sinister ferocity. As she swung her fist, she opened her left hand, scattering a handful of long nails onto the ground right beside Mirai's feet. The nails were imbued with Nobara Kujisaki's cursed energy. They had just become the precise coordinates for To-do's final relocation. Clap. Yuki disappeared from the front and instantly appeared directly behind Mirai, completely bypassing his root defenses. Her surging cursed energy swept across the entire enclosed battlefield. Domain expansion. Star Rage, Kengan Hall. Chapter 103, Chapter 98, Kengan Hall and the End of the World. Zenin Mirai. Head of the Big Three Zenin family. He had joined Jujutsu High and used his domain expansion to instantly defeat a special grade disaster curse that used fire. During the sister school exchange event, his strength was comparable to Gojo Satoru's, or perhaps even higher. The Shibuya incident was the main culmination of his plan to directly suppress and seal Gojo Satoru. This was the intelligence that Yuki Tsukumo already knew before she entered the battlefield. As for the situation within Mirai's domain and the reactions after being infected by it. During their brief exchange earlier, Yuji Itadori and Megumi Fushiguro, who had both been trapped within Mirai's domain, revealed everything they knew about the illusion. Furthermore, back when White Zetsu was at the school, he had casually mentioned that Mirai seemed to have two different domains. However, after White Zetsu summoned the ancient tree that Maki had seen when she was a child, this chilling speculation about a second domain was temporarily put aside by everyone. The initial formulation of their plan was brutal. Ideally, they would take advantage of To-do's Boogie Woogie to catch Mirai off guard with a head-on strike. If that failed, Yuki would deploy her domain expansion at point-blank range. Even at the cost of half her body self-destructing from the clash of innate techniques, she would ensure that the outer shell of Mirai's domain would shatter along with hers. She planned to use reverse cursed technique to heal the physical meltdown. 99% of sorcerers couldn't perform such precise manipulation, but she could. She was prepared to let them break together. Toji Inumaki also needed to use his cursed speech to its absolute full effect during the rare moment Mirai's intangibility dropped. In the fraction of a second that Inumaki froze him, To-do needed to transfer Mirai to Yuki's side. Then, even if half her body self-destructed, Yuki would unleash her Shikigami, Garuda, for the final killing move. Everything was planned perfectly. The premise, however, relied on Mirai possessing the kind of strength they expected. Domain expansion, Star Rage, Kengan Hall. If Mirai's final scenery of the glazed moon was a sure-kill technique that obliterated the spiritual realm, then Yuki Tsukumo's Kengan Hall was the ultimate technique to instantly kill the physical body. A massive surge of cursed energy roared forth. The inky outer shell enveloped Mirai and all the students from Jujutsu High. A boxing match. Supporting Panda with his severed arm, Kyusuke looked up and cried out in a daze. It was a square boxing ring of about 6 square meters. Blood-red ropes encircled the ring, preventing the fighters from leaving or escaping. Countless shadowy figures formed from cursed energy crowded below the arena, shouting at the top of their lungs. They were in incredibly high spirits. The students from Jujutsu High collectively appeared on the benches in the audience area below the arena, becoming just a few of the many people in the cheering crowd. There were 2 contestants above the ring. Naturally, it was Mirai and Yuki Tsukumo, who now wore glowing cursed energy boxing gloves. In the manga of my past life, Yuki Tsukumo died to Kenjaku, Mirai thought. Because he had never seen her domain in the original story, instead of immediately expanding his own domain to counter it, he observed the internal situation with great interest. He wanted to understand the rules within the field. Bang. Bang. Yuki smashed her gloved fists together. Her expression slightly relaxed. Within this ring, every punch I throw with virtual mass will be exponentially multiplied. Even if your reverse curse technique is strong, you can only withstand my third punch at most. For Yuki Tsukumo, as long as the punch imbued with the blessing spell hit, it was a guaranteed kill. Mirai nodded slightly in agreement. The possibility of doubling mass in theory without an upper limit is enough to shatter space, or even time, Mirai analyzed. Indeed, even if I took a few more punches head-on, I would still die. Mirai looked up at Yuki, his expression utterly indifferent. The premise is that your fists actually have the potential to touch me. Her golden hair fluttered in the wind. Yuki stared intently at Mirai, her fingers clenching tightly. How arrogant. The exponential increase I'm referring to isn't just in power, but also in quantity. By revealing her technique, the power was amplified. Yuki bent down and delivered a powerful punch. One punch, 100 followed. The 4 red ropes around the ring suddenly bulged out and transformed into giant red boxing gloves that lashed out. With terrifying cursed energy fluctuations, the virtual mass bombarded Mirai from all directions toward the center of the arena. The roars from the shadow audience below reached their peak at this moment. The sonic waves that shot straight up transformed into a dense array of invisible fists. A trembling outer shell, red gauntlets, and an inescapable barrage. Mirai smiled slightly. He interlaced his fingers, pressed the backs of his hands together, and let them hang down to the ground. Wrong. In the audience, upon seeing Mirai forming that specific hand seal, Fushiguro, Kujisaki, and Yuji suddenly stood up. Their pupils trembled wildly, and a chill shot straight to the top of their heads. That wasn't the domain hand seal he used against the volcano. It was Megumi's. Startled by the trio's reaction, Kusakabe and the other girls hadn't even had a chance to ask a question. A terrifying surge of cursed energy spread out from the center of the stage. A thick, dark ink, deeper than darkness itself, instantly erupted and covered the entirety of Yuki's realm. Domain expansion. Chimera Shadow Garden, perfected. The boundless Kamui space. White Zetsu, what exactly is Mirai's plan? My Zenin sat under the sacred tree, hugging her knees with her hands, her expression complicated. Previously, when Mirai absorbed the cursed energy within the Shibuya barrier, he had launched an attack using the roots of the divine tree. Through the Kamui dimension, I could still vaguely see the battle scenes outside. However, once Yuki's domain was opened, Mai's perspective was completely blocked. She couldn't quite describe the feeling, her heart was torn apart. On one side were her comrades in arms who had shared life and death with her, and on the other side was her brother whom she had always feared. After Mai came back to life, she had thought about it. If I hadn't taken those steps back then, if I hadn't closed my eyes and walked toward Mirai, what if I really never woke up again? It's no problem for me to tell you, White Zetsu said casually. Anyway, the kid won't let you go back to Jujutsu High. Zetsu lay on his back on the ground with a Cuban cigar dangling from his mouth. With his hands behind his head and one leg crossed over his knee, he dangled his foot back and forth. That idiot Kenjaku is preparing to set up 10 super large barriers throughout Japan, Zetsu explained. Before the summoning, he prepared countless bizarre and fantastical spirits. Zetsu turned his head to look at Mai and smiled. Guess what all this means to the kid? Mai was stunned, she had only just learned of the fake Ghetto's plan. She recalled the terrifying scenes she had witnessed in the Zenin Clan storehouse during her many years in the mansion, sorcerers going out to capture cursed spirits, which Mirai would then absorb in the forbidden storehouse. Mai asked blankly, absorb, nutrients. If what Zetsu said was true, those 10 extremely large-scale barriers were equivalent to a massive farm with an unlimited supply. That's one of them, and it's also the easiest goal to achieve, Zetsu smacked his lips and swung his leg. As for cursed energy, the kid has the help of Master Zetsu's physical body, so he doesn't actually lack it at all. Those old guys from 1,000 years ago, even if we drain their magical power, it won't make much of a difference. Mai's eyes widened in surprise. Then, Brother Mirai, why are you helping that guy called Kenjaku? White Zetsu grinned. The so-called strongmen from 1,000 years ago, including Gojo Satoru and Ryomen Sukuna, whom you mentioned. They are just appetizers. Why do you sorcerers set up a barrier when you exorcise cursed spirits? Zetsu asked. Hearing the question, Mai replied without hesitation. We need to suppress the birth of cursed spirits so that ordinary people can't see those invisible threats. We need to keep the public at peace. Mai recounted the rules that Jujutsu High taught from the moment she entered the school. What if all of Japan could see cursed spirits? Zetsu asked, his voice dropping. Perhaps, it's not just Japan. Zetsu's casual words froze Mai in place. The sheer volume of negative emotions from a worldwide panic would be apocalyptic. After a long while, she whispered. The world is ending. Chapter 104, Chapter 99, Chimera Shadow Garden and the Divine General. How can we make it possible for all of humanity to see cursed spirits? What fate awaits the Jujutsu sorcerers? Inside the Kamui dimension, Mai Zenin didn't ask White Zetsu any more questions. Her mind was filled with an extremely terrifying sense of absurdity. If what White Zetsu said came true, it wouldn't just be Japan. If billions of ordinary humans suddenly saw the invisible horrors lurking in the dark, the sheer volume of negative emotions, panic, terror, despair, hatred, would erupt on a planetary scale. What kind of monster will that create? She thought, trembling. What kind of terrifying curse could be born from the fear of the entire human race? Shibuya. 2357. Within the domain of Yuki Tsukumo, at the very millisecond the exponentially multiplied, virtual mass fists were about to strike Zenin Mirai. A completely different aura of cursed energy surged wildly and intensely. Domain expansion, Chimera Shadow Garden, perfected. The indifferent tone of Mirai's voice had barely faded before the world changed. A thick, dark ink erupted from his shadow, completely blocking out the lights of the boxing ring and instantly annihilating all the cheering spectators formed from Yuki's cursed energy. The surging, boiling waves of ink crashed violently against the barriers of Yuki's domain with overwhelming force. Because two domains had clashed, their guaranteed sure-hit effects cancelled each other out. Before Yuki's multiplied fists could even land on Mirai, they were violently pushed back to the edge of the domain by the tidal wave of shadows. Sizzle, crack. Boom. The outer shell of Yuki's domain shattered with a deafening crash, dissipating rapidly into the night. Stepping onto the thick, inky black ground, Yuki's expression mirrored that of everyone else from Jujutsu High. Absolute terror. No outer shell. Yuki murmured in disbelief, looking at the calm Mirai across from her. They were still standing within the physical battlefield sealed off by the blood-red roots of the Gedo Mazo. But the floor had become a bottomless sea of shadows. And there was something else. Gazing past Mirai, Yuki saw it. Towering tens of meters high behind him was a massive, jet-black throne made entirely of shadows. The throne was engraved with extremely intricate curse symbols at every meter. In the crowd, Megumi Fushiguro stared at the thick ink rising above his ankles, and then at the 10 different graphic markings engraved on the throne. Cold sweat poured down his back. The 10 Shadows technique. Megumi gasped. As a fellow 10 Shadows user, Megumi immediately recognized the Shikigami represented by those graphics. Damn it. Yuki's face was extremely gloomy. This was the worst possible outcome. Zenin Mirai was actually able to control multiple innate techniques and domains. And it was an open domain with no outer shell, the pinnacle of Jujutsu skill. Mirai sat down on the cold, shadowy throne. He rested his forehead against his hand, his eyes gleaming with crimson light. With a gentle flick of his fingers, the calm, ink-black sea erupted into chaos. A dark shadow leaped out of the ground and instantly transformed into a ferocious beast 5 meters tall. The Shikigami, divine dog, totality, with its razor-sharp teeth and claws, possessed enough power to tear apart a special-grade curse. Squelch. With a single, blindingly fast claw swipe, it tore across Yuki's body, severely wounding her and disfiguring her beautiful face. Because her domain had just been shattered, Yuki was passively suffering from curse technique burnout. She couldn't use Star Rage to defend herself, nor could she deploy a simple domain fast enough. Even without the guaranteed sure-hit effect needed, Mirai's Shikigami were too fast for her to dodge. Be careful, Tsukumo-senpai. Megumi yelled. Upon entering the perfected domain of the 10 Shadows, the user is no longer limited to summoning only 2 types of Shikigami at once. On the other side of the ink sea, a dozen highly skilled sorcerers were huddled together inside Kuzukabe and Miwa's simple domains, frantically fighting off an endless, swarming tide of escape rabbits and toads. While fighting off the swarm, Megumi loudly reminded Yuki of the rules. The number of identical Shikigami depends solely on the caster's cursed energy reserves. Megumi shouted. Moreover, the caster can instantly teleport anywhere within the shadows. And he can create perfect shadow clones of himself. But Megumi's voice grew softer and softer, trailing off into silence. He knew perfectly well that, in this situation, even if he told Yuki the rules, it wouldn't make any difference. Their fates depended entirely on the mood of the figure sitting on the throne. The reason Megumi was able to accurately describe the characteristics of the domain was that his own incomplete domain, Chimera Shadow Garden, operated on the same principles. It was the innate realm of the 10 Shadows technique. As Megumi had said, Mirai was the absolute emperor of shadows within this 150-meter radius. Mirai had no limit to the types or number of Shikigami he could summon. It consumed a negligible amount of his vast cursed energy. He required no hand signs or time intervals. He could appear anywhere he wanted in a fraction of a second. Looking down at the blood-soaked Yuki Tsukumo, Mirai pondered. To kill, or not to kill? Should I kill her now, or let Kenjaku deal with her later? It was still a bit upsetting that Kenjaku had managed to escape and get exactly what he wanted without doing the heavy lifting. Forget it. We'll see how lucky you are, Mirai said in a nonchalant tone. Tsukumo Yuki, you are at your limit. If you can hold on and survive this, you'll live a little longer. If you can't, then you should just die now. Mirai didn't hesitate anymore. He gently swiped his slender fingers downward. The sea of shadows spread and boiled rapidly. On the throne behind him, the most intricate and terrifying symbol at the very top shimmered with a faint, fluorescent glow. Boom. Roaring out from the shadows, 3 terrifying Shikigami erupted into the physical world. Each was 5 meters tall. Their bodies were covered in bulging muscles. 4 white wings grew from their eye sockets, and a golden, 8-handled will hovered above their heads. The demon-slaying blades of extermination strapped to their right arms gleamed with a cold, holy light. 8-handled sword divergent Sela Divine General, Maharaga. Blood trickled down Megumi's forehead as he turned his head and shouted the name, his voice filled with absolute despair. In the past, when facing special-grade curses, Megumi always possessed the quiet confidence that he could force a mutual kill by summoning Maharaga. It was his ultimate trump card. But now, looking at the monster standing before Yuki Tsukumo, he realized Mirai could summon the most powerful Shikigami among the 10 shadows casually, and in multiples. Pity. Lady Luck seemed to have failed Yuki Tsukumo. The massive greatsword, gleaming with lethal positive energy, fell straight toward Yuki's neck. She couldn't dodge. She couldn't block. Clap. Aoi Todo's hands came together in a desperate boogie-woogie. Squelch. Chapter 105, Chapter 100, The Final Boogie-Woogie and the Trivial Matters. Todo could only swap himself, or swap Yuki with one of the other sorcerers in the crowd. Given Todo's massive intellect, he knew that exchanging Kasumi Miwa, the weakest member of the group, for the special grade Tsukumo would be the most rational, tactical decision. Even if he couldn't bear to sacrifice his junior, he could at least swap Yuki for Nobara. Todo even considered gambling with Yuji Itadori, hoping that Mirai would stop the execution in time to avoid killing Sukuna's vessel. But within Mirai's perfected domain, the attacks were blindingly fast and absolute. If Mirai hesitated for even a fraction of a millisecond too late, Yuji would be dead. Therefore, Aoi Todo, a true man, used his own life to withstand the fatal blow. Clap. Todo swapped places with Yuki. The necklace around his neck fell open, revealing 2 photos inside. One was a flying kiss from the idol, Takada-chan. The other was the smiling face of his best friend, Yuji Itadori. Blood instantly dripped from the corner of Todo's mouth. He did not turn around to look at the crowd. His gaze remained fixed on his only remaining right arm. This is the final boogie-woogie, Todo whispered. Escape. Todo's dying cry was his final command to his brothers in arms. The words had barely fallen. Puffed. The 3 emotionless Maharagas cleaved the men into several pieces without pause. Severed limbs lay scattered on the ground, sinking into the shadows. His brain, heart, and abdomen were all instantly dissected, making any attempt at reverse cursed technique impossible. Yuji, who had been a sorcerer for the shortest amount of time, was the most emotionally fragile. He stared blankly at the spot where his brother had just been standing. The light in Yuji's eyes was almost completely extinguished. Domain expansion, Chimera Shadow Garden. Kusakabe, let's go. Megumi yelled. The one-armed panda grabbed the dazed, catatonic Yuji and fled at full speed. Flying at a low altitude on Momo Nishimiya's broom, Megumi deployed his semi-finished domain, expanding it just enough to cover everyone's backs. By doing so, he neutralized the guaranteed sure-hit effect of Mirai's domain, preventing them from being instantly sniped by Shikigami. Yuki Tsukumo, who had been on the verge of death, rushed to the front of the escaping crowd. Her face was a mask of absolute grief and indignation. She grieved over the brutal execution of her former apprentice, Todo, and was furious at her own incompetence. Garuda. Because Mirai's domain was an open domain, it had no physical outer shell to trap them. The group fled swiftly to the edge of the blood-red Gedo Mazo roots that enclosed the battlefield. Yuki Shikigami, imbued with the terrifying virtual mass of star rage, smashed a huge passage through the roots of the divine tree, creating an exit. Soaked in cold sweat and blood, Megumi looked behind him with extreme tension at the figure sitting high on the shadow throne. Megumi was well aware that his domain's protection was ultimately useless. Mirai could appear beside them at any second and take their heads with ease. Whether or not they escaped successfully depended entirely on the monster's mood. On his throne, Mirai watched the fleeing crowd with an expressionless face. A purple halo appeared in his right eye. The Rinnegan pierced through the distance, looking directly at Yuji Itadori's soul. Mirai observed the shape of the boy's soul, which was changing little by little under the weight of immense trauma. It's growing. Not bad, Mirai murmured softly, a faint smile playing on his lips. Through the despair of Aoi to Do's death, Yuji's soul seemed to have hardened, growing closer to the state Mirai needed him in for the final act. In a fairly good mood, Mirai waved his hand, cancelling his domain and the divine tree roots, letting them leave. There were a few people in that group who really couldn't die right now. As for the rest of the ants, it didn't matter to Mirai whether he crushed them now or later. When you step over an ant colony, you must ensure some of the ants survive to build the farm. It took a little effort to get the balance right. Whoosh. You're slacking, kid. It took you this long to deal with just that trash. The battle was over. Having just emerged from the Kamui dimension, White Zetsu's mouth immediately started chattering away. If I, Master Zetsu, were to fight that blonde woman, I guarantee I could take her down in 3 seconds. Zetsu bragged, proudly rubbing 2 fingers together. Besides, Zetsu complained loudly. Didn't you see how badly that brain in a jar was getting scolded by Master Zetsu? Why did you pull me back into Kamui so early? Give me just 1 more minute, and I guarantee I would have cursed him so badly he would have vomited blood. It's me. Master Zetsu. All right, all right. Mirai waved his hand helplessly, massaging his temples. This was White Zetsu. If it had been anyone else speaking to Mirai like that, they would have been reduced to a shower of minced meat in an instant. Get out of here, Mirai said impatiently. I'll give you 2 days to deal with your trivial matters. There are other tasks waiting for you after that. Okay. Zetsu grinned wickedly. The trivial matters Mirai mentioned were something White Zetsu had been obsessing over for a long time. From the initial incident at the juvenile detention center to his time teaching at Jujutsu High, the corrupt, cowardly higher UPS of the Jujutsu world had constantly oppressed him, eventually ordering his assassination. He had a lot to talk about with those old men. Before Mirai launched his attack on the Jujutsu High headquarters earlier that night, Zetsu had begged Mirai for several minutes not to kill the higher UPS with his energy beam. Given the current situation, those old guys were no longer necessary to the plot. Zetsu wanted the pleasure of executing them himself. Zetsu lit a cigar with an air of absolute triumph. I can't wait to see the looks on their faces when they realize who I am. Zetsu cackled. I'm going to make them kneel and beg for mercy. Without a second thought, Zetsu disappeared into the ground, eager to begin his massacre. Looking at Zetsu's retreating figure, Mirai shook his head speechlessly. Kenjaku would need a day or 2 to initiate the culling game and set up the 10 barriers across Japan. It was good to let Zetsu go out and have some fun now. At the very least, it kept the noisy curse away so Mirai's ears wouldn't hurt. Mirai turned his head. My Zenin stood nearby. She had kept her head lowered, looking reserved and terrified, not daring to speak. A hint of purple flashed in Mirai's eyes. The Rinnegan confirmed it. The unique spiritual connection between the 2 sisters was indeed completely severed. Mai's cursed energy had also increased by several massive levels. The operation was a complete success. Let's go. Come back to the Shinjuku base with me, Mirai casually gave the order. He turned and walked away, leaving the broken, burning ruins of Shibuya behind. Chapter 106, Chapter 101, The Aftermath and the Brutal Truth. Yuji. Yuji. The concerned voices ringing in his ears gradually became clearer. Yuji Itadori slowly opened his tired eyes. The first things he saw were familiar faces, Nobara, Panda, Inumaki, and the one with the most worried expression, Choso. Just as Yuji was about to respond, memories flooded his mind like a tidal wave. Gojo Satoru was sealed away. Sukuna had slaughtered thousands of humans in Shibuya using his body. And his brother, Aoi to Do, had been cleaved into pieces right in front of him. Heartbreaking memories surged through him. Yuji's pupils dimmed, and he remained silent for a long time. Beside the cot, Megumi Fushiguro, who understood Yuji's mindset best, spoke in a deep voice. There's no time for mourning now. Rescuing Gojo-sensei is our most urgent task. It was a stroke of good luck that the prison realm hadn't fallen into the hands of Zenin Mirai. If they only had to deal with the fake Gedo, Jujutsu High still had a fighting chance. Rustle. The flap of the simple medical tent opened, and Shoko Yeri walked in alongside Principal Masamichi Yaga. You're awake. Looking at Yuji, a flash of genuine surprise crossed Shoko's tired, bloodshot eyes. The speed at which your physical body recovers is truly astonishing. She took off her bloody medical gloves and plopped down heavily in a chair. She had spent the entire night constantly using reverse cursed technique on the survivors. Only now, with her cursed energy nearly exhausted, did she have a brief moment to rest. Yuji sat up from his sickbed, looking listless. Where am I? Shoko lit a cigarette and exhaled deeply. The outer perimeter of the Shibuya barrier. It's a temporary outpost set up by the school. When Tsukumo brought you back, you were in a deep coma. It's unbelievable that you were only unconscious for 5 hours with such severe injuries. Shoko had personally treated Yuji's wounds. When he was carried out of Shibuya, his body still bore dozens of potentially fatal cuts from Mahito and the shockwaves. An ordinary person, or even an ordinary grade 1 sorcerer, wouldn't have survived long enough to reach the medical tent. Shoko stared at the faint, rapidly fading scar on Yuji's cheek. It wasn't just her treatment. His body was literally healing itself. Inside the command tent, apart from the heavily injured recovering in the back, the remaining able-bodied sorcerers had gathered. During Yuji's coma, Yuki Tsukumo had led Kusakabe, Momo Nishimiya, and a few others back into the ruins to exterminate the thousands of low-level cursed spirits Kenjaku had released as a smokescreen. The assistant supervisors monitoring the barrier had confirmed that Zenin Mirai and White Zetsu had already left Shibuya. Thus, there was no need for an emergency evacuation from the outpost. Also during Yuji's coma, Choso had explained the existence of their blood relationship. He told them the horrific history of the mysterious sorcerer currently controlling Sugura Geto's body. Half an hour later, Yuki Tsukumo led her cleanup squad back into the stronghold. Shibuya was clear of stray curses. Tsukumo, Principal Yaga sat at the head of the folding table, his voice deep and exhausted. What are your plans? Yuki Tsukumo had held the title of special grade for years, but she rarely took orders from Jujutsu High. Yaga couldn't figure out what she was thinking. However, without her help, the possibility of rescuing Gojo and surviving the coming storm was zero. Yuki glanced at Yaga. I need to go to the Tomb of the Star beneath Tokyo Jujutsu High first, she replied firmly. I can decide on my next course of action only after I have met with Master Tengen. Yuki did not confirm whether she would help them fight Mirai or Kenjaku. Even clearing the curses in Shibuya was just a transactional favor because she needed Yaga's security clearance. To enter the deepest part of the school's barriers and reach Tengen, she needed the principal's guidance. Okay. I understand, Yaga nodded without surprise. This was the deal they had struck. Wait. Following behind Yuki, Noritoshi Kamo stepped forward. After glancing over Miwa, Momo, and Yutaheim, Kamo's gaze finally settled on Principal Yaga. I want to quit. His voice was steady but completely hollow. Whether it's taking back Gojo Satoru, fighting the fake Gedo, or dealing with Zenin Mirai's plans. I'm out. I am quitting Jujutsu High. Hey. Hold on. Having listened to the whole exchange, Yuji stumbled forward, an incredulous look on his face. What are you all talking about? Wasn't to do your classmate. Your friend. With an excited, furious expression, Yuji turned to look at Yuki. And you? Wasn't to do your disciple. You know perfectly well who the enemy is. Yet you don't even have the thought of avenging him. Why are you all so calm? To do died right before your eyes. Upon hearing Yuji's outburst, Kamo's eyes turned ice cold. Mourning the dead is meaningless right now, Itadori. To do was my comrade, but he was also a sorcerer. I believe that before To-Do entered the Shibuya barrier, he was already prepared to sacrifice himself at any moment. Kamo clenched his fists. I am deeply saddened by his death. I am grieving for the destruction of the Kamo clan. I resent Zenin Mirai from the bottom of my heart, but that doesn't mean I should go up there and throw my life away against a god. The people Kamo cherished were leaving one by one. Now, Kamo only wanted to take the last person he cared about, his mother, and flee Japan before the world ended. Furthermore, Yuji Itadori, what right do you have to question me? Kamo stepped forward, staring directly into Yuji's eyes. His voice was laced with pure venom. Do you know who killed the most civilians in Shibuya tonight? Yuji froze, the breath catching in his throat. Wasn't it you? Kamo spat. Isn't it precisely because of your weakness that Sukuna had the opportunity to carry out a massacre? Kamo seemed to want to vent all the resentment that had been building up over the past few hours. He kept hammering the boy. There's no time to worry about whether we are adequately saddened by To-Do's death. You should think more about how to face the families of the ordinary humans who died because of you. If the government hadn't intervened and classified everything that happened in Shibuya as a natural disaster, the families of those people you butchered, they would want to kill you more than they'd want to kill Zenin Mirai. The Shibuya incident had officially ended 5 hours ago. To conceal the existence of curses and the sorcerer world, the Japanese government had already released doctored photos of the ruins, classifying the massive crater as a meteorite impact. Kamo didn't have a good impression of Yuji to begin with. Before the Goodwill event, Kyoto had always referred to Yuji simply as the half-curse harboring Sukuna. All these tragedies were ultimately caused by Yuji eating that finger. All right, Kamo. Stop talking, Yutaheim stepped forward, putting a hand on his shoulder. Principal Yaga glanced at the dazed, shattered Yuji, then looked at Kamo. Running away is not shameful, especially when the enemy is so terrifying. Jujutsu High isn't a prison. I agree to your request to withdraw. Kamo nodded and turned to walk out the door. As he brushed past Yuji, Kamo uttered his final words. If it weren't for the fact that all the higher UPS in the Directorate General's office are already dead. And if it weren't for Principal Yaga and Tsukumo protecting you, do you think you'd still be breathing? I'm not the only sorcerer who harbors resentment toward you, Itadori. Yuji stood frozen, the words hitting him harder than any black flash. Two major events had occurred during the time Yuji was in a coma. First, all the conservative senior executives of the Jujutsu headquarters had been slaughtered. It was confirmed to be the work of the curse known as White Zetsu. Because the higher UPS were dead, there was no one to instantly order Yuji's execution. Second, the Prime Minister of Japan and 5 cabinet ministers had mysteriously vanished. Chapter 107, Chapter 102, The Path of Shit and the White House. Yuki Tsukumo glanced at the dejected Yuji Itadori and said nothing more. She spoke briefly to Principal Yaga and then went ahead to Jujutsu High to wait. Yuki was equally saddened and indignant over Tadu's death. But she would not change her beliefs or act impulsively because of it. For those who embark on the path of Jujutsu, separation and violent death are the norm. She could understand the thoughts of Yuji, a newcomer, but she wouldn't impulsively seek revenge against Zenin Mirai or the ancient sorcerer possessing Sugura Gedo. The full picture of their plans was still unclear. She needed to discuss the matter with the other monster at the school who had lived for 1,000 years before deciding on her next course of action. If there was a way to prevent the world from being destroyed and stop a war between nations, she had to find it. Looking at Yuji, who seemed completely lost and on the verge of a mental breakdown, Nanami Kento stepped forward. He didn't offer any gentle words of comfort. Instead, he spoke seriously. Itadori-kun, you need to understand. Everything that happened in Shibuya, and everything that will happen afterward, this is no longer just a simple battle. It is a war. A war that will determine whether the profession of sorcerer can still exist, and whether Japan can survive. Nanami stepped forward and patted Yuji's trembling shoulder. Right and wrong are not important right now. Nor is hatred. Even if you stop and curl up in a ball, time won't wait for you. Even if you are defeated by your own weakness and helplessness, you must grit your teeth and move forward. Nanami sighed, adjusting his tie. Jujutsu sorcerers often force their companions to sacrifice their lives for others. It is exactly why I think sorcerers are a piece of shit. But if you choose to embark on this path, Itadori-kun, then you must accept this life tainted by shit. It was precisely because Nanami acknowledged Yuji as a true companion that he said so much. An ancient sorcerer had resurrected the Golden Age, and Zenin Mirai possessed godlike power. The Jujutsu High Camp had lost Gojo Satoru. They were like a lone boat adrift at sea in a raging storm, in danger of capsizing at any moment. Anger, impulsiveness, and resentment would not help them survive. Principal Masamichi Yaga adjusted his sunglasses and looked at Yuji with a stern expression. If you can't even tell what you're fighting for, then you don't need to go to the battlefield anymore. I will have you locked up in the school until it's all over. For a sorcerer, there is no such thing as a death without regret, Yaga said softly. But at least, you should know why you are dying. Yaga turned to the others. Everyone, get out. Let him think it through on his own. Because White Zetsu had slaughtered the conservative higher UPS of Jujutsu headquarters, highly efficient changes to the plot had already occurred. Principal Gakuganji had not received instructions to execute Principal Yaga. Yuta Okatsu had not received orders to execute Yuji Itadori. Bathed in the first rays of morning sunlight, White Zetsu, puffing on a cloud of cigar smoke, returned to the Star Religious Group's underground base in Shinjuku with a refreshed expression. Hey, kid. Stepping into the basement lobby, Zetsu greeted Mirai. Then, with a leap, he plunged into a massive bathwater pool filled with the dark, thick blood of cursed spirits. Zetsu quite liked the tingling, soul-cleansing sensation it provided his unique body. So, how about it? Tell me, isn't Master Zetsu efficient? Zetsu bragged, scrubbing his pale skin. Why did you give me 2 whole days for that group of old guys? It took me 4 hours to travel back and forth, but only 2 minutes to wipe out that bunch of trash. Mirai shook his head silently, offering no response. This idiot really doesn't know why I gave him 2 days, Mirai thought. Setting up the 10 massive culling game barriers across Japan required Kenjaku to adjust corresponding rituals. Mirai had let Zetsu move around freely purely because he didn't want to hear the curse nagging incessantly in his ear while they waited. Now that you're back, get out of the tub, Mirai said coldly. You're coming on a mission with Nabito. Splash. Zetsu's doggy paddle splashed up handfuls of shredded cursed spirit flesh. No wonder I didn't see the old men or the Zenin sorcerers when I came in, Zetsu muttered. All right, I'll soak for another 10 minutes and then we'll set off. Nabito Zenin, OG Zenin, and the few remaining official members of the elite Hei squad had already been sent out by Mirai a day before the Shibuya incident. 10 minutes later, Zetsu climbed out of the bathtub, still feeling unsatisfied. Let's go. I'll go with you on an inspection. Zetsu held his head high, put his hands behind his back, and struck a pose as if he were the leader. Mirai, too lazy to waste words, waved his hand and summoned a Kamui void tunnel. They stepped through. The spatial transfer lasted for about a minute. Stepping out of the void, Zetsu looked at the magnificent, sprawling white building he had never seen before. A glint of light flashed in his eyes. Where is this? Zetsu asked, noticing the warm, orange-yellow afternoon sun beating down on them, despite it being morning in Japan. A 13-hour time difference. Mirai responded calmly. The White House. November 1st, 10 p.m. Principal Yaga led the group through the ruins of Jujutsu High. Every time they passed a shrine torii gate, Yaga would release a specific pulse of his cursed energy to bypass the barriers. Until they reached the 108th door. After sensing Yaga's presence, the seemingly ordinary wooden door began to blur, distorting the view inside. Without hesitation, Yaga stepped in. Following closely behind were Yuki Tsukumo, Nanami, Maki, Panda, Inumaki, Nobara, Megumi, and finally, Yuji Itadori and Choso. Most of the Tokyo sorcerers were present, while Kasumi Miwa and the Kyoto students had been taken back by Yutaheim to reunite with Principal Gakuganji. As the group entered the gate, they were greeted by an endless sea of trees and wooden vines that covered the outer walls of the underground palace. Yaga did not stop and continued to lead the group forward. Suddenly, Choso turned pale. Previously, when he couldn't sense the location of his younger brother's remains, the other 6 death paintings, Choso simply assumed it was because Master Tengen's barrier was too powerful. But now that he was inside the barrier, he still couldn't sense them. The remains are not in the Tomb of the Star. Choso realized with dread. Mirai and Kenjaku must have already stolen them. Choso glanced at Yuji, whose face was grave, but ultimately said nothing. After passing through a long corridor, Yaga led everyone onto an elevator that descended directly into the main hall of the Tomb of the Star. 11 years ago, the bloodstains left by Riko Amanai, the previous star plasma vessel, had stained this floor. They had not yet disappeared. Nobara and the others glanced at the dark stains out of curiosity but didn't ask any questions. Standing in the center of the vast, empty hall was a bizarre entity. It had 4 compound eyes, no eyebrows, and a cylindrical head that resembled an upright thumb. It wore a plain-colored, wide robe. Although it was technically a human sorcerer, its appearance was more like that of a cursed spirit. Master Tengen. A descendant of the Cursed Speech clan, an abrupt mutated cursed corpse, a daughter of the Zenin Clan, a death-painting womb. Tengen spoke, his voice echoing in the hall. And also, the vessel for Sukuna. Nice to meet you all. Welcome. For Nobara, Nanami, and Kuzukabe, it was their first time meeting the immortal being. Why didn't you greet me, Tengen? Yuki Tsukumo stood with one hand on her hip, her expression one of utter disgust. She glared at Tengen, a fleeting flash of murderous intent in her eyes. She held a deep, bitter grudge against Tengen regarding the star plasma vessel system. Standing next to Tengen, acting as his personal bodyguard, Yudo Katsu frowned slightly, his hand resting on the hilt of his katana. Chapter 108, Chapter 103, The Omniscient Sorcerer and the President of the United States. Yuki Tsukumo could still sense several other weak voices lingering within that ancient, aged soul. They were souls similar to her own, possessing the exact same physical constitution. They were the star plasma vessels, young girls who had been assimilated by Master Tengen. This was precisely why Yuki showed such visible disgust towards him. It's been a long time. You seem to have changed, Principal Masamichi Yaga said, his tone sounding somewhat surprised. More than a decade ago, Tengen's body was still distinctly in human form. Now, it looked more like a cursed spirit. It seemed that the consequences of the failed star plasma vessel assimilation 11 years ago were far more severe than Yaga had imagined. Tengen looked at Yaga and the slightly surprised Jujutsu High students, replying with a calm smile. Don't be surprised. Although I possess an immortality technique, I am not ageless, Tengen explained. When you live past your lifespan for 500 years, you will eventually become like me. 500 years? Is this guy joking? Nobara Kujisaki, Takuma Ino, and Itsuya Kuzukabe watched Tengen casually chatting and laughing, the corners of their lips twitching in disbelief. Wait. Megumi Fushiguro didn't care about Tengen's appearance, nor whether he was technically a human or a cursed spirit. Megumi looked at Tengen and asked in a deep, serious voice, how do we unseal Gojo-sensei from the prison realm? And do you know anything about the mysterious sorcerer who is currently controlling Suguru Geto's body? What is his true purpose? Within Jujutsu High, Master Tengen was known for his immortality. However, he was also known as the omniscient sorcerer. He had never left the Tomb of the Star and had always remained indifferent to worldly affairs, yet he possessed absolute knowledge about the developments in the outside world. This was evident from the fact that Tengen had casually revealed everyone's deepest identities moments earlier. This even included Yudo Katsu, who was standing right next to Tengen as a bodyguard. Upon their very first meeting, Tengen had immediately recognized Yuta Sugawara no Michizane bloodline. That child. Tengen began slowly. The former Noritoshi Kamo, the sorcerer currently controlling Sugura Ghetto's body, is named Kenjaku. Hee, Kenjaku. Yuki Tsukumo raised an eyebrow and let out a cold, mocking laugh. The Bodhisattva of compassion uses the Kenjaku lasso to save the world, yet this man is so cruel and tyrannical. How ironic. Yuki narrowed her eyes at Tengen. And you call him that child? It seems you two are old acquaintances. Tengen was acutely aware of the intense hostility radiating from Yuki Tsukumo. Decades ago, Yuki was also one of the star plasma vessels selected by Jujutsu High to assimilate with him. If it weren't for the fact that Yuki was a special grade and simply too powerful to be forced, she would have been captured alive by the higher UPS and dragged to the Tomb of the Star for the ritual long ago. Tengen ignored Yuki's taunts and directly presented a condition to everyone present. I can tell you Kenjaku's goal, and I have the method to unseal Satoru Gojo, Tengen offered. But you need to leave someone here to stay at the Tomb of the Star to protect my safety. I need at least one special grade sorcerer, plus several other grade 1 sorcerers. Both special grade sorcerers, Yuta Okatsu and Yuki Tsukumo, frowned simultaneously. Yuta had arrived several hours earlier than the others and had asked Tengen these exact questions beforehand. Unfortunately, he had not received a reply until now. Tengen continued, that child's ultimate goal is to force the entire population of Japan to evolve together. Hundreds of millions of people, he intends to merge them all. Principal Masamichi Yaga stepped forward, his tone questioning. You need a special grade escort team. Aren't you even confident you can handle him yourself? Tengen replied in a deep voice, Kenjaku is a master of barrier techniques, second only to me. Even if he can't find the hidden entrance to the Tomb of the Star, he can still dismantle the barriers and force his way in. Furthermore, because I lacked an assimilation 11 years ago, my current physical state has evolved. I am closer to a cursed spirit than a human. Tengen's four eyes swept heavily over the stunned crowd. In other words, my current existence is something that cursed spirit manipulation can control and absorb. What? Yaga, Yuta, Yuki, and the students immediately widened their eyes. Master Tengen could be controlled by someone else. Yuki Tsukumo knew best the absolute terror that lay within that fact. As a sorcerer who had survived for over 1,000 years, Tengen was no longer limited to assimilating only with star plasma vessels. If it weren't for the restriction of his own barrier techniques, and if Tengen hadn't been completely without worldly ambition, he could easily assimilate with normal people outside of the star vessels, no longer limited by physical constitution or quantity. Yuki and Yuta instantly understood Kenjaku's true plan. Summoning the golden age of sorcerers from 1,000 years ago was merely a facade, a transition phase. His real goal was to control Tengen and assimilate hundreds of millions of humans into him. Kenjaku's goal was to create the most terrifying, apocalyptic monster in history. Moreover, if Tengen assimilated the cursed energy of hundreds of millions of people, humanity would be forced to evolve. That would mean that ordinary humans worldwide could suddenly see the physical bodies of cursed spirits. What would naturally follow was an overwhelming, planetary-scale eruption of negative emotions from the sheer terror of the masses. So, the hellish scenes of Tokyo would be staged all over the world. After a brief moment of stunned shock, Maki Zenin, who had remained silent, stepped forward. What about Zenin Mirai? Maki demanded. What is his ultimate goal? And why did he help Kenjaku in Shibuya? Tengen was known as the omniscient sorcerer because of the protective barriers that extended throughout all of Japan. Tengen could perceive and control almost everything that happened in the outside world through this network, but there were exceptions. For example, the private estates of the big three families were protected by independent barriers set up by other elite sorcerers, and Tengen was unable to freely obtain information from within them. It wasn't that it was impossible, Tengen could certainly penetrate the barriers of the three families. The families wouldn't be able to stop him, but they would immediately detect the traces of a forced intrusion. Therefore, to maintain political peace, Tengen did not rashly intervene in their private territories. Thus, when asked by Maki about Mirai's motives, Tengen could only slowly shake his head to indicate that he did not know. Half a day ago, that terrifying force wielded by Mirai was powerful enough to destroy the entire Jujutsu High campus. Tengen strongly suspected that the sorcerer known as Zenin Mirai had made a deliberate, calculated decision to let the Tomb of the Star remain untouched. United States of America, the White House. The White House remained brightly lit, even in the middle of the night. However, it was completely empty, with absolutely no sign of the Secret Service or military presence. Looking at the foolish cursed spirit, Mirai asked, White Zetsu, how is it going with clone number 1? Don't call me White Zetsu. With an expensive Cuban cigar dangling from his mouth, Zetsu sat smugly in the presidential chair behind the resolute desk, shaking his head and swaying his body back and forth. From now on, please call me President Zetsu. Sensing the deadly Kamui ripple spreading in the void from Mirai's eye, White Zetsu immediately tensed up. Wait a minute. Chill. Clone number 1 is in position, don't worry. Having received a definite answer, Mirai then looked at Nabito Zenin, who was waiting respectfully to the side. It's not necessarily safe to just kidnap the president and a few cabinet ministers, Mirai instructed coldly. Let's bring along a few heirs from those powerful corporate and political families as well. Mirai knew the truth about the status of government officials in the United States. In reality, their power couldn't compare to the scions of the wealthy, influential dynasties pulling the strings behind the scenes. Gathering them was a necessary insurance policy. The next day, Mirai returned to the Shinjuku base through a Kamui portal, followed by a group of elite Zenin sorcerers carrying heavy sacks over their shoulders containing the VIP hostages. The timing seems perfect. Looking up at the suddenly darkening sky, a cruel smile curled at the corner of Mirai's lips. In the distance, 10 colossal black barriers erupted, reaching up to the heavens and enveloping the entirety of Japan. The culling game begins. Chapter 109, Chapter 104, The Rules of the Culling Game and the Sendai Colony. November 2nd. The sudden appearance of 10 towering, dark barriers plunged the entire nation of Japan into sheer panic. In the world of Jujutsu, barrier techniques operate on the principle of equivalent exchange. The stronger the barrier, the stricter the conditions required to establish it. Barrier techniques are generally classified into 3 tiers. Asterisk ordinary barriers, these are common veils that can be cast even by low-level assistant managers. Asterisk Brahma realm barriers, massive, complex structures that are incredibly difficult to break from the outside. Asterisk pure realm barriers, the absolute highest tier, established by Master Tengen, spread throughout Japan to maintain the operation of all other barriers and optimize cursed energy. To create the 10 massive barriers, known as colonies, for the culling game, Kenjaku utilized Tengen's pure realm architecture as a foundation. Because the scale was so enormous, Kenjaku had to establish incredibly strict, absolute rules to sustain the ritual. Excluding the ancient sorcerers from 1,000 years ago, who had already willingly entered into binding vows with Kenjaku in exchange for resurrection, every other participant had a crucial choice to make. Modern sorcerers and awakened individuals would be given exactly one chance to either participate in the game or leave the game once and for all. If someone willingly entered the barrier area, despite already knowing the rules of the deathmatch, they were essentially binding themselves to the game. Once bound by the barrier, they could not actively violate the rules governing the cycle of death and rebirth without facing the ultimate penalty, curse technique removal, which, for a sorcerer, effectively meant death. 3 days later, the sorcerers from Tokyo Jujutsu High had waited within the Tomb of the Star for a long time. In the end, they realized they could not simply wait and see. They had to act. Megumi Fushiguro successfully obtained the back of the prison realm from Master Tengen, learning the exact conditions required to unseal Satoru Gojo. However, the cursed tool required to force the box open, the inverted spear of heaven or the black rope, had both been destroyed by Gojo himself years ago. Their only hope was to find a specific player inside the culling game whose curse technique could extinguish other techniques. The students and staff from Jujutsu High eventually split into 3 groups and headed to their respective destinations. Asterisk the guard team, Yuki Tsukumo, Nanami Kento, Takuma Ino, Principal Yaga, and Choso. 1 special grade and 4 grade 1 sorcerers were assigned to stay in the Tomb of the Star to protect Master Tengen from Kenjaku. Asterisk the recruitment team, Yuji Itadori, Nobara Kujisaki, Panda, and Toji Inumaki headed out to track down Kinji Hikari, a suspended third-year student whose strength was comparable to Yuta Okatsu's. They needed his help. Asterisk the medical escort team, Yuta Okatsu and Itsuya Kusakabe went to the Gojo family's private residence to act as bodyguards for Shoko Yeri. Yuta had originally intended to stay in the Tomb of the Star to protect Tengen, or to immediately enter the culling game to seize points. However, after careful analysis by Tengen and Principal Yaga, Yuta was assigned to guard Shoko. Neither of the 2 special grade sorcerers, Yuki and Yuta, appeared in public. Attempting to delay the culling game's process by throwing their strongest fighters directly into the meat grinder was detrimental to Jujutsu High's long-term survival. Besides guarding against Kenjaku, there was another reason for this caution. Having learned the rules of the culling game from Tengen, Yuta knew that once he stepped inside a barrier, he might not be able to leave for a long time. Therefore, accompanying the school's only reverse curse technique healer to the safety of the Gojo estate was the best tactical option. In case of a catastrophic emergency, Yuta could still deploy from the estate as quickly as possible. At the entrance to the Sendai barrier. It's been 3 days, and that old bastard still hasn't shown up. White Zetsu complained. He can't be found anywhere in Japan. Over the past 3 days, Mirai had deployed hundreds of thousands of microscopic mechanical flying insects, courtesy of Zetsu's Kokichi abilities, to roam throughout Japan, trying to find Kenjaku's hiding place. They had found nothing. Mirai showed no surprise. His expression remained perfectly calm. That guy is waiting, Mirai deduced. He's waiting for the students from Jujutsu High to disperse, and he's specifically waiting for me to step into the barrier first. As the initiator of the culling game, Kenjaku naturally has cursed spirits monitoring the inside of the barriers to transmit information to the outside world. He won't make his move until he knows exactly where I am. If he can't see you, he knows he's doomed. Zetsu spat unhappily. That old brain in a jar is really too cautious. Just proceed according to plan, Mirai said. Everything is still under control. Having said that, Mirai took a step forward and crossed the threshold into the dark barrier. Zetsu smiled wickedly and followed closely behind. Hi. I'm Kogen. The moment Mirai stepped into the barrier, a golden flying Shikigami appeared out of nowhere beside him. The unique Shikigami was about the size of a palm and resembled a mechanical beetle or bee. Sorcerers and ordinary humans who stepped into the culling game barriers were collectively called players. Each player was assigned their own unique Shikigami guide, the Kogen. The Kogen provided real-time prompts regarding the rules, announced newly added rules, and served as an intelligent communication interface, allowing players to check their scores at any time. It was essentially a game system menu. However, Mirai's Kogen was somewhat different from the others. Its mechanical eyes were blood red, looking extremely similar to Mirai's own Sharingan. What about me? Zetsu looked around, swiping at the air. After a long moment, no Kogen appeared for him. Where did President Zetsu's Shikigami go? Don't forget, you're currently just an avatar attached to me, Mirai casually reminded him. Mirai turned to his golden beetle. Kogen read out the existing rules. Rule 1. After awakening a curse technique, players must declare their participation in the culling game at a colony of their choice within 19 days. Rule 2. Any player who breaks the previous rule shall be subject to curse technique removal, which results in death. Rule 3. Non-players who enter the colony become players at the moment of entry and shall be considered to have declared participation in the culling game. Rule 4. Players score points by killing other players. Rule 5. Points are determined by the game master. As a general rule, sorcerers are worth 5 points and non-sorcerers are worth 1 point. Rule 6. Excluding the point value of a player's own life, players may expend 100 points to negotiate with the game master to add one new rule to the culling game. Rule 7. In accordance with Rule 6, the game master must accept any proposed new rule unless it has a marked and long-lasting effect on the culling game. Rule 8. If a player's score remains the same for 19 days, that player shall be subject to curse technique removal. The above 8 rules were the initial foundation of the culling game. However, Kogen continued reading. There was a 9th rule, newly added by a player who had already amassed 100 points. Rule 9. Players shall have access to information on other players, such as their name, number of points, number of rules added, and current colony. Rule 9 added by player, Hajime Kashimo. This guy is really energetic, Zetsu smiled, blowing a smoke ring. Adding this rule is entirely for the purpose of killing more efficiently. Players with higher scores were undeniably stronger. By tracking their scores and knowing which colony they were in, it was a direct invitation to murder. It specifically targeted the strong. Because of Hajime Kashimo's new rule, Mirai was immediately able to ask Kogen to identify the 4 players with the highest scores currently residing within the Sendai colony. Dhruv Lakdawala, Incarnated Sorcerer 91 points. Ryu Ishigori, Incarnated Sorcerer 77 points. Takako Yuro, Incarnated Sorcerer 70 points. Kururushi, Special Grade Cursed Spirit 54 points. The battles within the Sendai colony were far more intense than those within the other 9 barriers from the very beginning. After 3 days of chaotic slaughter, these 4 powerhouses had completely dominated Sendai. All 4 were absolute monsters capable of crushing entire city blocks on their own. Because they were so evenly matched, a delicate, 4-way deadlock had formed within the barrier, where there were no allies and everyone was an enemy. Then let's start with the one with the highest score, Mirai said softly. Mirai dispelled Kamui's intangibility, grounding himself fully in the physical world. The moment the ethereal effect dropped, Mirai's soaring, godlike cursed energy instantly surged outward, flooding the entire Sendai colony like a tidal wave. At the exact same moment, miles apart in their respective territories, the 4 powerful figures guarding Sendai suddenly snapped their heads toward the barrier entrance. A terrifying sense of oppression, a power dense enough to distort the void itself, caused a primal feeling of panic to rise in all 4 of them simultaneously. It felt like being watched by an unknown, cosmic terror. A chill ran straight up to the top of their heads. Chapter 110, Chapter 105, The Slaughter in Sendai and the Final Piece. Hey, you skinny old man. Don't you even know to stand up and salute when President Zetsu graces you with his presence? He was half-naked, with sunken eyes. Despite his aged appearance, with a white beard and a physique that looked like mere skin stretched over crane-like bones, he exuded a unique and oppressive aura befitting a top-tier sorcerer. Since entering the Sendai colony, any living being that dared to approach Dhruv Lakdawala had long since been reduced to piles of white bones by his Shikigami. but gazing intently at the person and the cursed spirit standing before him. As a terrifying entity who once single-handedly conquered the Japanese archipelago during the Civil War, Drew felt a sensation he hadn't experienced in 1,000 years welling up within his chest. It was fear. "Who are you people?" Drew spoke in a deep voice, his tone trembling slightly. Not far away, two massive Shikigami, each tens of meters tall and possessing their own independent, tracing domains, frantically approached Drew to protect him. These were the unique Shikigami that Drew used to slaughter ordinary humans in order to acquire points efficiently. White Zetsu didn't stop them. He just rubbed his chin and shook his head. "This thing's meat is too tough, Mirai. President Zetsu doesn't like it. Let's just kill him." Drew ignored White Zetsu, his eyes fixed entirely on the indifferent figure slowly approaching him. Those blood-red pupils. Every step Mirai took closer felt like a heavy boot stepping directly on Drew's heart. His Shikigami were finally at a sufficient distance to attack. Drew didn't speak again. Terrifying cursed energy surged up instantly. At the exact same moment, his two massive Shikigami covered the area with their intersecting trajectories, activating his sure-hit effect. Domain expansion. Boom. 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 Three loud bangs echoed in rapid succession. Ding. Congratulations to player Zenin Mirai for gaining 5 game points. Kogane's mechanical voice chirped happily. The enormous Shikigami sprayed blood everywhere before dissolving into dust, and Drew's severed remains drifted away with the wind across the Sendai colony. "Actually, I didn't intend to kill this guy," Mirai sighed softly, looking at the fresh bloodstains remaining on the ground. Upon hearing this, White Zetsu looked at Mirai with utter disdain. "You really are just like that heartless bastard." Boom. With half of his body violently blown apart by a casual blast of Mirai's cursed energy, White Zetsu was suddenly blasted backward through a nearby building. Walking down the empty, ruined streets. White Zetsu walked beside Mirai with his head drooping, his body regenerating, looking just like a child who had suffered a great grievance. Directly across the street, 3 figures waited. A sky filled with black mist composed of countless flesh-eating cockroaches, the special grade cursed spirit, Kururushi. A man with a uniquely styled, fashionable pompadour haircut, yearning to fight the strong, Ryu Ishigori. And a female sorcerer with pink hair and black eyes, wearing only the sky to cover her bare body, floating in mid-air, **Takako Euro***. The moment they realized that Drew's cursed energy had disappeared, the two incarnated sorcerers and the special grade curse had merged together in perfect unison to face the new threat. It was neither an alliance nor a friendship. It was simply the weak banding together for warmth. It was pure survival instinct that drove them to act. Ignoring the cursed spirit's grotesque body, Ryu and Takako looked up at the two individuals walking toward them. Those who submit, live. Those who disobey, die. This was something Mirai hadn't bothered to say to Drew earlier. One could only blame Drew for being too wary. There was a severe lack of trust between people in this game. A swarm of insects suddenly swept across the sky. Kururushi pulled a special weapon from his man-eating fangs. The festering life sword, a terrifying cursed tool carrying countless types of infectious viruses and insect eggs. The curse felt it was being ignored. It hadn't even been given the choice to submit. Enraged and shocked by Mirai's arrogance, Kururushi unleashed his full power in an instant. A surge of powerful cursed energy erupted from the curse, unleashing a storm of black roach fists. A hoarse, clicking voice chanted the terrifying spell unique to the top-tier cursed spirit. "Wait. Let me do it." Before Mirai could even make a move, White Zetsu took a powerful step forward. Having finally found someone to vent his frustration on, the aggrieved Zetsu suddenly became extremely excited. "You little bug. Taste the power of Master Zetsu." As he spoke, White Zetsu hurriedly expanded his domain, fearing that Mirai would steal his kill. The black outer shell of Zetsu's domain perfectly enveloped Kururushi, locking the curse inside without affecting the two sorcerers standing not far away. Granite Blast. A trace of fear still lingered on Ryu Ishigori's face, but his eyes gleamed with extreme madness. The opponent had not cast any spells or unleashed any technique. But just by standing there, his undeniable, godlike presence almost overwhelmed Ryu. "I crave the satisfaction of battle." Ryu thought wildly. "And I yearn to leave no regrets." Ryu feared that if he hesitated under the watchful eyes of Zenin Mirai, he would slowly succumb to the pressure and choose to submit. Unwilling to be someone else's lackey, Ryu took the initiative and launched his attack first. The pompadour hairstyle on his head shimmered with terrifying cursed energy. His two raised palms emanated the exact same terrifying energy. Ryu Ishigori's innate technique was cursed energy discharge. He was a rare sorcerer who could deliver maximum output attacks without even needing to activate his technique. 3 terrifying, highly concentrated blasts, carrying enough violent energy to directly level a small city, swept toward Mirai. Boom. A deafening roar echoed like a nuclear explosion, followed by a spectacular display of destructive fireworks in the center of Sendai. Along the path of the blast, all the buildings on the streets were instantly reduced to dust. The flying debris and gravel covered the entire street in a thick smoke screen. Takako Yuro looked ahead nervously, her voice tinged with a hint of absolute fear. What happened? After a long moment, having received no response, Takako anxiously glanced at Ryu Ishigori beside her. Suddenly, she froze in place. Thump. 400 years ago, he was an absolute powerhouse who was invincible in the Mutsu region. Ryu Ishigori, once known as a humanoid cannon, was now reduced to a headless body. Warm blood flowed slowly from his severed neck onto the dusty earth. Takako stared at the fallen corpse, cold sweat trickling rapidly down her back. Her heart was pounding wildly, and the terror in her eyes had reached its absolute peak. She realized Mirai had crossed the distance and decapitated Ryu before the blast had even hit. That indifferent tone echoed in her ears again, like a divine pronouncement. To submit, or to die. At the exact same time. Tokyo Colony 1, Jujutsu High District. They've finally shown up. Within a hidden spatial rift, a figure draped in a kasaya watched intently. Kenjaku had waited patiently until the departure of Yuta Okatsu was confirmed. He had also waited until Zenin Mirai and that strange cursed spirit named White Zetsu were confirmed to have appeared inside the Sendai colony. Only then did Kenjaku make his move. For hundreds of years. Master Tengen, the Six Eyes, and the Star Plasma Vessel. All three were closely linked together through an unbreakable chain of cause and effect. In the past, to promote the evolution of Tengen and to satisfy his own chaotic goals, Kenjaku had tried everything. He had killed the Star Plasma Vessels. He had even managed to kill Six Eyes infants mere months after they were born. But in the end, it was completely useless. The Star Plasma Vessel and the Six Eyes Sorcerer would always miraculously appear on the day of the assimilation, right when Tengen needed them. Fate always corrected itself. That is, until the appearance of Toji Zenin. That heavenly tyrant, a man completely detached from cursed energy and cause and effect, had abandoned everything, appeared in the tomb of the star, and shot Riko Amanai in the head. The cause and effect of the three were completely broken in this world. The Star Plasma Vessel died. Tengen aged and evolved in the direction of a cursed spirit. And Suguru Gedo, a boy who had mastered the art of cursed spirit manipulation, happened to appear in the present world at the exact same time. Everything was heading perfectly in the direction of Kenjaku's grand design. If he missed such an unprecedented opportunity to absorb Tengen, he might never have another one in 10,000 years. After confirming the location of Yuta Okatsu and Mirai's current whereabouts in Sendai, Kenjaku made sure to confirm it again and again. The heavy hitters were occupied. His heart leaped with ecstatic joy. Time was short. He needed to be quick. Chapter 111, Chapter 106, The Underground Casino and the Siege of the Tomb. Based on the geographical coordinates provided by Master Tengen, Yuji Itadori, Nobara Kujisaki, Panda, and Toji Inumaki arrived at an abandoned underground parking garage on the outskirts of Tokyo. The garage was shrouded in a faint barrier. In addition to an astronomically expensive entry ticket, one also needed a known associate to lead them inside. With the help of Inumaki's cursed speech, they bypassed the sweating, heavily armed bodyguards and stepped through the barrier. The moment they entered, the room was filled with excited roars and frenzied cheers. There were frequent arguments, insults, and the clinking of chips. This was the underground casino controlled by Kinji Hikari. It was an illegal fight club where sorcerers fought in hand-to-hand combat to make money. Ordinary people cannot see cursed energy or understand the mechanics of innate techniques. Therefore, the wealthy audience viewed the sorcerers fighting in the cage as real-life movie superheroes. What could be more thrilling than watching superpowered individuals clash in a blood-soaked arena? The audience members who had bought VIP tickets and placed massive bets on the second-floor balcony were even more excited. The thrill of money and bloodshed caused their hormones to surge uncontrollably. I think the higher UPS firing that guy was the right thing to do. Nobara swept her gaze across the crowd consumed by desire, speaking with utter disgust. Legalizing gambling for non-sorcerers wouldn't be any better than destroying Japan. Gambling addiction leads to an abyss. Countless people had their families destroyed and lives ruined by it. Moreover, fostering this kind of desperate greed among ordinary people would undoubtedly spawn terrifying, gambling-obsessed cursed spirits. All right, Kujisaki, that's enough, Panda leaned closer and whispered. We've come here seeking help. Having Hikari join us will greatly increase our chances of winning the war. TCH. Nobara gave a cold snort, but didn't say anything more to provoke a fight. Go back where you came from. The door on the second-floor balcony opened. A cross-dressing sorcerer looked down at the group with a cold, protective gaze. Medium-length hair, crop top, and starry-eyed pupils. Despite being biologically male, he possessed a delicate appearance that rivaled that of a beautiful woman. It was Kirara Hoshi, Hikari's girlfriend and partner in crime. "Kin-chan knows why you've come," Kirara yelled down over the noise of the crowd. "But he won't get involved in Jujutsu High's messy politics anymore." "Kirara-senpai, please listen to us," Yuji stepped forward, but Kirara interrupted him impatiently. "Shibuya is destroyed. Gojo Satoru is sealed away. And the higher UPS are all dead." Kirara glared at them. "Even if Kin-chan is strong, are you trying to send him to his death? Even Gojo Satoru couldn't handle Zenin Mirai. Asking Kin-chan to fight that monster is suicide." Although Kirara had never seen Mirai fight, the news of his godlike power was enough to terrify anyone. "Since we're already here, at least let us meet the boss," Panda strode forward, dangling the bait. "We've prepared a very, very generous reward for this trip." Panda had a fairly good understanding of Hikari's character. Hikari wasn't a coward, he was a fanatic. As long as there was enough compensation, he was the kind of person who would throw his entire life onto the table as a gambling chip. Now that the conservative higher UPS had been slaughtered by White Zetsu, the big three families existed in name only. Principal Yaga and Principal Gakuganji were now the absolute representatives of the Jujutsu world. In order to persuade Kinji Hikari to come out of retirement and fight Kenjaku, the two principals had authorized an official, verbal promise. Jujutsu gambling. Panda smiled. Will be officially legalized throughout Japan. Deep beneath Jujutsu High, outside the main hall of the Tomb of the Star. Crack. The massive barrier protecting the entrance shattered with a deafening roar, leaving only traces of dissipating cursed energy in the air. Principal Masamichi Yaga. Grade 1 Sorcerer Nanami Kento. Semi-Grade 1 Sorcerer Takuma Ino. The Special Grade Death Painting Womb, Choso. The four sorcerers who had been waiting for a long time drew their weapons. Is this some kind of special welcoming ceremony? The intruder stepped casually through the shattered gates. Kenjaku, possessing the body of Suguru Gedo, smiled mockingly at the defense team. Tengen doesn't dare to see me, so he's sending out this bunch of cannon fodder. Nanami raised his blunt short sword, his cursed energy beginning to boil. When an unwelcome guest comes to our door, we can't be expected to greet them with a smile. Principal Yaga looked at the monster wearing the face of his former student. Yaga's clenched fist silently released a long-suppressed rage at the desecration of Gedo's body. Keep trying, cannon fodder, Kenjaku laughed, strange cursed energy rising from his robes. If you fail to stop me today, this country is finished. Noritoshi Kamo. Choso roared. Piercing blood. As Choso unleashed a supersonic beam of condensed blood, Nanami and the others swarmed forward instantly. This was not a heroic one-on-one duel. It was a brutal, desperate war that determined the survival of a nation. Takuma Ino suddenly ripped off his beanie, pulling a black ski mask down over his entire face. The mask made him look exactly like a bank robber. Ino's innate technique was Auspicious Beast Summon. By concealing his true identity, he became a physical medium, thereby summoning and utilizing the abilities of four spiritual beasts. Auspicious Beast Number 1, Shieji. A homing projectile shaped like a sharp, long horn shot out from between Ino's palms. From the left, Choso fired another volley of blood arrows. From behind, Principal Yaga darted forward, his fist imbued with dense cursed energy aimed fiercely at Kenjaku's spine. And from the front, Nanami launched a devastating attack, his short sword unleashing a burst of azure flames. The coordinated assault was flawless. But Kenjaku merely smiled. Anti-gravity system. Boom. The crushing gravitational pressure slammed down on the battlefield. Yaga and Nanami, who were in close range, were instantly crushed face-first into the ground by the reversed gravity. Two deep craters formed around them, spiderweb-like cracks bursting open layer by layer, completely neutralizing their close combat strikes. Not bad. You've got a knack for this, Kenjaku hummed, looking up. The bloodlines on Choso's face had deepened. Two pairs of blood-red wings made of highly compressed blood grew from his back. It was the Wing King technique, inherited from his deceased brother, Eso. The wings increased his movement speed and allowed him to stay airborne, avoiding the gravity trap on the floor. Ino had also avoided the trap. He was lifted into the air by a stream of cursed water. Auspicious Beast Number 2, Reiki. The defense team had planned for this. Nanami and Yaga were the vanguard, meant to take the gravitational hit, while Choso and Ino remained airborne to rain down long-range attacks and force Kenjaku into a corner. As the gravity eventually dissipated, Nanami and Yaga rose to their feet. Without the slightest pause, they launched a second full-scale attack, coordinating perfectly with the aerial bombardment from Choso and Ino. Despite the relentless pressure, Kenjaku easily dodged the attacks. However, he remained cautious. He hadn't forgotten that Yuki Tsukumo, a special-grade sorcerer, was hiding somewhere within the Tomb of the Star. He was waiting for her to show her hand. Suddenly, a tiny, microscopic cursed spirit conveyed a message to Kenjaku through the dimensional cracks. Zenin Mirai is currently engaged in battle inside the Sendai colony. Kenjaku hesitated for a microsecond, and then a cruel smile broke across his face. Time waited for no one. Hesitation led to defeat. Since Mirai was occupied and Yuki Tsukuma was still hiding, it was time to end this. Uzumaki. Chapter 112, Chapter 107, The Ganesha Curse and the Star Rage. 2 feet, 4 arms. Elephant trunk, black pupils. He wore Buddhist prayer beads on his head and a kasaya over his body. The colossal creature that tore through space and emerged from Kenjaku's shadow was undoubtedly a special grade cursed spirit. A reminder, don't get too close to me. Kenjaku, firmly protected beneath the massive special grade curse, lay prone to avoid the incoming attacks. This is a curse from ancient India, a curse born from the gods. The innate technique it possesses is called obstacle removal, and it involves the concept of a special grade cursed spirit named Ganesha. The beam of highly compressed blood, exceeding the speed of sound, pierced through the air aiming for Kenjaku's blind spots. Bang. Ganesha raised its 4 arms high, easily swatting the 2 piercing blood projectiles away towards the walls of the tomb. The ability itself was related to concepts, reflecting and interpreting attacks. At this point, the humanoid elephant had reached the peak of its power. Nanami and Principal Yaga stopped in their tracks, their faces ashen. They knew the difference in strength was like comparing a bottle to its frame. Body possession, brain swapping, cursed spirit manipulation, gravity control. Their role as overt guards was never to kill the enemy, but to probe him. The probe revealed Kenjaku's terrifying depth. He was a monster swimming in a delicate, shallow pond. The unknown special grade curses he could summon at will were now almost beyond the defense team's control. Cannon fodder should be prepared to be cannon fodder, Kenjaku smiled mockingly. Don't think too much about it. We'll meet again in the next life. The soaring cursed energy swept across the underground cavern. The whirlwind stirred up by just the swinging of Ganesha's 4 massive arms was enough to terrify people. There was northwest need to get close. Ganesha protected Kenjaku, ensuring his absolute safety and stability. Boom. His blunt short sword hummed, and Nanami's hands, which were raising the blade to block, trembled uncontrollably. L tick-tock. Yaga's sunglasses shattered from the sheer pressure, and blood gushed from his fists. Even Choso in the air, and Ino riding his cursed water, were not spared. Both of them were slammed toward the ground, their foreheads burning red and warm. So strong. The 4 of them focused their attention and remained on high alert, surging all their cursed energy to the absolute limit. Their mission was not yet complete. The 4 exchanged a brief glance, then burst forth in a synchronized assault. The azure flame surged as Nanami leaped into the air. His shattered sunglasses reflected the forced weakness he created on Ganesha's body. Nanami swung his sword with all his might. Ratio technique, collapse. Principal Yaga was a master craftsman who created the cursed corpses. Panda was a perfect creation made by Yaga himself. To prevent the higher UPS from coveting his knowledge, Yaga had created very few independent cursed corpses over the years. But to be awarded the title of Grade 1 sorcerer, Yaga relied more on his pair of iron fists, fists heavy enough to punch Gojo Satoru's head and leave a massive bump. Yaga and Nanami, one on the left and one on the right, rushed straight toward the elephant curse. Choso, enhanced by his blood wings, suddenly raised his hand and pointed directly at the space beneath Ganesha. Blood manipulation, canal. The techniques created by Choso were not recorded in the traditional Kamo clan's blood manipulation scrolls. Using blood as a connection, he separated his severed fist and wrist, shooting them through the air to attack from an impossible angle. Auspicious Beast number 4, Ryu. This was Ino's trump card. It was comparable to the ultimate technique of a maximum spell. A dragon-shaped deity formed from a massive amount of cursed energy roared ferociously, diving toward Kenjaku. Sucker punch, Kenjaku laughed. The innate technique used by Ganesha was called obstacle removal. Any spells or attacks that invaded its attack range were conceptually considered obstacles and entangled. Nanami's ratio technique could forcibly create weaknesses. If the curse techniques didn't perfectly match, then the clash came down to who had more cursed energy and whose rules were stronger. Boom. With a powerful swing of its 4 arms, afterimages splattered everywhere. Nanami and Yaga collapsed, severely injured. The azure dragon was destroyed, and Choso's swollen, severed palm fell uselessly to the ground. To completely extinguish any lingering hope they might have, Kenjaku thoroughly investigated and eliminated any possibility of escape. He activated the gravity mechanism, the anti-gravity system, reversed, which could only be activated once every 6 seconds. Yaga, who was close by, was pinned down. Nanami's last hope of escape was cut off. Be thankful. At least you were killed by a combined attack from 2 special grade entities, Kenjaku said calmly. If you weren't killed by a single blow, you can die in peace. The words fell. Ganesha's palm print, larger than a person, brought with it gusts of wind as it fell straight toward the two incapacitated sorcerers. Nanami-senpai. Despite possessing the strength of a grade 1 sorcerer, Takuma Ino, a devoted fan of Nanami, had yet to officially advance to the next level. Ino wanted the recommendation of his most respected senior, Nanami Kento. Ino had been promoted one rank just 3 days ago. Nanami recommended it, and Yaga approved it. Looking at Nanami, who was about to be smashed into mincemeat, Ino's eyes were filled with absolute panic. The next second, the dying cries of a cursed spirit were incredibly piercing. One strike, and it was dead. The Tomb of the Star was located inside a barrier controlled by Tengen, so it was not entirely surprising that a teleportation sorcerer or someone with a spatial technique could appear here. But a single strike to exorcise a special grade cursed spirit. They are not cannon fodder. They are heroes who sweep away evil. Yuki Tsukumo raised her fist, looking down at Kenjaku. Her expression was pale and trembling with fury. Despite the Zenin clan controlling one of the big three families, the Jujutsu headquarters had a strong sense of control over information. However, because Yuki was a star plasma vessel, details regarding her innate technique and domain expansion had been deliberately erased from the archives. Kenjaku had no idea what her ability was. High-level justice. So, I'm evil. Kenjaku mused, dusting off his robes. That's a privilege reserved for pretty girls, you loser. Yuki spat. The words fell. As Yuki swung her arm, she lunged forward with incredible speed. Kenjaku's attention had mostly been focused on the Shikigami, Garuda, that had just annihilated the humanoid elephant in one hit. In his view, the threat level of the special grade Shikigami was clearly higher than that of Tsukumo's bare fist. However, the next second, boom. A punch imbued with Star Rage's virtual mass directly struck Kenjaku's body. With undiminished, catastrophic power, the fist slammed hard into Kenjaku's forearms. The skin and flesh on his face collapsed under the sheer kinetic force, and his bones shattered. Blood splattered everywhere. Kenjaku was blown backward like a rag doll. He crashed through countless rocks and the ancient wooden pillars of the tomb. Taking advantage of the sudden reprieve, the remaining defense forces were able to quickly recover and regroup. Choso moved the heavily injured Yaga, Nanami, and the overexhausted Ino to a dark corner of the hall. Now the roles were reversed. Kenjaku had used the defense team to probe for Yuki, and now Yuki had come to test the waters against Kenjaku. Reverse curse technique activated. Kenjaku's severed hands were reconstructed. The hideous, caved-in scars on his face rapidly healed. Kenjaku stood up from the rubble, looking toward Yuki Tsukumo. His expression was incredibly grave. It seems that the old fox, Mirai, wasn't intentionally letting us win before when he took your punch in Shibuya, Kenjaku muttered to himself. You're quite capable. Kenjaku had now personally experienced Yuki Tsukumo's technique, Star Rage. It did not affect the caster, the amazing mass that burst forth the moment it touched the target was the only effect. Whether it was Yuki herself or that unique Shikigami, Garuda. The rules governing the operation of her technique were even above the conceptual rules governing the Ganesha curse. This was an attack that could disregard concepts and directly inflict maximum physical damage. It seems that I can no longer use my cursed spirits, Kenjaku realized. Spells with a conceptual rule level below Yuki's Star Rage *L, even if he summoned other special grade cursed spirits, would only become targets for instant death by her virtual mass. That's right. This is my technique, Yuki raised her fist and declared. Star Rage. It grants an overwhelming virtual mass to my physical body. By revealing her technique, its power increased once again. This is really tricky. Kenjaku thought. Like hunters meeting on a narrow bridge, the two of them had the exact same thought at the exact same time. The next second, both of them raised their hands to form a hand seal at the same time. The power of their cursed energy surged and roared. Domain expansion, womb profusion. Domain expansion, Star Rage, Kengan Hall. Boom. Chapter 113, Chapter 108, Womb Profusion and the Simple Domain. Domain expansion, womb profusion. Domain expansion, Star Rage, Kengan Hall. The 3 days that the students from Jujutsu High had spent staying at the Tomb of the Star were entirely focused on targeting the ancient, arrogant Kenjaku. The monster who had destroyed half of Jujutsu High with a single move, Zenin Mirai, had not entered the Tomb of the Star, so the defense team had temporarily put him out of their minds. Inside the barrier, Master Tengen possessed a certain kind of imprint. Tengen had told the others that the monster had entered the Sendai colony. Tengen could not explore the interior of the culling game barriers, but Mirai and White Zetsu's whereabouts before entering the colony were not exactly a secret. Zenin Mirai had taken the lead in exploring the open areas. Tengen, along with Yuki Tsukumo and the others, had done their best to prepare for Kenjaku's arrival. But this was the worst possible outcome. Within the clash, the guaranteed sure-hit effects of both domains were constantly cancelling each other out. Two completely different waves of cursed energy washed relentlessly over the outer shell of Yuki's domain. Outside her boxing ring was a horrifying sight. A towering tree of sin composed of blood and cursed spirits. Headless, mangled bodies, and hideous faces covered in blood and gore. Various grotesque shapes, tightly stitched together by invisible blood threads, these were bizarre, unnatural creatures. It seemed to tell the story of the countless sins Kenjaku had committed over the past 1,000 years. Gazing upon the towering figure standing amidst the swirling mists and writhing vines, one could see the surging, intricate patterns of the surrounding, macabre landscape. Yuki's face was extremely gloomy. This was an open domain, just like Zenin Mirai's. A domain where fantasies and innate techniques were directly materialized into reality without the need for a barrier shell. It wasn't that the defense team lacked preparedness, but clashing a closed domain against an open domain meant the outcome was bound to be disastrous. What, you lack confidence in your own domain? Seeing the unpleasant look on Yuki's face, Kenjaku mocked her. If he could disturb Yuki's emotions, her domain would be further destabilized and destroyed even faster. The clash was chaotic and messy, and the whole structure of her domain was being ruined. For some reason, even knowing that Zenin Mirai and White Zetsu were already participating in the culling game, Kenjaku was still acting overly cautious, refusing to let his guard down. He poured more energy into the clash. Yuki offered no response. Instead, a massive amount of cursed energy poured out from her. Even if her domain was destined to shatter, she would at least consume more of Kenjaku's cursed energy in the process. This stubborn operation by Yuki further fueled Kenjaku's irritation. What a troublesome woman. Kenjaku's cursed energy surged, dispelling the turmoil and chaos of the clash with overwhelming force. Snap. The outer shell of Yuki's domain, which contained a massive amount of cursed energy, cracked. Under the tense gazes of everyone, including Tengen hiding in the shadows, it began to crumble little by little. Boom. The rupture of the closed domain foreshadowed the most dangerous period. Yuki had now entered the stage of cursed technique burnout. Go to hell, you crazy woman. Kenjaku unleashed a concentrated attack formed from his horrific domain. The technique involved a massive fusion of cursed spirits, striking with devastating force to prevent Yuki from recovering. Her waist and abdomen were almost pierced through. Yuki spat out a mouthful of blood. Unsurprisingly, she was blasted into a deep pit by the blow. An open domain has no outer shell, meaning people can come and go without restriction. However, anyone who enters its range will inevitably be attacked by the sure-hit effect. The bones of the remaining sorcerers were visibly sore and dry, their skin covered in soot from the previous barrage. A crimson tide rose and waved, creating ripples in space. Blood-red markings spread across half of Choso's swollen face, obscuring his features. His eyes held a resolute determination to face death. Auspicious beast has arrived. Azure Dragon. Just before being overwhelmed by the domain's attack, Ino unleashed his final ultimate attack on Kenjaku. Blood manipulation, supernova. Although Choso's previous severed arm canal attack did not hit Kenjaku, it was still a significant obstacle. Choso's incantation activated the swelling effect, causing a massive explosion of compressed blood. Because Kenjaku's domain lacked a barrier, the range of Choso and Ino's spells was no longer limited by an outer wall. But to launch an effective attack, they had to step directly into the enemy's territory. It was a desperate, suicidal attack. They were not seeking to kill the enemy. They merely wanted to delay him. Boom. Ino, missing a severed arm, was blasted to the edge of the cavern. He was on the verge of death, his breath barely audible. If Ino hadn't used his third auspicious beast, Qilin, on himself right before entering the domain's range, he wouldn't have been able to survive at all. With that one blow, he had nearly been sent to the underworld. As a support-type auspicious beast, Qilin possessed the powerful effect of shutting down the user's sense of pain and drastically slowing down the progression of injuries. The after-effects were equally terrifying, the user would be completely unable to move for 5 minutes after using it once. As an incarnated death-painting womb, Choso's injuries were equally severe. He lay on the ground, barely alive, his eyes barely open. The reason the two didn't die instantly was due to their cursed energy enhancement and their special physical constitutions. But the root cause of their failure was still their lack of understanding regarding the underlying rules of Kenjaku's open domain. However, their desperate attack also played a crucial role in briefly stopping Kenjaku's assault. Whether it was the canal attack or the supernova at this moment, these were all original techniques Choso had created after being confined in a test tube and pondering for 150 years. Kenjaku suffered because he didn't fully understand the information about Choso's new techniques. The bloodstains that had burst open on his kasaya unexpectedly pierced through his skin. But Kenjaku was the father of the death-painting wombs. The deadly poison inherent in Choso's blood could not affect him, Kenjaku's body simply neutralized the poison. The damaged flesh on Kenjaku's body was restored to its original state via reverse curse technique in the blink of an eye. Looking down at the bloated, blood-soaked figures of Choso and Ino on the ground, Kenjaku sneered. You're just a bunch of failures. Isn't it better for you to just lie there and wait to die? The words fell. A massive, grotesque structure formed from cursed spirits inside the domain surged forward. Like a gaping, blood-red maw ready to devour its prey, it viciously bit down toward the two incapacitated men on the ground. Bang. Beneath the deep pit, the blood-stained Yuki Tsukumo danced with her Shikigami, Garuda. Her body was outstretched, her eyes burning with fury. The Shikigami, Garuda, was formed from her innate technique, meaning it could still unleash terrifying power even while Yuki was suffering from cursed technique burnout. Like a massive iron whip, Garuda shattered the rapidly descending blood-red maw. You're so concerned about others. Why don't you worry about your own life or death first? Kenjaku mocked. He raised his hands, manipulating the domain to target her again. You're really something to be able to get back up after taking a direct hit. He uttered mocking words, but the gushing, overwhelming cursed energy of his domain bearing down on her was even more horrifying. New shadow style, simple domain. A pale blue halo expanded around Yuki, and the dancing Shikigami once again enveloped her in a protective formation. When she had been nearly killed by Mirai's open domain in Shibuya for the first time, Yuki had comprehended the feeling of the technique burnout period and was forced to perform reverse curse technique to heal her body. Now, forced into a life-or-death situation against an open domain for the second time, Yuki evolved once again. She successfully unleashed the new shadow style, simple domain while simultaneously healing her burnt-out technique. To stand out among many sorcerers and grow into a special grade. Yuki Tsukumo was the same as Gojo Satoru and Zenin Mirai, her talent was astonishing. The long whip of Garuda danced, creating phantoms in the air. The blood-stained Yuki fought to the point of absolute madness. She relentlessly shattered the cursed constructs Kenjaku threw at her. Kenjaku frowned. Even so, how long can you hold out? Kenjaku increased the output. The skeletal constructs of the domain became harder to destroy. 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. The pale blue aura of the simple domain surrounding Yuki's feet was being compressed, becoming increasingly dim. Click, crack. 2 crisp sounds echoed in quick succession. The moment Yuki's simple domain disappeared, Kenjaku's domain immediately targeted her legs. Is that you, Tengen? Kenjaku yelled, his eyes darting toward the edge of the cavern. Standing tall and firm amidst the chaos, the ancient wooden pillars of the tomb were magnificent and imposing. Hidden deep in the shadows, Master Tengen's hands remained locked in a complex hand seal. Beads of sweat clung to Tengen's forehead. Boom. A shattered void barrier. Tengen was manipulating the barriers of the tomb to dismantle Kenjaku's domain from the outside. The main body is right here. Kenjaku roared, turning his full attention toward Tengen. Chapter 114, Chapter 109, Submitting to the Shadow and the Rule of Death. Yuki Tsukumo had previously provided intelligence containing information on open domains. Master Tengen and the others also had corresponding solutions prepared for this exact scenario. The void barrier of the Tomb of the Star was Tengen's main battleground. Because Tengen's physical constitution had evolved over the last 11 years to resemble a cursed spirit, he could not simply appear inside Kenjaku's domain. But as the master of barriers, Tengen could merge his cursed energy with the tomb's barrier to slowly dismantle Kenjaku's domain from the outside without risking his own life. Tengen could do this, it just took time. Meanwhile, the 3 sorcerers, Yuki, Choso, and Ino, were tasked with one objective, stalling for time. Boom. The outer shell of the void barrier shattered completely. Nanami Kento's ratio technique and Yaga's strategy had paid off. The pressure from the outside finally broke through. As Yuki stood up, grasping her Shikigami, Garuda, in her hands, a genuinely mocking smile appeared on her blood-stained face. Loser, you're the next to die. Kenjaku's open domain was successfully dismantled by Tengen. The structure was completely destroyed. Lacking the talent to perform reverse curse technique while simultaneously suffering from curse technique burnout, Kenjaku's condition deteriorated significantly. At the exact same time, in a dark, neglected corner of the Tomb of the Star, a barely audible footstep could be heard. Tap, tap. Inside the Sendai colony barrier. Under the gaze of those cold, blood-red eyes from Zenin Mirai, Takako Yuro's exposed body trembled incessantly. Despite possessing the exceptional strength of an incarnated sorcerer, Takako appeared as a frail girl with absolutely no power whatsoever. She was so terrified that she could hardly speak. Boom. The outer shell of White Zetsu's domain shattered. The massive special-grade cursed spirit, Kururushi, had already been reduced to pools of thick blood on the ground. Long antennae, curved insect eyes. Amidst the large pools of bright purple blood, only fragments of unidentified organs and rotting flesh remained. Kururushi was a terrifying cursed spirit that could reproduce by endlessly consuming other creatures. Because of its identity as a culling game player, its body did not dissipate immediately after death like normal curses. Logically speaking, even in just 1 minute, it would be difficult for White Zetsu to completely eliminate a powerful special-grade enemy. However, Kuroroshi's abilities were perfectly countered by White Zetsu. The nearly endless swarm of cockroach offspring was annihilated by the even more numerous, razor-sharp white ribbons within Zetsu's domain. The several overlapping and intertwined genetic viruses carried by the festering life sword were completely ignored by Zetsu's unique, immortal cursed spirit constitution. Zetsu took out a cigar and lit it. He tossed his spiky white hair, looking utterly desolate. Looking down at the gory mess on the ground, a boastful remark came from behind the swirling smoke. Invincible, it's so lonely. Upon witnessing this scene, Takako Yuro's heart pounded even harder in her chest. 1,000 years ago, during the Heian era, Takako was the captain of the Sun, Moon, and Stars Assassination Squad, a covert assassination unit directly under the Fujiwara clan. Adhering to the strict principle of eliminating selfishness and serving the public good, she had lived in the shadows her entire life. As the name suggested, the assassination squad was a group of people who didn't even deserve to have names. The only reason Takako had a name was because the hypocritical, sanctimonious men in the master's household needed a scapegoat to take the blame for a crime. For Takako, being incarnated into a physical vessel in this era was another kind of rebirth. It was another kind of opportunity, the only one she would ever get to truly choose her own life. Surrender, or die. Initially, Takako's mindset was the same as Ryu Ishigori's, she wanted to kill the powerful figure standing in front of her. The reason she didn't act immediately alongside Ryu was because her innate technique was more inclined toward passive offense. Her innate technique was sky manipulation. It allowed her to pull and manipulate the sky like a tangible curtain, transforming three-dimensional space into a two-dimensional plane. It was a flawless technique that could deflect and reflect almost all physical attacks launched by an enemy. She just didn't expect the gap in raw power to be so unfathomably large. Sensing the growing impatience in Mirai's eyes, Takako knelt shakily on one knee, bowing her head. I submit. The rooftop of the underground casino. Kinji Hikari stared at Yuji Itadori, whose face was still bruised and covered in dried blood. Hikari finally decided to help them quell the culling game. It wasn't just the conditions for legalizing casinos set forth by Principal Yaga and Gakuganji. Even looking into Yuji's normally numb pupils, one could see a burning passion called fever, a passion called the gamble. It was this extraordinary fervor burning in Yuji's eyes that made Hikari make the final decision. Let's make this clear first, Hikari turned to look at everyone, stating his final condition. I can participate in the culling game, and you can also decide how to use my points. But I won't fight that monster. I'll just help you unseal Gojo Satoru. In Hikari's view, their greatest fighting force was Yuto Katsu and himself. But even the two of them combined were no match for Zenin Mirai. Unsealing Gojo Satoru was the best bet Hikari could make to help. No problem, Panda stepped forward as the representative, agreeing to all the conditions. We were planning to avoid that guy anyway. Whether we fight Mirai or retreat, let Gojo-sensei decide for himself after he gets out. Just as everyone had reached an agreement, a golden flying insect Shikigami suddenly appeared above Yuji's head. BZZT. Kogain, breaking news. A new rule has been added to the culling game. Kogain, Rule 10, players may freely enter and exit other culling game colonies. Because of the restrictions imposed by Rule 8, if points remain unchanged for 19 days, the player is subject to curse technique removal. This new rule did not fundamentally affect the execution of the culling game. Therefore, the game master deemed it passed. As everyone looked surprised, Yuji spoke calmly. This is the Kogain assigned to Sukuna within me. That guy must have made a binding vow with Kenjaku 1,000 years ago. Even though he hadn't physically entered a barrier's range yet, Yuji Itadori was already considered a player because of the cursed object, Sukuna, inside him. By virtue of the 9th rule added by Hajime Kashimo, the group immediately asked Kogain to identify the player who had spent 100 points to propose the new rule. Upon seeing the name that popped up on the holographic panel, everyone's faces darkened instantly. Zenin Mirai. Killing a sorcerer earns 5 points. Killing an ordinary person earns 1 point. Within the Sendai colony, besides the 4 powerful figures occupying their positions, there were also a large number of ordinary humans who had remained inside the barrier. Some people thought the dark sky was just a dream. Or perhaps they felt like they had become the protagonist of an anime, embarking on a cool new life blessed with a cheat code. They always had various stupid reasons for remaining in this hellish place instead of fleeing when they had the chance. For Mirai, with just a flick of his finger and a wave of Kamui, his score began to surge as he effortlessly slaughtered the remaining non-sorcerers and weak players hiding in the ruins. Stand guard at the entrance of the barrier, Mirai instructed Takako Yuro. Allow entry, but not exit. These were Mirai's requirements for her. To put it nicely, she was a guard. To put it bluntly, she was a watchdog. With the addition of Rule 10, there would always be players who were afraid of death attempting to flee the barriers. Even knowing that if their score remained unchanged for 19 days they would die, there were always some people who would rather die outside, choosing to enjoy their last 19 days of peace, rather than stay inside and kill each other. Mirai didn't care about their lives, their deaths, or their futures. But if a player died outside the barriers, the cursed energy from their death would dissipate into the atmosphere instead of fueling Kenjaku's ritual. Mirai had already mobilized all the sorcerers of the Zenin Clan, setting them up as guards at the gates of the various colonies throughout Japan. Entry permitted. Escapees killed. Reaching the top rank in Sendai meant Takako Yura was qualified to be a goalkeeper. "How's it going over there?" Mirai asked. Mirai had the raw power to simply break through the barrier's outer shell if he wanted to. However, since he entered the game knowing the rules, he essentially imposed a binding vow upon himself. Therefore, Mirai chose to follow the rules of the game, effortlessly farming 100 points to buy his way in and out. Upon hearing the question, White Zetsu grinned. "Going there now is just right." "Yeah." Mirai's gaze sharpened, as if piercing through the thick, black barrier and gazing into distant time and space. "Straight to the Tomb of the Star." "Let's go," Mirai said coldly. "It's harvest time." The words fell. An overwhelming surge of cursed energy stirred Mirai's cascading black hair. His figure vanished from the Sendai colony in an instant, twisting into a Kamui vortex alongside White Zetsu. Takako swallowed hard, her face full of surprise and uncertainty. The sudden, casual outburst of cursed energy she just felt before he vanished, it was somehow even more terrifying than when he first arrived. Chapter 115, Chapter 110, The Ambush and the Crystal Moon. The Tomb of the Star. Kenjaku had gotten nervous. It wasn't because of the people fighting in front of him, but because of an inexplicable, creeping sense of dread that suddenly washed over him. It was as if a butcher's knife was already resting against his throat, yet he still couldn't see the person holding it clearly. He couldn't even tell from which direction the butcher's knife would fall. He tilted his head to dodge the long whip of Yuki Tsukumo's Shikigami, Garuda, and boom. A massive chunk of the cavern ceiling collapsed nearby. "We can't delay any longer," Kenjaku thought. Blood dripped down from his wounds. Yuki Tsukumo, dressed in white, was left breathless but still relentlessly pursuing him. Roar. Previously, the battlefield had been filled with Kenjaku's cursed spirits. Now, countless more cursed spirits descended from the sky all at once. The crimson blood whips hanging from the sky illuminated the vast expanse of the cavern. "What's going on?" Yuki Tsukumo barely managed to repair her damaged body with reverse cursed technique. As soon as she stood up, she roared in disbelief. "Why can that guy still use cursed techniques?" Nanami Kento slashed at the cursed spirits blocking his way with all his might, each strike becoming a blur. Principal Yaga was only surprised for a moment before he ducked and charged at Kenjaku. "These are cursed spirits that he hit at the entrance before entering the barrier," Yaga shouted. This old bastard came up with all the preparations. The time spent healing her body with reverse curse technique was omitted from Yuki's calculations. She attacked fiercely with her whip, racing against time. With each roar, Garuda's outstretched body shattered countless cursed spirits. For Kenjaku, time was ticking down. 9 seconds remained until his curse technique burnout ended. Boom. A surging wave of cursed energy erupted, and its aftershock swept through the entire hall. Countless remnants of cursed spirits and their purple blood shattered the entire space. In order to seize the last possible moment, Yuki decisively threw Garuda directly into the thickest pile of cursed spirits and detonated its virtual mass. The final obstacle was cleared. Yuki Tsukumo, Principal Yaga, Nanami Kento, and Choso. Without uttering a single wasted word, the 4 of them lunged forward with incredible speed. This distance. 3 seconds was enough to reach him. But for Kenjaku, 3 seconds was also exactly the time it would take for his curse technique burnout to end. There's still time, Kenjaku thought. Kenjaku was on high alert, his legs tense to dodge. The sorcerers, with their desperate and violent movements, were struggling to maintain their composure. The unease in Kenjaku's heart reached its absolute peak at this moment. His pupils dilated instantly, and he pulled back his hips to leap. "Hey! We meet again, you old bastard." A mocking tone came from directly behind him, followed by 4 flashes of cold light. Puffed. Both of his hands and both of his legs were severed instantly. Kenjaku was hacked to pieces and sent crashing to the floor of the tomb. White Zetsu. Kenjaku gasped in pure shock, looking up at the figure standing over him. What was going on? The White Zetsu standing before him showed absolutely no trace of cursed energy. Kenjaku's mind raced. Zenin Mirai should still be within the Sendai colony, as the culling game barriers confirmed White Zetsu was still there alongside him. It had only been a few minutes from when Kenjaku deployed his domain to when his curse technique burned out. There was also the Tomb of the Star barrier set up by Master Tengen on the outside. Just how did White Zetsu get in here undetected? Having pondered this in a fraction of a second, Kenjaku realized the terrifying truth. 2 bodies. A heavenly restriction that completely erases cursed energy. Faced with White Zetsu's ambiguous, wicked smile, Kenjaku's severed stump seemed to tremble. Regarding the sudden appearance of White Zetsu, Yuki Tsukumo, Principal Yaga, Nanami, and Tengen were all utterly shocked. Not only did White Zetsu effortlessly dismember Kenjaku, but he had bypassed all of Tengen's omniscient barriers without triggering a single alarm. A cursed spirit that possessed absolutely zero cursed energy. Yuki and the others stopped their charge instantly, their faces turning extremely grim. Although White Zetsu was targeting Kenjaku, it was foolish and hasty to assume he was an ally. Red clouds, a black robe, and a long sword. Zetsu flicked the bloodstains off his blade and sheathed it. He lit a cigarette, revealing the absolute, confident demeanor of a master assassin. Looking down at Kenjaku's mangled body, Zetsu blew a cloud of smoke. Even a 1,000-year-old sorcerer is just like this when caught off guard, Zetsu mocked. Merely a cursed spirit. Kenjaku roared in fury. Where his limbs had been severed, flesh began to wriggle and grow. The burnout procedure had finally completed, his innate technique and reverse curse technique were active again. There was still a chance. How pathetic, Crawler, Zetsu spoke coldly, his eyes, visible through the smoke, filled with pure amusement. After the Battle of Shibuya ended, White Zetsu's clone number 1, the body possessing the heavenly restriction, had remained hidden in the area, tailing Yuji Itadori and the others. After Principal Yaga had found the entrance and bypassed the 108 barriers to enter the Tomb of the Star, clone number 1 simply followed them and infiltrated last. During the 3 days the Jujutsu High sorcerers had waited in the tomb, White Zetsu had also spent 3 days idling in the shadows of the tomb, completely undetectable. Zetsu had monitored the entire battle between Kenjaku and the defense team from beginning to end. Kenjaku thought he was the mastermind. He thought he was deceiving everyone. Of course he was wrong. Boom. The entire void barrier above the main hall shattered with a deafening roar. Accompanied by the dazzling sunlight piercing through the newly created crater, a terrifying and awe-inspiring cursed energy surged down. Everyone looked up, their pupils trembling violently. The falling figure looked like a god or a demon. It was even more dazzling than the sun in the sky. You. Kenjaku gasped, his expression turning terrible. Zenin Mirai. Kenjaku, having just regenerated his limbs and regained his footing, was now struggling to stand under the sheer weight of Mirai's presence. He roared out in absolute frustration. Despite making so many preparations, he still fell into Mirai's trap. If Kenjaku hadn't been so obsessed with absorbing Tengen, perhaps he wouldn't have been outplayed. Even knowing Mirai was in the Sendai colony, Kenjaku thought he was safe. If Mirai disappeared from the culling game barrier, Kenjaku would have known. Everything was planned perfectly. Only Kenjaku missed the existence of the heavenly restricted White Zetsu clone. Mirai and Zetsu had monitored everything that happened, choosing to strike at the exact, most crucial moment when Kenjaku was at his absolute weakest. Success is due to fate and curses. Failure is also due to fate and curses, Kenjaku muttered bitterly. Kid, you're pretty knowledgeable, White Zetsu raised an eyebrow in response. Ignoring the other students and staff from Jujutsu High standing nearby, Mirai looked directly at Kenjaku. His gaze was fixed, his expression becoming increasingly cold and calculating. This was also why White Zetsu didn't take the opportunity to decapitate Kenjaku earlier. The curtain had fallen, and the trap was sprung. Mirai needed specific intelligence confirmed. Information regarding the Golden Age sorcerers, the culling game rituals, and Tengen's true nature. This concerned the final outcome of Mirai's grand design. I see. Kenjaku whispered, his bones still stained with blood. Boom. Kenjaku suddenly surged his cursed energy, preparing to launch a desperate, maximum output technique. A crimson glint flashed in Mirai's eyes. You used this move back then in Shibuya. I don't need you to say anything. I don't trust your words anyway. Looking down upon Kenjaku, Mirai's cursed energy erupted. Domain expansion, final scenery, glazed moon. Zing. In an instant. Inside the main hall of the Tomb of the Star, the eyes of everyone present, Yuki, Yaga, Nanami, Choso, and Ino, glazed over. They were instantly caught in the infinite Tsukuyomi. Only White Zetsu remained conscious, calmly exhaling clouds of cigar smoke. When Mirai had previously used the illusion on Jogo and Dagon, he had slightly concealed some information about its capabilities. Within the illusionary realm, Mirai could also view most of the target's memories. It simply depended on the strength of the target's soul and will to resist. In the shadows, Master Tengen's 4 eyes, whose true physical form was hiding just outside the domain's immediate range, stared fiercely. An open domain. A bizarre cursed scene manifested in the sky above the tomb, where a sun and a moon appeared at the same time. Tengen's clone looked up at the massive, Sharingan-patterned blood moon floating above the palace, trembling all over. This was completely different from the information provided by Principal Yaga regarding Mirai's domain in Shibuya. Did he keep it hidden back then? Or has his domain undergone a short-term re-evolution? Looking at the spotless, white-robed figure standing in the center of the hall, Tengen murmured with trembling lips. Monster.